This team doesn't know how to lose.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Second and goal. Snap to Prescott, looks left. Slant! Gallup! Touchdown! That was right now.
And with that, we start the live Monday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. Hopefully, you did not change that dial from the postgame show last night, and we have you covered all morning and all day long on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Chopper. We got Peyton and Ryan on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt is on his way in from AT&T Stadium last night, where the Cowboys handled filthy 33-13.
Man, if you had told me that there'd be 3 fumbles in this game, just like last year or last time they played, Cowboys probably would have recovered none of them, right? They would have, because they recovered none in the first game. But that's football, man. That's how those fumbles work. They will even out over the course of a year.
Turn it up. Glow sticks. Green glow sticks. Although the Eagle contingent probably wasn't using glow sticks and dancing to this in Fort Worth as they gathered.
No, we don't do that in Fort Worth. Actually, they probably do have some nice clubs out there.
Was that an Eagles fan club or something?
I don't know what that was, but it's like, they traveled in here, and everybody knows when you come to the great North Texas area, you go to Fort Worth. You don't go to Dallas. There's nothing to do there. You can go see where JFK got shot again for the 38th time.
The Perot Museum?
The Perot Museum. No, you go to Fort Worth. That's Texas. You go to Fort Worth. Okay? And they went down to the stockyards, and they had themselves a great time. I'm sure they hit up Second Rodeo. I'm sure they went to they went down Mule Alley, Hotel Drover. Who knows where they went? I'm sure they had a blast, and it was like the Last Supper for them.
Mike McCarthy's return, Brandon Aubrey making history, Stephon Gilmore responding to A.J. Brown, calling him old, and this game to me was over with the touchdown before halftime. That was the backbreaker, turning point, whatever you want to call it. Cowboys get the ball. I'm like, just don't have a turnover. Don't have an interception here. Don't give them a reason to breathe. And 17-6 turned into 24-6. And I thought that was night, game over. Had a little scare with the Fletcher Cox / Jalen Carter fumble touchdown return. It felt like the Cowboys, I was uneasy in the second half. I don't know whether that's my over paranoia.
No.
I don't know whether I would have felt that way watching another team play that we don't cover and we don't have a rooting interest in. I was like, Cowboys dinking and dunking, taking the foot off the gas. Philadelphia is kind of moving in the first half, and are they going to start doing this in the second half and get going? Sirianni told his guys, because we heard it with the halftime report, you get one touchdown here to come out, one touchdown here, and this is a totally, completely different game. Instead, they had one of the 3 fumbles. They did get the defensive score, but they just couldn't get anything going with the mistakes. And it came from Hurts, AJ, and Devontae Smith. But I was a little bit uneasy in the second half, just waiting for them to come back.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys didn't play a great second half. It's like they took their foot off the gas, or I don't know what happened. But the offense sputtered. I mean, there was some 3 and outs. Obviously, there was a turnover. It just wasn't. The offense was not clicking the way it had been over the last several weeks in that second half. Don't know what it was. But Philadelphia's 3 best players on offense didn't play well. I mean, they all had the costly turnovers, all 3 of them, like you mentioned. And they didn't. AJ Brown had. I mean, that was a tough drop. I mean, that was a really nice pass by Hurts that would have put them down inside the 5, right around the 5. Assuming he got his foot in bounds, which I know he didn't on the replay, but I'm sure if he caught it, he probably would have paid attention to keeping his feet in bounds. That was a bad drop. Devontae Smith didn't get to one on another Hurts rollout that he had, kind of the same kind of play that Gallup got to. He didn't get to that one. Maybe a touch overthrown, but I mean those 3 guys, you can't win if they play the way they did. They didn't play great. Cowboys were a big part of the reason why they didn't play great. And there's your win.
Dak with 271 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. He was sacked 3 times. They ran it for 138 as a team compared to 106 for Philly. Jake Ferguson, 5 for 72. CeeDee Lamb, 6 for 71. Gallup, 3 for 48. Tony Pollard had 7 catches in this game for 37 yards. Micah Parsons had the lone sack. And then you talk about Stephon Gilmore on A.J. Brown. It was clear and evident early on they did not want Deron Bland anywhere near A.J. They're like, if we're going to lose this game, they're going to have to target Devontae Smith. But A.J. Brown, an early MVP candidate to start the season, a la Tyreek Hill, he was frustrated. He ended up getting silenced. And Stephon Gilmore, the old man coming up big. He had 9 tackles as well in this game. 9 tackles for Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, he was all over the field. He was all over the field. Every big play that was made, it felt like he was around it. Even if he wasn't, it felt like he was. He had a really nice game. And there was a time this year early on we were like, oh man, is this guy like, has he lost it? And last night that looked like a great matchup for him.
Cowboys started with four scores on their first 4 drives. Had not punted in 17 days. That got snapped in the third quarter. 247 yards early on those 4 drives in the first half. And then Brandon Aubrey. You just give him Special Teams Player of the Week. For the NFC, AFC, it may go to Baltimore. Aubrey hits 59. He hits 60. Then he hits 50 and 45. He hit the crossbar twice on kickoffs. He ends up outscoring the Eagles all on his own.
What a boot. I mean, this guy's got a foot, man. He probably has 2 of them to be technical, but what a foot he's got. Holy cow. That ball, when on the kickoff, when you just see that thing soaring through the air, it looks like it just travels different. Like, it looks like it's just got so much more velocity and arc to it. It looks amazing. Like, that guy has got an absolute boot. It's such a weapon. It is such a weapon to have a kicker that can be able to nail those from deep, and a guy that's accurate. Like, what a novel concept, but it's such a weapon to have to not worry about that.
So now we look at the overall standings down the stretch. The Cowboys vault themselves to the 2 seed, but as Collinsworth and Tirico told us nonstop, over and over and over again last night, Philadelphia controls their destiny with the much easier schedule. You can look at the NFC East and see the Cowboys on top today, but really the only losable game for Filthy down the stretch is the Seattle Seahawks coming up next. San Fran is the 1 with a record of 10-3. Dallas is the 2. The Stumbling Lions are the 3. Tampa Bay is the 4. The Buccaneers are the 4 seed. Are you kidding me? NFC South 6-7. Philadelphia drops all the way down to the 5. Minnesota's the 6. Green Bay is the 7. Then the Rams and the Seahawks are trying to battle it out. Pepe, you worked the game last night after driving back from the armpit. Your Cowboy thoughts?
Oh, that was so much fun. I mean, at no point in that game did I think the Eagles were good enough to pull out the win. I mean, the Cowboys, they started fast. They went down, they scored. You know, they jumped out 10-0 lead just like that. I mean, at no point they converted a 3rd and 16, I think, in the first quarter, and I was like, okay, well, here goes the defense. But at no point was I like, the Eagles have a chance to win this game. I mean, the path, like we said, is very hard for the Cowboys, but I'm going to enjoy first place while I have it.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line for you to get in your thoughts on a Cowboys Monday. Star Up, Star Down is coming up at 6 o'clock, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. So the Eagles have the 27th hardest schedule down the stretch. Cowboys have the 2nd toughest. So
yeah, I mean, it gets tough. I mean, this is the next 2 games. I mean, they're going to tell a lot. The next 2 games are going to tell a whole heap about this team. You get to play on grass. You get to play in the cold. Maybe, so depending on what the weather's going to be like. I mean, and you can play in good teams, too.
Buffalo coming up next.
Right. So, yeah, then Miami, though.
Yeah.
You got the grass there.
You'll find out about your defense, too.
You find out about your defense against Miami. You find out about your team's speed, too. I think this Cowboy team's pretty quick. That they may be playing on a different level. Down at Miami, who knows? That might be the fastest game you've ever seen of 2 teams on the field at the same time.
Let's go inside the locker room. Mike McCarthy's return from surgery. Jerry Jones said this was the most satisfying win in the Mike McCarthy Cowboys era. He's comparing Dak's possible Super Bowl to Romo's. Micah Parsons is going off on the referees again, and has the curse of Jimmy Johnson already been proven? We go inside the locker room to celebrate with the boys. Glad you're waking up with us with Sean and RJ on a victory.
outstanding. We did exactly what we said we were going to do. All right, most importantly, J. Lou.
Yeah,
Look, we talked about protecting our way of life, man.
Well,
and that shit happens every day, man, as long as we listen, bro. Let's get it, let's get this film room and see what we did wrong, fix it, and come back stronger, bro. Yes. Cowboys on 3, Cowboys on 3, 1, 2, 3. Cowboys!
Is that Yep. Cowboys inside the locker room led by Jordan Lewis talking. Turn it up. This is what they played for Mike McCarthy coming back into the facility after surgery on Friday.
All right. He 100% has heard of 50 Cent. What are the chances he knows this song? Has ever heard this song before in his life?
He may have heard it.
He may have.
There ain't no way he could recall it.
No, not a chance. Good track.
So the next time he comes on, this will have to be the intro music.
And this is it for now. This has to be the intro for his segment for the rest of his time.
So welcome back, Mike McCarthy. A little sprint down the sidelines where people are like, whoa, big man.
Easy, man.
Easy.
You know, pop a stitch.
Easy, big man. Gonna go ahead and pop a stitch. Let's go inside the locker room before we get the Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Here is Coach talking about coaching the Cowboys to a win after the appendix issue.
No issues. Really, I just wanted to do my part. I just wanted to make sure that I was prepared as I normally am. So, and I did. I was a little nervous about it today. So, because it's a long year. We're all creatures of habit. You go through these normal 7-day weeks, and when you miss time, it was. But I was able to make it up, and frankly, I think the best part about it was I was able to get more sleep probably than I normally do. So, but the players did a great job, the coaches did a great job, and we didn't miss a beat, and I think we demonstrated that tonight.
Tolos, by the way, are asking Pepe because we are on the fence, 50, maybe 60-40 against spying on Philadelphia with the changes that they've had there to their radio stations, not providing the same whining and crying and bitching and moaning. But the Tolos asked for it last night. I said I'll leave it up to Peyton. How's the preview looking?
I mean, obviously they're upset. There's no yelling yet. I think some phone calls will be taken, but it's just, it's like the reality has hit them. Everything we've been talking about the last month about how they've been squeaking by, I think it's finally hitting them that, okay, maybe this team wasn't as good as we thought they were.
What is their reality right now to you, Choppy?
They're a really good team that, is playing bad football, or average football at best. I think they're really good. They've played a tough stretch of games.
Really tough.
And that's like, and
Dolphins, Commanders, Cowboys, Chiefs, Bills, San Fran, us. That's vicious.
Yeah, it's pretty vicious. Howard Eskin told us last week that they played 3 games in a row against teams coming off a 10-day kind of bye. That's tough. That's really tough to have to deal with. So I think that we are probably, how like they say you're never as good as you are when things are going good or as bad when things are going bad. We're probably at the point where we're going to overstate how bad they are right now. They're definitely a live NFC contender, but I do think they need to have home field. I think just like the Cowboys need home field. I think they do too. I don't think they come in here and win in the playoffs. I don't think they go to San Francisco and win the playoffs. They probably can't beat San Fran either. I think their reality is the same as ours, is that they're on the same tier 2.
Jerry Jones was feeling himself last night. Here's Jerry talking about the confidence after that W.
I thought pretty good opening day against the Giants. Visions of Sugar Plum. But that came crashing down out there in San Francisco. Frankly, I feel really good about our personnel. We're talking a lot about Dak. We should tonight. And I saw the commitment that we had in Mike and Dan to basically put this team together and coordinate both sides of the ball, as we like to hear, but they practice it. And so I feel this, no question about it, to have this win against this Eagle team. The way that we play, and defensively, no touchdowns from the offense. To be able to experience that and have that, I haven't felt better about this team.
Jerry said this was the most satisfying win of the Mike McCarthy Cowboys era. Do you agree?
No. The San Francisco, the Tampa win last year. How do you have a more satisfying win than winning a playoff game by 1,000 points against Tom Brady? Like that is easily the most satisfying win. This is a good win because it checks a lot of boxes, right? You got a division win against the Eagles. All right, check. You split the series, so things are kind of even now. Check. You win against a team with an above 500 record when after the game they have an above 500 record too. So it's the first time that happened all year. The Jets, when they beat the Jets, they were 1-0. Jets didn't have a 500 record after. Same thing for Seattle. So check. There's a lot of boxes that you check with this game, but I thought for sure that he would have said Tampa last year for McCarthy.
Dak was standing at the podium last night, and fans were apparently banging and slamming against the glass, yelling MVP. MVP. Does Jerry Jones agree?
As far as what it represents, which is his importance to the team, he doesn't have to win that award for me to know how important he is to our aspirations this year, where we are and where we got a chance to go. So he's got that kind of appreciation from, I think, everybody in this organization. It's Dak evolving and working with Mike and Schottenheimer and what we're trying to do offensively and how he's making those adjustments that represents his finest skill and his finest quality. And that is, he can take his idea or your idea and he can take it from a classroom to a practice field to the ball game and execute it.
He then dropped the old Tony Romo line, and now comparison. My biggest regret was Tony never win a Super Bowl. I'll feel that same way about Dak Prescott. Quote, I would say he's become the most valuable player right before our eyes in the last several months. What did last night do to drop, and how far did it drop Jalen Hurts out of the MVP conversation?
I think it dropped him for sure. He has got plenty of time to get over this, and if they win the division, he'll still probably finish, right near the top. But I think right now he's clearly behind Dak, Purdy, and I would say Tua. I would say Tua as well.
Hurts 18 for 27, 197, 7.3 a pass, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, sacked 1 time on the ground. Did he do his damage there? 5 carries. 30 yards. The longest run was 11 as they were running some of those QB draws early inside.
Which, from Philadelphia's standpoint, they didn't necessarily, air quote, need the win. I thought like they were, after the first half, they'd be like, all right, let's get these guys out of here. We all they have to do is win out, and they're going to win the NFC East. But, man, they were...
You thought they were going to sit them in the second half?
No, I would have. When you're down 24-6, get them out of there. Like if I was Sirianni, I'd be like, dude, get these guys out of here. We don't need the game. If they win out, as it told us 5,000 times, they're still going to win the NFC East. They got an easy schedule. Get ready. But they still actually did move the ball.
Yeah,
they moved. They averaged almost a full yard per play more than the Cowboys did yesterday.
Yeah,
that's a little bit. Uneasy.
394 to 324 total yards. Cowboys had, 70 more. But Sirianni said at halftime, we're moving the ball.
22 more plays.
Cowboys
at 22 more plays. That wasn't the best feeling.
Sirianni said, we're moving the ball in the first half. We are just not finishing. And then the crippling turnovers that they got lucky with the first time around, not so lucky last night. Recovered all 3 first game. Lost all 3 last night. Let's get to your star up, star down. That is your version of a Cowboys report card brought to you by the Big Green Egg at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Bobby is going to be on one this morning. He was already texting us nonstop. Yeah. He's going to be sitting here crapping all over the Jalen Hurts numbers. If you want to continue that Cowboys high, get ready for our insider back from the stadium for Star Up, Star Down. Bobby Bell joins us on Sean and RJ on the home of America's team next.
We have you covered. our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First down and 20 back at the 26. Hurts in the gun with a fake and a keep up the middle. He's still running to the 20. Ball's out. Ball's out. Cowboys have a fumble at the 20.
And that is how things started off. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best and highest rated audience of the entire show. We got the entire squad with you for a Cowboys Monday after the 20-point beatdown of Filthy. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. That is the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. And this is Star Up, Star Down, your Cowboys report card at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
I'm never wrong. I'm just not always right yet.
Sound like RJ.
Exactly. I learned that from RJ. And I wasn't wrong about the Philadelphia Eagles. It just took a little while to show that that is a trash football team that since week 4 has a negative point differential. They're not trash, but they are completely average. There's nothing impressive about that team at all. Everybody's caught up to them, and you see it last night in just the way that Dallas.
You're like the guy who goes out and beats up on some middle school kids, and you walk around like a badass. You have your Conor McGregor walk,
just like the Eagles.
And here they are. No, they are actually going up against.
You're right. They don't beat up anyone. they
don't
just sneak by against the middle schoolers.
It's not totally inaccurate. They do sneak by. I think because you had said like they were going to lose 3 of the 4 games in this 4-game stretch. They wound up splitting them. I think if we had the same stretch, like I think if the Cowboys come away with Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami, and Detroit, 2-2, I think I wouldn't be upset with that.
This has been a vicious stretch for them. 6 games, us twice, Miami, Kansas City, Buffalo, San Fran. You literally you can't really get harder than that. But anyway, go ahead. Have your moment.
I was just gonna say, objectively not a top 5 football team in the NFL right now. That's just not a great football team. They're talented, but they don't play well. And so it's on display last night in Dallas, not playing a sharp game on offense. They were really good defensively, but they don't play a sharp game on offense at all. And they win by 20. And that's what's on display. So Star Up to just being better than the Eagles.
How many Eagles fans were there? What was the atmosphere like?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if it sounded like it on TV, but there was a lot of Eagles fans there. Like probably...
Didn't sound like it because they were never in a position to lead, to be front runners.
We kept hearing the, what is it? ELGLES Eagles. We heard that a lot in this game.
ELGS Eagles.
Yep. And so we went over, I actually had... So I was at the stadium yesterday from 6 to 11:30 or whatever it was. And so
6
at
a.m.?
noon, yeah. And so at noon,
you show up at halftime.
No, yeah, 6 a.m. So I was there for
you really got there at 6 a.m. yesterday?
Yes. Yeah. So at
noon. For what, Slater?
Yeah. So at noon, I just went over to Texas Live. I had Kristen meet me over there and hey, I'm going to have a little window. We can go get lunch or something. So I went over to Texas Live. And half of the building was Eagles fans.
Wow.
It was a lot. And then in the stadium, it wasn't that much, but I would say maybe 15%, which is more than it normally is. I don't know why they bought in on this one, if it was just because it was a primetime game, but there was a lot of Eagles fans in there.
That makes sense. The Texas Live would be the takeover. They got nothing else to do. They're here. They're not going to sit in a hotel room.
Star up, star down, and we start with the defensive player and star of this game.
4th down and 9. Snap back, pressured up the middle, throws it out, caught by Smith at the 30, and Gilmore there with a huge tackle. A good 7 yards short of the first down, and the Eagles will turn it over on downs, and that is a really good defensive stand.
Brad Sham back on the call. Glad to hear and see that Brad is doing better. Stephon Gilmore matched up on A.J. Brown throughout the night. Stripped A.J. on the first drive of the third quarter. Had a 4th and 9 tackle that you just heard on Devontae Smith at the end of the third quarter. Is this Stephon Gilmore's best game of the season?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he made, obviously the pass breakups. He had the forced fumble like you mentioned there. A.J. Brown wasn't completely taken out of the game. He had his 9 for 94, whatever it was. But you limited him, and you completely limited his impact. Regardless of what the box score says, A.J. Brown's impact was minimal last night. And so I thought he was really, really good in general. But the other thing that was interesting, and I don't know if it was able to be seen on TV, but you could see it within the stadium, was that's as animated as I've seen Stephon Gilmore in a game.
Yes.
Like he'd get up and he'd start fist pumping or screaming or, whatever else. It definitely felt like, hey, this is your job this week. This is your challenge. And it brought something out in him, like just that alpha corner in him. It brought it out of him knowing that was his responsibility.
Can he still face a true one when the one's like not a shifty burner, like with the skeet, stop and start speed? Where I don't think of AJ as someone who is going to run circles around Gilmore, because watching Stephon run, you can see he's lost a step. Clearly,
Tyreek's going to be interesting.
Tyreek will probably be bland in a couple weeks, I would guess. But no, that's the thing is
that
that
making me feel much better.
If it's
probably be what?
Probably
Bland.
be bland in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But if it is, look, a guy like AJ Brown, Stephon Gilmore is just, Brown's not going to beat him with 4.3 speed or anything like that. But what he is going to do is AJ Brown's got size. He's a smart route runner. He tracks the ball really well. That's all stuff Stephon Gilmore can still do. He knows how to mirror a receiver's route. He he's got the size to be able to hang with somebody like that. And he's really good at just reading the quarterback and getting the jump on the ball. And so, those types of players he's going to have a good impact against.
And let's keep it in the secondary, because I heard you guys talking about it in the post-game show. Star up for once to the safeties. Donovan Wilson, the strip and recovery on the Eagles' first drive. Jalen Hurts' 5th lost fumble of the year. Malik Hooker had a big play, 3rd and 2 breakup on Devontae that eventually led to the fake punt for Philadelphia, but Malik Hooker did his part of it. So Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker showing a little bit after we've been waiting on that group.
Yeah, I mean, the safety group was really good yesterday, and their impact was felt early on, and you needed them to be good because that's been the biggest question. I honestly think the safeties are the highlight there because they actually had plays where you can recognize them. It wasn't just, they're not bad today. It was, you could actually see them actively contributing and making splash plays. But the secondary in general, the fact that Jordan Lewis played the way he did after getting picked on last time, Gilmore, like you mentioned there, and Bland, bouncing back in the sense of not getting picked on the same way that Washington and Seattle had. Secondary as a whole was really good, but the safeties deserve a lot of credit.
Star up. Little red zone offense scoring. Hey, what do you know about that? What happened here? They scored on multiple red zone possessions. That's something they did. They scored on multiple in the first half. I don't know what got into them. Maybe it was Philadelphia. No idea what it was. But maybe this evens out. Maybe this is the start of the red zone evening out from that 40% mark that it was earlier in the year to getting back to normal where it's usually about 60%. But we'll start up the red zone offense.
Yeah, if you could play the Eagles every week, then your red zone numbers would be really good because they are one of the worst red zone defenses in the NFL. They had been allowing 70% touchdown rate down there.
3 for 3 in the red zone for the Cowboys. 3 for 3. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Star up, star down.
Star up Jake Ferguson. Ferguson was so good last night, and that's one of these things that we were talking about it last night, is that it's changed to where Ferguson is not just a guy who is, he's good at what he does or whatever. It's like he's on the short list of when you start running down the names of the best players on offense. It doesn't take very long before you get to Ferguson. He was fantastic, made a couple big catches last night. Could have had even a bigger performance. There was the throw early on in that game. I think it was in the second drive where Dak kind of overthrew him a little bit, but Ferguson was absolutely fantastic.
Prescott in the gun at his own 27, little play fake. Throws it over the middle. Ferguson in stride, first down. Crosses the 50 and gets to the 45 for a 28-yard gain and stopped by Blankenship.
The huge play for Ferguson was on 3rd and 6. And this was after the Eagles' defensive score. So it's like, okay, here they are to try to build a little momentum. Cowboys are just staggering a little bit, little short dump-offs and screens and not running any time off the clock. It's 3rd and 6. Ferguson is covered. Dak throws a perfect ball. It was a tight catch in traffic. It's a cover 0. They brought everyone. You're not going to have anyone back to go ahead and defend. Ferguson for 33 yards on that 3rd and 6. I thought they gave the Cowboys some breathing room. We could all take a big sigh or a middle sigh of relief. He had the hurdle, of course, in the fourth quarter. Man, DallasCowboys.com got a sweet photo of that. And that may play into some headlines at 7:20. Yeah, Jake Ferguson, yet again, coming up big with the attitude. And that 3rd and 6 play I thought was big.
Yeah, it's big. I mean, Ferguson in general was huge in this game. That's what happens when you're dating a Cavender. Everything just gets bigger for you. Maybe we'll see. Don't do it. Don't do it. But he's really emerged. Like, he has emerged as a not just like a safety net.
Yeah.
A lot of the tight ends that Dak's played with have been like safety nets. Not because that's what they are. That's what he's made them into. He makes tight ends careers. He's like Romo making LaRon Robinson. He will make a tight end career, but Ferguson's turned into like an actual weapon, like a weapon for him. It's really fun to see.
Start up to the first drive of the game. We need to do a little study now. Remember when you're not supposed to take the opening kick anymore? The Cowboys only want to take the opening kick. And it's deferring and, momentum and the odds and the numbers show. The Cowboys want the ball, and they converted.
At the Philadelphia 13. 2 tight ends on the left, back to throw, looking left, looking right, pumps, runs out to the left. Throws on the run, Lamb at the 7, and strolls in. Walks all the dogs. Touchdown, Lamb. 13 yards, first touchdown of the game.
And that first touchdown was the Cowboys' 3rd of the season on an opening drive. CeeDee Lamb, first Cowboy since Dez in 2013 to have receiving touchdowns in 5 straight games. That was a 3rd down scramble from Dak. Found him. Our boy John Hussey picked up a flag, one of 3. I've never seen more flags picked up. Never seen more flags picked up than last night. John Hussey picked up a flag. They were trying to figure out whether Tyler Smith was guilty of a hold. There was a 3rd and inches that Turpin ran a reverse for 22 yards. Cowboys 10 plays, 75 yards in 5 minutes. And that was I am he. Put it on the table.
I am he.
We're here. We're better than you. And we're not going to give you a chance to breathe.
Yeah, and by the way, you mentioned them picking up the flags last night. A little anticlimactic that like none of their touchdowns they were able to just celebrate as touchdowns, because you had 2 where you picked up the flag and then the 3rd where it was a challenge. So that was kind of disappointing. But no, yesterday you talk about the way that they open these games and the way that they open things specifically at AT&T Stadium. They just get started so fast, and that is the thing, is that put the ball in their hands at AT&T Stadium whenever they're at home and go out there, put teams on their heels immediately, 7-0. That's what they need to be doing consistently.
Real quick, I just looked at this. Last year, only 3 teams in the NFL won the coin toss fewer times than the Cowboys. Last year. Now, this year, they don't do the stats like that. I can find them, but they only won it 7 times last year, and they split. They deferred on 3 of them, and they were 3-0 in those games. And they took the kick 4 times. They were 1-3 last year.
Where the hell did you find that? What website does that?
That was somebody on Reddit tracked it. Somebody on Reddit tracked it. So there's a website out there, I'm sure, but it's weird. Like, teams are starting to, some more analytics are saying take the kick. Some still say defer. I mean, it's all personal preference.
Maybe the biggest star up of the entire night goes to the right leg.
Here we go. Aubrey nearing the end of the first quarter from 60 on the left hash. Long kick, plenty of leg. What a great call by Mike McCarthy. Just as everyone said he should do, he sends in Aubrey for a 60-yard field goal, and Dallas leads 10-0.
Mike McCarthy loves very few things more than a bomb field goal from deep. 60 for Aubrey to make it 10-0. He hit a 59-yarder to make it 27-13. The first kicker in history to make 2 kicks of 59 or more in the same game. At one point, the total yardage of Brandon Aubrey's field goals were beating the total yardage for Jalen Hurts, 119-99. Then he added a 45-yarder, and he added a 50-yarder. Star up to Brandon Aubrey.
Dude, it's great not to worry about a kicker.
Wow.
It's great when they can just boot it.
30 for 30.
And
not the TV.
Not the docuseries.
Yeah. Coming soon.
Go back to camp. I mean, these guys couldn't make anything. Anything, nothing over like 35 yards was going in. Maybe it's the air out there, but who knows? Like, that was, we were petrified going into this season. The dude is just automatic.
Last 2 years. We were wrong about Maher, and they got it right on this too.
And also, star down to Brandon Aubrey and that leg that he has, because what it also leads to is what you see last night, which is McCarthy going, let's throw a 2-yard screen pass, get tackled so we can kick this 59-yarder. Like, I'd like for him not to be so automatic from 60 because it feels like they're willing to just settle.
Let's finish up your star downs. We hear from the Cowboys afterwards. The controversial call in the NFL coming from Kansas City. It's a Cowboys Monday. Glad you're waking up with us to start off your week to celebrate as part of the 6 a.m. club. More star up, star down with Sean and RJ next, but you never know.
Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
In the shotgun, fakes the run, heaves it. Oh, he's taking a shot. Deep down the left side for Gallup. Oh my gosh, Gallup caught it. Gallup caught it down at the Eagle 45. What a ridiculous throw and catch. Are you kidding? 39 yards from his own 12.
That may have been the offensive play of the night. That was gorgeous.
It was.
To Michael Gallup. Gallup getting a touchdown as well. Cowboys beat down Filthy 33-13. We are celebrating and rubbing it in here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto, 105.3 The Fan.
Yep, got to give a star up to Group Project. That's my new nickname for Michael Gallup because he just sticks his name on the offense's group project at the end of every game. But he made a play last night. That was after, there were a couple, bounced off his hands. Can't get separation.
You were unfair on that first one.
Look, I mean, it's nice that he had a night. He needs to have another night before eventually they kind of reset things at receiver 3.
What first one?
He texted us and said, just stop throwing the ball to Michael Gallup. And that was the one that was about 48 feet over his head that he jumped up to.
No. See, look, your direct TV stream or whatever you have set up, how you can't figure it out and you're 2 minutes behind or whatever. There were like 3 other incompletions. That was like the third incompletion I texted when I said stop throwing it over.
Dak was a little hot and a little bit high early yesterday. Had a couple of high throws, put a little bit too much more on it, but he ended up settling down. And when you look at the numbers for Prescott, ends up with 2 touchdowns, 271, and the QBR was a 67.6. Here's Dak on his performance against Filthy.
Solid enough to get the win. I told you before, I'm my biggest critic. I don't think I played, obviously not my best game. I'm a completions guy. I want to get completions. I want to get it rolling. There was a streak there that was, I don't know, it felt like 7 to 10 or so, that few incompletions in a row. But then we got it going. We got it back going, got it back on track. Great 2-minute drive, different things, but at the end of the day, defense played their asses off. Kicker was great. Aubrey was great. Yeah, so obviously did enough to win, but I always want to be better.
Good. I'm glad he's seen it that way, that the offense, especially in the second half, it was like, Do we think that the defense was what would you grade the defense last night? I know you just look at the score.
Yeah.
13 points. How would you grade it?
How
you feeling about
opportunistic? Look, Philadelphia averaged a yard more per play. That's generally not a good sign that you would go with. But that's what happens when you get 3 turnovers. They're going to get, you're going to get more possessions, more plays. The Cowboys ran more plays. But even like at halftime, it was 24-6, and Philadelphia was averaging, almost a full yard more per play. That's a little bit, disheartening, scary, because you don't want to see that. That's going to happen if that happens again. Generally, it's a bad thing.
They weren't dominant on defense, but it's really hard to come out of a game and say it should be anything other than less than a B+ when you say you didn't give up a touchdown. Like you went 4 quarters and you didn't give up a touchdown. You were opportunistic. You were punching the ball out, and that may feel a little fluky, but they were making plays. And the fact that they allowed just 6 points, the defense themselves, it's hard to say anything less than that.
If these 2 teams played again tomorrow on a neutral field, how many points would you have Philly scoring? Think about that just for a second as Mike McCarthy talked about his defensive unit.
Well, it's points. They do a nice job of, playing to the sticks. Jalen's such a threat, and obviously with the offensive line in the way you have to defend them. So, in the win the down and distance battle is a challenge, and obviously the takeaways is something we take a lot of pride in, and the 4th down stop was probably the biggest one of the game, but especially momentum wise, because you can feel on the field that that was a huge momentum swing in the game. So but yeah, I thought our defense was lights out tonight. I think it's like anything, and you clean up your last game, you're able to learn from it. But you could feel it when they came back from the Thursday night game in Seattle. You could feel it in the coaches on Monday, and then obviously carried through this week. So there was no surprise they were going to play well tonight.
I want to give them some credit for tackling. There was some one-on-one situations where if Philly broke the tackle, it was not going to be good. And Stephon Gilmore is what he's referring to with the tackle on Devontae Smith, 4th and 9, end of the third quarter. But how many points? How many points would you give the Eagles in a third and possible rematch?
24.
24. That's what I was thinking.
That's the number I was coming to because they scored 28 at the link, and that was with playing pretty perfect on executing 3rd and 4th downs, probably roughly 24.
Okay, I just wanted to see if you guys were going to take it to like a shutdown discussion of like they're not scoring over 20, like 16. You know, I wanted to see if you're going to overreact or not, but you didn't take the bait. Good on you. All right, the rest of my star ups, star downs, 877-881-1053, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Dak. What do we call the Dak sneak? What do we call that?
It was some people called it the Dak attack.
No.
That wasn't the fun one.
That wasn't the fun one. I can't remember what
There were like 4 fun
Yeah.
ones. They're much more creative than me.
Cowboys 2 for 2 with Dak sneaking. That's what I was thinking when they were on the goal line. I'm like, 4th down here, just go ahead, sneak it. Just sneak it right against them. And the Rico touchdown got reversed. Thank goodness. I was like, there's no way overhead wise that ball did not get in.
I was upset. I needed Brandon Cooks to get in on that play, that previous play, for fantasy purposes only, of course.
CeeDee Lamb had 27 yards on a 3rd and long. There was a 3rd and 17 that they converted because of a flag on Darius Slay versus Michael Gallup. I thought the run game looked good with Tony Pollard. I gave Tony Pollard a half star up. The run blocking, I want to give them props to that as well. And that's what I had for all of my star up, star downs. Marquise Bell with the strip of Devontae on the 10-yard line. That was their 3rd fumble loss.
Yeah, look, I mean, things have turned around a little bit in the run game. I think that's just a function of the offensive line is playing together now a little bit, and you've seen some improvement. Terrence Steele deserves a start just for the fact that he got wrecked in that first game against Philadelphia, and he bounced back in a big way. But it's funny, we come at a lot of these games, and this season it's felt like it's been all or nothing. That when we come out of the game, it's like, I got no star ups. There's just, it's all star downs, like in a game like San Francisco, or you come out of, a beat down. It's like, well, everybody played well. This really was a game where there's a lot that you can point to and say, this wasn't good. This wasn't good. This was good. I mean, Lamb, for instance.
Coach's dream.
Which if you win 33-13 against the Eagles, you would not think you'd have star downs.
It felt honestly a little bit like it was a little more in hand the whole time, but it felt similar to the game in terms of, yeah, they won, but how great were they that they had against Carolina a few weeks back? Like where it's like you played well enough and you win by 20, but it didn't feel like a 20-point victory necessarily. But also at the same time, I never felt like it was out of hand.
Right.
Like I felt like from once they scored on the first drive, I was like, okay, can Philly score tonight? If Philly can't score, they're done because Dallas is going to do what they want.
Well, and that's star up to the fake punt, even though they completely weren't expecting it.
That's what a real quarterback looks like. You see that, Jalen Hurts? That's how you throw the football, damn it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Philadelphia doesn't fake punt there if they don't feel like they have to play keep up.
Yes.
And that's a good sign. Like when the other team knows that they can't afford.
Yeah, one more score from Dallas right there.
It could
have been an early burial.
Yeah, it could have been. And it was. I mean, it was at the end of that drive. That's just a really, that's a good position to be in when the other team, every time you go in, they feel like they have to score X amount of points to win, and they can't afford to punt.
Couldn't help but notice that as you just emptied your bag, there was nothing for the flu game. You had nothing for Micah Parsons wrecking shop, half dead, and showing up and making big plays, Sean. He was fantastic yesterday.
The flu's over.
You think he was fantastic?
He was good yesterday. Did you? I don't know if
Micah after the game. Who'd you talk to, by the way, in the locker room?
So I wasn't with Mike. I was with the Jake Ferguson, Stephon Gilmore, and Brandon Aubrey grouping.
They got Micah to they got Jerry to comment on the Micah holds. Basically, Jerry saying afterwards, ridiculous. Just ridiculous. This guy cannot get a holding call as the Fletcher Cox pirouettes were focused on last night by Chris Collinsworth. And we had Sam Williams try to imitate that as well. You sent out that tweet, Sam Williams got held, no flag. But everyone, that's the NBA charge / block with the throw the hands up.
Yeah,
I clearly got
flop.
held, and Micah called it comical. The refereeing and the officiating comical afterwards.
Yep. I mean, look, on the sack that he did get, he was held pretty aggressively by Lane Johnson. Man, they do give Lane Johnson the benefit of the doubt a lot. They don't call much with him, but the funny thing, and I don't know if anybody had sent the video out there. I know that
at least they got called for some false starts yesterday. Thank goodness.
That was a positive. They had the tush push get ruined by one of those, but they actually, I don't know if anybody caught it, but as they're walking in the locker room, Jerry was behind Micah, and Micah's like kind of just walking that way, and Jerry goes, "Sick my ass, Micah." And so Jerry wasn't biting based on the way he played out there, but Micah looked really, really good in this game. I thought overall it was a good bounce back.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying for star up, star down?
Bunch of star ups, 903. Gilmore, the dude is absolutely incredible yesterday. Star up to Ferguson, and then star up to Osa Odigizua for applying pressure. The only star down I'm seeing from the 214 is taking the foot off the gas like we talked about in the second half.
Star down to Chris Collinsworth, because I was annoyed every time he called him Odigizua. It's annoying.
Broadus does that.
Yeah,
we talk about that. We're
trying
trying to clean that up for Brian.
I
know we try to clean it up with Brian too.
I ignore it when Brian does it because I don't want him to come back at me.
Yeah,
because he will. But Collinsworth I don't like anyway.
Here are my star downs. Devontae Smith getting 30 on 3rd and 16. Terrence Steele hold wipes out a Pollard gain of 17. At one point, Dak had missed 5 straight. Part of that little too high run that he went on. The fake punt. We all were yelling it in the living room. Like, this is the only chance Philadelphia has here. They can't pump back. And they were wide open. Wide open play for 28 yards. So start down to the fake punt. Awareness. CD had a bad drop down the sideline. That was a beautiful throw. I mean, that was a bomb waiting to happen. Right after the A.J. Brown fumble, CD drops that ball down the left sideline. That led to the Cowboys' first punt in 17 days. You had the Cox-Carter fumble return. 2 Biotish penalties wiped out the Cowboys from field goal range. First call, their review official said it was a bad call. It was a chop block, I think, down to the side. But it was Biotish penalties in that same drive. And that was it for my star downs.
Which, by the way, I don't know how that is a legal play.
Yeah. Going at the bottom of the leg.
I mean, a league that is just so into player safety lately, how is that play remotely legal?
The play that the entire sports world is talking about. The game, the moment, and the rant. Did the Kansas City Chiefs get cheated again? And Shohei Ohtani made his decision. That's all next. Hit us up here for the 6 a.m. Club at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The KC controversy and Shohei is a Dodger. Next.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Get your car.
Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Here they come again. There's a flag down at the line of scrimmage as the pass is to an open Travis Kelce, who flings it back over to Tony. My goodness, this is going for a touchdown.
An all-time cool play gets wiped out by an all-time dumb player in Kadarius Toney. Good morning, or an all-time bad call. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It is a Cowboys Monday, but let's talk about the call that took over and will take over today and this week. The National Football League, the Travis Kelce lateral is wiped out with Kadarius Toney lining up offsides for the Kansas City Chiefs. My boy, Josh Allen, and the Buffalo Bills survive to win at Arrowhead. The Chiefs have lost 4 out of their last 6 games.
Yeah, what a play that was. Like, just from the play standpoint, that was fun, man.
That was a
awesome.
design?
That was a great question. I have no idea.
Because he held on to that pretty late.
Pretty late. Yeah, he had to draw if it was designed, that was probably because he had to draw the defense in. But
yeah.
If not, I mean, that is awareness 99 right there.
You think Taylor Swift was just like losing her mind, so happy, like my man is the star,
Yes.
he's made the play, and then immediately she has to go, damn you, Kadarius Toney.
They couldn't find her in the box. They, of course, go up to the Taylor shot, and it was mayhem. You know, everyone was going crazy, could not find her in there. Boop! Tony Romo goes, but there's a flag. And they bring it back. What do you think of the call?
I don't know what the controversy is. It was offsides. Like, all right, now, I guess I got to know, because I've looked at this thing 5 million times. Did he look at the line judge for confirmation? All right. If he did and the line judge didn't say anything, then I've got a problem with the call. If he didn't, then what are we arguing about? What are we arguing about? And like they've called that play, 11 times now this year?
Yes.
Versus like maybe 10 the last 5 years?
1 last year, or 1 and 2 in the 2 previous years. They've called it a combined 3 times in the 2 years prior, 11 times this year. So point of emphasis has been made.
If why? First of all, do they give warnings? On holding calls, do they give warnings on every other play? Did the Chiefs cry when they won the Super Bowl on a hold call, a defensive holding that had happened all game? Did they cry? Like, I don't get it. Like, they're just whiners now.
Yeah, because
I'm starting to be out. I'm out. I'm out on them.
The issue here is, like that's the controversy here when it's we talk about the controversy. Apparently, the controversy is Andy Reid is like, we should have been given a heads up. We should have been told they should have actively told us. When in reality, they look over, they usually give the thumbs up, like, hey, am I good? That's what we killed. See, when we say there's only been 3 of them in the last couple years, I remember one of them vividly in Lambeau last year where Tolbert didn't check in. And the Cowboys were a little salty about it too. But I think they were just more frustrated by it and were looking for someone to take it out. And they didn't actively say, hey, this is the officiating's fault. But Kansas City yesterday was trying to, it felt like, definitely blame the officials and say, well, this is their fault. They should have told us.
Pat Mahomes goes berserk on the sidelines. And I was doing a decent job of lip reading him. He was basically saying, we fight our asses off the entire game, and you pull something like this. Some Tolos tried to come back at me and say he's really arguing that Von Miller was offsides, but I don't believe that was the case. Here's part of Pat and his post-game rant.
It's the call, man. Just in that moment, I mean, it's not even for myself or for me. It's just I know how much everybody puts into this game, and for it to happen on a flag change the outcome of a game. In that moment, I mean, I've played 7 years, never had offensive offsides called. I mean, that's elementary school. We talk about. I mean, you point to the ref, do all that different type of stuff, and it doesn't get called. And if it does, they warn you, and there was no warning throughout the entire game. And then you wait till there's a minute left in the game to make a call like that. It's just tough, man. I mean, lost for words, man. It's tough because regardless if we win or lose, man, just for it to end with another game, and we're talking about the refs, man. It's just not what we want for the NFL and for football.
And they're coming off what many thought was an all-time bad call against the Packers. So the MVS call, that was an all-time bad call. That was awful. But you do have a segment of the NFL fan base who is saying what you just said. Stop whining. Stop crying.
Yeah, absolutely. Stop whining. Like, and what's the what is he inferring there when he says you wait till the last minute? Are you telling me Kadarius Toney lined up offsides all game and
right.
you guys know he does, and you guys don't do anything about it? That's what I think is a little silly there. But look, just think of the benefit in general that the offensive players get of just the quick check-in, look to the sideline. Yep, you're lined up. The defensive players, Von Miller, if he was lined up in the neutral zone, they're not going up and going, hey, Von, take a step back. They never do it to any of the defense. They just say, hey, back up, buddy. You're lined up there.
Philly had a guy, an offensive lineman, lined up in the neutral zone last night.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either. I thought he was
the left guard.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. It was on the tush push, right? They still got. I think they got the first down anyway in the next play. But
yeah,
he was offsides. Like, what do you? At the end of the day, like, was he offside or not?
Well, so what Mahomes is? Well, that's what Mahomes is trying to say. He's like, when it comes to a receiver's hand or foot being a step offsides, those are the things that are interfering with the players showing off their true talents and deciding games out there on the field. That's what he's also trying to say. Yes, it's whiny. I don't have a major problem with them flagging Kadarius, but he's trying to speak to an overall officiating point of stay out of the way.
I get it.
Versus being in the spotlight. People want to watch our skills and our abilities, and they're really whiny, basically trying to say it was an all-time great play and you messed it up.
I agree. Stay out of the way in general, right? Yeah. You're just like let the players play, but I mean, it was a penalty. He wasn't like in the neutral zone. He was like on the other. He was in Bill's territory. All right, he was in, like, this is not his helmet was leaning over or his foot. Like, this guy was like literally he was lined up. I mean, like, if you're speeding and you're going like 8 over, like, you can't really argue, man. Like, you were speeding. Like, I get it. It was cheap. You know, if it's cheap if you're speeding. This was not that. You're 15 over the speed limit right there.
And like you say, Sean, it's a new point of it's a point of emphasis for them, obviously. This is not the same as like last night's call where everybody in the press box is going, did they just call clipping? Like, has clipping been called in the last 20 years? It's not like something like that. This is something that they've been calling. And you also don't know the outcome of the play when the ball is snapped and the official throws the flag. Yeah. He doesn't know what he's not letting go.
Andy Reid said it was a bit embarrassing for the National Football League for that to take place. A bit embarrassing. Was Von Miller offsides on his play?
No, I think that's how far offsides Kadarius Toney was that they looked close when they were intersecting and everything else.
Because that's all Chiefs Kingdom. Chiefs Kingdom is whining and crying. You decide to go ahead and ignore Von Miller jumping on defense.
That's whataboutism. Well, what about him? Well, he was offsides too. I mean, yeah, was he probably offside? So they probably called that. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes probably should have wore a different shirt at the press conference. That was
not a fan of it.
That was disgusting. That was the most offensive shirt I've ever seen in my life.
What shirt?
That shirt.
Oh,
that shirt right there. Oh, it's off.
So, do you think Von was off blatantly?
No, I don't think it was blatant.
I don't either.
And that's because the whole argument is that's much closer to me than it is 100%. You can see Kadarius Toney is not where he's supposed to be. Like, to me, I don't think the Von Miller one, and that can sometimes be, like, you're playing with, that's not an exact angle all the time either that we're seeing. It can be a little off center or a little, like that's not an exact representation of the line of scrimmage.
How are the Tolos voting? 877-881-1053. Try to take Kansas City, dynasty, the greatness of the Chiefs out of it. Ticky-tack, or it should have been called. Every rules official, by the way, Gene Steratore, the replay guy on NBC last night, they're all saying, guys, it was a flag. It was a legitimate flag. Now, normally the officials have each other's backs. Steratore, when officiating the line of scrimmage, general philosophy is not to be overly technical and split hairs over very minor infractions, like the receiver's hand slightly breaking the line of scrimmage. However, when an infraction is so egregious and obvious, a flag has to be thrown. Kadarius Toney is blatantly lined up offside and in the neutral zone. You rarely see an offsides penalty on the offense. That is not because this play is not a foul. It's because a receiver rarely lines up offsides.
Yeah,
that's territory.
It's look again. You're right. This was blatant. This was different. Like, This was not just a little bit offsides. He was really offsides. And if he looked over and the official gave him the go-ahead, then that's on the official. But if he didn't look over, then that's on him, man. It's just on him.
Andy Reid was annoyed. He wasn't warned, apparently has happened in the past. The pool report said, certainly no warning is required, especially if they are lined up so far off sides where they're actually blocking our view of the ball.
And generally the idea here is they need to quit whining. 682 says quit bitching, Chiefs. 254 says Tony was offsides. I mean, that's pretty clear to see. 214 Mahomes is a B. That was a flag. So not a lot of sympathy here with the fan listeners.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Shohei Ohtani picks the LA Dodgers $700 million.
One of those times where you will always remember where you were when something happened. I was in the kitchen, and my oldest Luca comes out of the bedroom.
What a role reversal!
I know, right? Well, I was getting something from the fridge, right? So I was getting something from the fridge, and Luca comes out of his bedroom, which is where he always is. He never leaves. Ohtani to the Dodgers. I'm like, really? Okay. He goes, $700 million, and I yelled back, $700 million?
You said for 20 years, right?
I was like, 7? I'm stunned. That I'm not sending one to the Dodgers. That number completely floored me. I have no comprehension of $700 million. None. He makes $890,000 for 2 games. Something like that. Insane. This is an insane number of monies.
He'd have to be, he'd have to be healthy that often for it to be 2 games that he's making that much money. I'm sure it's going to actually come out to like $1 million a game. I'm so glad this is over. He is such a egomaniac, and I'm so glad that the just like fawning over like, what will he do? What is Shohei gonna do? What did he name his damn dog? Is he gonna get number 17? Is Joe Kelly gonna give that up? Can we talk about him now? It's so stupid.
By the way,
glad it's done.
The dog's name has to be Dodger
or Chavez
or Oral
or Oral. Well, or
O-R-E-L.
Maybe it's Mookie. Could be Mookie.
Scully?
Could be Scully. Yeah.
Mook
Scully.
dog, yeah.
Lasorda.
Yeah.
Lasorda.
A lot of names could be.
After the Blue Jay embarrassment with John Morosi, my Lord. John Morosi reporting Shohei's on the plane. Shohei is on his way to Toronto. Bob Nightingale. He is not on the plane. He's at his home in Southern California. Turns out to be Robert off Shark Tank that's on the private plane that they were trying to track. Robert Herjavec. Robert, the securities dude on Shark Tank, ends up posting like himself in a Blue Jays jersey. Like, I signed guys. And John Morosi had to apologize to the world.
And they were apparently in Canada, they were so excited that they like stormed the plane. Where's Ohtani? Where's the we need to see your green cards. And then they realized it was all
Drake had an Ohtani jersey or something on his IG story. Shohei to the Dodgers. 7 years, $700 million.
10 years. Right?
I'm sorry. 10 years.
10 years.
$700 million.
7%. $100 million a year.
It'll get there one day.
It will. Someday.
It'll get there someday. One way or the other. Back to the Cowboys. Beatdown of the Eagles. Where do they stand now in the division and the conference? And is there just one thing standing in the Cowboys' way when it comes to getting to the Super Bowl next? But first, there's one thing standing in your way of a faster and quicker retirement. It is Trajan Wealth, a phone call away. It's yourself. Don't sit there and stop yourself from that beach. You could be sitting in the sand right now and not dealing with 30-degree temperatures. You just got to pick up that phone and get over that hump. You're like, you know what? I don't understand the finances. I didn't either until I
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
4th down and 9. Snap back, pressured up the middle, throws it out, caught by Smith at the 30, and Gilmore there with a huge tackle. A good 7 yards short of the first down, and the Eagles will turn it over on downs, and that is a really good defensive stand.
Stephon Gilmore, Brandon Aubrey, and who would be your clear number 3 star up if you had to pick one?
Jake Ferguson.
Oh, yeah, Ferg. Good call.
Oh, Fergie Ferg.
The Dallas Cowboys dominate the first half, and that was enough. 33-13 over Filthy. What was your turning point or nail in the coffin moment in this one? For me, it was the touchdown. What, the coin flip?
Coin flip. As soon as that went their way, and I knew honestly, that has become so huge for them. If they're at home, they should always take the ball first. Because when they score so easily at home. It puts so much pressure on Philadelphia. To be completely honest, it was not the coin flip, but it was that first fumble recovery. When they forced the first fumble, and just the fact that, okay, this is the kind of night it's going to be. And Hurts, there was some discussion that people were like, okay, did Hurts actually fumble there? What happened? When he slammed his hand on the turf, I was like, all right, this isn't getting overturned. You know that ball came out early.
3 fumbles recovered in the first matchup, all by Philly. They did not get lucky like that last night. Hurts, AJ, and Devontae fumble. What was your moment?
The touchdown right before the half. That great teams, they get the ball with 2 minutes left. They very easily could have said, hey, look, let's just get some points here. No, they went for the throat. At 17-6, knowing Philly gets the ball back to start the second half. Let's just say they went in at 17-6 and they didn't score on that drive. Philly gets the ball, a touchdown there. I mean, we've got a completely different game. At 24-6, I think everybody in the building knew what was going to happen. So for me, that was the turning point, that touchdown right before the half.
That was the Dak Gallup touchdown after the beautiful play to Cooks to the 1. I was hoping Brandon Cooks got him right there. Hussey picked up a flag there as well. That was a 2-for-1 Cooks penalty on that drive where the face mask turned into 25 yards, 15 and 10. That got him into field goal range. Beautiful play to Cooks. So in a minute 28, and I thought that was the turning point as well. In a $1:28, they went 8 plays for 75 yards. 10th straight drive that the Eagles defense had given up points.
Is that good?
That's not good. That's not good. Collinsworth is like, they look tired. They look tired. I don't know whether the schedule has beaten them up, but that made it night-night, game over, 24-6.
Yeah, specifically on that, when they go down there and they score right before the half, there were a couple of big things there. You had the 3rd and 6 pass interference on Ringo that was really big on Brandon Cooks. That was one that, when they were able to convert that. And then you've got that pass to Brandon Cooks, that 30-yarder down the field, down to the 1, where I thought he had scored initially when we saw it live.
Yeah.
But just big play after big play. Philadelphia is the worst 3rd down defense I think I've ever seen. They can't stop. This is now, they're definitely the worst in the NFL right now. They're 32nd in the NFL. They are giving up on 3rd down 50% this year, which is ridiculous.
Mike McCarthy on the importance of last night's W.
I mean, it's definitely an important victory. I mean, these division games are so difficult, always have been, regardless of the year. But we understand once you get the double digits, 10 wins, 11 wins really give you a clear picture of what you need to get done. But they've been playing great ball all year. So we felt like we had the opportunity up in Philadelphia. So we needed to get this game. And more importantly, I just wanted to see us take a step as a football team, because it's about winning, always be about winning. But, you got to improve. You have to improve down the stretch here. You want to be playing your best football in December. And I think we got off to a great start tonight.
And there's Mike McCarthy. Did they give him a game ball for returning from the appendix?
They asked about it. They were like, hey, Dak, did y'all toss him the game ball? Did you do a big speech or anything? He's like, and Dak goes, we giving out game balls for appendicitis now? So sounding a little like me out there. But, man, this was, hit some 50 Cent. That's what we need.
They played this for McCarthy coming back into the facility on Friday. Little 50.
So this is what's I love there. Is it and he's clear. Look, he's post-op.
I love this guy's music too. When he was in his run,
I bet I could definitely see you just jamming out in your old Jeep out there, listening to some Get Rich or Die Trying.
You didn't love Fitty?
No, I do. I love him. No, it's good stuff. But this is what's what's funny is that, and look, I know McCarthy's coming off of surgery. He's got the anesthesia still in his system. To say Philly's played really great football all year, he obviously doesn't realize now at this point, 13 weeks into the season, they are even on net touchdowns
I'm
with
trying
opponents.
to think of what McCarthy song you could do to this. Turn it up.
Like redo this song?
Yeah, like McCarthy man. Many McCarthy man. McCarthy man.
I could
Let's work on something maybe.
He likes to swash watermelon, so you can go watermelon. You can do that.
No,
you just shut up.
I'm not gonna do that.
You just shut up.
You leave the comedy to the funny the funny writer.
Yeah, that's true. Just ask Amanda. This is the funny one over here.
That's right. My wife, crowning Choppy.
Really?
We don't have time for that. It ruined his whole weekend.
It ruined my entire
Why?
weekend because it was just she drew a clear dividing line that no, Choppy is funnier than you.
So Cowboys are the second seed in the NFC, but as they pointed out nonstop last night, Philadelphia still controls everything with the easier schedule down the stretch. So if the Eagles win out, they will win the NFC East.
I hate how they group difficult schedules and easy schedules, and the Cowboys had a really easy stretch, Philly had a really tough one, and now the Cowboys go to a really tough stretch, and Philadelphia goes into the second easiest stretch or whatever in the NFL.
What do you
It's just
hate
the
about
trimester. It's the trimester, man.
What do you hate about
I don't know. I just like to balance it out a little bit. Now they can't. There's no way they can know.
They don't know.
There's no way they can. But they knew. You could tell that Buffalo, Kansas City, San Francisco, and the Cowboys are going to be good. You knew that Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami, and Detroit were going to be good teams. You knew that going in.
Pepe is spying on Filthy Radio. He said we have some clips. It's better than last week, and we're going to have headlines, and we're going to have a Green Day ticket giveaway for today's Expressway here on Sean and RJ. You want to sing that one?
No.
You listen to me whine.
Yes. All right, let's check on the rest of the conference. The big hurdle, the only hurdle, they got it done.
McCaffrey has 134 on 10 carries. Play action to him. Purdy going to throw down the sideline. Kittle's got it. The flag is down. 10-5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
134 on 10 carries. He had like a 70-yarder his first touch. McCaffrey ends up with 16 for 145. Debo 7 for 149. They get under the skin of DK Metcalf. Brock Purdy. Is this a two-horse MVP race right now? After what Jalen Hurts did last night, Purdy 368 and 2. San Fran beats Seattle 28-16. Now, we all become the biggest Seahawk fans in the world this week. The problem, maybe it won't be a problem coming up, is that Drew Lock played for Geno. Geno missed this game with a groin issue. Will he be able to return? Because when you look at the Eagles' schedule, Seattle is the only thing remotely close to presenting them with a loss. That is it. But yesterday, San Fran improves to 10-3.
Yeah, and if Geno didn't play, it's it could get ugly. It could. I mean, Philadelphia, like Bobby's pointed out, he's right. Philadelphia doesn't make any game ugly from a scoring standpoint. But yeah, it's we need them. We need them big time, and it probably is a two-horse race. Maybe Tua could sneak his body in there, and he may.
Been totally forgotten.
He may do it tonight. They're playing Tennessee, and it's a home game. I mean, if they put up 50, on national TV, I mean that might. Although it's a simulcast tonight. There's two games.
Oh, Packers Giants.
It's a doubleheader at the same time.
There's one game on.
Titans, Dolphins, Packers, Giants.
Now I can only watch one.
Goodness, you gonna lock in for Tommy Cutlets and Jordan Love then?
Because of
do
the blackout.
Do we still have? Do we not have ABC yet? I didn't.
We don't. I tried to watch the NBA in-season championship cup, and I had to switch it to. They had like Kevin Hart on an extra one. So, Packers, Giants. You won't be getting unless you have ESPN Plus.
Yeah, and now
which game? They're both on. No issue for you. Which one are you watching? Which one are you picking?
Oh, I want to see Miami's offense.
Yeah, I want to see Miami score 50. I'm not interested in watching the eyesore of the Giants and the Packers, especially after nothing went the Cowboys' way yesterday in clinch scenarios.
You want to see a train wreck? The Manning cast is going to try to do both games at the same time.
No.
Yeah, they're going to try.
That'll be good.
That might be a nightmare.
That'll be fun.
I mean, you'll be able to watch both. They'll be on a split screen, so that could be cool. But could you imagine those two trying to try to keep their ADD on one game.
Ending of the day took place in Baltimore.
Ethan Evans punting to Tylan Wallace. Evans hangs a wobbler. Wallace settles under it at the 25, gets a block, comes to the near side, 30, spins out of one tackle, 35, along the near sideline, 40. He's at midfield. Wallace to the 40, still on his feet, 30, 20, 10, celebration time, no flags. Wallace in the end zone, Hayes in the barn, and the Ravens win it in overtime.
A walk-off win. This was an amazing game. I was rooting so hard for the Rams. I wanted to get my apology letter ready for Sean McVay and Matt Stafford, but Baltimore ends up winning 37-31. They improve to 10-3, and this made you feel better about the Cowboys, right?
It does. It does make me feel a little bit better about Dallas, because Dallas obviously kind of throttled them when they came to AT&T Stadium at the end of October, but they had been on a good stretch here. Like, they had beaten Seattle, they beat the Browns. Cleveland's been a good team this year. Obviously, they have Arizona in that stretch, but the fact that they then played Baltimore as close as they did too, it's like, okay, that was probably a better Rams team that you beat than we gave them credit for at the time.
Yeah, I was at that game. That was a big win. Like, that was like they dominated that game start to finish. And the Rams they've been sneaky good.
Yeah.
Sneaky good this year. I wonder if Baltimore was looking ahead.
That's generally not like them. They usually just go in there and take care of business. There was
San Fran?
Yeah.
They were yesterday. I think the Rams were just making plays. Stafford had a bunch of insane throws in this one.
Yes.
They were just, I think, taking it to. Honestly, this was a game yesterday you could argue the Rams should have won.
Worst loss of the day. There's an argument for it in Chicago.
Awaiting the snap, Justin Fields movement off the left side. Free play for Justin. Works it down the left side. He's got DJ Moore at the 5. Loping into the end zone for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears, and they're back in front.
What are the Lions doing? Jumping on the 4th down, giving up the DJ Moore touchdown. The Chicago Bears should have swept Detroit this year.
Yeah.
Detroit got lucky in that comeback game. 28-13 Bears, and RJ's Lions fall to 9-4. After the game, Dan Campbell said, "What's the adjustment? I got to start getting a little more snippy around here." And he goes, "That's easy for me to do." Lions lose to Chicago after you started selling some Detroit stock last week.
Their defense is soft as baby. You know what? That is, they're soft, and the offense can't play catch up. The way
Not
they
my
had
sons lately. My lord.
No,
It's like I said. Apparently, we have a teenager here that I don't know about.
All right, good stuff.
Anyway,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've been there. Look, it's that Lions team is not as good as they were about a month ago. It's been a really bad stretch for them, and now their stretch is Saturday night game, short week. Then they play Sunday, and they got another Saturday night game against the Cowboys. So the teams may be easy because they've got Minnesota, they got Denver home, Minnesota, Cowboys, Minnesota. But that is that's tough. That's been a tough month for them.
Frauds. That's what they're showing themselves to be lately. They're just a fraudulent football team. Their one great win on the schedule is the opening night win over Kansas City when Kansas City was missing like 2 of their 3 best players, and Kansas City still probably should have beaten them.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've not had that great win other than that one.
Jaden Daniels wins the Heisman. LSU quarterback getting the hardware.
This is a very strange Heisman. There was nobody that really stood out on a great team this year. Right?
Least amount of fanfare I can remember for a Heisman in a long time.
Absolutely. I would have given it to Penix.
That's who my Mac Engel voted for.
Yeah, I would have given it to Penix. Look, he was really, really good. Jaden Daniels, my biggest issue with him is he had one win against top 25 team all year. And of his 50 touchdowns, 13 of them came against Grambling and Georgia State. It's 20%. It's over 20% of them. And then if you add in Army, it's like 40% of his touchdowns were against those 3 teams. I don't know. That's just that's padding stats right there. That to be a 3-loss guy on a Heisman Trophy when you got an undefeated dude that's right there. I don't know. I had a problem.
We need your Cowboys, Eagles headlines for the Expressway. Peyton has been spying on Filthy Radio and a Green Day ticket giveaway. We're about to be commercial free on Sean and RJ with a Cowboys Monday next.
Let's get some hair put on top of your head. Dr. Mark Bishara. You've been losing that. It's been going on for a few years now. Maybe you're...
6.
Second and 11, high snap, pulls it down, looking, Parsons coming, Parsons.
Well, Brad Sham knew that Micah was going to get it done right there. That was the call on this radio station. Brad returning from the health issue. Glad you're waking up with us to celebrate the start of your week. 33-13 over Filthy. What should and will the headlines be reading this morning? We need your creativity on the truckwreck.com text line. In case you're new to the show, this is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are the home of America's team, and this is the Expressway, commercial free, usually with a giveaway to thank you for turning it on. That's our station slogan, Tolo. Turn it on, leave it on. And today and this week, every day, tickets to Green Day. My boy Chad Snyder already hitting me up. How do I get those Green Day tickets? You got to listen for Peyton's cue to call, and bam, you're going to get it. We're going to spy on Philly radio here, and then your Cowboy phone calls at 8 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. Let's get to some headlines. What do you got, Ralph? The Great Jake.
Okay.
Burgerlicious. Jump into first.
Okay.
Can you take me higher?
Oh.
And then love Dactually, because it's Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Loved actually. I do like that. Filet mignon.
Oh, I like that
mignon.
one. Filet mignon. Yes, very nice.
Mic
It's a real
drop.
It's a real steak.
Mic drop. Yes, exactly. Mic drop. We spell that M-I-K-E for Mike McCarthy.
Oh, okay.
He gets a headline here. Sorry, Ani.
All right.
Man, I was really disappointed, man. He did not have any punchable faces last night. Now, everyone responded to me and said his face 24/7 is punchable, but he didn't have any whine. He didn't have any celebration that drives you insane. He gets under your skin. Very melancholy.
I was happy that he didn't wear that stupid visor. It's a dumb look. Nobody looks good in a visor. But then again, I saw his haircut. And nobody looks good in that haircut either.
What happened?
I don't know. I just did. It was very, I don't know. It looked like the haircut of a 5-year-old.
And then my last one here. Jalen Hurts isn't a real quarterback, and it's ridiculous people had him in the MVP conversation. The Eagles suck. Peyton, you were so stupid to say that he was the MVP favorite 2 weeks ago. You can't put it in the same print height that you normally would, but I think you can fit it in.
It's an entire paper.
Is this your biggest full chest stick out moment on the Eagles so far this year?
I mean, collectively the last 2 weeks. But, I mean, especially last night, Dallas didn't even play that dominant, and they just thumped them by 20. So, I mean, it's pretty close.
Fly, Fergie, Fly was probably my favorite one with Ferguson showing off the hops. Pepe, any on the truckred.com text line that we need to get to before we spy on Eagles radio?
A lot of Brandon Aubrey ones coming in here. 817 kicked them to the curb.
Okay.
And then 817 also says, you like Dak.
You like
Dak.
You like Dak.
MVP.
Okay.
I got to say, last night, the sick, twisted part of me for our headlines was really hoping almost that there would be a very controversial 4th and 1 that the Cowboys didn't convert since Barry Switzer was at the game last night. Which, by the way, very interesting. Jerry was not accessible to Jeffrey Lurie. Jeffrey Lurie stood there like with his arms crossed, like waiting to talk to Jerry for like 5 minutes, but Jerry was very busy introducing people to Barry Switzer and then came over and, oh, hi, Jeffrey Lurie. Nice to see you there.
And you made your little Barry Switzer joke?
Yes, because Barry Switzer was 28 years to the day of load left, which is the play that they failed on 4th and 1 on back-to-back opportunities against the Eagles in 1995 that people were like, oh, this team's never going to win another game again.
Barry Switzer was in the house. John Legend was in the house. And Blake Griffin was in the house as well, rooting on the Cowboys.
I don't know. Maybe because it was such a long day. When I saw John Legend on the TV, like I didn't see him on the sideline. When I saw him on the TV and they were like showing him on the sideline, I didn't think of him as physically being there. For some reason, I just wasn't even conscious of, oh, he's down there right now. Otherwise, I would have gone down there and been like, is Chrissy here?
Everyone just hopes that Chrissy's not there.
Yeah.
She annoys everyone in the whole world.
She can annoy me. I'll ask.
But John Legend in the house in Arlington. All right. Tolos, immediately after you get a win over Filthy, ask to spy. I was like, it's been very below mid, as Bobby would say lately.
Just like Philadelphia.
In our last meeting with the show, with the boss about the show, we were like, we don't have to spy anymore. And I said, I'll leave it up to Pepe. What did you decide?
10 times better than last week. Last week was awful. We all agreed with that. Sean, you called them out. Philly radio was garbage coming off the loss against the 49ers. They were all still high, last week, maybe not that high, but, high off the loss because, they're still first in the NFC. But you lose to Dallas, and it takes a little turn. We start with 94 WIP. Man, the callers brought it. We go to Frank in Philly.
Frank!
He was upset, and like I said last week, when the Eagles lose, it doesn't matter if it's first loss of the year or 10th loss, you got to blame someone. Quarterback, GM, owner, or coach. He goes after Nick Sirianni here, and Frank, you could say this loss was a little bittersweet to him.
Well, this song, Bittersweet Symphony, there's nothing bittersweet about last night. Unless you want to say, well, I wake up and my team's got a 10-3 record, but come on, no one's in the mood.
Sounds
for
like
that.
a Wednesday conversation.
No, yeah, it does. No one is in the mood for that. Let's go to the phones here. Kevin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. What's going on, y'all?
Hey, Kevin.
All we was doing is regression, and I swear, I think Jalen Hurts regressed. I don't think Jalen Hurts. I think the only reason why he's top 3 or top 5 is because the quarterbacks in the league stink this year. I think he regressed. I'm starting to see Carson Wentz type of stuff.
There's
coming from
some
him.
of that.
I see regression, and I see he did get a little bit better than that. But another thing that pissed me completely off is we losing at halftime. We come back out at halftime. Time is ticking on the clock. We walking around like we up.
I agree.
We walking up to the huddle. I mean, there was no type of sense of urgency there, and I blame that a lot to do with coaching. I blame it on coaching. I don't think that Nick Sirianni is the man for the job. I just don't.
I'm not ready to make that leap. I'm not ready to make that leap.
You know why I'm gonna make that leap? Because I don't like the fact that he's all the way he coaches. I just don't like the fact that he's just so okay. We just lost and we'll just get better. How many times we gonna hear that? I'm tired of hearing it.
Well, listen,
it needs to be boots in somebody's ass. I'm sick of it.
Good job, Peyton.
Wow, that was nice. These
guys are morons. I'm sorry. These people are morons.
Fire him. Get rid of him.
Last year they wanted Gannon gone.
Yeah.
Were they not the number 1 defense in the NFL last year?
Yeah.
Fire
They
Gannon.
set the sack record.
They set the sack
They set the
Gotta
sack
fire
record.
Gannon. Nick Sirianni's been there, what, 3 years? Jalen Hurts has gone from a guy who was like, this afterthought. He made the playoffs in a rebuilding year. He made the Super Bowl last year. They're tied for the best record in the league right now. Fire the head coach.
10-3.
Yeah.
10-3.
I'd make him the coach of the year every year because what you see on the field is that they're not that good, and he still miraculously gets them to where they are.
Like, he's a solid, like, all D-bag looks aside, I mean, he's a solid football coach.
Yeah, he is. I don't want to go too far, but
It's too early.
not since.
Ooh, say whatever you're gonna say because I can see your hesitation.
He has pulled out the most little tricks and loopholes in the National Football League since Belichick.
Wow.
I'm trying to think of. I was trying to think of where I'm putting Vrabel in there. Vrabel had like a little run where he was figuring out a couple things, and it's like, whoa, Mike Vrabel figured that out. Belichick disciple. Nick Sirianni has been that in the NFC. He just has.
Yeah, he did that. Well, I mean, dating back to Indy. There was that video they posted last week that was out there about how he figured out the tush push, where he started it with Jacoby Brissett. He's like, ooh, let's try this. If you do this thing, and then he brings this offensive line coach out there who's got a rugby background, and I mean, he finds things, man.
Turned Jalen Hurts into an MVP candidate.
He's a good coach. Like, I think a lot of teams would be happy to have him.
That was good though. He's not the guy. He doesn't flip out. 10-3 is not good enough. What else we got from WIP?
Let's go over to your buddies at 97.5, The Fanatic in Philly. They didn't take any calls the first couple segments. They were just hosts, just going off. And this is Pat. He's upset that the Eagles now have lost 2 in a row, which, I mean, I can't imagine your team losing 2 in a row. Not my team. They would never do that. But this is Pat upset of how the Eagles responded after the loss last week to the 49ers.
Pat, I mean, I know you're angry, as most people are, but has any of that worn off? Because last week you stayed very patient.
No, the game ended 5 hours ago. 6 hours. No, it hasn't worn off. What the hell was that? That's how they respond. That's how they respond from crapping the bed. Is they crap the bed again? I would love to know what Sean Desai did all week. Did he just take a vacation? Did he go to Cabo? Because his game plan sucked. The fact that I'm not coming in and my number one, enemy of the state is Brian Johnson is shocking to me, considering, the wide receivers and everybody decided to just cough up the ball. Nick Sirianni, I don't know what the hell he does during the week. I tweeted out at one point, but like, good thing I'm not down at NovaCare with a sign because he wouldn't be buying me coffee today.
That was a host?
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell Sirianni. So it's Nick Sirianni's fault that their three arguably biggest stars all coughed up fumbles. That's his game plan.
Yeah.
Game plan not good enough. They're referring to the sign of the Eagle fans getting on Sirianni and Nick sending out coffee for them. I love the sign at the end of the game. Cry Eagles Cry with Sirianni and the national anthem tears that Peyton's tweet blew up with at the Super Bowl. They're melting down.
They're melting down.
I love it.
This is wild. I mean,
through a crazy schedule. Through a crazy schedule. Now let's see what they say when they have the Giants twice and Arizona.
Oh, they're the best team ever. Oh, they are emotionally unhinged up there.
I didn't even listen to this. Normally, I always tell Peyton preview it. We don't have to preview it. This is Seth Joyner, who's now the old dinosaur bad guy. Although I'm sure he's a hero to many there. He's the former Eagle linebacker who has been calling them out, especially defensively. Here's what Seth Joyner said last night on their TV post.
Seth, I want to let you let loose.
Oh, I'm not going deep tonight. I'm just not. You know, the truth is it's a bad football team. They fooled us.
Mm-hmm.
They fooled us through, 11 games into believing that they are really good, and they're just not.
Ooh.
And that sits at the crux of it all. Today was the clincher for me because understanding what's at stake and how you played last week, there's no way that you can show up, and put that out what they just did there. It really does go beyond, just the players. When I see the way that our cornerbacks play and I see the way that our linebackers play, it's evident to me that there's coaching issues there because those players aren't fundamentally sound at either position.
Wow.
They're going to fire that whole coaching staff, blow it all up.
I am thrown.
You probably, Peyton, good job. Wait. I love capturing others' misery. This is so fantastic. I know you probably weren't able to hear this while at the stadium. Well, but the TV guys were saying that Sirianni asked them, Tirico and Collinsworth, to hype up Al Harris a ton so that Al Harris would get hired as a defensive coordinator and taken off the Cowboys staff. So that made me think of that when Seth Joyner and the Eagles TV crew is killing the Eagles defensive coaches, secondary coaches as well. And by the way, you want another reason to hate this team? Bobby, are you aware of the Darius Slay rule?
No.
Darius Slay got mad at Mike Tirico, who came on last week. You're not allowed to call him Darius. He said, seriously, he got mad. Do not refer to me as Darius.
Big play.
Just Slay.
Or Slayton.
Only his grandparent can refer to him as Darius. He does not like it. So last night on the broadcast, every single play that involved Darius, they stayed away from it. They did not say Darius at all. It's just Slay.
Shohei Slay. Listen at that. That sounds exactly like some Shohei Ohtani stuff.
Do not refer to me by my first name. You guys are not allowed to do that.
And this is right
Does
after.
not like it.
This is right after he fought.
Did you not pick up on this during the game?
Mm-mm.
This is right.
How the hell did you miss that? He referred to it 10 times.
Just didn't hear it. Didn't pick up on it.
So Dak is obviously a Mississippi State alum, and that's where Darius Slay went, and they've got a relationship. And whenever I've heard Dak refer to it, like on mic'd up segments, other stuff, he will call him Slayton. He won't say he won't say Darius. He'll say Slayton.
I would call him Darius just to be petty.
What is up with the two? Are they going to acquire everybody in the league who refuses to go by Darius now? They got Shaq Leonard. They got Darius Slay. It's like, you're not allowed to call us by our names.
And Darius Leonard was on the field yesterday. I was wondering, I was like, is he even active? And then I think they mentioned him for a second.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't look great. Just like now, I will say, props to, I had trashed on Friday and on Love the Star, trashed Nicholas Morrow, the linebacker, who was not great, but he made a couple plays last night. He was not the black hole. They tried, to the Cowboys' credit, they tried to attack him like I wanted to, and it didn't end up the way you wanted to. It wasn't the laugh fest that I thought it was. But by the way, this is the 8th victory now for the Cowboys this year of 20-plus points. It is the second loss for the Eagles of 20-plus points. How many victories do the Eagles have of 20-plus points this year?
1?
0.
0.
0. Not a 1, because they're frauds. This is what they do. They eke by against the bad teams, and when the great teams come to town, they get their asses handed to them.
Speaking of frauds, how about the intro for this? Bryce Harper. They sat down Bryce Harper for the NBC intro.
Real talk now. When I was a kid, I grew up mesmerized by the blue star on the silver helmet. All the glory and tradition of America's team. I was a Cowboys fan. And then I moved to Philly.
And it's gone!
Kind of a work thing.
Harper's 300th career home run.
If you know my city, you know what the Eagles mean to us. They're part of the Philly fabric, Philly pride, and the Philly way. And so I know from being on both sides of this rivalry, how important this game tonight is to these teams.
Give me everything you got!
All the history.
These are two teams that just simply don't like each other.
All the memories.
You can feel it in your bones.
Believe me, as an athlete, when you become part of that, you get consumed by it. So even if they weren't two of the best teams in football, when these two sides get together,
it's going to be a barn burner.
It just matters more. Philly, Dallas on Sunday night.
Bryce Harper might be the biggest cuck in sports.
Oh wow, that's a
what?
Say that? A big statement. You can say that. You can say
what a loser! Oh my gosh, that is sickening. Look.
He sits down. I can't even believe he sits down. He's like, I used to like one, but now I like the other.
You look. You've said it before. It is in the best interest of everybody, like for the show and everything else, for the Cowboys to do great. That's what you root for.
Yeah.
You grew up a Washington
I'm basically
fan.
the Bryce Harper radio host. I can't say much.
No, but you grew up a Washington fan. You
You
grew up a Washington fan. If NBC approached you and were like, hey, they're going back to your hometown, would you please record this video segment for the television to just go my city, Dallas, and my cow? You'd be like, even if you're not a fan of them, where you'd be like, this feels dirty. I'm not going to do this.
Never.
It's awful. What a loser.
He sat there
Real talk now.
He sat there and admitted that he was a two-faced sports fan.
It's clown segment, bro.
Clown segment.
Next, they'll get LeBron.
Gosh,
for Cowboys Browns.
He is worse than LeBron.
He hates LeBron. Doesn't like the Cowboys.
That's
anymore.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He'll sit down and say, "I grew up, and then I hated Jerry, and then that Jerry school photo came out."
Yeah,
and
I couldn't believe that he
Cleveland.
I couldn't believe that he did that piece.
Who, Bryce?
Yeah, I couldn't believe he did the piece either. Because people change sports teams, you move cities. I get it. It's happened. He certainly isn't the first to change affiliations when moving.
He is the first to record a 60-second promo.
He's the first to do a
celebrating
promo
what
about
a
it.
loser he is.
He's his first to do a promo.
I had to play that for you. Good job, Pepe, getting the audio.
Top two villains in sports to me now are Bryce Harper and Shohei Ohtani.
And
baseball has taken
you know
over.
what?
We haven't heard two words ever from Shohei out of his mouth.
Bryce, baseball would love Bryce to be the face of the sport. They would love just his personality. He actually has a personality, unlike Mike Trout.
All right, Cowboy phone calls coming up at 8 o'clock here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's a Cowboys Victory Monday. That was great satisfaction, spying on Filthy and making fun of everybody else. In order to thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, Expressway commercial free. We're going to do this every day this week.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Green Day in concert on September 11th, 2024 at Globe Life Field, courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, let's recap the weekend. The debauchery, what did everybody get into? We call this best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm going to start off with a subject that Bobby Bell brought to our attention when he walked in this morning. Started texting about it. I wasn't really following what he was saying last night. A food discussion in the Cowboys press box.
Yeah,
maybe your dumbest take of all time.
Yeah,
could be.
I don't care. So we're sitting there at the press box. Chiafalo is on plate 12. I mean, and he says
how does he eat so much and stay skinny?
I don't know. Eric said he thinks he consumes more calories on game day than he does the rest of the week.
Well, it's free.
Exactly. So he loads up on it. The guy who's skipping tolls to get to the stadium.
Is he not like worn down and like sick or sleepy during the game?
No. He doesn't do post or anything. He usually hangs around until halftime, then he drives home during halftime so that he can watch the second half at home. But that first half, that's the other thing. It was just one half of football, and he loaded up on, I said 12. It was legitimately probably 7 plates of food. And I mean, it's like
they serve cheesesteaks.
So he gets full slice. They did cheesesteaks at halftime. He ate one of those. He ate the brisket egg rolls dipped in queso. Ooh. He went and got at least 3 plates of prime rib, where there were like 3 slices put on top of it, and then I mean a full cup,
they
a
had
measuring
prime
cup.
rib cheesesteaks and brisket egg rolls.
Every single week they have the prime rib, and then they have the brisket egg rolls at halftime, and then it rotates the special thing. But I'm not kidding either. A full measuring cup of horseradish on top of each plate of prime rib.
Proud of you, Eric. Proud of you.
So,
Gotta have the horseradish.
Love horseradish.
He was going to town on everything.
Was it the cream horseradish or straight horseradish?
It looked like
was it a white sauce?
I thought it was ranch at first.
Yeah, it's cream.
And so that's what it is. But I don't remember
if he ate that straight horseradish, then I'd be real impressed.
I don't remember how he referenced it or how he said it, but he said something about like, I mean, like you get steak up here. I was like, it's not steak. He's like, well, right here, the prime rib. I was like, prime rib's not steak. He's like, yes, it is. And so we started going back and forth and fighting about it. Wolchuk was walking by. We stopped Wolchuk, asked Zach. Zach agreed with me. Said prime rib, we would not count as steak. So I don't think that's steak. And you guys think this is an awful take of mine.
Yeah.
It might like be the actual definition of steak. It's just straight meat.
Yeah. Meat and fat.
So prime
is
rib
brisket steak?
No.
Why? Why is that different?
You know, it's a good question.
Yeah, I also think
it's a fair question.
I think it depends on how it's cut. Like if it's very thinly sliced, you could call it a steak sandwich, but I wouldn't say you're just eating steak. But if you get a regular prime rib and it's thick, it's like a good inch thick. I mean, that's a steak.
It was not an inch thick. I mean, it was like thin slices. But I just don't I view it similar to brisket is how I view prime rib.
Interesting. Why isn't brisket steak if prime rib is? That's interesting.
But now, if you just took a big brisket and you didn't slice it thin, you just sliced a big chunk out of it, and you just ate it like a steak,
Eric was putting up a fight. Eric was very upset by it. Like he was like resisting the idea that it wasn't. He's like, screw you guys, you don't know what you're talking about. This is steak. Like he's like, what else would you call it?
Yeah.
And I was like, it's its own thing. It's like how a hot dog is a hot dog. It's just its own thing. That's how I view it.
Oh,
you
it's
don't think it's pork? You don't think hot dog's pork like a pig?
It's in a hot dog
214
category.
prime rib is a roast, just like a chuck roast.
Just like my chili's a stew.
Yeah, exactly. 903, the prime rib is ribeye, so it's a steak. 903, prime rib is by definition is a roast by definition in the way it's cooked. A lot of people are saying it's a roast.
Okay, so like pot roast is not a steak.
No.
But you eat a pot roast, you're not thinking you're eating steak that night. Interesting.
I think we're looking at it like though.
Can't believe I lost a food battle to Bobby.
Are we not looking at it a little
that was
bit
quick too?
Literally,
it was like the Cowboys last night.
Like it is a ribeye, right? It's just
you're gonna argue looking at something too literally?
Hey,
you're literal out of the loop.
It's a Monday. I am gonna hypocrite on Monday.
So 956 is very detailed here. It says prime rib is the whole rib that makes up the ribeye steak. So when you slice it, it essentially becomes a ribeye steak.
Yeah.
Brisket as a roast. Prime rib is cooked like a roast, but when you cut it up, it is a steak. So that's what 956 is. But I disagree. This is
cooked in a giant, like it's not cooked individually.
If I said,
who cares?
If I said,
when you on New Year's, I mean. You can cook a whole tenderloin, right? And then you cut it up into fillets. You have a whole ribeye rack, and you can cut it up into individual steaks. It's a steak.
But if I was telling you, I was like, Sean, we're cooking. Would you like some steak? And you're like, yes, absolutely. Then I came out there and I dropped a plate of sliced prime rib in front of you.
Right.
Would you be like, this is not what I was expecting you were bringing me?
Yeah, if it's sliced thin, I wouldn't call it a steak. I mean, it could be a steak sandwich, but like if it's under the steak on the
usually
menu,
prime rib is thick.
Yeah, usually if it's the thick prime rib, like you're getting like you're gonna go steakhouse.
Like when we went to a Brass Ram.
Oh yeah.
That was a prime rib steakhouse.
See, Eric and I have thought about this prime rib.
Shout out Brass Ram, by the way.
Because Eric was Eric has all year told me, go up to the prime rib carving station. I refuse to go. I have anxiety about the carving station. I was like, it just seems like a weird thing of like just putting my plate in front of this person who's got this. I just feel weird.
You feel like you're belittling them?
I feel like it's a weird dynamic. I feel it's like
the prime rib person?
I feel it's a weird dynamic. But Eric all year encouraged me, just go up there. It's so good. Go up there. So last week, I walked up to the front. He's like, they don't do anything. You just put your plate out there and do it. So I walk up there and I put my plate out, and this lady is just staring at me, waiting for me to say something. And she goes, yeah. I was like, can I have? And I was like, Eric,
you held
jerk.
out the plate and she didn't do anything?
No, she was like,
man.
yeah. And I was like,
Can
I have some? And she's like, which one? And I was like, I don't. And I just walked away. I walked away. I didn't even end up getting the prime rib. I just left in like a embarrassed, like, Eric lied to me. You knew that they asked, and you told me, no, you don't have to ask anything. You just put your plate up there.
It can't be more awkward than Eric going into the Cowboys press box in sweatpants. That has to be the most awkward part of it.
Is that what he does?
I assume it's all he ever wears.
He came in there, I think yesterday was sweatpants, Crocs, and he did have the Tolo beanies that we were giving away. He had the gray one.
Speaking of enemy territory, you saw a lot of Eagles fans last night in Arlington. Peyton Russell pulled off the armpit road trip and returned yesterday to work the Cowboy game.
Sean, you called it the armpit for a reason. That place was disgusting.
Okay, so how many times have you been to Houston?
Only twice, but I haven't been since, like 2004, 2005. I went there as a young boy, and I don't remember it. But went back, and I mean, the roads suck. The people suck.
So you went with your girlfriend?
Yes, I went with Mackenzie. We drove down there Friday night. It was for a friend's birthday party. I don't know the friend, but they went to college, so we went down to meet. But the only reason why I went there was for one thing, to visit the home of the Rangers. Minute Maid Ballpark. That's the one request. I said, okay, we're going to go down here. We can party. We can go out. We can do whatever. Go to coffee in the morning, brunch, whatever. Just let me walk downtown Houston by Minute Maid Ballpark. I had to do it.
Well done.
And I took Mackenzie all the way around. We walked the whole thing. She said, and she was so upset with me. She was like, this makes you happy? I was like, oh my goodness, yes. Because they had, the ready to rain signs and Altuve this and all the trucks around there with the, the wrap with all Astros players. And I just gave them a bird the whole time. Just walked around there. And they had some kind of fan fest going on. There were fans walking around, but you know what I did?
Astros fan fest?
They had something. Something was going on in the ballpark. Long line. I give them credit for showing up, after losing to us in the playoffs, but I wore my Rangers World Series gear. I was expecting.
You took Rangers World Series gear for your road trip to walk around the stadium?
I did, and I changed just to go out there, just for that. And then when we got back to,
You changed back?
I changed back. I was like, all right, I'll go away. But just to troll. And then, Ryan, we're going to flash this up because I did go into the pro shop. And, guys, they still are repping the I guess we'll never know AL West
You have to buy that.
You can't sell that.
How did you not buy it?
You can't sell that shirt.
I'm not buying that. It was only $5, but
they're just trying to get rid of inventory.
I'm sure
that's like selling. That's like selling a Cowboys jersey of a player that hasn't played here in 3 years.
I guess
trying to get rid of him.
Never know, and then you got to get someone to just superimpose like Seager on it. Seager's face on it. I can't believe they're still selling that. The nerve.
I paid $15 for 2 tacos. That's why I didn't buy it. I was upset about my 2 tacos.
I thought the whole thing, wasn't that the whole Brian McTaggart thing, by the way, was we only celebrate championships around here, head down. Now they're like literally printing shirts for I guess we'll never know.
So what did you think? What was your observations of the city for real?
Honestly, like I love the downtown ballparks. Whenever ballparks like in downtown, I love just being there, and then you walk over and there's just the downtown city. Yeah. But Minute Maid, I mean, the outside, it wasn't much. The ballpark or the parking spots around it, the parking lots weren't much. They had some cool restaurants, sports bars. Well, it was just like all broken up, and I was like, do people really park? Like, I don't know. It seemed like you had to park away and then make the walk over, like park in a parking garage. But it wasn't impressive down there.
That downtown area where that is, there's the Toyota Center or whatever it now is called, is kind of across the street, and it's not terrible. I mean, I've been down there for the Final Four show.
Wow.
That's not that's the only doable part of Houston is that area for me. Everything else is like they've got like 4 downtowns. It's very strange. The worst zoned city in America.
So you thought the roads were that bad? I mean, we have bad roads here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I couldn't even get to Mackenzie's friend's place because Siri was telling me it was like make a U-turn, but really it was just a sharp left turn. It was like, but then a road was under construction. I was like, it took me 15 minutes after I got off the highway just to get to the place, and it was right there the whole time. I took about 3 different laps around the apartment complex. I was so upset. I was like, just get me off the road. And at this time, it was like 10 o'clock at night. I was frustrated. We went to Chili's because I wanted Chili's.
Chili's?
Oh, that was on the way out there. We stopped
In
at Huntsville.
Houston?
No, Huntsville. We stopped at Huntsville. It was a long
She is
road
going
trip.
to leave
She
you.
is going to leave you. You have to go like to
We
mom
went
and
to
pops, man.
No, we went. I said we went to the taco place, Pacific Coast Tacos. Great taco place. Overrated, but it was nice.
And
But I had to throw it at Chili's.
and you felt like the old man at your party?
I did. Because okay, so Mackenzie's 3 years younger than me, so obviously her friends are going to be there, now, right?
Is she 18?
Chris Hansen.
No. But like I was at this party, I was meeting people, and we're all talking. They're like, they just graduated college or a couple years out. I was like, oh my God, you guys are like 23, 24. And I was the oldest one there by far. I don't think there was a single person over 25.
The Dallas Cowboys have texted Bobby that this is a tomahawk steak in the press box.
Yeah.
Are you telling me the Dallas Cowboys serve tomahawks to the media for food?
What is that?
What is that? This guy.
So was it a prime rib or a tomahawk?
I was always told it's prime rib. Chris Beam from the Cowboys told me that's not a prime rib. That's a tomahawk steak. Whatever that means. I don't know.
Whatever that means. They're not serving tomahawks.
Okay, you don't believe me?
This
Look.
picture is a tomahawk.
Look, okay, well, look, I will show you this because I don't know how we didn't talk about this picture either last week. We actually had Eric Chiafalo took one of the bones. Here,
it
look.
has to be a prime rib.
Look, right there. That's Eric eating, carrying a bone around.
Oh, man.
All right, which one of y'all did something good or bad? Most interesting. If it's not interesting, we got time for one story.
Man, we didn't do much, man. We didn't do much at all. We had the kids this weekend. Took them to little video games. That's about it.
I did have Laura yesterday with me, and we went to Texas Live. Like I said, when I had some downtime, we went and had lunch and stuff like that. And Kristen was terrified of the Eagles fans because Laura had it hyped up to her, like just an understanding of what Eagles fans are. And so, being that she's my daughter, she's going to be a troll like me. So Laura, every time anybody would walk by in Eagles gear, she would slip behind Kristen's back, stick her tongue out, and give them a thumbs down. And Kristen was like convinced. She's like, these people are from Philadelphia. They will shoot us. Stop it.
Did you recover from your vertigo off the fire truck ladder?
No, I did get a lot of help from that. And here's what's pathetic. I don't work out my quads enough is what I discovered. Because that walk up the ladder and the walk down the ladder, anytime I went downstairs for the next 3 days, my quads have been on fire. They hurt so bad.
You went up 30 feet.
I went up 50, thank you. I went up 50, but man, it hurt like hell.
What an impressive turnout in Wiley. Amazing with the Tolos for the 2023 Firehouse Tour. We will reconvene and get it back going in the spring or the summer. All right, your Cowboy phone calls are next. 877-881-1053. Brag, go off, rant, rave. We not only have the best audience in the Metroplex, we definitely have the best callers in DFW. Your Cowboy calls for star up, star down to celebrate the win over Filthy next. But it's the most
Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Big first down, 1st and 10 at the Dallas 35. Hurts back to throw. Deep middle, caught by Smith. He got away from one man, away from another man, and the ball's out at the 12-yard line. And I think the Cowboys got a Smith fumble.
They can still go. This ball should be live.
Hooker is trying to run, surrounded by green people. Oh, how about that? 3 turnovers by the Eagles tonight, all fumbles.
It's time for your Cowboys star up, star down here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo, checking us out. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. I guess we should check in with the injuries. Felt like the Cowboys suffered more in this game than they have throughout the year. The big one being Jonathan Hankins with a high ankle. What's going on with the injury front?
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest one. It's just Hankins. The other ones were guys had come out. They returned back to the game. So Malik Hooker left at one point during the game. He was listed as probable. He came back. Jordan Lewis was listed as dehydration. He came back. Curse had a moment where he had gone down. So there were a couple different guys, but it didn't sound like there was anything too serious. The one that we're going to be watching to see how he looks is Hankins. But I did see he had, his nice sneakers on walking out of the locker room last night. Didn't seem to have like a real limp or anything. So no boot. Didn't look like he needed any assistance or anything else. So hopefully Jonathan Hankins is good to go because he's been a really reliable contributor for them on the interior.
All right, let's turn it over to the Tolo Star Up, Star Down. Is brought to you by the Big Green Egg. We start off with James in Dallas on a Victory Cowboys Monday. Go ahead, James.
Sean, RJ, Perry. It's times like these you learn to live again. It's times like these you learn how to be a team on 500 again. Whoa! How about those Cowboys? Whoa! Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see the look on a Joy Taylor, LaShawn McCoy, and whoever else is the next player in the media who said the Cowboys can't beat Bucky. Whoa! What a win. What a statement. I feel so good because it's my birthday and I can eat a Philly cheesesteak and spit it out if I want to. The Eagles are on in Dallas. Happy Cowboy Victory Monday. Woo!
Happy birthday, James.
Happy birthday.
We appreciate your call every week, brother. Happy birthday. Yeah, LaShawn McCoy had one tweet. Well, let's see. We need AJ active. Let's go. But the one that got the most attention, this is getting ugly. Sheesh. Dak killing us and our D still on the bus. So that was LaShawn McCoy.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely happy birthday, James. I'm going to buy you a landline for your birthday. That's what we're going to do.
Rashawn in Baltimore listening on the Odyssey app. Rashawn, you're live on The Fan.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Want to say it was a big game, big win for the Cowboys. Dak is playing at the MVP level. He's my MVP right now. I heard you. I think it was RJ on Amy Lawrence this morning, and I think Jerry said that this was the biggest win in that. Mike McCarthy's career as far as coaching the Cowboys. I mean, I think it's the second biggest win. Of course, the first is that Buccaneers win, in the playoffs against Brady, And also, I started looking for Super Bowl hotels out in Vegas, man, because I believe in this team, man. I believe in them. I think it's going to be Cowboys and Ravens in the Super Bowl. So I'm just getting ready for that.
How are those prices looking?
Oh man, for a 2-star hotel, it's looking like about $1,300 for 3 nights. Flights about $1,400, and the tickets, man. Look like I'm going to take a loan from my 401k, man. Just to avoid that. Listen, it'll be worth it though, man. Once in a lifetime. Man, I don't know when the next time I'm gonna see my Cowboys. It's been 27 years. So, hey, But go Cowboys, man. I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
Thank you for the call, James. Rashawn. You are appreciated. Very appreciated. 2-star, he could just stay with us.
Wow.
Curtis.
I think we're better than a 2. 2.5 to 3.
I'm testing if one of our bosses
man,
is awake.
I am looking at you can get a flight for $800, but man, they are expensive. Usually we're far enough out. That's pricey.
Curtis is next. By the way, speaking of prices, Machota had this last night. Cheapest 2 seats together last night, 4 hours before kickoff. On SeatGeek, it was $880 a piece. Most expensive 2 seats together behind the Cowboys bench, $5K a piece.
Ugh.
So they were going, and they were pricey. Curtis, you're next up on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, good morning, guys. First of all, just imagine this. Brandon Aubrey, our kicker, had more points than the Eagles' offense last night. What about that?
Yes.
And my startup, Gilmore. What a signing, us getting Gilmore, man, the way he's been playing. A good veteran for us. Started down and got to still go with Terrence Steele, man. I tell you, man, a couple plays last night. He was hurting us last night, but still, hey, this is a victory, guys. How about them Cowboys?
Woo! Curtis getting it done. He's in Maryland as well. Look at me bringing all the Maryland listenership. Jesse and Oak Cliff. We got to talk some high school football this week as well. Jesse, you're next up on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Man, salute to all three of y'all, first of all, man. And I don't know how y'all feel, but I feel like, man, we finally got over the hump, man. We're not playing bad. Other teams are playing bad, and we're playing good, man. It's just like, man, I just can't believe it, man. Stars up, man. The defense is awesome, man. Dak is playing out of this world. We just got one more team to beat, and we'll be good, man. Shout out to Sean, RJ, and your son Bobby. Seems like your son. Hey, but I love his insight, man. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. We love y'all here in DFW. Go Cowboys, man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Jesse.
So 2 things. One, I'm still worried about the defense. Maybe I'm being over paranoid, but I was like, okay, Philly's moving the ball. I view, just like the first game where the 3 fumbles went back to the Eagles, that was fluky. Cowboys do get credit. I heard Brad Sham in the post say Dan Quinn would trade an interception. He'd trade 2 interceptions for 1 forced fumble every time because that shows effort. And you got to give credit to the technique of stripping the ball out of the player's hands. But I don't know whether the Cowboys just went prevent. It felt like they were going prevent defense and dink and dunk offense for the entire second half.
Felt like
that. And they were able to go ahead and get away with it.
They were trying to. They were definitely in coast mode. It felt like there in the second half. Now, there was a little bit of pause in the stadium for it. For you guys at home, was there any, like, when you were watching TV, any concern when that, fumble, scoop, and score happened? Was like, okay, here comes the Philly run now.
24-13, that made it.
Yeah, maybe a little. I mean, no, I didn't feel like they were like in danger of losing. But I mean, look, 2 of their fumbles were basically at the red zone or in. You had at the 21 and the 12. I mean, like, you're getting points there more often than not. You're probably going to get, let's just say, a minimum 10. The game's a little bit, right? You get a field goal, a touchdown.
With that team, probably 2 field goals because they're not very good.
I mean, they're 6th in points per game. Like, they're probably gonna. I would say just give me 10 points, right? So that's 30 to 23. The game is just so different if those fumbles didn't happen, but they did, and that part of it is taking advantage of opportunities and stripping them.
The most important thing that happened last night, and he just referred to the caller over the hump. You're over any, if there was, you're over any Eagle mental hurdle that there is. You just are. There's the Dallas Cowboys believe, and we all believe, you can go to Philly in a playoff game, and we'd all feel really good about picking Dallas. There's one hump, and it resides in, there's 2 humps, and the real one resides in California. No one's afraid of Philadelphia. No one's worried. And that worry may have been alleviated in the first game, where they lucked out in the game of inches game, and then last night, a lot of people are going to say that's the reality of what these 2 teams are. Oh, my gosh. We have RJ's personal Uber driver, Dion, in Flower Mound next on the line. Dion, you're live on the Fan.
Man, I'm over here sweating, man. Y'all got me sweating, man. I'm sorry. Hey, first I want to start off. I listened to Amy this morning, and I heard RJ on there. RJ, I want to know if you just came up with that operatic on your own.
No, I stole it from the Fan text like months ago.
What was it?
Oh, okay.
Aubramatic.
It came out Aubramatic. It came out so smooth that I was like, oh, man, that was pretty smooth, so I want to check that out. And another thing you said something about the Romo fans. If you're not a Dak lover, you're still a hater. I'm going to tell you, man, I'm sorry. I might still be in love with Romo. And I want to tell everybody, like, everybody forgets Romo had stats like this during the regular season too.
Yeah.
So I don't want everybody getting too happy and thinking that we beat Philadelphia. So Sean, you're probably kind of the best one right now by telling everybody San Francisco is still who we have to beat, because I got a son that's 22 years old, man. I tell people all the time he's a Green Bay Packers fan, and I raised him to be a Dallas Cowboys fan. But if you do the math, look what. He's always seen this right here. I was listening to everybody calling, rah, 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 rah. I was like, man, we've been here before, guys. Don't forget that.
Dion,
So,
you sound like a pessimist. You sound like a half glass empty guy.
I stopped sipping the Kool-Aid in 2020. I tell everybody Jerry's my father because he makes me believe every year that we're going to Super Bowl, and I've always believed that.
Yes.
But until we beat these 49ers, when we beat the 49ers, then I'll be in love with Dak. But until then, I've seen all this before, man. I'm sorry. It always comes down to that last game of the season or something like that.
Hey, when's the last time you've driven RJ in an Uber? Because I don't know.
I drove him. It was about a year ago. We drove in the big Escalade, and he tried to lie and say it wasn't him, and the chick he was with told me it was him. We took a picture. He was going to a what do you call it? Karaoke.
That's right. Going to karaoke.
You tried to lie. You didn't own who you were. You tried to downplay it.
Yeah, I recognize him because his voice, man.
Great call. I don't know what's more shocking, that you took an Uber or that you didn't own who you were and try to get something out of it.
It was 2 miles.
Well,
I would have taken it if it was longer.
Oh,
I would take a short Uber.
And it sounds like he ordered as premium as he could get, like a black Escalade. So he's like, well, if I'm going to ride, I'm going to be in a black Escalade.
No, we had like 8 of us. We needed a big vehicle.
Yeah,
I'm not taking an Escalade.
Michael, and they're expensive. Michael in Dallas. Michael, you're next up on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's always a good morning when the Cowboys beat the brakes off the Eagles, man. I love it. I love it. Here we go.
What? Did his mouse just disconnect? What happened? I'll tell you. We have to do more caller segments. It's absolute gold every time, no matter what happens, whether the call goes through or not. Jonathan in McKinney. John, you're next up with Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Hey, good morning, guys. First-time callers, thanks for having me. Just want to say I think there's a couple of startups there. The secondary look really, really good. I am also concerned about them when they play against the Miami Dolphins and arguably the best receiver in the NFL right now. Tony Pollard also looked pretty good with his inside run game, the fight for extra yardage, shooting the holes just right. All that looked great. His outside run game, a little problematic, but it's doable, right? And then overall, I think Dak is probably playing the best he's ever played in his career. I'm not that concerned about losing games when it comes to Dak's play. If we're going to lose games, it's going to be because of bad defense. Overall. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for the call. Have a great day. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. We'll have Below the Belt at 8:40. There's a report, though. The Rangers, they lost a reliever. They may be losing a position player. And apparently we're losing Jordan Montgomery because of the TV contract. And is every Ranger fan okay and happy that you didn't give Shohei that contract? Take a little World Series chant break, then back to the Cowboys next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
And now the ball bounces around, and the game is over.
One of the most incredible games I've seen.
That's one way to put it. The Minnesota Vikings beat the Las Vegas Raiders 3-0 today.
How about that game? And Choppy, how about yesterday in the National Football League overall? Awful. Hideous.
That was a bad day.
Honestly, and part of it is I'm half sick. I was dreading staying awake for last night's game because I wanted to take 3 naps yesterday while sitting there watching this garbage and this crap that the NFL put out.
A dog butt slate of games they had. Thankfully.
What did you say, Bobby? NFL has their first day with multiple scoreless games at halftime in 35 years.
Yep, and I mean that speaks to just how down the offense is across the NFL. I mean, look, Dak is gonna lead or currently leads the NFL in passing touchdowns right now, and it looks like he's on track to be the one who leads in passing touchdowns by the end of the year, and he's likely going to do that with like 37, which
He'll be
back
almost
in the day
20
would have
away
been
from the
significant.
record.
But I mean, it's in recent years to have nobody, usually you have multiple guys getting up near 40 or past 40. And for this year, for 37, 36 to potentially lead is a testament to how down everything is.
Thank goodness they spared us from having to watch 2 noon games locally. There was only one local noon game. Fox was blacked out. They had the afternoon San Francisco game, and then obviously Chiefs, Bills. But we were graced with Texans Jets at noon.
CJ Stroud getting hurt.
Yeah. The Jets had their first 20-point win since 2019.
That game was scoreless at the half. I actually have way too many notes on that game that I shouldn't have. It's kind of disgusting. Last time that the Bears and Jets won by double digits on the same day, week 1 of 2012. And as Bobby tweeted, Zach Wilson has as many victories of 10 or more points this year as Jalen Hurts.
The Jets are just as dominant as the Eagles.
So convenient leaving out the schedule. But the reason I had an extra note was the Desert News reported that the Jets had agreed to trade Zach Wilson when they benched him 2 weeks ago before making him the starter again. I don't know if I believe this report, but it's from the Desert News. Told him he's going to be traded after the season. Why would you tell him that right now? So Wilson and Robert Saleh agreed to a mutual parting following the benching, and that led to the hesitation of Zach Wilson wanting to get the job back. Zach Wilson was outpassing C.J. Stroud yesterday, even before C.J. got hurt.
Well, he just got himself more trade value. That's all he did yesterday. But, man, that was a bad slate, though. Like, that game was terrible. The Vikings Raider game set football back 30 years.
And that was Vikings radio, 3-0. First game to end 3-0 since 2007, Miami-Pittsburgh. Justin Jefferson got hurt, and Josh Dobbs got benched. Aiden O'Connell was horrific. It was torture. Well, it was a little bit comedic. It's easier on the red zone when you're not stuck with one game. 3-0 Vikings win.
Could you imagine if you thought to yourself, I'm going to do an alternate line here. All right, I'm going to do an alternate line on this game. And I'm going to tease this thing all the way down to 3.5, and I'm going to take the over.
Big tease.
3.5. And you still lost.
Yeah.
You would have lost a
Are you embarrassed?
3.5 over.
Mikey B is already texting me McCarthy praise. So it's nice to get the Mike text again. Have you been praising McCarthy today? Dak surely loved him on the broadcast. In talking with Tirico and Collinsworth, Mikey, I was saving that for tomorrow. We just started. We almost started fighting about it in the last commercial break. Funny you timed that out, but I'm glad Mike is texting because of Jackson fraud. And Bobby's finally starting to come around to my Trevor Lawrence take as Cleveland. How is Joe Flacco better now with no practice than he was in the league as a regular? 31-27. Browns improved to 8-5. Jackson fake falls to 8-5.
Yeah, this is Jacksonville right now is starting to spiral a little bit. And Trevor Lawrence, we've got to start talking about him as is this potentially, he's not one of the worst players of all time, but relative to the hype that he was brought in with, he is starting to inch closer to one of the biggest disappointments in recent NFL history. Like, he's not a complete bust, but the talk was so high with him that for him to play at the level he does consistently is, I'll give you this comparison. It's like Lonzo Ball, and it was different levels of chatter about him, but Lonzo was talked about as like, people were hyping him up as this next great star. And then he came in and he was good. He wasn't a bad player, but it was so far away from what he had been talked about.
Broncos 24, man, I was so pissed that Justin Herbert got hurt because I had a Kellen Moore. Oh,
yeah, it was early enough to where it's like, all right.
I had some Kellen Moore stats for Bobby to eat that crow, but Justin Herbert gets hurt with the finger issue. The Denver Broncos are 7-6. The Chargers are 5-8 with Brandon Staley. I actually feel bad for Brandon Staley walking into the locker room every week.
Well, they've quit on him 100%. But I mean, Herbert took 4 sacks before halftime. He had, there was 5 minutes to go in the first half when he got hurt, and he had already taken 4 sacks on about 3 drives. That's like, it's just they're a mess. There is nothing that will surprise you about the Chargers right now.
It's been a disappointment the last few weeks. It has been a disappointment, but you've also seen that the offense changed as soon as Mike Williams went down, as soon as they lost him, and
stop. I got your tell. I just saw your face. If we ever play poker, and I don't even know the rules of poker, I got you.
You'll beat me.
I got your bull face giveaway, and you just started doing it and trying to defend the Chargers. I got it. It's memorized in my head. I don't need any more. I'm not even going to fight with you. I just know the tell.
Justin Herbert.
Set up a poker night, Choppy.
Justin Herbert.
You're going to take my money so that you can pay for my wife's divorce?
His QBR was 1.5.
He's
Jalen Hurts level.
Plummeted my fantasy team. Yeah. I mean, an absolute plummet. He destroyed me. I don't want to get into it. All right, let's get into the Ohtani drama. Shohei to the Dodgers. 10 for 700. That's almost $300 million more than the previous baseball record. And Choppy, what is all this deferred payment talk?
It's like essentially the Bobby Bonilla deal, where every July 1st or July 4th, Bobby gets $1 million and change, and they're going to defer Shohei's contract. I haven't seen like the exact number year to year, but they're going to defer it over X amount of years beyond. So let's just say they make it, it's a 10-year, $700 million deal. Let's say they pay him over 20 years. So now his number is $35 million a year versus $70 million a year. So from a competitive balance tax-wise, the luxury tax, the Dodgers are only charged, let's just say it's that number, on what they pay him in the year, not what they're going to pay him over 20 or 30 years. I hate that. That's not fair.
I agree.
You want to do that. You want to defer the payments. That's fine. Do that. And it's smart business because they can invest that money and basically pay him nothing. But you should still be taxed based on the salary per year that he's going to play.
Yeah, I agree. And apparently it was Shohei's idea to go ahead and do that so that they could continue to build and spend around him. Are we all cool that the Rangers did not pay this?
Yeah. Yeah, because they're going to pay Shohei more than Simeon, Seager, and DeGrom combined.
I mean, they can't even afford Jordan Montgomery, apparently, with TV rights deals. We'll
get into that in just a second, but you have a theory about what happened here with this whole Toronto Blue Jay misreport and mess.
Yeah, like
maybe it wasn't a misreport. Well, the misreport was that he was flying to Toronto. John Morosi butchered that. Well, we can never have John on again, unfortunately.
Now, listen, like if you were an agent, would you not? You float this to the reporter, and they say something, and all of a sudden it screws everything up. But
of course,
you absolutely would.
You tell the agent we got a deal done with the Blue Jays. You scared the Dodgers.
Right. You scare the Dodgers. And I think that's what happened. Like he told the Dodgers, or somebody told the Dodgers that he was heading to Toronto, leaning to Toronto.
And the Dodgers admitted that they were scared.
They were scared, and they upped
the
offer.
We didn't believe it, but we didn't know for sure, and they didn't want to lose him.
There's no other explanation because they went over $100 million over the highest previously reported estimate.
What were we speculating with Mike?
Bassick was talking 40 to 45 million in here a month ago.
Yeah.
They almost doubled that. Like we are so far away. 70 million a year, so far and away above what anybody thought. This is Tom Hicks and A-Rod outbidding themselves by $80 million, only on a much grander scale.
It's a Dave Roberts tax. You talked, now it's 70.
Yeah, it really is. It's the Dave Roberts. That's great. I didn't even think of that. Like,
because it's not a valid.
Right.
Because it's not something you should put thought into.
See, he doesn't know my poker face yet.
Yeah. But we've seen we've seen tons of contracts given out, and I've never yelled out the dollar figure before when I found out about it. And when my son Luca told me 700 million, I go, 700 million? I couldn't believe it. I had to go look for myself. I thought he was making up.
So maybe Shohei should send a little care package to John Morosi, MLB Network, who reported he was flying to Toronto. Everyone starts losing their minds. We got plane trackers out there. We got everything. And we have an apology from John Morosi after.
Let me say something, and let me make this as abundantly clear.
That's not John Morosi. That's a Blue Jays fan.
It's just a reaction
It says
video.
John Morosi reaction video to his inaccurate tweet. So
okay, then it was mislabeled. That's my bad. That's my bad. I was just saying.
So this is not John Morosi?
This is not John Morosi. This is a Blue Jays fan reacting to it.
Reacting to John Morosi.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me say something, and let me make this as abundantly clear as possible.
Definitely not
John Morosi should be fired from the MLB Network, sent to the most maximum security prison on the planet, and should not be allowed to have a cell phone for 10 to 15 mother years. How do you tweet like that with no confirmation? Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. He's clickbaiting. Send John Morosi to the sun.
Okay. I wish that was actually John Morosi.
Yeah, John didn't make a video.
All right. Well, he had a
tweet.
He had a tweet.
Yeah,
Which is the bigger egg on the face moment, do you think? John Morosi with this, or the whole Heyman last year going, Aaron Judge is signed with the Giants? It's done.
Arson Judge?
It was Arson Judge. But which is the bigger egg on the face? Because Heyman has not been able to live that down. Will people forget about Morosi?
Saying he signed is worse.
Yeah.
Saying he signed is worse versus on the plane. But what about this disturbing tidbit from Ken Rosenthal, that the Rangers TV drama with the network may cost them Jordan Montgomery?
Yeah.
Now I wanted to go and get the exact wording from Rosenthal, who's very good. The Rangers, facing financial uncertainty due to the potential loss of their local TV rights deal, seem unlikely to bring back Jordan Montgomery, who can argue that he outperformed Aaron Nola, who got 172. So you got Will Smith going to Kansas City, 1 year, $5 million. That means the Royals will win the championship. Mitch Garver getting talked to by Seattle. And maybe the TV deal costing the Rangers Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah, maybe. And that's scary because, if it's going to cost them a guy who's 20 to 25 million a year, maybe a little bit more, how are they going to afford to keep Simeon for the entire length of the contract? This is the uncertainty here. It's huge. Now, Montgomery very easily could have gone elsewhere anyway. All right, he very easily could have. I mean, he's living in Boston now. He's already living there, so he very easily could go somewhere else. But the fact that the TV deal, I hate hearing that the TV deal itself is going to be that impactful. It's scary.
Well, yeah, that was the whole way when that deal was first announced as a $3 billion deal or whatever else. That's what made the Rangers spenders 12 years ago, was that TV deal.
Cowboys, true or false, following yesterday's massive game against the Eagles? That's next in Below the Belt with our Cowboys insider back from the stadium. Roberto has Cowboys, true or false.
the Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
At the Philadelphia 13. Two tight ends on the left, back to throw, looking left, looking right, pumps, runs out to the left. Throws on the run, Lamb at the 7, and strolls in. Walks all the dogs. Touchdown, Lamb. 13 yards, first touchdown of the game.
Could we have 3 people go into the Ring of Honor this season? More on that in just a second.
Running out of home games.
Oh, no, it'd be the same one. Yeah. We'll get into that here in just a second. First off, I want to address something that has come up a lot recently at Cowboys games. And this is Shane Trout and his wife Michaela, two cholos, had said that yesterday while they were at the game, it was an intense playoff atmosphere first quarter. Not an usher, but another fan behind them at this Cowboys-Eagles game told them, "You got to sit down. Trying to watch a game, sit down." And I've run into this because a lot of times I'll go down to the bowl level and I'll start taking pictures like when the game is going on or whatever else, just trying to get some stuff. And this is not the first time that I've heard Cowboys fans this occur. Either somebody say this happened to me, or I've heard somebody tell somebody to sit down because they're trying to watch the game. This is the exact game where you need to stand up. This is what Choppy was always complaining about with the Rangers along their World Series run, is the get up, get into it. That's what they need at these Cowboys games. So if you are part of that, if you're one of the ones who is dictating, sit down, I'm trying to watch the game, they have a big screen up there for a reason, and you should be on your feet as well because that's the atmosphere that it demands.
I have an exception to that. There's one or a group of type of people that if they were sitting behind me, I would not stand up consistently, even during a playoff game. The elderly. If there is someone that has a hard time getting up and down, or I'm seeing like 70 and up, and they paid for their ticket too, I would probably feel bad. I would not stand up, even though, and as the totals around me in Arlington during the World Series, I was up for every single 2-strike moment. But if it was someone older, had a hard time getting up and down, I was clearly blocking the view, I would not stand up.
Listen to girl dad here. Screw that. I'm standing, Sean.
I'm
standing.
Come on.
That's what I'm doing. No, I totally get what you're saying there. But
I would feel bad.
I've seen this in instances that are not related to that specific scenario that you're talking about, though, where somebody's just doesn't want to stand themselves. They want to sit and enjoy the game, and they're telling everybody else to sit. It's
like a concert. I hate going into concerts. I don't want to stand up. I don't want to pay $350 and stand up the whole time. I'll sit my ass in the seat.
You're not a mosh pit guy.
Not a mosh pit guy.
Okay.
And I don't want to stand up. I can't dance. I wish I could dance.
If you can't dance,
I was going to get Bobby in trouble. I will show restraint on a Monday.
Thank you.
But,
Thank you. Very kind of you.
So it's like standing up. It can be a little bit of a beating for a 3.5 hour game.
Of course.
That's
why they have timeouts. They sit down during the timeouts.
Right.
It's in college we had the student section where everybody stands the entire game, and then you have the blue hair section where they are older and they sit the entire game.
So how was the crowd? Even though you said there was a lot of Eagle fans.
Good. It was intense, and there was. Now, it's gonna look skewed on our press box side. Our press box side is to the side behind the visiting bench. And generally, when you get visiting fans that come to town, they look that up. What side is the visiting team on? And they try to buy tickets behind that bench. So that side right there is always going to look skewed. It's going to look like a different shade. But I would say there's probably 15% Eagles fans there. There was a significant amount, and I don't know if it sounded like that on TV, but significant Eagles presence there. But the Cowboys fans effectively drowned them out. The Cowboys drowned them out just with the play, keeping, the Eagles fans that would have been there out of it.
Is there definitely more juice and energy with the alcohol flowing throughout the entire day for a primetime game?
Yeah, I think, and I don't know if it's, man, I really wish they would have opened the roof. Because, John Machota and I have talked about this before, that there's just a different.
That would have been chilly.
There's just a different energy, though, in there when it's night game, roof open, like there's all that electricity in there. It's just a different feeling. And it's something that I kind of wish they would have done that. But yeah, you've got people out there When I got into the stadium at 6 a.m., there were people already parked outside there, like with their chairs out. Like there were a good, 100 people or so that I'd seen already parked outside tailgating at 6 in the morning. And when it was noon,
chilly too.
Noon, we're talking about 7 hours in advance. The parking lots were just, everything around it was packed. Texas Live was packed. So people were out there partying, and you could definitely tell the energy. They showed up in a big way. All right, here's the conspiracy theory that I was
Let's hear it.
teasing to you guys in the break. You guys haven't even heard this one yet. And I'm not gonna identify this person who told me this conspiracy theory, because I don't know that they'd want their name attached with just this thought. But they have a conspiracy theory about the Jimmy Johnson Ring of Honor induction, which is coming up on December 30th. And he said, you know what I think is going to happen?
Oh, no.
I got to, first off, Tolo saying, no, not Tolo, RJ Ochoa. RJ Ochoa said,
that's my buddy,
Cowboys have not lost a game since they announced that Jimmy was going into the ring. And I got a DM, I'll just put it out there. He's usually not afraid. Don Van Natta, the great investigative reporter from ESPN, DM me a couple weeks ago saying the only reason that Jerry is putting Jimmy in is because Jerry is filming his Netflix show. And so he didn't have some big sudden change of heart. He wants to look even better while the camera is on him to put Jimmy in.
God. I hope that's not true.
It makes sense.
I hope that's not true.
I could see it. So here's the conspiracy theory.
Sounds about white.
This is what I could also see happening. He says his conspiracy theory was Jimmy's going to get up there. He's going to make his acceptance. And then the big play for Netflix and everybody else is that Jimmy goes and announces to Jerry's surprise, Jerry, and now you are also inducted into the Ring of Honor, that you get to see this and we get to go in together. And that's the thought. And when we kicked this around with a couple people yesterday, there were people who were like, I could see that happening. That if Jerry, could you imagine if Jerry did infuse himself in the same induction with Jimmy?
No way.
There's no way. He can't put it. You can't put yourself.
No, that's the thing. You play it like a surprise, like, oh, I wasn't even part of this decision. Collectively, you guys came to it and decided to put me in.
Why are we talking about this on a Cowboys Monday?
Because it was an interesting
true
theory.
or false?
It was an interesting theory. We're getting to the true or false next.
Save it for the podcast.
It's an interesting podcast.
Save it for your 2 billion
when we record at 11 p.m. tonight. All right, Cowboys, true or false? RJ Choppy, we'll start with you, since Sean was just being mean and dictating and going at my conspiracy theory. The only team you'd pick against the Dallas Cowboys at AT&T Stadium is the 49ers. The only team that you would pick against the Cowboys.
In the NFC or the NFL?
NFL.
No, not so far. I mean, I could see myself being talked into picking some other teams, but for sure the Niners.
Your Mahomes theory.
I mean, I would always pick
Mahomes
them.
Belief.
Yeah, they can't get out of their own way right now. But yeah, I mean, I would say false, but I don't feel good about it.
Easy true for me. No hesitation. It's easy. Yes, San Fran's the only team in the whole league.
Kansas City is just a different team. By the way, Mike Florio, if you go check his Twitter, aggressive new angle of the Kadarius Stoney thing. He is offsides by a full yard. It is bad. It is
Von Miller. Vaughn.
It is so bad. All right, Sean Sharif. True or false? Mike McCarthy deserves a contract extension this offseason.
You know, I was thinking about this actually for a long time last night, and there will be a point. It's not yet. There will be a point in this next streak here where I will say it does not matter what happens in the playoffs, that Mike will be extended. I can't decide when. They got Buffalo, Miami. If they're really super impressive against Buffalo and Miami, I may come in here and say that Mike McCarthy has to get an extension no matter what happens in the playoffs. I'm thinking about it, but I got to wait for Buffalo, Miami, maybe even Detroit. I don't know. Lions are stumbling, but I'm on the verge of saying it, and I have a lot of reasons why.
That is reason one would be just to come at me and be able to have that fight. Chop.
I would. I think he's a really good coach.
So you think, regardless of what happens the rest of the way, he has earned it. With what he's shown, that they're going to win 12 games again this year at this point,
dude. And look, so we got to ask Jerry about this tomorrow. Then the Cowboys are really going to be in a potential situation where they're 14-3. and they are on the road to a losing record team in the playoffs. They've got to change that damn rule. That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I don't care where the hell you are located. If you're 14-3, because of geography, you should not be on the road in the first round of the playoffs. They have got to change that. That is far worse and far more important than changing the tush push. Is getting rid of that dumb thing.
What's your answer?
No, you've got, because it's not mattered the last 2 years what he did in the regular season, and I think it's still yet to be determined. The story is still yet to be written on what exactly has why things have changed the way that they have. I think there's a lot to discuss at a different time, a later date, and when people at the Cowboys are probably more willing to talk about it. I think this season is not as simple as just, oh, look at the changes we made and look how they work.
Yeah,
I think it's much deeper than that.
Listen, if they play San Fran, they lose. They go 14-3. They set the franchise record for wins in a single season, right? Or at least
and Dak
tied.
wins MVP.
Or even if he doesn't, let's just say he finishes like top 2, top 3, and they lose to San Fran, and San Fran wins the Super Bowl, and every single game in the playoffs is double digits. What are you firing him for?
I agree.
You're firing him because you would be firing him because you built a team that isn't as good as San Francisco. That's what you'd be firing him for. I wouldn't get that.
True or false, RJ Choppy?
All right, true.
The experiment of increasing the workload for Rico Dowdle has been a failure, and they should return to Tony Pollard as the bell cow. Since they made Dowdle a bigger part of the offense the last 4 weeks, 28 carries, he's averaging 3.3 yards per carry since they started making him a focus.
The answer's
Pollard at the same time has been playing better. Yes. Have they miscalculated? They should have just waited on Pollard to get healthy and return to form.
I don't think. Pollard's been much, but he still was under 4 carry last night.
Yep, last night he was.
The answer's false. They believe, and it's hard to argue, that Pollard can't handle that type of workload. To me, Tony Pollard played very, very well last night with the receptions, with the running. So take some off his plate. I'm a fan of Rico with a little bit of a change-up. My answer is false. Keep it the way it is. It was not a mistake.
And Sean, as you referenced, first receiver, CeeDee Lamb, first receiver since Dez Bryant in 2013 to have a receiving touchdown in 5 straight games. True or false, CeeDee Lamb will be remembered as the best receiver in Cowboys history?
False, because he would have to win 2 titles. The way the way fans remember. If he gets 3, okay, fine, but you gotta match Mike. In my opinion.
Yeah. False.
He's a beast.
Michael Irvin is a all-time great NFL wide receiver. Like, all-time great. He is in the conversation with the all-time greats of now, he's not Jerry Rice. He's in the conversation of those names. Rice, Moss, T.O. He's in that name. CeeDee Lamb is not.
So we all agree then that CeeDee Lamb will not surpass Michael Irvin. Unless he wins like multiple titles.
I believe yes.
I gotta think.
All in agreement. Now text Sean back, Mike. Come on.
Text who?
Text Sean back, Mike. Come on. We're out here defending you.
Oh, Michael Irvin? Yeah, I thought you meant Mike Bassick. I don't know what happened to Michael Irvin. All right. What happened to the whole referee thing? I thought the Cowboys were going to get cheated by the Hussy, and did Kansas City get screwed in another all-time bad NFL decision? Final hour, Cowboys Monday next.
But let's get you over to A number 1 Air. Yes, sir, boys and girls. A number 1 Air is the absolute best that you've got to go to get everything done inside your home for the holidays, and they are heating up for the holidays. They are an official partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
In the shotgun, fakes the run, heaves it. Oh, he's taking a shot. Deep down the left side for Gallup. Oh, my gosh, Gallup caught it. Gallup caught it down at the Eagle 45. What a ridiculous throw and catch. Are you kidding? 39 yards from his own 12.
Brad Sham with the call. Final hour, fist pump time on a Victory Monday over Filthy. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you. Nick Eatman back from AT&T Stadium will join us at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. The Kansas City controversy in just a few minutes, but I do have to focus for a second because we got to learn some lessons moving forward here. Very important to learn, right? Not repeat the same stuff. Definition of insanity. This referee storyline heading into this game had a lot of Cowboy fans freaking out. John Hussey, Philadelphia, has a 7-0 record and is unbeaten with Hussey refereeing. Their past 2 games involving him, only 6 penalties against Philly, opponents with 21 penalties. So the fix was in. The Dallas Cowboys were going to get screwed by the Stripes last night in Arlington. It obviously did not happen. And if anything, if we're being honest, we got to be honest, I thought Philly got the short end of the calls overall throughout the evening.
Oh, what a hater.
Now, maybe this storyline forced John Hussey psychologically to go the other way and try to balance things out a little bit, but I was tracking this just in case. Just in case this is going to be a humongous topic today and the Cowboys got screwed. I wrote down all the different calls. There were 8 flags, by the way, in the first quarter. This was a beating early on.
They got to stop.
17 total penalties. For the game, Philly got called 10 flags for 95 yards. Cowboys 7 for 60. It was a flag fest in the first quarter. The Tyler Smith hold on the CeeDee Lamb touchdown that got picked up.
Yeah.
Was that a hold? Did the Cowboys get away with one? We're going to referee review right here on the show.
They probably got away with one on that one. Yeah, I mean, his hands were clutched inside his shoulder pads.
It could have been called a hold.
And that was on the CD touchdown. So they had flagged. I thought they had flagged Tyron for that one, not Tyler.
It was Tyler.
It was Tyler?
Yep.
Okay. Because I remember Tyron is the one that looked like it was a ticky-tack, and he got by. Tyler was closer, even though I thought that was on time. Tyler was closer, but I didn't think, like, technically there's so many little technicalities about holding penalties in the league about, like, well, are you turning them or is your hand inside here? I thought it was close enough that if you threw it, you probably should just commit to it at that point, but I don't hate that they picked it up.
Well, we don't hate that.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like,
touchdown.
as a ruling, I don't hate that they say that's not a hold.
It just makes it sketchier when they pick it up.
Yes.
I don't like that.
I thought they said on the broadcast that it was within the parameters of the technicality of the rules.
Well, and a lot of times that's what it is. It's somebody throws a flag, and the person who threw the flag still believes it. And somebody above them goes, that doesn't, and they have to correct and say, nope, I'm pulling rank, that's wrong.
So that benefited Dallas. The 3rd and 17, Darius Slay on Michael Gallup, that was a horrible call. Philadelphia got on Darius. Don't call me by my first name, Mike Tirico. Little baby. And I've defended big play Slay against Bobby for 2 years, and I've turned. Because don't call me Darius. He was serious? Shut up.
You've turned, unlike Michael Gallup was able to because Darius Slay was holding him.
No, that was a bad call. 3rd and 17, that's a humongous call. Philly benefited.
That wasn't good. Yeah. No, I know the one you're talking about. That was just, it makes it look so much worse when you slow it down. Like when they slow down and it looks like, oh, there's an aggressive. When you watch it in real time, there was no interference there.
There was not. It was a big play. Then it was a weak call on Tyler Smith. I thought the Cowboys got slightly screwed. No late hit with Jalen Hurts sliding. Marquise Bell came in. And Tirico's like, ooh, I understand why Philly's a little worked up. That definitely could have been called for 15 yards.
I was certain they were going to throw a flag. They didn't. And when I watched it back, watching it live, it looked bad. When I watched it back, I was like, okay, I think I see what they were probably seeing, but it's the first time I've ever seen them give the benefit of the doubt on that. They never do.
Right.
They usually give it to the offense.
Which, by the way, I do want to say, I don't know if it came
Cowboys benefited.
Yeah.
I don't know if it came across this way on TV. It felt to me like the coaching point to the defense yesterday was, if he's going to make himself a runner, you make sure you hit him like a runner. Like, it looked like they were like trying to hit Hurts hard every time he declared himself as a runner.
This has been another point of emphasis, and I hate this. I wish in football, when you go out of bounds, the clock stops, period. I hate the forward progress versus not going forward. CeeDee Lamb, in my opinion, his forward progress was stopped. This is before the half on that drive. He went backwards and out of bounds. They gave the Cowboys the clock stoppage.
Yeah, it was ever so slightly backwards, but
Yeah.
I thought it was backwards. It's an impossible angle for the referee to see because he's behind him, so it's hard to tell if he's actually coming towards you or not. But yeah, I thought that one was a benefit to the Cowboys.
Benefit to the Cowboys. Then on the Gallup touchdown, they picked up another flag. Hussey picked up another flag on the Gallup touchdown. And what about the 2-for-1 face mask on that drive too? This was the turning point. This was RJ and I agreed. This is the moment the game basically ended, 24-6 going into the half. You got 2 minutes to drive. The 2-for-1 face mask. So, and there was even, I've never heard of this. So, 10 yards plus 15 yards.
It's the penalty. It's like right
interference plus a face mask.
It's the interference, so it's spot of the foul.
But it was for one call. It was for the face mask.
Yeah. So spot of the foul.
Yeah.
The face mask was the pass interference too. It was
Right.
the same thing.
Right.
So you get a
and
face
I thought
mask.
you always got to choose like the longer yardage.
But I think when both are not personal, when one of them's a personal foul, they both get added on to each other, so you get the spot foul.
Because normally they always go 2 infractions on the defense.
Yeah.
This one declined. They take that one. So instead of 15, we got 25 yards of penalty yardage.
So I guess when the personal foul's on the same play at the same guy, it's double.
And I'm not saying the referee screwed that up. It benefited the Cowboys on something I've never heard before.
Yeah. I mean, look, that was one where, and I was confused by it at first. I was trying to figure out, okay, is it, I think Chop's right. I think it's because it's a personal foul. They can't even give an option, but it's like it's basically 2 penalties that you can't decline. Like a pass interference is one that it went for the pass, that's penalty, it's there, and then the face mask. But I've never heard of them comboing them ever.
And then finally, this is John Hussey, Cowboy fans, convinced that the fix was in. Philly was going to get all the calls. The Tyler Biotish clip. Now, the NBC rules official said that was a bad call against Dallas.
Yeah.
It should not have gone against Biotish.
It is.
And then Cooks Bradbury in the end zone was not called. I thought Bradbury clearly made contact early with Cooks. They did not call this because I think the game was out of hand. That should have gone Dallas's favor. And then the left guard offsides call on the tush push. Philly got screwed there. Now, they ended up getting the first down, but I was like, I don't see anybody offsides or jumping here. They enacted the Kadarius Toney penalty on the Eagles' offensive line on the tush push. I saw nothing.
Only the offensive line doesn't get to look at the line judge to find out. Yeah, I mean, look, it was not a clean game by the officials. The referees have stunk all year, though. This is no surprise. They have been bad all year, but the narrative that Hussey was going to just be all in the bag for Philadelphia turned out to be false.
Like, that's built-in excuse making. If something went wrong last night, if the Cowboys went wrong, then fans can go back and they can go, look, told you, 7-0 now 8-0. You think that's just a coincidence? You build it in and you save it.
What about the crying and whining in Kansas City?
Here they come again. There's a flag down at the line of scrimmage as the pass is to an open Travis Kelce, who flings it back over to Tony. My goodness, this is going for a touchdown.
Brought back because Kadarius Toney, who has a reputation for not having very much upstairs, lined up off sides. And the Chiefs, Pat Mahomes, and Andy Reid are calling this an embarrassment to the National Football League. The refs are clearly a problem. And I didn't even tell you guys, I sent this to Peyton. Rex Ryan had a good line this morning.
And this guy right here, line the heck up, all right? And I'm sorry, he should be onside.
Hey, guys. The fact that Rex said it's a toe,
It's a toe I don't like.
Wait, so what'd you say?
I just said this is a toe I don't like.
He likes toes.
I like, I like toes. I don't like this toe. Hey, come on, line up on frickin' side for crying out loud.
See, now there is no way for us to do a serious show if we're going to go there, Rex.
Yes.
This is not the moment for it.
I apologize.
Hey, all right. Kadarius Toney, if you turn Rex against feet, you a bad man.
So little Rex fetish in there.
When you can make fun of your own kink, that's where it's at.
So to you, this is not even a big time debate. This is justified flag on Kadarius.
He was offsides, man. This isn't like he was a little bit offsides. Like, that was my thing with the Eagles on the tush push play. Like, he was a little bit in the neutral zone. Like, this was, he was dang near in Buffalo's side of the ball. He was beyond the neutral zone. I've seen kids in like 7U flag football line up this far offsides. This was bad, and you've got to look over. You've got to look over. Is it the referee's job? Do they warn players, hey, you're holding here, keep an eye on that? They might. They do, yes. But that was blatant. This was as blatant as it gets.
He's so far offsides that you can, he's looking down the line and he should see Von Miller's helmet and nothing else. He shouldn't be able to see the ball. Like, when you see him looking over there, that's what's in his line of sight. I don't know how, and look, like you just mentioned there, his history is that of
a numbskull.
He can be, he can be kind of a dope at times. And that's exactly what he was like. I don't understand how you look at it. Just imagine the narrative is completely different, because I don't feel like any of us last year were like, how do you not bail out Jalen Tolbert? How do you not let him know he's standing there? Everybody's going, what the hell is Jalen Tolbert doing?
Right.
And I'm stunned that Kansas City, a two-time champion, the most
two-time.
I'm stunned that team is the one that goes, we're getting screwed here. How do you screw us like that? This is so unfair.
Peyton, did you think it was fair? Fair call?
Yeah, that was fair. Look, if you're offsides, you're offsides. It's a rule that it's never consistent, with it being that close, but it's like you got to line up on side.
Pat Mahomes was not happy during or after.
It should. It's obviously tough to swallow. Not only for me, but just for football in general. Just to take away greatness like that. For a guy like Travis to make a play like that, and who knows if we win. But as I know, as fans, you want to see the guys on the field decide the game. And that's why last week I didn't say anything about the flag. They didn't get called on the Marquez. And so, they're human, man. They make mistakes. But, it's every week we're talking about something, and all I can do is go out there and give everything I have, and I'm proud of the guys because that's what we did, and it was a great football game that ended. Another great football game that just ended like that. It's just tough to swallow.
So the great Patrick Mahomes looking out for us, the NFL sports fan.
He's like Robin Hood.
Who is
He's just looking out for everybody,
making
man.
sure we're not deprived of greatness.
What a guy. What a guy. I love him. I love Patrick Mahomes. He's my favorite player, going right now, right? Like over the last 5 years. Who's a more fun guy to watch? Well, he sounds like a crybaby here. All right, stop it.
Was Von Miller offsides right after?
No, I don't think so.
I think Von jumped and then went back down versus across. Yeah. And I've watched it 30 times. I don't think that was a clear. Kadarius's was more clear.
We're sitting here having to go, is he, or was it like this or whatever? That's the discussion with Von Miller. With Kadarius Toney, it's should they have told him he was breaking the rules?
Right.
He definitely was. So there's no question.
Yes.
Yeah, like you're driving by a cop doing 85 at a 70. So they flash up a giant sign. You're going too fast. Slow down.
The car's on the other end. They should have flashed me their brights. Let me know somebody's sitting there.
We got another cop a mile down the road. If you don't slow down before then, you're going to get a ticket.
Nick Eatman back from the Cowboys locker room. What was his headline and story of last night? Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joins us to celebrate next.
Let's get you some.
The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Here we go. Aubrey nearing the end of the first quarter from 60 on the left hash. Long kick, plenty of leg. What a great call by Mike McCarthy. Just as everyone said he should do, he sends in Aubrey for a 60-yard field goal, and Dallas leads 10-0.
Maybe the player of the game. He freaking outscored the Eagles by himself. First kicker in history to have multiple field goals made of 59 or more in the same game. It's a Cowboys Monday, 33-13 on your home of America's team. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, joined now by Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick's headline on the website: Cowboys send and receive the same message. What is that message, Nick?
Well, I think the message is that, this team is for real. They can beat anybody, and they can kick everyone's ass, if they need to. So the 49ers is obviously the key. That's the game. That's the team that they're not getting that message because they've already they've already beaten them, and they're not worried about them, which is fine. But I think the Cowboys probably sent more of a message to themselves than to the rest of the league because you have to prove you can beat a team. You have to prove you can beat the really good teams before I think you become one. And I think that's kind of what they did. And more than anything, I think they showed themselves that, they're here to play. And, this is going to be a fun month and a fun month and a half to see kind of how it plays out.
Did this game remove any remaining fear you had about Dallas going to Philadelphia if that happens in the playoffs?
Yeah, no fear about that. I think the Cowboys are the better team right now. I think they're a better football team than Philly. And I think you could kind of tell by the way things have sort of played out this year. They're very similar, really, when you think about it, other than the fact that the Cowboys kind of dominated at home and the Eagles didn't. But they both got smashed by the 49ers. They both have kind of a bad loss to a team that's not really very good, on the road, that they just didn't play well. But other than that, it's about the same. I think the Cowboys have dominated more games. That doesn't really matter because all you do is win the game. But I think the Cowboys have proven they're a better team.
Did you think Stephon Gilmore still had that left?
I didn't know. I wasn't sure about that. I know he's a good player, and veteran guys like that are crafty. But I think that he's proven that he could be a really good, smart cornerback. He knows angles. He knows how to make tackles. He just knows how to cover. And he was really, really on his game for sure.
Was this an odd game to judge the defense in? They didn't allow a ton of points, but they did let them move the ball quite a bit.
Well, to me, they let them move the ball a little bit. The Eagles are good. Eagles are a good team. There's no doubt about it. They're good. But, it seemed pretty hollow. Nothing could get beat past them. So I thought, for the most part, I thought they did a really nice job of keeping things in front. Not only making the tackle, but they're punching the ball out. That was something we haven't really seen in a long time, of them really going after the ball and knocking it out.
Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Well, they didn't have a game ball for McCarthy afterwards?
I guess not. No, I guess they didn't do that. That's how laser focused this team is. I didn't even think about it.
Were they moving? No. Was he moving around and just same amount of energy? Like you would never know he had surgery?
I saw the challenge. He ran 25 yards down the field through the challenge. He was running, so to challenge that ball, make sure that Dowdle got in for the touchdown. It was a good challenge too. But yeah, it was almost to the point where you kind of forgot about it. I'm sure he didn't, but you're just not thinking about it. And maybe the players were sort of the same way, But I thought it shows a level of toughness for him that. He's just, that's who he is. He's a tough old school guy, Pittsburgh type guy, and he wasn't going to miss this one.
Nick, we look at the Cowboys being at 10-3. You talk about you think they're better than Philly right now, and obviously there's a feeling. We had a caller say it earlier today. There's a feeling of I've seen this before. but I've seen them play, the last couple of years at a really high level and be in a similar position. Why would this year, or to you, what do you think is the best argument for saying, yeah, but this year is different from these last couple of years?
There's nothing. I have nothing for that, honestly. I mean, I'm not trying to sidestep the question. I have nothing for that this year is different. It feels different. It definitely feels different. Dak is playing at a higher level. The defense is really, I think the defense is really on their game right now. Very sound. They got a lot of weapons. The receivers are, great. They can't miss a field goal, knock on wood. But I'm just saying, nothing really matters. I mean, they're gonna be judged by the way that they perform in January, and maybe beyond if they can get there. But I just can't sit there and say, well, this year it does feel different, but it doesn't mean it will be different.
So is the January San Fran the next hurdle, or is there one in between? Is it show you can win on grass against a good team like Miami or Buffalo on the road? What is that next hurdle?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's playing the level of consistency. I mean, because they've already, I wouldn't say dug themselves in a hole, but they got a little bit of a ditch there that they have, they're still trying to get out of. And that's really, it's not really a ditch. It's just the fact that everybody's good. Like this whole, the NFC. I mean, we knew this going in. There's only 3 teams in the NFC that were really good, and it's still the case. I mean, I think Detroit is not that great. I mean, they showed that. I mean, I think they can be good, but and they can be dangerous. But I think there's 3 teams here, and I think that what the Cowboys have to do is they have to show a level of consistency. Because if you're going to make it to the Super Bowl, not that I've ever seen that, but if you're going to make it, I mean, you obviously have to be playing your best football when it matters the most. I mean, that's what it is. It's who gets hot at the right time, and they have to show that. And right now, I think, and I'm not saying you can't lose a game, but it's almost like the playoffs are starting now, just because these are the types of games you've got to win. And, you have to show you can go on the road again. I mean, they're 3-3 on the road and 6-0 at home? No, 7-0 at home. So, and it looks like they're going to have to go win on the road in the playoffs. At least one game on the road.
Talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, you mentioned it right there, and Choppy was talking about this a little bit earlier today. It's completely plausible that the Cowboys go 14-3. They have one of their best seasons, and then they are on the road in the wild card round against, the NFC, an under 500 NFC South team. Do you think a scenario like that playing out would cause Jerry to start reevaluating things, or maybe have Steven go to the competition committee and say, hey, we got to figure out another way to do this because this isn't acceptable?
They have to. I mean, I don't think it needs this game. I don't think the Cowboys need it. It needs to be, affecting the Cowboys. I think it's something that just has to be done, especially when you go to a 17-game schedule. Wait, all right, let me make sure I'm clear on your stand. You're saying change the rules to home team. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Basically, so the Cowboys don't have to go on the road as a team that had earned it.
I mean, because especially when you think about it, if you are 14-3 or whatever, a really good record, and you don't win your division, that just goes to show the 2 games you had to play, how tough that is. And then go look at an Atlanta or New Orleans or somebody that's 7-10 or 8-9 and won their division. That just tells you how bad their division is in the 6 games that they got to play within the division. I mean, it's even worse than what the records would show. I think basketball's got it right. I mean, does anybody even know who's in divisions of basketball?
No.
I mean, no, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so I think it was 17-game schedule. If you win your division, to me, it's like the NCAA tournament. If you sneak in and you get hot and win your conference tournament, cool, you're in. You knock somebody else out. But you're an 11 seed or a 12 seed. But, good luck. But you're definitely in. And I think that's what it should be for winning the division. You can get in, but you're going to be at the bottom, and they should just seed it from the top. I really believe that has nothing to do with what the Cowboys do, because it's either going to be Dallas or Philly. Somebody's going to be the 5 seed, and that's ridiculous.
Should all of us be barred from evaluating their kickers in training camp?
Well, if it's an Oxnard, yes. I said that to Derek Eagleton, sits next to me at the games. I said, no longer should we ever look at a kicker in Oxnard and say, hey, he's good or he's not good or whatever. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's a different level out there. The wind is pretty bad, and it's just I don't know what it is, but if we're at Oxnard looking at kickers, I would just say, remember the year Aubrey wasn't really that good and he ended up making 30 straight? Yeah.
And Maher we were wrong about.
We were wrong, yeah. No, we weren't wrong about Garibay. He wasn't good out there and probably wasn't good anywhere, but, at least not in the NFL. But I just think, what the story, it's so far past, like, oh, what a great feel-good story, USFL, soccer player to hear. He's a badass. I really think he's going to make a 58-yarder every time. I think he's going to make it, and he can. And I don't want him to like ruin his record or anything, but I do want to see like the 68-yard field goal before the half. I think he could. I don't know about 68, but I think he could. Is it Tucker's got the record at 66?
Yep.
I definitely think so.
Nick, what was up? It felt like there was a second half lull. They were dinking and dunking and not running a lot of time off. I thought they got fortunate. Props to them for forcing those fumbles, but I thought they got bailed out with some of those fumbles. Did you have that same type of second half feel, or in your mind the game was already done?
Well, if guys are in the press box talking about, steaks and sandwiches and ribeyes and stuff like that, prime ribs, then, of course the game, hit a lull. I blame those guys over there. By the way, every time I've ever gone to a nice fancy steak place, which is because someone else was paying, I've always found the prime rib by the steaks. I don't know about you guys.
I agree.
Wait, so you say that you would, if somebody said, Nick, would you like a steak, and then brought that over, that would be what you were expecting? I'm not disputing that it's quality.
It's not
great.
Expecting because prime rib is like a specialty.
But why?
Like, if you get a steak, you're getting a fillet, a ribeye, or a New York strip.
Right. But
honestly, you're both right. You really are. Because if you were to say, is the prime rib a steak, you're thinking of going to a restaurant, you see where it is on the menu, it's in the steak section. Okay, cool. But that right there is just sliced. It's almost like what they'll turn upside down at like a Jersey Mike's or something and slice it for you. It's like that. So you're both right. I don't think that's a steak, but I do think prime rib is a steak.
Okay.
See, and that's my point. That's where the conversation was in the second half. So sure, I do think it was a little bit of a lull. Yes.
Are there any injuries? It felt like they were more banged up in this game. What's going on with Hankins and anything else?
It did. I tell you, Hankins walked out of the locker room pretty quickly, and when I say quickly, like a few minutes after the game was over, and also with a swift pace. So I wouldn't be too concerned. I could be wrong there, but it didn't seem like it was that bad just by walking out. And he did walk back onto the field. Hankins was the one. I'm trying to think if there's some others. I think this is definitely some bumps and bruises they got to take care of. And, looking at the weather in Buffalo, it's not going to be bad considering December Buffalo game. But, it is going to be cold. It's going to be a tough one. And, you stay on. If you line up on sides, you should be able to beat them.
Look at you getting everything in. Okay, so you don't feel bad for the Chiefs.
I honestly think the center is the one that might have messed that play up. And I've heard this before, that the center moves the ball. It can move it forward. And so, like the ref doesn't see that blue line. The ref just sees the ball.
Right.
And the ball, if you look at where the blue line is and where the ball is being snapped, I think he moved it forward closer to him. And so I think that's sort of what happened there.
Fantastic recap. Thank you, brother. Get some sleep.
Okay. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resorts. Is prime rib a steak? Do they feel bad for Kansas City? And everything else to rub it in Filthy's face, a Cowboys crosstalk. What KMC is next. But let me go ahead and get you set.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Hurts in the gun. Snap back looking, throws it out underneath to A.J. Brown. He fumbled the ball, and it is recovered by Dallas. That looked like a catch and a fumble, and that's what it was.
Time for Crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece. Why? Because I was actually getting excited for Mike Bassick's return to Crosstalk. He's been lighting me up all morning. But
what about
McCarthy credit?
Oh yeah,
Shohei contract.
What a dumb deal.
And he's driving to Austin instead. So I guess he's going to see the daughter. Miss you, Mike. Miss you, Mike. What's coming up?
At 10:40, all things Shohei Ohtani. And we'll talk more baseball today, I bet.
Maybe.
I'm sure you're talking about the Cowboys game.
Yeah, but no Cowboys.
What happened in the Cowboys game?
We won!
Oh, yeah. They got their asses kicked.
Carried Mike McCarthy to victory yesterday.
I don't understand that at all. I don't understand why you're so dug in on this. Just give it up. This is time. This is time.
Don't look at me. Look at him.
I'm not. I'm looking out at 75.
No,
that's what I'm looking at.
It's time to just give him his due, man. There are things that Kellen Moore did not understand about playing the position of quarterback. Dak didn't either. And he's now growing into the position. And he's a better quarterback because of it.
Look, we got
He would have
Mike
never
here.
gotten Aaron Rodgers praise.
We do have Mike here today.
If he wasn't playing in the West Coast offense the way he should be. And that's what he's doing right now. It took him some time to learn how to play this position better, and he's doing it at the highest level.
Oh, God. It's too early. I'm already having intestinal issues. I'm not digesting things very well. You're creating more stomach acid for me. That's not going to be good.
That's unfortunate for you, but the facts are the Cowboys are winning because Dak Prescott's playing better because he finally listened to his coach.
Because he took back the offense.
What does yesterday's win mean to you, if anything?
It means that your regular season isn't over. Like, if you would have lost yesterday, your regular season was over. You were the 5th seed. You were going on the road against the South and pretty much a repeat of last year. So that's the biggest thing for me is your regular season continues to matter.
Does it say more about Dallas? Because this is what I was trying to say in my prep email. Does this say more about where Dallas is at or more that Philadelphia is just not as good?
Good question.
Both. I think it's a perfect combination of both. I think it's the perfect combination of Dallas is playing its best right now, and Philly looks.
You think Philly's like Minnesota?
I think if San Francisco plays that team that Dallas put on the I think if Dallas puts that performance on the field yesterday, which was fine, they were okay. I think if they put that on the field against San Francisco, they lose by 17.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams are clearly. Like San Fran's on tier 1 and Cowboys and Eagles are on their own.
So I don't think they're any closer to San Francisco necessarily than I did in week 5.
And what he's trying to get to, which I disagree with, he's trying to lead a cult to agree and say that Philadelphia is getting exposed. I don't believe it. To me,
they are.
Okay.
Yeah, knuckleballs.
They have
exposed as what?
They have
just against him.
Jalen Hurts is having trouble passing downfield and playing against shell coverage. And that's forcing them to do things underneath that, as you saw yesterday, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith couldn't find any space to turn upfield and go. And that's become a problem for them because they got so used to beating people over the top. Now they're, as Broadus has said this a couple times too, they're forcing Jalen Hurts to play backwards. And so instead of doing having these big explosive runs where they would pick up those short yardages, they're having to go to their short passing game, and it's not working. They don't have the deep downfield threat.
He's a good deep ball thrower.
But teams are saying we're not going to let you do that.
Yeah, when it's one-on-one and A.J. Brown can run past people, he's a great deep ball thrower.
I mean,
as soon as they drop 7 and go beat us, then Jalen Hurts turns into the running back he is.
Only
most running backs go forward, not backwards.
If Dak made that A.J. Brown throw, he'd be in here wanting to cut A.J. Brown. If Dak Prescott was the one who made that.
What happened? It did happen with CeeDee Lamb, right?
Yeah.
Last night.
CeeDee Lamb dropped a touchdown pass.
Yes.
And then we had to pretend like it was the defense that
was a weird.
Look, Dak was not sharp yesterday. Again, like I said, if Dak and the entire team plays like that, even at AT&T Stadium, they lose handily to San Francisco.
See, but that's the thing is, I think you're interesting because RJ said tier 2 is the Cowboys and the Eagles. I guess I don't view it that way either. I know this is not usually the way tiers work, But I would have San Francisco on tier 1, Dallas on tier 2 by itself, and then we can figure out.
That's fine. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I think Philadelphia is like, nobody would here would be stunned if they went on another. Like, they could. I think the Cowboys really need home field to go through. I don't see them winning multiple road playoff games. They don't play well on grass. I think Philly could win road playoff games easier. I think their style of play is easier for that, especially in bad weather.
Would you feel any different about it? Like, let's say both teams went out, Philly and the Cowboys, and the Cowboys end up being the number 5 seed. Would you feel any different about their ability to win on the road in that instance then, because you would have gone to Buffalo, you would have gone to Miami? Like, would that change your mindset at all? Because I totally get what you're saying.
If they win the road games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to change my mind about whether or not they can go to
San Francisco
and win.
Fair enough.
And that's
they just play bad on grass.
That being said, I know what San Francisco is. I know what the Cowboys are, and I can't act like San Francisco is any better, or the Cowboys are any better than San Francisco at this point. I can't say that and be like, man, I really believe it. So that's not what I'm looking at. But I am looking at a team that was kind of hovering in the 4-3-5 range. And now they're very, very easily supplanted as 2 because I don't think Philly is 2.
And that's another reason I thought this win was so big, because what do you have to do? You have to make the longest path to get back to San Francisco. And the longest path to get back to San Francisco is y'all being the 1 and 2 seed. And they kept that dream alive, because then if you do play San Francisco, it would only be in the NFC Championship game. And so I'm not here to argue that they're better than the 49ers, but you have to create the longest possible path to get to them.
If you beat Buffalo in December on the road, and then you beat Miami on the road on grass, the way that team plays in Miami, that says something that then I'm like, okay, now we can talk about this might be a team that's different enough that can compete with San Francisco.
Agreed.
I just don't think yesterday's that.
Does anybody here feel sorry for the Chiefs with what happened to them yesterday?
Hell no.
Why? Because their wide receiver was half a yard offsides and they decided to bitch about it?
Rules is rules, Patrick Mahomes. Play by the rules, and that's what it is, dude.
Like, I get what he's saying about people aren't there to see the officials, but I'm like, dude, come on. This is not the hill.
You might as well line up in the end zone if that's the case. If that's what you want.
Do you think Von Miller was offsides?
Probably.
I got to go back and see the picture. Because I was looking at the one without the blue line and where the football was, and I was like, the football's actually probably half a yard out. He's still offsides there, but I can't quite line up Von Miller.
The Shohei deal you're going to make fun of? You're glad the Rangers did not pay that? Or they weren't given the opportunity?
Sure. I mean, I agree with that. I still keep looking for more in-depth information about all the deferred money, because that's the thing, is like on its face, I think that's a preposterous deal that they will very much regret. But I want to see the deferred money, because that's one of the things, is if it does give you enough leeway to avoid certain penalties from Major League Baseball and you just pay it off later, well, I'm sure the owners don't care. They're like, don't worry, we got plenty of money.
Yeah, I know I heard y'all this morning kind of mention that Mike was saying 45, but towards late gear, he was saying 60.
By the way, I think he's wrong about that too.
Bassick texted and said, I thought 12 for 600 would be the max.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
gotcha.
50 per.
All right, gotcha.
He got 70 per.
Yeah,
70.
It's pretty impressive.
I mean, it's awesome if you can do it.
The Rangers took themselves out of that instantly because as y'all were discussing, there's no TV money for them right now. They don't know where that is. So now what's happening, not only has Bally screwed over all the people that tried to watch games, but now they're screwing them over by not paying their damn bills so that we can go get the best player in baseball to play alongside the next best player in baseball.
Thanks, Mike.
We gonna give the owner a pass for that?
The Rangers owner?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
for sure.
Okay.
No.
Huh?
No.
Oh.
Because they're going to use it as an excuse instead of finding other ways to go find revenue and money to go make this kind of stuff happen.
I mean, it's not like it's $600,000. It's $100 million a year. Like, that's a lot of money to lose. They basically had like half their payroll paid before they sold a ticket. And now, like, that's a lot. That's a big number.
But do you remember?
And I get what you're saying. Like, it's not my problem.
When they were like, "Look, we're going to put a crappy team out there on the field, and if y'all show up, then we'll finally start to do stuff. But we're going to give y'all a crappy field to cheer for." And then they saw what happens when you give this team, this group, this fan base, a good team to cheer for. They show up.
All right, perfect question for the show that has debated whether a hot dog is a sandwich. This broke out yesterday in the Cowboy press box.
Oh.
Is prime rib a steak?
Like if you got sliced prime rib in the AT&T Stadium press box at the carving station.
Yeah.
Would you
I don't think so.
I don't consider it steak.
You don't?
No.
But I also don't think a hot dog's a sandwich. I understand all the rules behind it, but I'm like, a hot dog's a hot dog, and I know that drives some people insane.
Well, there's two ways to view it, right? You gotta answer it technically, and then there's the way you've just always thought about it, so you're not gonna accept it. Is the technical answer for hot dog a sandwich is that it is a sandwich?
I can't do it.
Yeah. See, you're not allowing
you're
not allowing the technical aspect to weigh in.
And I guess I think of prime rib as like super fancy roast beef.
Yeah, see,
Okay.
and that's the thing. If you go
Operative
to,
word beef.
but if you go to a carving station, like I don't think of
Yeah,
being served
I
up
agree.
steak at a carving station.
If it's at a carving station, I don't think that's a steak because it's
Right.
like very, very thin.
Yeah.
But if you go to like
If you go to a
Lowry's or something,
steakhouse and order
a prime rib,
a prime rib,
it's not my.
did you order a steak?
No,
Did you
you
have
didn't. It's not my fault that they have their definitions wrong. Like when Nick says it's grouped this way, it's not my fault that we've started messing up several definitions in this day and
I
age.
do feel like when I'm making a steak, I'm trying to get that
my
crust
God,
on
you
either
watch it.
side. And if I'm getting that from a prime rib, I'm just getting like this ring on the outside. It's not really the same thing to me. So I'm
Well, it's
trying
cooked-
to
yeah,
I'm
it's
trying to
cooked
get those that flavor palette and that crunch.
brisket.
Yeah,
it's cooked totally different.
just
but
a little bit different.
once
But
it's cut into a steak form, that's a steak.
that's a very
Any
fine.
food?
Did you
technical
did you
line.
make turkey steak this weekend?
No.
No,
Although I think they have turkey steaks.
Yeah.
that's not a real thing.
I mean,
I think the steak might come down to if it's cut thick enough.
shark.
Did you just find
Shark steak.
the
Shark
breast
steak.
like a turkey breast? Is that butchers or you have to go? Did you get that Target?
Killed the turkey.
Yeah, they
I went to his land in Sonneville.
I just
I've
bought
never-
like a 5-pound turkey breast.
I've never been able to find that, so
Yeah.
I gotta start asking for that now.
Yeah. It was magnificent. I got to give credit to Pittman.
Yeah.
Meat Church recipe and brought us.
you need to ask him. If,
I used to
if
get
it's a
these.
steak.
I used to get these phone calls after the show about football and everything, and Broadus is like, "Man, I'm watching this. You really got to take the skin off the turkey." He's like, "Mayo binder." I'm just telling you, it's the first thing because with Brian, it's never a hello, how you doing? It's,
Right. He
It's
cuts to the chase.
Cuts to the chase. It's like a program director's dream of starting a segment. Like, bam, Cowboys are this and that, and that's how a Broadus phone call is. And now it's all about food, no football.
He's like, hey, I was reviewing the tape of your turkey there.
Yeah, exactly. Would you, I would go with this or that. All right, we're back tomorrow with Jerry Jones, another Green Day ticket giveaway, and I think the return of Mike Bassick. It is the K and C masterpiece on a Cowboys Monday. Enjoy, y'all. Next.
There's no Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Victory Monday as the Cowboys beat the brakes off the Eagles 33-13. I wanted to focus in on one specific aspect of this game because you've been calling for this for a long time, and I know there's a lot to break down from this game, but Cowboys kicked the Eagles' ass for sure. More importantly, though, they also out-physicaled them. Or I guess we say more importantly, do folks out there think it's more important because the Cowboys have been winning games, but did you feel like this was a game that you needed to see them in a high-level opponent where they out-physicaled them?
Yeah, man, I've been waiting for because Philadelphia has been a very good team all season long. The Cowboys have been a very good team, and they have done it with what I thought was a lot of finesse. Pick off for 6 points. Swatting plays down, that's nice and everything. But man, last night you saw hard hitting, and Bobby talked about that this morning. Whenever Jalen Hurts was running intentionally as a running back, the Cowboys hit him hard. They didn't just try to take him down. They gang tackled. They swarmed last night. And there were lots of moments where even watching Stephon Gilmore, he was physical with A.J. Brown right there. So those things right there were the things that I've been looking for. And even on the offensive line, I'm still kind of looking for those moments of being the big boy, saying we're just going to do what we want to. I liked seeing that Zach Martin was the butt that Dak Prescott decided to get behind. And I liked seeing, I think I was looking, Kevin, it was 10-3, and there's Jake Ferguson with his being physical again. And I'm not saying that like he's the hero of the world, but you need somebody that's willing to put their shoulder in. Last night, I don't know exactly if there's going to be, I don't know what that's going to be, Kevin. It looked like Ferguson dropped his helmet, and then it was a helmet-to-helmet collision.
Yeah.
But I don't quite know. Everybody just kind of walked right by it, like it didn't even happen.
It's tough to get an offensive helmet-to-helmet call. Not impossible.
But he lowered his shoulder and was like, I'm not going to be taken down easy tonight. And so that's where that was a big loss for the Eagles. But, yeah, man, they went out there and they put it on them physically last night. So much so that Philly didn't score an offensive touchdown, and that's pretty impressive.
Man, that's a great point. And Brandon Aubrey single-handedly outscored the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, he could have won that game by himself if we really needed to yesterday.
That's pretty impressive as well. From the 806, fair question. Do you feel like it's more important to out-physical a team or out-swag a team?
Both.
Going into the game, out-swag them. In the actual game, definitely out-physical them. For sure. And remember, Mike is off today. He will be back tomorrow.
Okay. Well, good for him, man. Good for him. There's still some things that I'm lacking on the Cowboys. I still want Terrence Steele to clean some things up.
For sure.
There are
not whiff on a protection.
Yeah, that'd be nice. And you said it earlier, Dak, that was his fault on the fumble.
That fumble's on Dak.
He knows. After the game, he said, look, man, I wanted another half second to set my feet because that was a touchdown pass. And whenever we go back and watch the All-22, we're probably going to see a wide receiver wide open downfield, and Dak couldn't get it to him because he got in trouble there trying to hold on to the ball too long. But
that's not a knock against how he played.
Not at all.
Just that one particular play, whenever Dak says, I expect more of myself, I expect more of this team, like when he just says himself, that was the play I thought of.
The play of Dak Prescott, Kevin, is the thing. I know he even had some physical moments last night where he did against what I've been saying he's been doing so well and was like, I'm taking these 4 and I'm going to try and run through them tonight. But the way he's playing, I'm glad that the NBC broadcast did a good job of showing everybody last night the 2-step drop that he's up to right now and how important that's been. And Kevin, you've been talking about sometimes he holds the ball too long, but for the most part, Dak has been delivering the ball very quickly.
And that 2-step drop, I want to go back to that for just 1 second because that is something you at least partially, and you can correct me if I'm off here, give credit to McCarthy for helping with. Yes?
I
drop?
absolutely do, because go back and watch Aaron Rodgers play. Go back and watch how comfortable Aaron Rodgers would look on passes, and you'd be like, how the hell is he doing this? How does Aaron Rodgers just constantly look like he's so comfortable? It's because he's not panicking and moving his feet around. Footwork's the most important part, and he knows where he's supposed to go. He has 2 spots. Jerry Jones told Sean and RJ last week, instead of going whole field, we are kind of focusing on one side or the other, and they get to pick which side they want to focus on and attack it, and it's working right now. And so maybe at some point there's going to be a team that figures out what they're doing, they try and fix it. But, man, that's a long history of quarterbacks that have played for McCarthy that have done a good job of understanding the patience they can have with that footwork and what they need to deliver there.
Now, we will talk with Stephen Jones at noon, but I know after the game, Jerry Jones was talking about how much this win means for Dak and wins for the organization. I actually want to go to cut 14 because this is tied into something that we can update you on.
First of all, I just, as far as what it represents, which is his importance to the team, he doesn't have to win that award for me to know how important he is to our aspirations this year, where we are and where we got a chance to go. So he's got that kind of appreciation from, I think, everybody in this organization. It's Dak evolving and working with Mike and Schottenheimer and what we're trying to do offensively and how he's making those adjustments that represents.
So he's talking about Dak winning the MVP and getting his due after this win. I agree with a lot of that, and I would love for that to be the way it works, but I don't think for some people, for a lot of people, they're hyped. They're like, hell yeah, Dak Prescott this morning is the favorite for MVP. The Cowboys are 10-3. They're this, they're that, they're the other. But I do know that there's a contingent of people who are like, that's great. Get back with me after the divisional round.
Yeah.
So there's some people you're not going to change.
Yeah, no, and the MVP is a regular season award. As you yelled at me, and you were like so happy that Bochy didn't win Manager of the Year.
No, I was just telling you why he wasn't going to win.
And you kept saying because it's a regular season award.
It is.
And I think you can look at Dak Prescott's regular season. We still have 3 more games. We got to 4 more games.
We discount the Commanders.
Got to buckle down on. But you got 3 specifically important games that are coming up where Dak can continue to stake his claim to this.
For sure.
And winning MVP would be a nice feather in the cap for him. But I don't think that that's what Dak Prescott ultimately is like. I'm after that the most.
Yeah.
Because he knows even if he holds that trophy up, everybody will still have the one thing to say about him, and he's got to cover up all those warts, man. All of them get covered up. He can say, now what? Now what do you have against me? So, yes, postseason stuff. Well, regular season, really awesome, and he's playing exceptional right now. And, Kevin, can I add this? I know I texted this to you last night. Right before halftime was the moment that he needed. Before halftime, he had a moment where you had a minute 48 seconds left on the clock. And there are so many times we talk about Patrick Mahomes or whoever. You can name one of the great quarterbacks, and it's always you don't leave any time for that guy on the clock. And Dak Prescott, just him and Mike McCarthy. I'm going to give Mike McCarthy credit on this because they called some fantastic plays along the way.
How dare you?
Because it's real. He was the play caller. Give him the credit.
How dare you?
They call a number of good plays that put them in position to score a touchdown before halftime. And now that is the right moment. I really thought that the Brandon Cooks play, I wasn't going to call that. I was saying bleed the clock even more. Work it all the way down to 1 and then leave nothing. They went right at it with Cooks, put him on the goal line. Gallup gets the touchdown. And now you can say that's a moment on a big stage against a big team where they took the clock away and didn't give the opponent any chance. And what does Philly try to do afterwards, Kevin?
Man, they tried. Look, Philly was ready to give up because there's 20 seconds. Hey, we're losing by 18 points. They hand the ball off. They throw it. That pass made the Eagles so mad. They said, F it. Just run the ball.
We suck.
We're done with this half.
Just give it up.
And that's what they did. They're like, hey, don't call another timeout. That was by the way, that was the first timeout that Philly had called after the DeAndre Swift run for 6 yards. And then they tried the pass. It didn't work because the official was like, hey, I'm going to stare at the trail foot, not the actual first foot, to see if it goes in bounds or not. And after that review, they're like, F it. Just run the ball. I'm not calling timeout. If you break off a 70-yard run, awesome. We'll score a touchdown. Otherwise, I'm out.
This is my notes. It said this can be a Dak can become don't leave any time on the clock for him moment for him. 45 seconds left. Bleed the clock. Put a dagger touchdown in with no timeouts or no time left, and you are now becoming. So I'm looking at Dak in a whole new way right now with McCarthy and the way that he's playing because he's finally seeing it in this offense the way that it should be. I'm seeing a different quarterback right now, and I like it a lot, man. It's a lot of fun. Now, should they have scored a touchdown on every possession last night? Absolutely. I know there's part of me that's like, hey, don't have a moment where you miss 5 throws in a row. But they're very impressive.
Look, and CeeDee Lamb immediately, you saw him touch his chest after he dropped what would have been a touchdown pass, and then NBC had to pretend like it was some amazing pass.
Why did they have to pretend?
I get it.
I was confused.
I get it. That dude ran over there near CeeDee Lamb, and that's great. But CeeDee Lamb still should have caught that pass and scored a touchdown.
Look,
he knows that.
A.J. Brown had a drop just like that, and so did Devontae Smith. He had one in the end zone. Very similar to that.
Oh, and they were far more costly remember what I was complaining to you about is it should have been 31-6, and the game should have been over. And I realize it went for a while, but just CeeDee Lamb has been incredible this year. That was just a thing that I thought, hey, let's blow this game out even more. But for the MVP, here's where we stand as of right now. Now, I've taken a composite of all the different services because you can get betting odds.
It's when you take leaves and stuff and put them in a pile and they break down.
No, that's a compost heap. Okay. Thank you very much. Didn't think I was going to get that, did you? Dak Prescott is about a plus 160 to a plus 175. I'm not a voter. I don't get to say who wins MVP. I'm telling you, this morning, December 11th, 2023, Dak Prescott is the favorite for MVP. Brock Purdy is second at about plus 200, plus 225. All right? And then there's a big drop-off until you get to Lamar Jackson at about 6 or 7 to 1. And so right now, we talked about Jalen Hurts. Look, what's going to hurt Jalen Hurts is he's not playing better than last year. That's the biggest thing that Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott and Lamar Jackson have an advantage over. Lamar Jackson, not as many injuries, able to put out more stuff. Dak Prescott, playing better. Brock Purdy, getting to play the entire season. They all three have a built-in advantage for their MVP case, whereas Jalen Hurts, the team's really good. He's played well, but at the same time, he has a career high in interceptions and fumbles lost. You can just look back at last year and be like, I don't think you're the MVP.
Right. No, yeah, absolutely. Kevin, can I add something else to this conversation real quick? The face mask pass interference, that was on the same drive that Dak had to deal with. And I was very afraid that a lot of people would be like, yeah, but did you see that penalty call? That's what got you up the field. I do want to point out that Brandon Cooks also caught that pass for a first down. So that would have continued that drive. So everything would have been fine there. But that penalty specifically is the wildest penalty I've ever seen.
Does it hurt your feelings? That was Ringo on that penalty, right?
Johnny Ringo?
Sure, not Johnny Ringo.
Johnny Ringo.
How many people know who that is outside of Tombstone? Is you gave up the completion and got double penalties. So they were like, hey, look, you pass interfered, you face masked, and he still caught the ball. Like, that's got to hurt your confidence level when you get called for double penalties that are enforceable.
Yeah.
And you still gave up the pass.
Yeah, and then you go to that. You don't want to go to that sideline. You want to go to the other team's sideline and just be like, look, man, I'm on your side tonight. I don't want to go to mine. They're going to be mad at me.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And Brandon Cooks has to feel pretty confident at that point. He's like, you can't even touch me anymore, dude.
Yeah, and if I'm the defender, I'm like, hey, you want to rotate or something because this isn't really working for me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to talk about basketball.
What? No,
I'm just
not.
kidding.
No,
we're going to talk more about the Cowboys, obviously. All about Aubrey, and this is a serious question. How will critics try to discount the Cowboys' 2023 regular season resume now? 877-881-1053. Back to Cowboys Eagles next right here in The Fan.
Choice Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Nearing the end of the first quarter from 60 on the left hash. Long kick, plenty of lag. What a great call by Mike McCarthy. Just as everyone said he should do, he sends in Aubrey for a 60-yard field goal, and Dallas leads 10-0.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Dallas Cowboys are, in fact, victorious. Is multi-tiered question right here is, I do like that word. I hear you, critics. What will critics say, I hear you, about the Dallas Cowboys 2023 regular season resume now? And then we just need to take a chunk of time to talk about how great Brandon Aubrey is.
Okay, where do you want to start then with the first question?
Yeah.
Okay. It's still their regular season.
And that's why I specifically phrased it like that, because I get it. The argument is, well, you know they're going to lose in the playoffs. I don't have a counter for you right now because history says you're damn sure right about that.
Yeah, what was the criticism of this season? That they lost to Arizona?
Good.
Okay.
Oh, well, sure. But also they hadn't beaten anybody good.
Yeah, well, I mean, here, let me play voice of critic then.
Okay.
Kevin is...
I need you to change your voice.
I'm a critic, and hey,
you sound like Sean Sharif.
I
don't know if that was intentional or not.
He's a critic too. Well, I mean, the Eagles are down, and you just got the best of them at home. You go do it on the road, but you couldn't. And that's how. And when you say critics, I think you're kind of specifically speaking of the Fox sports shows.
No.
That are really bad at this.
I mean,
or anybody out there that's listening to or that's texting wants to take shots here.
There's a whole bunch of people that fit that.
And I think that you can still find, holes in the Cowboys schedule and say you didn't do what you were supposed to do. But
Fair.
Since then, they have. Now, there's still more left. And this is why it's so great that the Cowboys have this opportunity, this stretch, this meat of the schedule. Which, Kevin, if I do believe
it's now
before the season started, you kind of went through and said, hey, what stretch is it? And this was your big chunk where you were like, these 4 games are going to define the season.
And you won the first one.
Yeah. And, I mean, I think you go back a little bit, and there's still even more defining happening. It was just against bad teams. But this stand right here is a great opportunity for the Cowboys players to completely turn that around. Now, for the most part, though, it's important to carry that into the playoffs because then there still continues to be no argument back at you. If you win it all, they can't say crap, all right? And I almost said a different word. But if you win it all, they can't say anything to you. They have a lot of work to do before then. A lot of things can't happen. But at this point, if you're going to look at the schedule, you're going to say you lost to a team you shouldn't have, and then you lost to 2 teams in battles that one you were completely waxed out of, and one that you were very close in, and you got an opportunity to have a rematch against that opponent, and you took them down. And you made it look very uncompetitive. But I think there will be a lot of critics out there that are still looking at Philly going, yeah, but they're not good right now. They're bad right now. So it's not like the Cowboys really dismantled the Niners here. The Cowboys are the second best team in the NFC. They might be the second best team in the NFL.
I was going to ask you.
At home, they might be the best, the second best team in the NFL. But they are the second best team in the NFC. The Ravens pulled one off yesterday that I still can't deny.
Man, did they ever? We'll get to that later.
But yeah, that's the simple truth of it is the Cowboys are probably playing their best football right now. They looked massively beyond their years of what we saw early in the season from them against very bad opponents for about 5 weeks. And then they said, okay, finally we get this opportunity against an opponent that everybody says we have to beat. And we did it. And we didn't even make it competitive. That wasn't a competitive game by any means last night because the Cowboys defense shut them down. They said you're not scoring. You want to kick field goals? That's fine. The only touchdown that was scored was because Dak fumbled the ball because he was trying to go downfield for a bigger play. I love it. But the Cowboys went up against the opponent you said they had to beat and didn't even have a competitive game because they took them down so easily. So I can't care what any of those critics out there want to say at this point.
Now, I do agree with this from the 817. Every team has lost to someone they shouldn't have this year. First of all, I definitely agree with that. But the other thing is, this is the one spot I can see people point to is you still think missing from the Cowboys regular season resume. And guess what? Great news for everybody. They're about to have to go through that. Here are the teams that the Cowboys have beaten on the road thus far. The Giants, the Chargers, and the Panthers. Fair to say, not quite a murderer's row of opponents.
Right.
All right. Next 2 weeks. At the Bills. Bills installed as an early 2-point favorite. That's already dropped to 1.5.
And they just took down the legendary Kansas City Chiefs.
They might have sent Patrick Mahomes spiraling for the rest of the year. I'm not entirely sure about that. And then at the Dolphins, who, remember, we've talked about this all year. The Dolphins are the same as the Cowboys, all right? They are undefeated at home. They have knocks for not beating quality opponents on their record. That's going to be a huge game. So the next 2 weeks, you go on the road against two good teams. I'm not saying these are the best teams in the NFL or anything like that because it's still San Francisco and everybody else. But two teams on the road that are very, very good. If the Cowboys were to win both of those two games, or hell, I think even if they split those games, you get rid of a lot of deficiencies that people have with this record.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now the Dolphins are a blast to me because it might be skill on skill, and the Cowboys defense is built on speed, and the Miami Dolphins offense is built on speed
for sure.
Like whenever they got a receiver from who was the receiver from Pittsburgh? They got him from the Bears. And Mike McCarthy was like, "You want me to say it?" Or Mike McDaniels was like, "You want me to say it?" He's fast.
Yeah,
and that's what he does. He's like, "Who are the fast guys? Can they play a little bit? Are they injury prone? I'll still take them. It's fine because they're fast." And that's going to be a speed on speed thing, and that's a great opportunity for the Cowboys to go out there and put another stamp on it, man.
I like this from the 940 question. If the Cowboys go 0-4 the remaining games, do they make the playoffs? Here's the Kevin breaking news desk. Don't play the sounder, though, because this is just my opinion. The Cowboys have clinched a playoff spot. I repeat, the Cowboys have clinched a playoff spot. You could save me with your numbers and everything that say, well, technically not. I'm telling you, Kevin Hageland has promised that the Dallas Cowboys have clinched a playoff spot, even if they go 0-4. Have you seen that garbage the South is trotting out? Have you seen the rest of this playoff picture? You're in. You got 10 wins. You're fine.
Let's see the playoff picture real
you
quick,
look
Kevin.
up the playoff picture.
The
I'm telling you.
Packers play tonight. They have a chance to be 7-6 after they beat the Giants tonight.
Good luck, everybody who has to watch that game.
The Vikings just re-lost Justin Jefferson. They're at 7-6 up in the north.
Yep.
The Falcons 6-7. Who's leading? The Bucks
It's
are
a
leading
three-way
the division
tie,
at
baby.
6-7. What a miserable division.
So the
that is.
Cowboys have clinched a playoff spot from the 940. I know it's not Forgiveness Friday, but I need forgiveness for picking Philadelphia to win 41-39. Forgiven, as long as you're on the train.
Today is the day of forgiveness for you, huh?
I think
You're
so.
forgiving people that picked against the Cowboys.
If they're admitting the errors of their ways for picking against the Cowboys against the Eagles, yes, I do forgive them.
I got a little nervous last night as I was watching the NBC broadcast, and Jason Garrett picks the Cowboys. McCourty picks the Cowboys. The only person that didn't pick the Cowboys on the entire NBC staff was Maria. And I was like, oh, this is not going to be good because everybody felt so overconfident. And I was like, I'm sitting here going, the coach was out for a few days. It's a perfect excuse. Coach is out for a couple days. It was the Eagles. You know, all these things were weighing on my mind, Kevin. And then the Cowboys said, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
They took care of their business last night.
Look, and everybody thought the Cowboys were going to win. They did win. They won emphatically. But these next two games are essentially pick-em games. Like, I realize what the point spread says right now about Buffalo being a slight favorite. I think that line is going to continue to tighten up just a little bit. I think Buffalo will go off the board as a tiny, tiny favorite in that game, but essentially a pick-em game. That Dolphins game, I think that's essentially going to be a pick-em game. So the great news about what the Cowboys did in that win, and I want to emphasize this, they kept their regular season relevant. If you lose that game yesterday, your regular season is over. I realize you still have to pretend to care about the Bills, Dolphins, Lions, and Commanders, but you're the number 5 seed. I know it. They know it. Everybody else would know it, and you'd have to go through the motions for the next month. Now you're in a position where you can still win this division. Where if San Francisco were to trip up somewhere, and look, did I think at the very beginning of the Seattle game, maybe that was going to be the miracle that we needed? Sure. And then it turned around. But you could still potentially get the top seed as well.
I do have a question about this because I started thinking about it last night. If they trip up in the next 3 games, have you just given up then on this? Because I still think they can make a postseason run even if something happens in the next few, because it's a lot of games to win in a row, man.
Sure.
That's a tough stretch.
It depends on, let's say you lose 1 game the rest of the way. It's not going to be easy, but I'll take my chances, because then you'll be 13-4, and down the stretch you'll have wins over the Eagles, Lions, and Bills or Dolphins. And I'll be like, let's go. I realize you're probably staring down that San Francisco matchup, and that sucks, and you need to hope for an upset the first round of the playoffs so you could draw the Eagles. There's a lot to that. I'm not going to give up. I would just think you're probably not going to be able to take the division, or even you still got a shot at the number 1 seed. But for now, you're still in the game. And there's a lot of people who deserve credit for it. But by God, we played the highlight. Brandon effing Aubrey. With all due respect to Stephon Gilmore and Dak Prescott, probably especially Dak, he gets enough attention. I kind of wish they just would have trotted out Brandon Aubrey. But then I realized they went away from Brandon Aubrey really quickly in the postgame on NBC because he gave a generic answer.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you watched this, but I really wanted them to stick with it. And they're like, Brandon, you're amazing. You're the man. How do you effing do it? I'm paraphrasing the question. It was pretty much that, though. And he was like, you know what? I just focus on every kick, and that's the most important thing. And they're like, all right, we're done with you. And they went back to Dak. If he would have said something like, you know what? You're right. Right now, I am the effing man. Did you see that? Then they probably would have stuck with him more. He made a 60-yard field goal. Then he made a 59-yard field goal. And I remember thinking he was going to miss that because we got too arrogant depending on how good he was. Oh, he kicked a 60-yarder. This one's 1 yard closer. Surely he'll make it. And then he did. And I was like, well, in my face. And then I know you don't get any points for this. He hit the crossbar on the kickoff twice. And I think the second time he hit it, it was just to see if he could. Because the first time he was like, oh, wow, that was nice. He has been amazing this year. Absolutely amazing. I know it's Dak for MVP, CD for offensive player, Micah for defensive player. Brandon Aubrey's been incredible this year.
And I do think that Harrison Butker has matched him. I got to go back and look.
What?
But Harrison Butker, I think, has the same. He hasn't missed this year, and he's hit a whole bunch of them. So I got to go confirm on that. But he has had a phenomenal season. And it's been so nice to feel comfortable in that.
He hasn't missed an extra point either.
He hasn't missed anything on either side, huh?
Well, he missed stopping that Mahomes meltdown.
Okay, all right, yeah.
But other than that,
yeah. So those two, it's pretty special to have 2 kickers doing that in one season. And I know nobody's really paying attention to that much, but it's really nice that you feel like he's a weapon, just as much as you feel the comfort of him stepping out there. You know, last year there was that moment where Maher got the yips, but he was striking so well all season long. And then here we are with Brandon Aubrey, and I feel very comfortable. But, Kevin, I regret to tell you this.
Oh, what?
Actually, I feel like I might not.
I have no idea what you're about to say.
We have to hear it now. I mean,
well, we're celebrating today, and I don't want to bring you down.
You about to tell me bad news? It's about Jonathan Hankins.
I think Aubrey's going to miss in Buffalo.
What the?
I think he's going to – you almost said it. I think he is. I think we're going to get the first one. There's going to be some – the weather's going to be nice. I just looked, Kevin, because somebody texted it in. Weather's actually going to be pretty spot on in Buffalo.
Okay.
But I feel like Buffalo is going to – there's going to be that breeze that comes through in that crappy stadium they have up there. You're going to have that moment.
Will we be winning 30-14 at the time? Because I can live with that.
It's going to be 17-14. But that's
you
know
my
what?
God.
I still have a lot of work to do before we get to that point to check out this team. Just happy that Dak Prescott brought Brandon Aubrey into the fold.
By the way, quick breakdown. Harrison Butker, he's got nothing on Brandon Aubrey. I realize he hasn't missed a kick. That's nice. Good for you. He has 100 points. Brandon Aubrey has 129 points. Brandon Aubrey has made 7 more field goals than Harrison Butker. Also, Harrison Butker, 3 for 3 from 50-plus yards. Oh, wow. That's neat. Good job, kid. Brandon Aubrey, 8 for 8 from 50-plus yards. Brandon Aubrey kicked as many 50-yard field goals last night as Harrison Butker has all year. That's a fact.
I'm not disputing your facts.
Sounds like you are.
Sounds
like you are.
I was just pointing out he is also having a very good season. Last year, Harrison Butker, by the way, he was 75% from field goals last year, Kevin. So that could happen to Aubrey at some point.
Stop it.
I'm just joking.
I agree.
He'll never miss again.
I agree with the people who are texting in inflammatory
No,
things
I was just
about
joking.
Corey
Aubrey's
Majors.
never going to miss, man. Well, it'll be all right. I better go see a witch doctor or something.
You didn't believe any of that last part that you just said. Maybe the very last part. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all things Shohei. Probably more Cowboys, too, right here on The Fan.
Hey, everyone.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
At the Philadelphia 13. 2 tight ends on the left. Back to throw. Looking left. Looking right. Pumps. Runs out to the left. Throws on the run. Lamb at the 7. And strolls in. Walks all the dogs. Touchdown, Lamb. 13 yards. First touchdown of the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Cowboys are victorious over the Philadelphia Eagles 33-13. And as of right now, they lead the division. Don't worry about what would happen if both teams went out. Just don't worry about that at the moment. Focus on the fact that right now you are in first place in the division. Now let's also talk some baseball.
I tried to tell you that last week. You kept telling me I was wrong.
I know, but I caught the fever, man. When you beat you're in
first place,
out of
dude.
Philadelphia, you are. Don't worry about what's going to happen down the road.
If you have to play them again in the playoffs, you can beat them.
If you play the Eagles again in the playoffs, I think we are going to win.
I don't care what field it's on.
Agreed.
You could make it a neutral site, the moon, or a parking lot, as Jason Garrett used to say.
Man, I really wish there would have been more follow-up questions with him about playing football on the moon. All right. Shohei Ohtani got all. I do.
I want to hear what Jason Garrett's thoughts are on playing on the moon. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you going to handle the whole gravity thing?
And also, do you have to wear a helmet underneath your space helmet?
Of course you have to.
And
protect your head.
Helmet to helmet feels much more devastating.
Yes.
Because if you break that space helmet open, that person's going to die.
Yeah, it's very different world.
Lots of follow-up questions that are relevant for this. This is why Jason Garrett won't come back on with us.
Is that why?
All right.
Nope.
So Shohei Ohtani, he got 10 years, $700 million. I was in the car on the way back from my in-laws when Rachel Ring texted us and said, holy $70 million, Batman. And I thought, surely that's not in reference to Shohei, right?
My first thought was that's what she bid on our dinner for Jared this year. That's awesome.
We're worth it.
Yep.
And I'm continuing to wait for more information about the deferments of the payments because on the face, I just fundamentally do not think 10 years, $700 million is worth it. However, if because of the deferred payments, they're able to continue to field their competitive team, which supposedly is what Shohei suggested to begin with, and the Dodgers owners will be fine with the money. You know what? They're the Dodgers. Checks will keep coming on in regardless of if the team is elite or not. And it looks like the team is set up to continue to be very, very good for a very long time. So that part of it probably won't bother them. I just thought with the way the luxury tax can compound on you that could have been a mistake. But if the deferred payments help them out with that, plus that means they can invest more of that money right now and then pay at the end. I know people joke about Bobby Bonilla as the most genius contract in the history of sports. And I understand all of that, but the Mets owners no doubt loved it too because they're like, well, I'll just take this money that I always use to make more money and invest it while I'm not paying you.
Money now is more valuable than money tomorrow. That's an old adage.
And especially with the way inflation works, I have no doubt.
It doesn't make sense, but because it's still money, but it makes sense.
But for Shohei, they're like, well, you don't get this money till later, but eventually you'll get $700 million. I can see how he's like, that sounds good. It felt like the Dodgers sat down at the table and said, we're going to give you an offer that will end your conversations with other places. I don't care how much you like San Francisco, Toronto, wherever else. It's over.
Do you think the Morosi tweet about him being on a plane to Toronto was lit a fire for the Dodgers to say, let's just make the number so big that it won't matter? Or do you think that was in place earlier?
Here's what I think. Here's my conspiracy theory. Long ago, Frank Provenzano, who, by the way, was just on an episode of Spits and Suds, if you want to go check out the podcast on the Odyssey Radio Network and the app.
Frank Pro Sports.
He said, you always knew people in the media that you could float information out to make sure it got around. This seems like something Shohei's agent should have done. He's like, hey, the Dodgers are screwing around. Will you drop this? And then Heyman might have been, or Morosi may or may not have been like, but is he really on that plane? They're like, sure, You could take a flight to Toronto for no reason just to confirm the legitimacy of this story. And then the Dodgers are like, no, no, no.
So, like you said, the Dodgers print money.
They do.
So, like, they're going to have a really good team. Now, they don't have him right now as a pitcher. They do have him down the road as a pitcher.
Sure.
That's going to be a big factor later on down the road. He's going to be at the plate. He'll be DHing. He'll be hitting. But the Rangers don't have to worry about that. So in the big scheme of things, I thought there was a point where the Rangers were going to go pursue him. Something has gotten in their way, and they're not even going after some other people. But I'm just glad it's done. I'm just glad he's done and he's moved on so everybody else can move on and start going with other things. Because it felt like everybody was on pause waiting for that to happen. So I'm just glad that it's all said and done with and he can play in LA and stay there.
And I see people asking the question. It doesn't bother me at all that the Rangers weren't involved in this, just because that number is preposterous. I could have seen for the Rangers. I could have seen 10 for 500, and maybe they wanted to get involved in that conversation. But think about it. Don't you feel like people argue that the Rangers overpaid for both Marcus Semien and Corey Seager at the time?
Yes.
I'm not saying right now.
No, absolutely.
Okay, they overpaid for both of them. You look at this next year, you get both of them plus $9 million, and that's what gets you to Shohei for next year.
Yeah.
And he can't pitch.
Yeah.
So, like, that just fundamentally made no sense for me with the Rangers. And plus, I'm sure Shohei liked the fact that you don't got to move too far down the road from where you already were, and you've got your setup that you're used to and everything like that. I have no issue whatsoever with the Rangers not being involved in the deal at this level.
Yeah, and from the 805, as a Dodger fan, the Rangers proved you don't need Shohei Ohtani. If Ohtani gets hurt at any point and can't pitch, $700 million to a DH.
Okay, and that's the thing, because somebody brought up a great point. Guests talking about Ohtani wasn't actually a deal breaker.
Fact.
They should have put out, it's a deal breaker unless you
have the most money.
$700 million. And then, because remember, they were like, he's dead set on getting more than 500. I was like, oh, good luck. He wants 600. I was like, wow.
That's
and
a big
the Dodgers
number.
are like 700 million. So I think it was 600 million. And they're like, hey, that crap that Dave Roberts pulled wasn't cool. And they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Here's another $100 million.
Is that going to put them over the top? Does that do it
in
for
terms
the
of
Dodgers?
competitiveness?
Yeah.
They think that.
I mean, they got Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. They have two of the best hitters in the game, now they have another third best hitter. He may be the best hitter in the game.
Think about how crazy this is. I can't believe this has actually happened before, and it's happened multiple times. Do you know that now the Dodgers will have 3 players who finished top 3 in MVP voting this season? Because Betts and Freeman were 2 and 3, and then in the National League, and then obviously Ohtani won in the American League. That's actually happened 4 times before.
Are you kidding me?
So this is the 5th time a team will go into a season with 3 candidates that were top 3 in MVP. So if you're the Dodgers, there's no doubt the Dodgers, much like the Braves, look at the Diamondbacks run as a fluke, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Braves are like, we should have won it. And the Dodgers are like, this is the piece we need to win it. And so I get it. And if the Dodgers win a couple of non-bubble World Series, then what the hell do they care? Like I said, they print money. They'll be fine.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that for sure. It is. I'm happy that he's not in the division.
Agreed.
I am going to miss, though, Ohtani night. You saw that stadium. When Ohtani came here to pitch, I was there, man. It was insane. It's going to be that way this year anyway. Like this year, Rangers fans are showing up. That's just how it's going to be. But Ohtani night was a blast. You got a chance to watch a very special player play in the game, and now he's in another division, and you don't play the Dodgers all that often.
I will look up who tweeted this because I can't remember off the top of my head. It was such a genius tweet. I do mourn the loss of every week or so Mike Trout hits 3 home runs. Shohei Ohtani does something that hasn't been done in 100 years. Angels lose to the Tigers 11-4. Like, I will miss the amazing combination of things that those two did together while consistently losing.
This is sad to me. From DJ Casanova. You still have Dave Roberts as a manager. That's the scary part. You don't have a championship manager like Bochy. when you have won a championship and people still say you don't
3
have a
years ago.
championship manager,
That
but
just happened 3
but it's like
years
Barry
ago.
Switzer, right? Where you're just like they won despite.
Is Dave Roberts Barry Switzer of baseball?
They're like, it's the roster, bro. It's not you.
Holy moly! By the way,
And wouldn't Bochy be like, hey, look, those guys hit the ball, not me? He would be like, they're the best, not me.
yeah, no, I get that. And by the way, with Betts, Freeman, and Ohtani, the Dodgers also have 3 of the top 5 position players in WAR from last year. So, I mean, they probably
but
think
what's
that's
that good for?
Absolutely nothing now. But if I say it again during the season, maybe it'll mean a World Series.
We're the dumbest.
You're welcome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk some about the Heisman Trophy, but also get back into Cowboys-Eagles with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Man, we beat the crap out of the Eagles yesterday.
We demolished them.
Yeah, that was nice.
We did, and I love it so much, and I'm so happy this morning. We need to talk just a little bit more about how amazing Brandon Aubrey is, though, right?
It's incredible. I was watching him warm up before the game, and the direction he hit the 60, I think they were both the same direction, 60 and 59. So when he was warming up, the last kick he attempted was 58 yards, and the net's right on the wall, right?
Yeah.
It was high on the net, and it hit the back wall there, right? So I'm sitting there going, that's good from 63 or 65.
Yep.
And I'm wondering, if they get in a pinch, do they have the nerve to try it from 60? And by golly, they did. And I'm sitting there thinking, this would be a hell of a way to break your streak of consecutive field goals because you got to hit a 60-yarder. And he crushed it. He absolutely crushed it. And it would have been good from 65, by the way. It's one of the more incredible stories in the NFL this year.
I'm not saying this happened, but then what would you say if there's a radio host out there who appreciated Brandon Aubrey but was also predicting that he would miss his first field goal next week? What would you also say to that person if you trained them?
Are you calling me out right now?
Yeah, that's right.
That's sort of like, if you think you're going to pick on Deron Bland, right? Take your chances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. This was my chance then, Mickey. I did. I'm amazed by everything that's happened. I just happened to say I think Buffalo. That it's like it might be the one time he gets out there.
I mean, he's probably going to miss one at some point, right?
I'd say so.
Yeah, I understand. You're playing the odds. The more you make 30 in a row, the chances are you're going to miss one, and you're going to hit some bad weather along the way.
Yeah.
Or high humidity along the way, right?
Yeah.
You got 2 road games coming up. But what you have to do is just, like the winning streak, just enjoy the ride. And from a Cowboys fan standpoint, right? And don't keep worrying about the next game, the future, what's going to happen in the playoffs. Just enjoy it. That you saw a team, and I guarantee you there were 93,000 people in the stands that enjoyed their Sunday night.
Well, and they enjoyed after the game as well. Were you in the room when people were banging on the side of the press conference room chanting MVP and here we go for Dak's postgame presser?
I believe I was, yes.
And Mickey, did you hear Collinsworth and Tirico last night give you your credit for
I did not.
They didn't say your name, but they did tell the exact same story that you told us regarding the Here We Go story.
I heard Dak, somebody told me Dak said something. He did an interview with Jason Garrett.
Okay.
And Jason asked him the same question. And somebody said, "Oh yeah," he said, "Mickey just asked me that," or something like that.
Awesome.
How about that?
Yeah, so they basically said the exact same thing you told us last week, and it was, hey, it means basically shut up, everybody.
And if it wasn't for you guys, I might not have asked.
Look
right?
at us.
Man,
you put me on the spot.
This is like a credit train today. I like it. Now, I know you're more focused on the team and winning games, but there's only 4 games left. And as of this morning, Dak Prescott is the favorite to win MVP. That's pretty neat, right?
Yeah, but who makes that favorite thing?
Vegas.
And what do they know about the voters?
Probably where their kids go to school and everything like that.
No, but I understand that they got to set some odds, right?
Yeah,
they need people to lose money.
People like to bet on the Cowboys.
Yeah, and so,
that's
but
fair.
Are they analyzing kind of the voting record of the people that vote on that, the media people? Because just remember, there's still a serious, Cowboy bias out there. regardless of how objective you think the media people should be. And there's still that Eastern Bloc, right, that still are jealous of everything Dallas.
Like old school Germany? Is that what we're saying right here?
No, that's Mike's been talking about
I'm
that
glad
a lot.
you picked up on that, by the way.
Holy cow.
Mike's been talking about that a lot lately regarding the defensive player of the year voting and everything. But
I think you're right about that. I just wonder I think even if the Cowboys win 3 of the next 4, I think he has a very, very good chance. And if they win the next 4, I think he's winning the award.
Well, I think that's for everybody else to debate. I think that's the least of his worries.
I can see that
at this point. And you know, the amazing thing, if you had listened to his entire press conference, he said if it wasn't for me, we would have put up 50 points. So you realize that was in this streak of games that they've been winning, probably from a statistical standpoint, one of his poorer games that he's had in like 5, 6, 7 games.
I appreciate what he's saying for sure there, and I think he's taken a little bit of the bullet for a CeeDee Lamb touchdown pass that he should have caught. But
was that the one the guy took his legs out?
No.
It hit him in the
Cook.
hands.
That was Cook's, right?
Yeah. I appreciate the fact that, and this is what you need from one of your team leaders, is I appreciate the fact that he was like, hey, look, we have to play better. I have to play better. Especially after a 20-point dominant win. He's like, this isn't good enough for where we want to be.
I played my best game. We put 50 up on the board.
I mean, think about it. This was his first one in a while that his quarterback rating was less than 100, 99.4, by the way. He didn't complete 70% of his passes like he'd been, 61%, which I think was around only the second time it's been that low. And, you know, they had somewhat of the lull in the third quarter, and he took the blame for the sack, fumble, touchdown return. But that was their first turnover in 4 games, by the way. So, you know, they've been pretty good at that. And like he said, you know, okay, the defense kind of made up for me as we made up for them the week before when they gave up 35. And then whatever, you know, they didn't get done on offense, Brandon Aubrey cleaned it up. Because, you know, when you kick 4 field goals, you know, and they were from distance, right? So it wasn't like they were threatening to score or anything, but they had a lot of penalties that kind of got in the way. When's the last time you heard somebody get called for clipping on the offensive line?
I can't remember. I really can't
remember. And then also offensive offsides, though I know that was a more prominent part of a different game earlier in the day. That was a call that I'm like, ooh, you don't hear that too much.
Especially at that. Well, they called it last year on Tolbert. It was a pretty important game, remember?
Yeah.
Lining up in the neutral zone or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, so, you know, sometimes you get tired of hearing about the complimentary football, but sometimes, you know, you score 33 points, you think you scored 50, but the defense comes in and gets 3 takeaways, 3 fumble recoveries. That's the first fumble recovery I believe they've had in quite some time, or maybe just one in the last 4 or 5 games.
They were aggressive with
They were
tackling.
hitting, weren't they?
Yeah, and
there was a couple other, I thought, when I saw the hits, that's like, well, no way the ball's not coming out, right? And, you know, they gave up some yards, but they did not give up a touchdown defensively, which is rather remarkable. Knowing that the big plays that team has executed, and I don't think anybody's going to call Gilmore old again. All right,
man, he showed up, didn't he?
You know, and he gave up some plays, but he kept everything in front of him, right, like a good veteran cornerback will do. Don't let them get behind me, and if they do, I'm step for step with them and can run. And I don't know that we ever heard Deron Bland's name mentioned, did we? Think about it.
Yeah, there was one tackle that he made.
Tackle.
Yeah.
So for something good.
But you're right. No, you're right about that. And I was curious about your take on this. I know, like, when the final stats come out, it didn't look overwhelming or anything like that. But man, it looked like Tony Pollard was faster yesterday.
Well, I think he was seeing things, right? And I think it was a good combination of, not sitting there, okay, he's the number one guy, he's got to have 20 carries. He had 16 and Dottle had 12. And they, were somewhat productive. I know they didn't average 4 yards a carry between the two of them, but they were productive runs, and they kept Philadelphia, kept their attention to have to stop the run. So they hit a couple nice runs. Then you mix in Turpin with a 22-yarder.
Yeah, that was nice.
So, yeah, I just thought it was a good mixture from the play caller, who no one really knew if he'd last 3 hours and whatever it was on the field after having an appendectomy on Wednesday. So that was a pretty good performance by him also, by the way, that I think it gets overlooked that how he was rolling the dice and had the confidence to send his kicker out there for a 60-yard field goal. When I first looked, I saw Anger going out there, and I'm going, oh, okay, they're going to punt. And then it was like, oh, no, he went out there to hold.
So props to him for that and for still earning his paycheck, even though he hasn't had to punt for a while. But
what's he got now, 1 punt in 2 games?
Yeah, and I have to admit, I thought the 59-yarder was a mistake. I was like, I know he made it from 60 yards, but I don't feel like we should take this for granted. And then as soon as he kicked the ball, I was like, oh, well, never mind.
The faith that McCarthy has is great.
And, he might have watched the warm-ups to see how well he was kicking.
That's
right?
true.
And it's indoors, and there's and really the only one that was not exactly dead solid perfect was the 45-yarder.
It was too close.
Yeah. It's like, back him up.
He didn't like it.
Yeah. It's like I can see, where the crossbar is now. Well, he hit the crossbar on the kickoff, right?
Twice.
Okay. I've almost quit watching the kickoff just because I know what's going to happen.
I think the second time it happened because he needed a new challenge. And he's like, all right, I did it the first time on accident, so I'm going to go ahead and ping the crossbar again just to show I can.
So that's what, 675 yards?
That's pretty impressive right there.
Not bad. Well, so anyway, yeah, I thought, maybe... and all the people, and I heard you guys talking about, they still don't believe in the Cowboys. Well, it's not objective people. It's the people that don't like the Cowboys, and they have a hard time giving them their due, right?
I could see that.
That's why, and that's why that stuff comes up about quality wins. And as I said last week, when I look at the standings, I don't see any QH in there or QW in there. It just says wins and losses, and that's it.
Can I add one thing to that? I think there is another big group of people that fall in that category, is people who did love the Cowboys or do still kind of love the Cowboys, but they're just so angry because of, the playoff failures and everything that they're just expecting the worst. You know what I'm saying?
But most of those failures aren't this team.
No, you're right about that. For sure. Sure.
It's the helmet. It's not the players. That's why every year is different. And I know it's lasted and it's been the same song, but it's not the same players. It's not the same head coach. Although I did see Barry Switzer there, by the way.
Yeah, I saw him there too. Just enjoying him and John Legend.
Yeah.
I wonder what they chatted about. Is
Switzer?
Yeah, Switzer and John Legend.
No,
what are they chatting
There
about?
is no telling when you get Switzer, right? Because there's no filter there whatsoever.
Absolutely,
that is a great point.
How about him and Charles Haley getting together?
Man, that you could not air that segment on radio
if
for
you
more than
remember,
15 seconds.
When the Cowboys did their annual kickoff luncheon, and they would give a veteran player, however, alumni of the season or whatever, they had Switzer there introducing Haley. How about that?
That's impressive.
And it was live, right?
Oh my gosh!
And it's like, oh,
what is
this
about
is
to
an
happen?
accident waiting to happen.
Man, I remember one time we did the Cowboys Hour with Charles Haley, and he only said the F word one time. I was pumped.
Oh, I did legend shows with him, and he would be the guest, and he would cuss.
Yep.
And I would say, Charles, we're live. You can't say that. He goes, you mean I can't say? And he said it again. And it's like, okay. Just hopefully you got a good producer with his finger on the button, right?
Yeah, and we do.
So, we're still waiting to find out about this new fella. So
yeah, if you just want to drop an F-bomb real quick
and see what happens, see if it's good.
I don't know.
I don't do that, Mickey.
I don't know if I should trust anybody, right?
We could just be setting you up for failure.
Right, yeah, get rid of this
I would
guy.
never do that.
Jeez, he's been here so long. But anyway, no, good win, and, and their work is not complete. So, but it's a 5-game winning streak. They're tied for the longest active winning streak in the league now. I believe San Francisco, because the Colts got beat, right? Then they were the other one with an active at 4.
Can't believe that.
So it's a remarkable run, 15 straight at home, all 7 this year, and beating however many of their opponents by 20 points or more. So all but the Chargers was a close game.
Yeah, or the Seahawks.
And the Seahawks.
Yeah.
So 2 of them weren't by 20 points. Yeah, so 8 of the 10, which is rather remarkable, no matter who you're playing, as we continue to see in the league every Sunday.
Agreed. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sure thing. See you guys.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go a little broader NFL next. What was the most surprising result or biggest statement victory of the NFL weekend? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is sponsored by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
2nd and 11, high snap, pulls it down, looking, Parsons coming. Parsons.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's a quality call right there. And
Parsons.
Was it Micah Parsons, I think, engaged with John Machota last night for an obvious holding call that didn't get called, and he's like, I'm telling you, man, it's comical.
Yeah,
he doesn't get these
early
calls.
on in the game too. There was a very obvious one, and Mike was just like, I was like, why did that not get called?
Yes. Well, if we go by the Collinsworth method, he needed to pirouette after he got held. If
like
he would have
Fletcher Cox
spun
did.
around, then they would have been like, oh, well, that didn't happen naturally in the run of football. It must have been a penalty.
I do wonder. I have no clue why it's not being called. Like I really don't understand what's going on, and maybe it's just because
the Shaq theory.
Maybe
right?
it is because he's so dominant
Yeah.
that if we let him, if we give him, we're gonna have to do it all game. I also do hope that they recognize it in the playoffs at some point. Maybe like they're in the regular season, that's whatever. But during the playoffs, you got to be calling these things because they're very clear and blatant, man.
Yeah.
But then again, I also didn't love the fact that Micah, I kind of liked it. Had the illegal hands to the face early in the game.
Right.
He kind of set the tone for a physical matchup over there. That was fun.
Look, at first I was mad, but then when
And
you
you're
saw that
petrified.
he almost knocked his helmet off, I was like, well, you know what? You probably got a good.
And then
that's a
Lane
good
Johnson
call.
wraps his arm around Micah's neck after that, and I was like, all right.
It's a really blatant penalty when you can get the opposing fan, aka me in this instance, to be like, all right, that's a fair call.
Fair.
I didn't even say good call, fair call. He almost knocked his helmet off, and I begrudgingly accepted that was probably a hands to the face penalty.
Yep.
But that's as far as you're going to get. Now, we like to do this usually every week, depending on if we have time or not. What was the most surprising result or biggest statement victory of the NFL weekend? Do you want to start?
I think the most surprising result, Kevin, and this goes back to Thursday, is that the Patriots and Steelers scored 21 and 18. Like, that was surprising. But you're talking about this Sunday.
You're right.
So I'll stay focused.
The fact that they beat the over by halftime is probably the most shocking thing that happened of the whole football weekend. I mean, even more surprising than Patrick Mahomes finally saying, I've had enough, is I want to go to cut number 22, because all day long it felt like the Ravens were going to lose this game. But then overtime.
Evans punting to Tylan Wallace. Evans hangs a wobbler. Wallace settles under it at the 25. Gets a block. Comes to the near side. 30. Spins out of one tackle. 35. Along the near sideline. 40. He's at midfield. Wallace to the 40. Still on his feet. 30. 20. 10. Celebration time. No flags. Wallace in the end zone. Hayes in the barn. And the Ravens win it in overtime.
Huge win for the Ravens, who obviously for now keep their hold on the number one seed in the AFC. Now, I realize that is very much in flux. Obviously, the Dolphins will have something to say about it. You know what I really like coming down the stretch here is that with the last 4 games ready to go, and the Dolphins play the Titans tonight, is you still have Dolphins, Ravens, Cowboys, Dolphins, Ravens, 49ers. So you have the presumptive 1, 2 top seeds in the AFC and NFC, and they're either playing one another or they're playing cross-conference. So whoever ends up with the number 1 seed, they will have gone through the battles to get it.
Yeah, gotta love the symmetry there. I was mentioning last week that Lamar Jackson's finally found a little bit of a groove with Odell Beckham, and then he had 4 for 97 and a touchdown. But then he found a little bit of a groove with all the rest of the receivers too. So that's pretty interesting to see, considering everybody's freaking out about him losing Mark Andrews and how that's going to be.
Yeah,
but I think that offense it's steady. The defense is great, and then the special teams adds to it. Kevin, that's That's a very good football team.
And Lamar Jackson pretty firmly entrenched after the happenings of the weekend as the number 3 candidate for MVP. But look out now, because Tyreek Hill is starting to make some way, which will inherently hurt the case of Tua and vice versa. But Lamar Jackson having a heck of a season right there.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that might have been the biggest statement victory just because of what was on the line for them. But this might have been my most surprising game. If we can go to cut number 21, there was a lot happening in this game.
Flacco on 4th down and 3. Play clock is at 5. I don't know if they're going to snap it. Play clock is at 2. They do. He rolls right. He throws the middle. It's wide open. Down at the 25, at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. It's David Bell.
So the Cleveland Browns defeat the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yep.
Jaguars. And 31-27. Is that why Mike's not here today? No.
Probably. Because of the 3 interceptions that Trevor Lawrence threw, and he's embarrassed now.
You know what? That's an interesting point. Think about all the things that Mike loves or doesn't like. This morning, Trevor Lawrence played poorly after his pseudo injury, and they lost the game. Patrick Mahomes had a full-on meltdown on a call that was 100% legitimate. And Dak Prescott is now the betting favorite for MVP.
And Ohtani signed with the Dodgers.
Man.
That's all bad things in Mike's world.
And maybe that's why. Could he go in to get kolaches and see his daughter? Maybe. Or
and Kyrie had a bad injury that was a heel bruise.
Dude, you would have thought he would be back for this because his pal fell on his leg. We'll try to get to that a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll do that next week.
Did look like it was going to be horrific. But think about all the things that were set in motion by this game. Is the Browns are victorious, potentially changing the playoff fates for both of those teams. Joe Flacco, yes, Joe Flacco, and it is the year 2023. This isn't a rerun. I don't want you to think that you fell back into a loop from like 8 years ago or something. He played so well, the Browns have said that he's going to be their starter for the rest of the year. And then there's that other thing involving gambling.
What?
So the final score of this game was 31-27. You know what the point spread was on this game?
Point spread was 3.5.
The Browns were favored by 3.
Okay.
So what happened is it's 31-21 with 1:33 left. Jaguars score a touchdown, 31-27. You kick the extra point, try to get a field goal. No. Doug Peterson went for 2 in that instance, which I have to admit, I don't totally understand. But they went for 2.
Have you seen the note on that? Like the one that explains why you would? It's like a 50-50 coin flip of whether you should or not.
Okay.
It really is. The odds are kind of like it's 50-50.
Well, Trevor Lawrence got sacked. So all of these people were thinking, holy crap, I'm going to get a push out of this game.
Mm-hmm.
And Twitter was littered with people who were mad because they had the Jags +3 and they thought they were going to get a tie out of it. On the flip side, if you're a Browns fan and you were giving 3, you're probably freaking ecstatic that you were able to pull out the win here. So I think that might have been the most surprising result is gamblers were mad, Mike was mad, and the Browns saw enough to say Joe Flacco's the guy. That's an amazing combination of things that happened in one game.
Flacco has played in 14 games in his last 4 years, Kevin. 14 games in his last 4 years, and they're like, we are so desperate that we will take you as our quarterback right now.
And here's the thing. They're not trying to get the number 1 pick. They're an honest-to-goodness playoff team right now. I could see it if you were like jockeying for position with New England and trying to get that number 1 pick but no, they're a playoff team right now. And they're like, you know what? Flacco's our guy.
Mm-hmm.
They're on pace right now to be the top wild card team.
Well, what if Flacco can get them there? All he has to do is be a steady hand on the wheel, dude. Like that is actually a really good team. They played disorganized of late. But there's been a lot of chaos going on with their quarterback spot. But if you can just have a steady hand, they might be reasonable.
If the Browns make the playoffs with Joe Flacco as their quarterback, do you think Deshaun Watson even wants to come back? He's like, I got all the money. What am I going to do? Also make the playoffs? But if I fail...
He's sitting there and he's like, how could I ever live up to Joe Flacco? You know what he just did? How can I ever get the Browns back into the playoffs like he did?
So
maybe not.
That one is pretty high up on my list of surprising or statement results from yesterday.
Oh, man. Marcus Mosher just pointed out the Browns have lost 3 offensive tackles this season and their quarterback and a running back, and they're still 8-5. That's the sign of
another quarterback. Remember, they wanted Dorian Thompson-Robinson, or is it Robinson-Thompson? My apologies. They
Thompson-Robinson.
Yeah, they wanted him as well, and then they were like, maybe not.
Is there news? Somebody said, can I read the latest Flacco news, please? I'll just go see on if there's other news out there that I don't know about. Because I thought Kevin just said it.
Yeah.
Regarding that they said he's the starter.
Now, the one that I was hoping we were actually going to lead with, and this probably would have gone higher up in the show sheet, is the Seattle Seahawks defeating the San Francisco 49ers, but that, of course, did not happen. However, when it was 10-7 Seattle with no Geno Smith, I thought maybe there's a chance, maybe this could happen. Drew Lock could get it done. But, of course, he could not, and the San Francisco 49ers continue on. Because then you would have had a scenario today where the Dallas Cowboys were the number 1 seed. But that is not what happened. Seattle could not get the job done for us, so thanks for nothing, Seattle. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy inside the soul-crushing experience that was Vikings Raiders. We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
Hey, this is Chris Arnold. The U.S. LBM Coast to Coast Basketball Challenge is coming to Dickies Arena Saturday, December 16th with UT Arlington, Texas Tech, and TCU. Join Will and I as we broadcast live 2 to 6 p.m. and catch all the triple header action at the U.S. LBM Challenge at Dickies Arena, December 16th.
The KNC Friday Football Feast continues to roll on. This, can you guess the day? You probably should be able to. Friday. Good job, Corey. We will be at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Roanoke, 3488 Highway 114. We're going to be in your town, Roanoke, and it's time for you to show out. We're going to be at the Champions location because, you know, the Dallas Cowboys just won emphatically, and Miller Lite will again be giving away a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets.
26 mouth-watering sauces and rubs to choose from, and $5 Miller Lites. They're nice, tall Miller Lites that you're going to love sipping on while you're laughing with the show because we're going to have an absolute blast. And Buffalo Wild Wings, it's not just a place to be on Friday because we want you there. We want to have fun with you there. But every single time during football season, you got wall-to-wall TV action. You won't miss a single thing. So come on down and join us Friday at Buffalo Wild Wings and grab an ice-cold Miller Lite. Buffalo Wild Wings and Miller Lite are the perfect pairing for a touchdown-worthy football season. We'll see you there.
Hey, everyone. It's Jane Slater.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The snap is down. The kick by Joseph is right down the middle. And we have points in Las Vegas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have some fun with that as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip!
And we start with Mike Tomlin has gone ahead and ruled out Kenny Pickett from Saturday's game against the Colts. So Mitch Trubisky will start again. The Chargers have also ruled out, or they do not believe Justin Herbert is going to be able to play due to his fractured right index finger. So it looks like Easton Stick will be up for the Chargers Thursday night against the Raiders as we get another god-awful Thursday night football game.
Isn't his nickname like Duck or something like that? Easton Stick. I'm gonna give you a minute.
Don't know that to be the case, but maybe. All right, let's talk about Joe Burrow and Jake Browning. Joe Burrow lent his suite to Browning's family for the Colts game, which obviously that was a pretty surprising result right there as well. Jake Browning was asked if he bought that suite, and he said, "It's not mine. I did not buy that in the preseason. It's very expensive." And so Hold
on. Have you looked up how much Browning makes at the moment? Because
I can't imagine it's a lot for a football player. For a human, it's definitely a lot.
I always hate, we do that every once in a while where we'll be like, oh, $6 million? That's nothing. And then we're like, we would love $6 million.
Yes, for a human, it's
so
lots and lots
You're
of
saying
money.
on a base salary annually of $695,000 that he couldn't afford that suite.
I mean, but I think you have to buy it by the season, right? Just buying a suite with us costs $9,000 for a Cowboys game.
So Joe Burrow, Delvin Hodges is the one known as Duck. So Joe Burrow, now that he has millions and millions of dollars to not play quarterback.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's still gonna play quarterback.
Said, listen, I'm gonna take this contract from you, Cincinnati Bengals, but only if you let me pay you money to have a suite. That's weird, isn't it?
You think it's probably built into the contract, right?
That's what I would love to know that.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to pay my company back to use their stuff. I want to be like, hey, what's the perk for me doing awesome things
But
for
you could use the suite for other things like Taylor Swift.
Not Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I can.
No.
Yeah.
He's not going to go out there and try and steal Taylor Swift from
No,
Travis Kelce.
to watch the concert, not to steal her.
Oh, yeah. That would
Probably. I don't know if he's married or not.
I think he's engaged.
Let's talk about Vikings and Raiders. Because if you watch that game, God bless you. I don't know how you made it through. With 2 minutes to go, it was the first scoreless game at this point since 2007. We just played the field goal. The Vikings were victorious 3-0 in the lowest scoring indoor game in history. Now, I know there's been plenty of 0-0, 2-0 games throughout football history. We've talked about that with scoregami and everything. That's usually older football and outside snow football.
At least the Chargers had scored 6 points in the second half. Or the second quarter.
That's a good
against
point.
The Patriots when they won 6-0.
And this one, 3-0. The lowest scoring game in an indoor facility in the NFL ever. Now,
it was gross.
You think that's as gross as it got. Well, the Vikings went ahead and benched Josh Dobbs in favor of Nick Mullins. But then also, Justin Jefferson, after making his return, left again and went to the hospital with a chest injury.
Yeah. And when he got hit, it looked like a back injury because he reached for his back.
Yeah.
And then he gets up and walks off later, but it looked bad, man. It looked really bad. But when Nick Mullins gets in, he comes in, I think he completes a dagger 25-yarder down the field. I was like, what? They're moving, and all of a sudden it's just like, nah, we're not really that good. We're just going to kick a field goal.
So Nick Mullins and Jake Browning, as we all predicted, leading to some impressive victories yesterday. Speaking of things that people might not have predicted, I remain impressed by what the Broncos are doing. It's pretty surprising.
How can you not?
No, you're right. I thought they were done.
So before the season started, you were like, you didn't think Sean Payton.
Nope.
Well, I don't know. Was it that he's not a good coach?
No, he's a
or
good
that
coach.
The organization had too many flaws.
Yeah, that's the one.
And then as the season got started, you looked really good. Anybody who was saying that wasn't going to happen looked really good. And since then, Sean Payton has turned this thing into a very good team.
Yeah, and they're not in the playoffs as of this moment, but
they're still missing a lot of things though.
But they're there, and they are 7-6. Courtland Sutton, he scored another touchdown. He is tied with Mike Evans for the second most receiving touchdowns in football. And they both trail Tyreek Hill. If you told me Tyreek Hill was going to be at the top of the heap, sure. But listen to the group. Tyreek Hill. Yeah, all right. Duh. Mike Evans. Okay. I could probably wrap my head around that. Stephon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb. All makes sense to me. The other person in the top 5, Courtland Sutton. I would not have guessed that, so props to him.
Why? Because Jerry Jeudy has not turned into the best receiver on that team.
No, you're right about that.
But Sutton, out of SMU, I was very high on Courtland Sutton. I was very surprised he went late. I think he was a second-round pick.
He was a second-round pick.
And for his size. But he also was like, well, he also doesn't have any good quarterbacks in Denver. And now he's got a good quarterback.
I think I was a little sketchy about the good quarterback thing, but also in the previous 3 years, he had 4 touchdowns total.
That makes sense.
Now, I realize, obviously, he didn't play a whole lot in 2020, maybe hardly at all.
Drew Lock.
But yeah, the same Drew Lock, who I thought for a minute might get the job done in Seattle yesterday. But yeah, props to the Broncos, Sean Payton, Russell Wilson, Courtland Sutton, for continuing to defy my expectations.
Also, I do want to give Sean Payton some credit, too, for identifying that he has to have a good defense. Now, I felt like defense has been a calling card of his teams over the past, since that Super Bowl championship, for sure. But he was like, man, I can't just do it with Drew Brees being a great quarterback. I have to make sure I have a good defensive coordinator. I know Bountygate was a thing, but I have to have those things in place.
Now, taking a step back to the Bengals real quick, did you also see over the weekend the NFL cleared the Bengals of mishandling Joe Burrow's injury status? Because remember,
I actually didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, Burrow said it was a warm-up glove, not an injury glove. Because remember, they posted the video that immediately got deleted.
Right,
And then he got hurt, and so the investigation was on. Well, the NFL did, in fact, clear the Bengals of any chicanery in the injury to do.
So he was just wearing a compression band for nothing, huh?
I mean, he said it was to help his hands get bigger or something. I know that's not what it was.
So he just put a pump on his hand and it got bigger?
I forgot what he was talking about. Like, it helps the circulation in his throwing arm and his throwing hand or something like that.
So it helps the blood get into his hand.
Yeah, but
and then it grows.
Here's the thing. I might believe in that stuff sometimes. I thought the people who had the little, the squeezy weight, you know what I'm talking about for your hand?
Squeezy weight.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Or was it Slater?
Yeah.
AC Slater always had one.
With 2 little bars and the little circular coil that connected. I thought those people had probably the firmest grip in the world because you would just see them pumping it all the time. And I was like, that person is probably super strong in their hand.
But now we find out it's just like a compression pump.
Yeah, now if I saw you doing that, I think that you were a crazy person. All right, I don't know how to get out of that. I feel like I caused a lot of those problems for myself.
Next topic.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about the Cowboys' potential first-round opponent. Now, it could still be the Bucs, the Saints, the Falcons. I realize after yesterday's victory, the Cowboys have higher aspirations than being the number 5 seed, and I accept that, as we all should, and hopefully that's the way it plays out. But if the Cowboys were the number 5 seed, went on the road, with an NFC South team in the first round. Did you see the Bucs' victory over the Falcons? This division is in shambles, Corey.
It's a mess, man.
First of all, none of those teams have a winning record, all right? Well, let's get into the nitty-gritty of why that is. We can start with the Saints. Derek Carr said he fractured his ribs 3 times this season.
What?
He's already fractured his ribs 3 times this season. And you're like, okay, fine. Who's up next? The Buccaneers. They won 29-25 over the Falcons to move into first place. Good for them. They still have a losing record. They defeated the Falcons, who were at least 500. Why did the Falcons lose? Well, you know what? There's probably a number of reasons for all of this. But one thing that did help the Falcons in that game yesterday, they scored a touchdown when the Bucs had 9 people on defense.
9?
9.
Wow.
It was a play run from the 3-yard line. Look, I get it.
How does that happen?
I don't know. I understand it's maddening. I understand how you put 10 people maybe on accident or 12 people on accident. I guess I could conceive of that. How can you look at the field and be like, yeah, it looks right. I think we got enough people on
Maybe
there.
somebody was standing there in a jersey behind, and they were like, oh, he's just out of bounds right now, and then he'll get back in bounds in a moment.
So
I don't know. That's ridiculous. But also, Baker Mayfield throwing for 144 yards and winning is still ridiculous to me, too.
No, you're right about that. But think about it. As of this moment, the Cowboys might be on track to play against the Buccaneers, who won a game against the then division leader, despite giving up a touchdown when they only had 9 players on the field. These are all things that happened.
Somebody did just ask, Kevin, for one more time, can you please explain the tiebreaker situation that puts the Eagles ahead?
Thank you. As of right now, it is true. The Dallas Cowboys are ahead. That is a fact because they've played more divisional games. I'm not disputing that whatsoever. Just if you play out the rest of the schedule, let's say, for example, both teams win their next 4 games. And remember, while the Cowboys have a really tough schedule coming up, 2 of the Eagles' next 4 games are against the Giants. So if both of them were to win out, they would both be 14-3. Push. They would have split the season series. Push. They would have the same divisional record. Push. They would have the same record against common opponents. I'll double check. I believe it was, or uncommon opponents. I believe it was 6-2. No, I had it right the first time. And they would have the same record against common opponents. And then it would go to conference record. And that's where losing to the Jets gives the Eagles the tiebreak over the Cowboys.
So it is, in theory, for the rest of the season, the Cowboys could win and be ahead, and then at the end of the season, it all changes.
The Cowboys could 100% go 14-3 this season and be on the road to start the playoffs.
Sounds wild.
That could happen. But the good news is I just explained to you one of the teams they're going to play. And so I feel like they'll be pretty heavy favorites in that game, but then you'd have to deal with the second round. So hopefully Philly loses another game along the way. So that's why the Cowboys are ahead of the Eagles today, but in the long run, they would not hold the tiebreaker. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I did want to throw out one more thing. It is very sad, is Frank Wycheck, who was involved in the Music City Miracle. He did the lateral to Kevin Dyson. He was found dead in his home at the age of 52. They believe he had a fall, and then finally when they went for a wellness check on him, he had passed away. So only 52. Very, very sad news right there for somebody who will always be remembered for an amazing play and an amazing comeback. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Victory Monday right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It's Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Well, we're doing fantastic, and any Cowboys fan should be doing fantastic right now. I assume you are doing fantastic right now as well, yes?
Absolutely. That was a great win. It was a great atmosphere. Hats off to our fans. They came ready to roll, and, our guys just respond to AT&T right now. We're just playing at a high level. Was noticing that I think it's first team in the NFL to score 30 points or more in their first 7 games. So Dak's really got that offense humming, and thought our defense really, played a great game against a really difficult Philadelphia offense. They obviously have a lot of weapons, and Hurd's playing at a high level too. So it's really great to watch our guys go out, execute, and really, have a great game and a great atmosphere.
Now, we've had a lot of conversations with this. Fans have had a lot of conversation with this. I know this is not like the number one thing you care about, but as of this morning, Dak Prescott is the favorite to win MVP. But the discussion we've been having is Dak Prescott the same quarterback? Because some people are saying, oh, he's always been the same quarterback. They just tweaked the offense around him. Do you feel like he's the same quarterback? Because I feel like he's definitely elevated his game.
I think quarterbacks, all good ones, great ones, evolve, and they get better with time. I know I had a conversation with Tony Romo when he retired, and, he was just sick about it, but his health wasn't going to let him continue to play. But he felt like he was playing as good when he was healthy as he had ever played. And, you just learn more and more about the game. The game slows down. You understand, you've seen it all. You've seen all the different kinds of defenses they can throw at you. And, the really great ones just get better with time. And I think Dak has continued to improve. He was adamant that he was going to improve off of last year when he had an uncharacteristic number of interceptions. And he knows that those things can get you beat. And rarely does the team who wins the turnover battle not win the game. And he understands that better than anybody, but he's playing at such a high level, and his teammates have complete confidence in him. Our coaching staff, complete confidence. And, he's not only a great football player, but he's a great leader and certainly doing everything on that end as well. So, we just got to keep the ball rolling here. We got to finish strong as we end up the season here. We obviously, starting with last night, have some real challenges on our schedule, going to Buffalo, going to Miami, still have the Lions. So in Washington, anytime you play an NFC East team, you better be ready. So, we got 4 games we need to finish strong.
Stephen, I can't help but notice your voice sounds a little scratchy this morning. Did you happen to pick up Micah's water bottle and use the same one? What happened there?
I think it's just from doing a lot of yelling and talking and fired up. So I know it was a great night, but feel great. It's just I think I've overextended my vocal cords, if you will, in terms of enjoying the moment.
That's fine. Kevin has done that on many occasions.
True.
And he misses work for a few days. But hey, that's neither here nor there. Micah, though, on his night, going through what he was going through physically, what are your thoughts on him?
Well, he's just a competitor, and certainly he wasn't going to miss that game. We've had players seem to answer the bell even more so. They focus more. They know they got to fight through not feeling perfect. And in this game, when you're not 100%, it gets all the more harder. But of course, he comes through with some big time rushes, big time pressures. Got a big time sack when he was double teamed. And so nothing really surprises you with Micah. I do know the great news is he should get well here real quick and be ready to be full speed when we go up to see Buffalo.
Do you have general thoughts? Like, I definitely think he's right, but Do you have general thoughts about Micah replying on Twitter to reporters about not getting penalties called against him?
Well, I think in general, I think, the best thing you can do is go out there and play. And I think Micah probably knows that more than anybody. I think at the end of the day, I'm seeing some clips today on the Kansas City game in terms of, their crucial offsides penalty. And, I don't think anyone's going to totally get behind anyone complaining about officiating. Officiating's hard. It's difficult. Those guys are put in hard spots, not unlike players who make mistakes, whether you line up offsides, whether you throw an interception, whether you get beat. Officiating can be the same way. You're not going to always get it right. And I know they work to be the best they can be, and I just think it's difficult. But Mike is a great player, and people have to do a lot of edgy things to keep him off their quarterbacks. And, it's a compliment to him that they're constantly jerking and pulling on him, but he'll get his share before it's over.
Now, football is an unpredictable game, but surely you knew that a software engineer who went to the USFL would eventually become the first kicker in NFL history to make 2 kicks of 59 yards or more in the same game, right? You foresaw all of this playing out like this.
Yeah, I was trying to get him signed the year before, but didn't get Jerry and Will to get total buy-in. But, I saw that one coming. I knew he was going to be special. Just kidding. But, no, he's just, obviously been just amazing. And Bones has done a great job working with him. And, who would have ever thought it? But he's having an amazing year. He seems to have, all the right things with his nervous system. And, if he does miss something, he bounces right back, which have, been an extra point or two. But, I think we've got a really good one. And, he just seems unflappable. And certainly, as you saw last night, a huge weapon. And you can tell the confidence our staff has in him. I mean, you miss a kick, 59, 60, 61 yards. The other team's getting the ball at midfield. So it just shows you the confidence that our guys have in him. Certainly helps to be playing inside with no wind, but, to have even more confidence. But, boy, he's hats off. What a great season, he's having.
Well, and speaking of having a really good season, too, and another move that you made in the offseason was adding Stephon Gilmore for a 5th. And a lot of people had questions about, where he was in his career. Last night, he answered the bell pretty well against A.J. Brown and whoever else was lined up across from him.
Well, Stephon is just a great player. And like you said, between him and Cooks, those were, I think, just 2 really great pickups for us in terms of not only the type of players they are on the field, but what great men they are off the field and how they've really upgraded the room in terms of the professionalism and the type of business they bring to the game. And we've just been very fortunate to have them both. They're class acts and certainly making a big difference in our season.
How do you have any updates for us at the moment on Hankins and I heard it was high ankle?
Yeah, he's got a high ankle. We don't think that it's going to be a severe one. We all know what those can lead to, but he's going to be getting further looked at in terms of exactly what we're dealing with here. But that'll be a work in progress, and obviously no more as the day goes by, and certainly as the week proceeds, how he responds to his treatment and what we're looking at in terms of his availability.
The other thing, I know we talked a little about Dak there, but last night on the TV broadcast, they were showing Dak's steps. They were showing some of the ways that he's getting the ball out. And I've been saying for the last few months now that I feel like maybe with McCarthy, there was just some nuance that Dak needed, that Dak never learned, and that maybe along the way. And now he's kind of learning some nuance about the game and the position itself that he just never had in his arsenal. Would you say that's fair?
I think that's fair. Mike's very detailed when it comes to coaching quarterbacks, and he's learned a lot over the course of his career. He's really good with mechanics and footwork and, the real details of what it takes for these quarterbacks to have success. And I certainly think Mike's experience and the way he's working with Coach Shoddy and, the rest of the staff to work with Dak is really paying off for us. And I think Dak has nothing but complete confidence and respect in Mike and Coach Schottenheimer and, the whole crew there. So I think it's all coming together for him. And certainly, it's showing up now on the field in terms of the success that he's having, and certainly all the different, things he's getting mentioned in terms of MVP and those type of things are so well deserved. But I'm sure he'll be the first to give everybody around him the credit, whether it's the offensive line group that's we've been fortunate to get to play together week in and week out now, whether it's his weapons. Obviously, our young guy, Jake Ferguson, stepping up in a big way. CD continues to make the big plays he's made all year, having a record-type season in terms of his Cowboys career. And then, guys like Gallup and Cooks, stepping up and making plays, Turpin as well. So it's really coming together. Hopefully we'll continue to improve. We can always get better.
Now, we're talking with Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the things I like talking about you is obviously you give us insight on the team, but you can also give us a ton of insight onto the business of the NFL. There was a report over the weekend, and I was hoping you could walk us all through this. Whatever you can tell us is the NFL Management Council told clubs that it wouldn't give a salary cap projection this week. Can you explain to us what that all means, and is there a time you believe you will get your salary cap projection for 2024?
Well, we have to have a salary cap, and we will get it. It's not uncommon not to, they shoot. That's the goal, is to have it for this labor seminar, to have the next year's cap number. It's still not going to vary, to any great extent, plus or minus. I wouldn't even say 10%. It's probably less than 5%. And, it's just negotiating some things with the unions is what this usually boils down to in terms of what's included in the cap, where the credits come from, how much is allocated to the benefits of the players, just a lot of moving parts in terms of negotiating the final numbers with the union. And this is not the first time that we hadn't gotten a salary cap at this annual labor seminar meeting in December.
Is everybody all caught up from, I guess, COVID debt, from lack of a better way of putting it? And do you think the cap will be above 240?
That's just, I hate to be a guesser. I'm not in the details of it, but yes, for the most part, they've caught up with most of the, the credits that the league had coming in terms of, not having the cap be some extreme reduction. But all that's coming together, and I don't think this is any big deal at all in terms of whether we get the salary cap number this week or whether we get it in a month. We're planning our cap regardless, and we have our projections as to what we think it might be, and usually, as I said, those don't vary a ton in terms of what the cap actually is. The only time it's ever done that was when we had the extreme case of COVID, and we had to play in empty stadiums, and certainly that affected it. But other than that, you're never, oh my, I can't believe the numbers either gotten this much bigger or this much smaller. It's usually, and the league does such a great job of helping, the owners plan in terms of what they feel like some range of where that cap will be.
Appreciate the insight very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next week. Heck of a victory. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Great being on.
All right. I wanted to go through one thing, if we can, about the tiebreaker, because people have asked lots of follow-up questions. I'll give you all the information I have as best as I can for the Eagles-Cowboys tiebreaker. If they both win out, the Eagles get the tiebreaker. However, now the question has arisen, what if the Eagles lose to an NFC team and the Cowboys lose to an AFC team and they both end up 13-4? It goes like this. Tiebreaker number 1 for a division, head-to-head, you'd be tied. Win-loss percentage in the division, tied. Win-loss percentage in common games, tied. Win-loss percentage within the conference, tied. So you'd get down to the 5th tiebreaker, which is strength of victory. So we're still crunching the numbers on that. And so essentially people are like, what the hell does strength of victory mean? That factors in, because the next one is strength of schedule. So just who you played. This factors in who you actually beat. I can tell you this. Last week, Philly was ahead of Dallas in strength of victory. However, I have not crunched the numbers all the way down the line because what we talked about, in the next 2 weeks, Philly plays the Giants twice. Well, the Giants are terrible. Whereas the Cowboys play the Lions, the Bills, and they will play
the Miami Dolphins.
The Miami Dolphins, thank you.
And the Washington Commanders.
Sure, the Commanders will pull that back down. But in terms of the other three, those are pretty healthy strength of victories if you win them. So while I do know that the Cowboys trailed on strength of victory last week, we have not done the calculations yet to determine where they would be in this scenario. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, well, I really appreciate you doing your work here. And if you just talk to, now, I guess when it comes to strength of schedule, is that decided by the computer or the coach's poll or the AP poll?
You know what? Actually, it's really funny that you say that because Mickey's right about how they don't have like quality win up there until you get down to 5th and 6th tiebreakers. And then it absolutely does. Here's some great news. If for some reason you get down to tiebreak number 7, best combined ranking among conference teams in points scored and points allowed in all games, the Cowboys will definitively win tiebreaker number 7.
Oh, yeah.
I will get back with you about tiebreaker number 5 and 6.
All right, so we just got to get, you know what? Just win out.
And hope Philly loses a game.
Philly loses, and let's move on.
Good to go.
Yeah, and actually, you're better than anybody thought you would be at this point. At that point,
yeah.
Nobody thought this team was going 14-3.
Agreed. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Who gets a tip of your cap after a dominating win over the Eagles? 877-881-1053. Then we'll do some Wanker of the Weekend. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial?
By QCkinetics.com.
In the shotgun, fakes the run, heaves it. Oh, he's taking a shot. Deep down the left side for Gallup. Oh, my gosh, Gallup caught it. Gallup caught it down at the Eagle 45. What a ridiculous throw and catch. Are you kidding? 39 yards from his own 12.
I agree with everything that Brad Sham said. There is another ridiculous catch where Jake Ferguson just snagged the ball out of midair and I know that's probably where you usually catch it, but it felt like he stole it from the potential grasp of defender and just broke through. It was like, in your face!
What is the opposite of midair is a good question there. But I will say this, Michael Gallup last night, I had questions about, have you given up on Michael Gallup last week? And then Michael Gallup has 2 significant plays where he has the touchdown across the middle from the 1-yard line, and then that play, I think they said there was a 17% chance of completion on that play.
Yeah, I could see that.
And Michael Gallup, puts his hands out and gets it. It almost looked exactly like they've been running that play for their entire lives.
Let me ask you this then, to bridge the gap. Was it a 17% chance of completion and then an 83% chance of the Eagles sucking? That's how they got it to 100%?
That's probably so. But if you go back and watch that too, Kevin, go back and watch that play again, and you will notice single high safety, and Dak Prescott does what? He recognizes safety's too far.
He does.
I can put the ball right here, and Michael Gallup should be able to catch it.
And I was also talking with Broadus in the break, and we believe that if that specific scenario played out where the Cowboys lost to an AFC team and the Eagles lost to the Seahawks, that perhaps the Cowboys would still lose the tiebreak on strength of victory because of the Chargers win versus the Chiefs win for the Eagles.
But does that mean that what if the Chargers, and this is ridiculous, were able to win, have a better record at the end of the season? Would that matter?
Actually, yes. Believe it or not, if Mahomes was like, F all these idiots, I'm done with it, and they spiraled, that could have something to do with it. But look, win the rest of your games to stay in the mix, or hope that somehow the Eagles lose to the Giants, and then you'll be good to go. It's time for Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. 877-881-1053 in the truckwreck.com text line. Or if you want to get involved on the Twitch and the YouTube, love to hear from you guys. I think Michael Gallup is a great example of somebody who fits in Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. There's a whole lot of people you could shout out. I wanted to shout out Tony Pollard. We've talked about how he looked faster, but that 4th and 2 conversion with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter was huge because it felt like the Cowboys were rocking and rolling on offense. And if they would have had to settle for a field goal, obviously Brandon Aubrey can kick a field goal from 85 yards, it feels like. But if they would have had to settle for a field goal or they would have got stuffed and not gotten any points out of it, I feel like, I don't know if that would have changed the entire game, but it might have changed part of the trajectory of the game. I thought that was a big-time run, big-time conversion right there.
I think in my notes I wrote, I don't know that that's the play that I would have called on that conversion specifically, because I thought it kind of looked all wild and everything, but it worked out. And that was all that really mattered, was that it worked out in the end on that. But yeah, man, I thought Tony Pollard, he ran tough. He had a gritty style last night. But then whenever he was able to get through, he was able to extend the play and get bigger yardage out of it. And that's something that has been missing, whether or not it was the blocking up front or just Tony Pollard getting clipped, one hand right there on his foot. He just looked like he was in a better form. And I think we have to be just very honest sometimes. Sometimes these players that are humans just have to recover and have a real full recovery. And he looks like, I know it's kind of like Nathan Eovaldi doing his rehab stint in the professionals in MLB instead of going to the minor leagues. And Tony Pollard was finishing up his stuff, and it looks cleaner and stronger right now. I will add the combination of him and Dowdle. When Dowdle went down for a spell last night, I was like, no, this isn't something that can happen. Dowdle's got to be there. That combination of those two running backs is exceptional right now. I really like what they're doing.
Can I throw out a play that I thought was really impressive and ended up not mattering as much?
Yeah.
Thank you note to DeMarcus Lawrence for completely getting rid of a run option that should have forced a punt. Now, I realize the ensuing punt ended up being the fake. They got the first down. So it didn't end up being as impactful, but I thought in that moment that was a hugely important play, and I thought it was a great play by DeMarcus Lawrence to set the tone really early in the game.
Yeah, I think that he's gonna have a relatively every week. DeMarcus Lawrence is gonna have a relatively underwhelming performance, like in the stat sheet and all that stuff. But when you watch the game, you're like, oh my gosh, he did that again, or he was right there. He forced this. He's always around things, and he doesn't. I know Kevin for a long time it was, but his contract says he should be this.
Yeah.
And if you look at this team now, you're happy you have that dude under whatever contract it is. He's a good leader for the team, but he makes these plays in the run game or in these other moments where you're very happy that you have a DeMarcus Lawrence out on the field. And that's one of those guys, Kevin, where we're looking at this by season's end. You're looking at like a Tyron, Zach Martin, Dak Prescott, DeMarcus Lawrence. That group right there is kind of the group where you're just like, you kind of want them to win it for those guys, with everything that they've gone through.
I agree with all of that. Stephon Gilmore.
Thank you.
Deserves so many thank yous. I'm going to just focus on two right here. Is Stephon Gilmore for making an open field 4th down tackle on Devontae Smith. I realize, and we're going to get to stripping A.J. Brown in just a second, but it's tough to make an open field tackle in general. It is tougher for defensive backs to make open field tackles. And that's something that the Eagles were like, hey, we're going underneath, and we're going to depend on Devontae Smith to get the yardage himself. He had space. It was just him and Stephon Gilmore. Stephon Gilmore stopped him. 4th down, game over. And that was a huge play. And then obviously, Nick Sirianni said at halftime, and I think he's right. It was 24-6. The Eagles get the ball. If they go on a drive and score, that could change the game. And I think he's absolutely right about that. But what happened? Stephon Gilmore stripped A.J. Brown. Those are two ginormous plays in the span of the second half that helped define this victory for the Cowboys.
Yeah, man. He was all over whichever receiver he was lined up against throughout the entire night. And a lot of it was the A.J. Brown moments where you're like, this is great. A lot of people have been talking about the old man thing was all it really took. And hey, man, if that's what it is, somebody please call Stephon Gilmore out again. I would really appreciate it because I love that version of him.
Could we float that out? That like, hey, Stephon, did you hear that so-and-so
Stephon Diggs called you old.
Yeah.
He told his brother Trayvon that you're an old man.
He tweeted it out.
Yeah, he tweeted it. He said, I know I'm not on the field on 3rd downs a lot of times. Who knows why? But hey, you're an old man. You can't cover me.
Right.
Maybe that could be the case.
I think we
do you think he reaches over and taps Trayvon on the shoulder and is like, hey, what do I do? How do I get in your brother's head for this game?
Oh, yeah.
And is it
absolutely,
dude,
I do.
That might be a topic. That's a moral compass topic right now. Is it your teammate duty to tell your brother's weaknesses?
For sure it is. Because do you disagree? We're not playing.
Is that a topic on itself right there? Or we should wait till later on this one? Because
Probably.
You can answer. Go ahead and answer right now.
I was just going to say, but I would also help out if you were saying, how do we plan the best Christmas gift for Stephon?
Yeah.
So see, I would help out with that. But Stephon Diggs ain't on your team, right? Like, you do not need to be attached if he wins a Super Bowl over you. If you're eliminated, by all means, all the support in the world, you need to win this game. If the Cowboys continue to win, their path through the playoffs could be significantly easier. So, hell yeah.
I am very sad that we don't get the Diggs action.
For sure.
And I know it's been a long time, and I didn't even think about it until this week now. But I am pretty sad that we don't get that combination out there.
I think it would be great and be like, hey, you're lining up and you hit the balls in there. And he's like, hey, what happened at your 3rd grade birthday? What the hell?
And he's just like, oh my gosh.
Exactly.
I didn't slaughter my pig.
What happened at sleepaway camp? And so, like, just something to get in it. I don't know. Is something to get an advantage in those instances with a psychological battle. Yeah. I think that's completely fine. But I also think we can pick that back up as the week goes along. Tip of the cap to Aubrey. Tip of the cap to Gilmore, Dak, the offensive line. That's an interesting one I want to get back to. And Parsons. I'm not saying that the offensive line was perfect by any means, but if you judge offensive line from the last Philly game versus offensive line last night, don't you feel like they played significantly better? Not perfect or anything like that, or even great, but significantly better.
Cowboys offensive line?
Philly game versus Philly game.
I'm still having some trouble with Steele.
Fair.
Steele had a bad stretch. Biotic had a bad two moments, right?
You think he got jobbed with that clipping penalty?
I do, and that's why he was cussing. I don't know if you could see it. He was saying words. He was saying choice words. But I really did feel like that was a bad moment. It wasn't his brightest moment there, but I thought he was really good throughout the game. I guess I really want to give, but I still need Terrence Steele. He had a couple moments in that game that I was just like, what's going on, man? Like, is it something that you're not comfortable with? What's happening here? And Duke Manyweather kind of had a conversation on Twitter. He said, look, they're asking him to do some stuff that he's not used to and stuff that he disagrees with at the position.
Okay.
And it has a lot to do with reaching and using his arm and stuff like that. And I'm going to kind of check in on more of that stuff.
Okay.
But I need Steele to be better. Tyron looked really good too, but he had a moment too where this thing that Manyweather was talking about popped up. So I'm kind of curious how that goes. I want to give two, though. I want to give two thank you letters, or tip of caps, if we will. One to Dan Quinn for seeing what San Francisco had done to the Eagles and saying, we're going to do something similar to it.
Right.
We're going to do it our way, but we're going to do something similar to it. And then as Mike McCarthy had pointed out, first trimester, they had pointed out, not a lot of forced fumbles. So let's start trying to force some fumbles. And here they are in the third trimester forcing fumbles. So good job, Dan Quinn, coming up with a really good game plan that held the offense touchdownless. Good job, man.
Yes.
That's something you can hang your hat on for sure. And then on the flip side, I would like to thank Mike McCarthy for teaching Dak how to play quarterback at the highest level. Right? And I know some people think that Dak Prescott just walked into the league like this. Dak has a lot of great skills. There are some things that I think even Dak Prescott can say, I learned that too, and that added to what I can do. I now have a bigger toolbox, and I'm better because of it. But I thought McCarthy called a really good game. Early on, the way they started that game, I really liked the play calling of Mike McCarthy. I thought it was aggressive, and I'm really loving the way that this team plays at home, and it has a lot to do with the way he calls plays in Dallas, or in Arlington.
Can we throw Al Harris in the mix too?
Dude, I love me some Al Harris.
Yeah.
Man. I've been trying to get him on the show for years, and the Cowboys are always like, well, what about this? And I'm like, no, I want Al. But the way he's coached the secondary is just phenomenal. I don't know how much Bland has gained from him, but all the things that Al Harris is doing just seem to be on point. And I love that McCarthy was like, I know this guy. He knows what I'm trying to accomplish with the team overall, and so I need to hire him to be in this role.
Once again, Brandon Aubrey for being the best at kicking field goals. Now 30 for 30. He's the third rookie in NFL history to make a 60-plus yard field goal, and the first kicker ever to make two field goals of 59 yards or more in the same game. It's incredible that he kicked a 60-yard field goal, then a 59-yard field goal. Obviously, he also kicked two more field goals, but just incredible, incredible, incredible. And then, Corey, you brought this up earlier. Thank you note to the offense in the 2-minute drill. There's a minute 48 left in the first half. The Cowboys move 75 yards in 8 plays. We'll get more to one specific aspect of that in a second. And then they only leave 20 seconds on the clock. Yeah. So they operated this just beautifully. And part of that was the double penalty. And thank you to Cooks for still making the catch when there was also a double penalty that got enforced. And I'm telling you this, you even take out the penalty, the way the Cowboys offense was moving the ball, give them 20 seconds. They would have gotten the rest of that yardage anyway. I firmly believe that.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I'm seeing this this Bengals fan posted this, Kevin, and it's the picture of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, and they walk by Josh Allen. And now Taylor Swift is interested in Josh Allen. What do you think? You think that she's going to leave Travis Kelce for Josh Allen now?
Man, I feel like how many work hours would be lost to that breakup. I feel like people are so invested in that thing.
It is wild because my wife knows more about football this year than she has ever known about football. And I know it's for one specific reason.
It would be like that Office episode where they go to Benihana's, the Christmas episode, and Michael Scott just keeps playing that. Touch my heart, touch my soul. Like, that would take over the country for how sad people would be if that was the case. By the way, thank you note to Brian Anger for getting to punt the ball for the first time in 17 days.
Okay, somebody did point out, does he not deserve credit for what Aubrey's doing too,
He's
though?
doing the holds.
Because he's putting the ball right where it's supposed to be. He's making it comfortable for him. Like, that's his job too. And we know the holder can screw everything up, like, very quickly. The holder can screw all of it up.
That is true. So I'll give credit to Brian Anger for earning his money that way. And also, he's a damn good punter. I know we haven't had to use him a whole lot, but he is excellent. So thank you note goes to Brian Anger as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. No break, all content. How about some wanker of the weekend?
What's a wanker?
Well, kiddo, that's a man that likes to be alone with his thoughts.
Wanker of the weekend, 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line if you want to get involved. And there was one really angry person, I'm assuming. Is no one going to talk about the Patrick Mahomes meltdown? I feel like we've made numerous references to it.
Can we talk about it?
But
I can explain it all.
Okay. Go for it.
Patrick Mahomes is a big crybaby.
Wow.
Next topic.
Okay. Next topic. This is who would be most devastated by the Travis Kelce breakup. I'm going to take you to cut number 26. Is Tony Romo the wanker of the weekend for blowing up Travis Kelce's spot and pushing this relationship forward a lot?
Here they come again. There's a flag down at the line of scrimmage as the pass is to an open Travis Kelce.
Oh, no, stop.
Chris,
I'm sorry. Cut number 30.
strong.
Cut number 33. Cut number 33. That's my bad. That's my fault.
That's my bad, too. Here we go.
I apologize. Cut number 33.
Here's Romo.
As you see, Kelsey's wife, Taylor Swift, in the audience, or I'm sorry, the girlfriend.
Not yet.
What a throw and great feel by Kelsey.
Was he giving something away? Are they engaged?
I don't know.
Did Tony Romo find out they're married and they eloped and we didn't know this?
Man, it would be like you missed the royal wedding if people missed out on a wedding there. I just think he was like maybe skipping ahead a little bit too much, and Travis Kelce's going to be like, hey, thanks a lot.
Hey, bro, now I got to go. Do you know how much she makes?
Yeah.
That means this ring's going to have to be giant.
Oh, man. It's a good thing it's 2
have to
months
find
of
the heart
his
of the
salary
ocean.
and not 2 months of her salary.
Yeah.
Because it really would. You have to get that old lady off the Titanic and find out where she chucked that diamond to, and you have to go pick it up. Yeah. So thanks a lot, Tony Romo, for blowing up that spot right there.
To add to that, yes, man. Kadarius Toney has screwed the Chiefs on multiple occasions late in games. And I don't like saying this that often. I really don't, because I don't know, but a buddy of mine was like, you can't coach stupid. And,
oh, no.
And Kadarius Toney has had he has all of the physical tools to be a Tyreek Hill kind of guy.
Right.
A burner, a dude that he has dynamic athleticism, but he just there's always something with this guy. And when Bill Parcells would talk about those guys, like, you want guys that some things go right for them in those instances. And so when it comes to that play specifically, Patrick Mahomes is in the wrong completely. If he's saying that my guy wasn't offside, you should have just let that slide. If that's the case, and you don't want to follow rules anymore in the NFL, then you shouldn't have beat the Bills in that back-to-back overtime game.
Yep.
Because the rules shouldn't have applied, right, Patrick? You shouldn't have been able to go to the Super Bowl if the rules don't apply. They apply to everybody else, but not you. So that's the situation. Is I understand you're competitive. He has said on the show, quarterback, look, man, sometimes I get competitive and I just kind of black out. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm going to think that maybe he's looking at it today going, you know what? He was offsides. That's the rules. I got to deal with it. But I know he was very competitive and he just wanted to win. But he sounded like a petulant child yesterday.
I agree. Now, this time, Chris, let's play all of 26, and I'll get it right this time. This was the play in question that I'll admit, it looked spectacular, but Kadarius Toney definitely lined up offsides.
Here they come again. There's a flag down at the line of scrimmage as the pass is to an open Travis Kelce, who flings it back over to Toney. My goodness, this is going for a touchdown.
No, it's not, Jim. But
it was an awesome play.
It was. It was an awesome
cool play.
Hey, look, and I just want to let this person know from the 817, I'm with you. Even if they do get married, who gives an S? I agree. I will tell you, lots and lots of people. I am not one of those people, but I will tell you, lots and lots of people care. So, yeah, there was a little bit of a meltdown. But you know what? Myles Garrett is in the same group with Patrick Mahomes and, quite frankly, a lot of other players. He said yesterday, keep in mind, the Browns won. And Myles Garrett said, quote, the officiating was a travesty today. Horrible. They need to be under the same microscope we are every single play. He called it a travesty in a game that they won. That's how serious these issues are.
Are they not under the same microscope? Like their jobs are on the line, but I know they have a union. Are they not under? Do they not get the same scrutiny? I mean, we have Steven on.
Yeah, that's true.
You've asked him. We asked Jerry even about this, about the feelings on that, and I think Jerry's like, look, man, he's given a pretty decent answer on this. But I don't know how to make it better. These guys are doing their job, and what makes it better? They get fired for every call they get wrong?
Not fired, but I feel like merit-based promotions and pay raises should be more instituted. And by the way, I'm not saying this is just for the NFL. Remember, we talked about the World Series, and it was game 2 of the World Series. They were like, this is the number 1 rated crew all season. I was like, well, that makes a whole lot of sense to me. You get to do the World Series because y'all are the best. But then the day before, it was like the 78th rated crew. And then the day after, it was like the 34th rated crew. And that makes no sense to me. I don't care how long you've been an official. If you're not good at being an official, you should never be rewarded. Like, there is no way they should name the officiating crew for the Super Bowl before you have finished the championship games and be like, oh, he's a heck of a guy. He's been here for 12 years. Their crew is consistently middle of the pack. No! Why would those people get to ref this game?
It doesn't make any sense to me either, Kevin.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page with that. All right. Now, we have some other wanker of the weekend. Do you want to stay with the Chiefs game? Because did you see...
Was there another one? Another moment?
Clyde Edwards-Helaire had to leave the game because his pants got almost ripped off.
Oh, no.
Yeah, go check this out if you can. It wasn't that his pants almost got pulled down, because you've seen that every now and again. Like, the front part of the leg of his pants got ripped almost in half, and he had to briefly leave the game. And people were having fun with it and saying Clyde Edwards-Helaire was questionable to return to the game due to pants.
Oh, yeah.
And
due to pants.
Like, it looks like he was Hulk Hogan, and he was trying to Hulk up and rip his pants off right there. It was amazing.
This doesn't make any sense to me. I'll honestly say, I don't know if I've ever seen...
Me neither.
I don't think I've ever seen a player's pants get ripped before in the NFL. I could be wrong. Like that, I've seen... It feels like Jonathan Hankins, every single week at some point, you're going to see a lot of his stomach.
Yeah.
Because his jersey kind of rides up on him sometimes. We see some butt crack. We'll see some butt crack here and there. It happens. Look, man, sometimes I show some butt crack, according to Mike and Kevin. That being said, I've never seen anybody's pants ripped down the front for sure. So I have no clue how that even happened.
It was amazing.
But I guess wanker of the weekend for that is the pant maker.
Oh, that's a good point. Although one could counter if they've had the same pant maker forever and this is the first time a pant has ever ripped.
And maybe they're doing really well.
Yeah, exactly. From the 214, y'all know this is all rigged, right? I wish I could agree with you, but if it were, the Cowboys would always be in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. This is simple economics. You want more viewers so you can charge more for advertising. I guarantee you, if the Cowboys make it to the NFC Championship game, it will be the highest rated NFC Championship game in forever. Same with the Super Bowl. Remember, a couple years ago, the Cowboys wild card game outdrew multiple divisional round games.
That's what happens.
If it
when
was
you're the Cowboys,
rigged, the NFL would make this favor the Cowboys more often.
I completely disagree with you though on that, because the one that would kind of pop the bottle, once the bottle's popped, you can't get the carbonation back in there.
For some reason,
so
I get what you're saying.
They're going to hold on to that bottle. They're going to age it. They're going to keep it back
It's
in the back of the
aged.
fridge as
Pop
long as they
the
can.
bottle.
30 years or so, and then they'll pop that thing open, because they don't want everybody to be like, you know what, we finally got what we want.
Okay, well, we're Tim Tebow. We're AC Green. It's time to open that bottle up. We've been aged long enough. Let's make it happen.
I don't understand the
Yes, you do. Yes,
Green.
you do.
All right, let me
understand
ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Reference.
How many people do you think know who AC Green is out there on the fan text? 877-881-1053.
That is a good question. That is a good question.
From the 214, didn't the Cowboys have a penalty earlier in this year where the wide receiver checked with the official, was given a thumbs up, and then the same official threw a flag? That was last year. It was Jalen Tolbert, right?
And that is the Cowboys version of the story. Now, keep in mind, the ref's like, no. But see, when did you hear the ref talking about it? Nowhere. You read about it in the pool report that you got from the reporters afterwards. You didn't see anybody up there grilling him, asking like 15 of the questions, the exact same question, but just in fancily different ways. But it's the same question.
From the 214, game is rigged. Mahomes winning at State Farm Stadium last year.
Oh,
so the bigger the bigger the client, we need some big old clients. The Cowboys have all the big clients.
Yes, we've taken every player and made them a huge advertising draw.
Okay, I know that y'all know who AC Green is now. They're saying the former Laker. But do you know what that reference was? Do you know what Kevin's
this person
talking
does
about?
from the 850. AC Green is the real Iron Man of the NBA. See, they understand. They understand. Do you throw the Spurs in for Wanker of the weekend? They play the Rockets tonight. They have now lost a franchise-tying 16 straight games. And that includes a game
with
where
Wemby?
Yeah. Wemby in one of those games had 23 points and 20 rebounds, and they lost. So lest you think that Wemby is a bust, he's been playing very well. Their team sucks.
From the 214, not a chance I have heard of him. So I appreciate
Fair.
that person that's like, look, man, I don't want to even act like I know who AC
Green used to play for the Lakers.
And
he was famous for other not basketball purposes that showed the steadfast resolve of AC Green.
he didn't lose his virginity until like 45. Is that what you're
dude,
saying?
What are you doing right now?
Or is that's the reality. I just want to point out, like, you're saying all these steadfast things. I just get to the point here.
That's fair.
Like,
and you're right about that.
He made sure that he didn't let things get in the way of his performance on the court.
True. I don't understand why the Minnesota Vikings haven't fired Wes Phillips this morning. He is their offensive coordinator. He was arrested Friday night for having a DWI. Still got to travel with the team. And then remember, they played in the game that offense forgot, where they were victorious 3-0. That's a tough game for you to have an off day after your DWI. Like, you need to be scoring 35 plus in that game.
Sounds like it's just a tough week for him, Kevin. He got caught.
Yep. Oh, I swear it's the first time.
First time ever.
Bull.
He'll never do it again.
We're the KNC masterpiece. I hope that's true. You know what? Actually, I rescind that last statement, Corey. It might not be bull. Sometimes incidents like that cause people to reevaluate, and I hope you're right.
Thank you, man.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Did you hear about Jordan Lewis and his conversation? Oh, we'll discuss that a little next in The Fan.
Good news to the good people.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece, we're doing this thing, Kevin. That is talking about the Cowboys and the Eagles. 877-881-1053. What was your defining moment in that game yesterday? Would like to hear from you, because mine, it was that play. It was the drive right before halftime when Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy get an opportunity. They got a minute and 48 seconds left, and they're, instead of saying, you know what, we're just going to try and run and get to a field goal here, we'll see what happens. They said, hey, let's go make Dak's MVP odds even better.
Yeah, and they work.
Let's go prove to the rest of the league that if you leave a minute and a half left on the clock for Dak Prescott, he's going to make you pay. And that's the kind of reputation you want. You want teams to be scared. They're like, hey, we have to change our game plan because we know if we give Dak Prescott this much time. Now, is that the history of Dak Prescott? Not necessarily. Is that the history of the Cowboys? Not necessarily. But the combination of Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott in this moment, the way that they're doing things, I think this is something that they want to build, and I would love for that reputation to be a big factor down the stretch here against Buffalo, Detroit, Miami, and into the playoffs. I would love for that to be a factor because they walked down the field and put 7 on the board and then said, all right, good luck, Philadelphia. You have like 20 seconds left. See you later.
Yeah, and they could do absolutely nothing with it. For me, I think it was the Jake Ferguson catch through traffic, and then he broke a tackle after the fact. So it was already a key catch to convert for a first down. Tough catch, then broke a tackle. He just has, man, he just kind of has that swag that, I know I'm probably too old to use that word. He has that swagger that you want in a player. I was hoping real quick that we could hear from Dak. Cut number 13. This is him, Dak, talking about Jake Ferguson and his confidence in him.
Hell of a player. Confidence is through the roof with him. He's a fun guy to play with. I can tell you that. He's a fun guy to play with. Active. Will do whatever it takes. Will make those dirty blocks, as I talked about, being selfless. Wants to make the catch. Wants to jump over guys. It's incredible that just his mindset. You know, he's not going to take anything from anybody. He's going to get as much as he can. He's very, very greedy of a player. And I think that's what you need at that position. And, yeah, he's really, really emerged in a sense as more than just a playmaker, but a leader on this team, and just the way that he's continuing to take care of business, but doing it in a fun and a light way, communicating with guys. Super, super proud of him, his efforts, and I'm telling you, he's only going to get better. So super thankful to have that guy.
I really, Kevin, I watched that this morning as I was doing some stuff, and it was the last question, and it was from our own Chris Arnold, by the way, who asked that question.
Nice.
And there was a moment where I was like, is Dak just trying to give a canned answer and get off this podium right now? Because he kind of had that look of like, all right, I got to talk about Jake real quick. But I'm glad he gave that answer. And I know that Chris Collinsworth and Tirico last night at one point were like, that's the enforcer right there. And they were just going all about it. And I was like, okay, look, I know, like, I appreciate that. But when they played against Seattle, Jake Ferguson really did pop. He showed a physicality. He showed all this. But I had never thought, hey, watch out, because if you do somebody wrong, Jake Ferguson will show up and be and force on you. But then I guess the last 2 weeks they've needed that. And Kevin, I mean, we talked to him for Peace-a-thon, and we talked about he was awesome. You know, where he's from, what he's all about and everything. And when it comes to football, that is a dude who is like, look, man, it's a physical sport, and I want to be the most physical one out there.
And it makes sense, right? Because his grandfather is Barry Alvarez.
Yeah,
so
it's nice.
Can't imagine you go through that family and don't learn some things about toughness.
From the 214, the defining moment was the Smith strip. Eagles still had momentum, but it all left in that moment. I'm also disappointed we haven't called him Aubrey Maddock yet. Well, Dak's calling him Butter.
Oh my gosh, that is great.
I know Choppy stole Aubrey Maddock off the fan text and used it on Amy Lawrence overnight recently. But Dak calls him Butter. So do we do what the rest of the team does and call him Butter, or do we have to come up with our own nickname for Aubrey?
Right now, with the way Dak is playing, I will do what he says. Right? Dak's playing really great. Keep playing this well. Beat Buffalo and Miami and Detroit. And hell yeah. We'll call him whatever the hell you want.
As
long as it's okay.
I do want to go to this audio. This is in the locker room, and this is Mike McCarthy and Jordan Lewis. Now, I do believe that following the game, there was Zach and I think Melissa Stark had a conversation, and he was talking about the relationships they have in the locker room. And this is Jordan Lewis kind of talking about that a little bit.
Talked about it. That's a line moment right there. That was outstanding. We did exactly what we said we were going to do. All right, most importantly, J. Lou. Yeah, J.
Lou. Look, we talked about protecting our way of life, man.
Well,
and that shit happens every day, man, as long as we live it, bro. Let's get it. Hey, let's get this film room and see what we did wrong, fix it, and come back stronger, bro. Yes. Cowboys on 3, Cowboys on 3, 1, 2, 3. Cowboys!
But
I love it.
The Jordan Lewis, I guess to Dak, what he said was he broke it down today talking about love. There's a lot of love on this team. We're going to build off of it each and every week. We're committed to the same goal, holding each other accountable. The locker room is doing it. We're having fun, but we've also got guys that are working hard and makes you better when you're going in and approaching it that way, having that type of our way of doing it, our way of life. And that's what Jordan Lewis was talking about leading up to the game. And even after the game, you heard him talk about it there. Now, Kevin, Jordan Lewis he hasn't been the all-pro corner.
Sure.
He's been injured and had his moments, and you're just like, good gosh, like, can he ever get it together?
Yeah.
And there was a moment where he wasn't even going to be on the field because Diggs, Bland, and I mean, it just wasn't working out for him. But hey, whenever it's time, he's ready for it. And I do see a locker room that is as cohesive as I think I've ever seen. There were plenty of opportunities early in the season for this thing to fall apart. For guys to start pointing fingers at other people. You're not doing your job, we're doing ours. Defense versus offense type stuff. But I think as this season has gone along, they all are like working towards that common goal. That's the best when you have a club like that.
And shouldn't it be that the further you get in the season, the stronger that bond's going to be, because you're like, well, obviously we could do something. I'm not saying that the Cowboys are definitely going to win the Super Bowl, but if you're in the Cowboys locker room right now, probably the Eagles, probably the 49ers, Ravens, Dolphins, there's a handful of teams. You can look at what's in front of you and be like, we can win the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We got the coaches that can put together the right game plan. We got enough of the guys out there we're healthy. I know I'm still fingers crossed on Hankins, but it sounds better than I expected when he was carted off last night.
I'm glad that you asked that question of Steven, because high ankle sprain, and so depending on how everything goes this week, but it's not a catastrophic injury. Anytime you see somebody get carted off, I mean, not a season-ending injury necessarily. So we'll see what happens with Hankins next.
And then from the 682, can we start to acknowledge CD as a top 3 wide receiver? Defining moment when they scored on the opening drive and it was over. Like that was, I did feel like that opening drive, like the way they went, he was like, look, I'm going at CD. And CD Lamb was like, I got you. And I started taking notes. I was like, dude, he's in his bag as ever. Like he is in a place where he sees nothing else but whatever the moment is for him right now. And he is so focused on, I'm going to make this catch and make it happen. Now, I know he had his moment, Kevin. He did have the bad drop that could have been something special.
That would have been a touchdown.
And fortunately, everything works out. Cowboys still get the win. But CeeDee Lamb is locked in right now. And if we want to go to some statistics to back that up, Kevin, somebody said, can we start to have the discussion? They said, can we acknowledge him as a top 3 wide receiver? I will acknowledge him as the second best receiver in the NFL right now.
So you've got him as potentially first-team All-Pro this year.
I do have him as potentially first-team All-Pro this year, and he just surpassed A.J. Brown last night. And here's how he did it. A.J. Brown last night, he had a good game, 9 catches for 94 yards, no touchdown. And here are the numbers when it comes to receivers this year. CeeDee Lamb, 96 receptions out of 131 targets. A.J. Brown, 90 receptions out of 131 targets. The exact same amount of targets, 6 less receptions,
Okay.
A.J. Brown. The numbers, 1258, 1253. CeeDee Lamb is behind by 5 yards.
Okay.
The touchdowns, 8-7 in favor of CeeDee Lamb. So I will take CeeDee Lamb's numbers, and he has a slight edge over A.J. Brown for the number 2 spot. I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch up to Tyreek Hill this year. Tyreek Hill is still that dude. That's just what he is. And I got to give Keenan Allen a lot of credit. 108 catches already this year. 108 catches already for Keenan Allen.
That is amazing.
This year
Holy
at
cow.
1,243 yards and 7 touchdowns, but he's still behind. CeeDee Lamb is your number 2 receiver, right behind Tyreek Hill, just above A.J. Brown. So
Okay.
That's what's happening there.
All right.
Are you willing to acknowledge that those numbers give him the number 2 role right now?
I will acknowledge it. Acknowledge.
I mean, it's a tight race. It really is a tight race, but I think from 1 through 4, it just kind of falls off after that. I know Puka Nakua's having a really good season, but by the way, has that dude been playing receiver without gloves all season? Has anybody noticed? I just noticed this, that he had a catch and he didn't have gloves on. I was like, who does that? Nobody does that in the NFL anymore. It's like you have to have gloves. They have to have stickum on them.
For later in the week, do you think it's going to be problematic if I put together a topic that asks if CeeDee Lamb is already better than Dez Bryant ever was?
Oh, wow.
Just a question. Later this week. Some point. Maybe tomorrow.
Oh, and here, look at it. CeeDee Lamb plays on a team with no receiver competition. The Eagles have Devontae Smith. Same amount of targets, less production. That's all I'm saying.
And my other question would be, who has the better quarterback? Because I feel like earlier this year, everyone was like Jalen Hurts is better.
Did you move the goalpost? Here's what you just did, though. You may have, you know how the Swifties are a legion of people who can make stuff happen?
Yes.
And like there is fear whenever you take shot at Taylor because Swifties will move.
I would never.
You just took a shot at Dez Bryant.
No. What shot? That was a question.
You suggested that another receiver could be better than him.
People who think questions suggest your answer, I don't care for that.
I don't know. You just brought it up like you wanted to discuss it.
All right, fine. We'll discuss it.
Why would you say it?
We'll discuss it later this week then. Maybe tomorrow.
877-881-1053. Did Kevin just take a shot at Dez Bryant?
Man. Chris Jericho's going to be in studio tomorrow. I would love it if he's like, I want to talk about CeeDee Lamb.
That's what I want to talk about now,
Okay.
Kevin. Chris Jericho.
Let's go.
Has written multiple books.
Yes.
You have read every book.
That is true.
You do not read books.
That is true. If it's not about Star Wars or a wrestler biography, pass it to somebody else.
I feel like every time we go to Arizona, you have a new Chris Jericho book when we go for spring training.
They're very interesting.
And this year, he wrote in a book. I want all the Tolos out there to understand why I'm going to ask Chris Jericho this question tomorrow. He wrote a book, and it had multiple top 10 lists throughout.
Yeah, that's the whole,
Yeah, there are lots of top 10 lists. But on one section, and I can't remember which section.
This is best match ever, I believe.
He wrote 11 in his top 10 list, and he didn't have them numbered. It was just bullet pointed.
And the other thing that bothers me about that is he didn't have a little preface that said, it was tough, so I put 11. There's nothing.
There's just 11.
Yeah, so we're on the plane, and I was like, hey, Corey, help me out real quick. Count how many that is. And he was like, is this like a trick? And I was like, just count it. And he goes, I got 11. Right? 11. And I was like, yes, but it says top 10.
Mm-hmm.
That made my brain hurt.
I do want to point out the Designaires is what I'm going to call them.
What?
I don't know what to call them. All the Des people are very mad with you right now, Kevin.
Why? I didn't say he was. I asked a question.
Somebody did text in and say, hey, it was really nice to see that Brad Sham got his shout out from the broadcast last night on TV. And it was nice to see our own Brad Sham. But Kevin, did you see who else got a shout out on national television last night?
Brandon Hurtado.
Hurtado Barbecue.
I did.
Getting some love, as we have always loved what they do. And that was really awesome to see that on national TV.
That was super
Hey, let's
cool.
go put some really good brisket out there and see what's going on.
Agreed. Yeah, all the Desies are coming after you. We didn't even
love to
start.
see it.
We haven't even started talking about that
This is
yet. It was
great.
just a question that was
Yeah.
posed. Fine, you know what? Now it is going to make its way onto the run sheet. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
Desies,
Fan.
okay, all right.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFC East. A bold move for the Commanders and even more Cowboys awesomeness. Next on The Fan.
Hurts in the gun. Snap back looking, throws it out underneath to A.J. Brown. He fumbled the ball, and it is recovered by Dallas. That looked like a catch and a fumble, and that's what it was.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, celebrating that Cowboys victory Monday all day long after a 33-13 thrashing of the Eagles. Right now, we go across the NFC East. It is choose your own adventure between the Giants, the Commanders, the Eagles, and your first place Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, let's start with the first place Dallas Cowboys, because, Kevin, ever since we've changed that up, the Eagles have fallen.
True.
Right out of the sky.
3 field goals from 50-plus yards yesterday. Brandon Aubrey has 8 50-yard makes this season. That's the most by a Cowboys rookie in a single season ever.
Wow. Is that good?
That's very good.
Where do you put him up there with all-time Cowboy kickers?
Man, because I always loved Dan Bailey. So we might need just a little bit more. But, yeah, he's pretty. This is the most amazing start to a career for a kicker ever.
Yeah, you miss your first extra point, and then you're like, you know what?
Never
making
again.
all these field goals.
Yeah,
though.
absolutely. Now, the Cowboys have won 8 games by 20 or more points this season. That's a franchise record for the most 20-point wins in a season. It's the most by any team since the Patriots in 2007. That team had 10 victories of 20-plus points. And if you recall, they were undefeated until the Super Bowl when they choked against Eli Manning and the Giants.
Well, this team is not undefeated.
True.
So they're not going to choke like that, because the Arizona game
that
is
was
a calling
their choke.
card. Yeah, that was their choke job. Man. And now they can always look back and say, remember Arizona, Jerry said.
You brought up that's true. You brought up an amazing point off air. I said that Arizona game is really going to haunt you, because that could be what ends up costing you the number 1 seed. But then your counterpoint was
it could be your rallying cry. Like, I do think this: when you fail, if you have 2 choices, you get back up or you just lay there. And the Cowboys got back up and went after it. And this could be that moment of, look, we've already had that stupid slip up. We're not going to let that stupid slip up happen again. We will be prepared for all of these moments. I'm sure that the Cowboys that week were probably like, you know what, I don't have to do this. Or there were some players that were like, maybe I don't have to do this. Or they weren't completely healthy, whatever excuse. But since then, they've been like that team. I know the San Francisco game and Philadelphia games are different, but I don't think they're going to let that moment happen again to them. They've grown as a team, and they're looking a lot better. So maybe it's the point that they can look back at and say, hey, that Arizona game gave us a reason to never rest.
that is an interesting point. Now, a couple of these things are amazing. Let's go to Micah Parsons. I don't want us to get numbed at how awesome Micah Parsons is. Micah Parsons joins Reggie White as the only players with 12 or more sacks in each of their first 3 professional seasons. So, one of the, if not the greatest defensive player of all time. I know people argue about that, but surely one of the greatest defensive players of all time. Reggie White and Micah Parsons. That's it. That's the group.
If his career could end right now, then you would be like, wow, that was a pretty short career. But where he is, like, the trajectory just says that by the end of his career, he's going to be one of the best of all time to do it.
Yes. Yes.
Like, and there are a lot of factors that can go in that are at bay there, but the one factor that I think is the most important is that you have a dude that has no let up in his heart, and doesn't even like, he's sick. And I know he and Dak kind of had a little conversation. It was kind of I think Dak said that it was along the lines of, hey, look, man, this is where you can make your story even better. And so that's the difference. There are guys, Kevin, that they have these kind of numbers and then just go away, but for whatever reason. They're like, that was fine. It's not good enough for Micah. That's the kind of guy that I really appreciate on this team, the kind of personality that you kind of needed around here.
The Dallas Cowboys won the turnover battle over the Eagles 3-1 yesterday. The Cowboys are 8-0 when winning the turnover margin in 2023. That's the best in the NFL. Now, a couple of things there. First of all, it's great that you have won the turnover battle in so many of those games and also been victorious. I know that's something that Jason Garrett would go back to a whole lot, is the number one predictor of who's going to win the football game is who wins the turnover battle, and that has most definitely been true for the Cowboys this year.
I think what's really interesting too is, you've been doing it with interceptions. There've been a lot of interceptions, and then McCarthy is like, "Hey, let's add this element to it." He and Dan Quinn start saying, "Let's add this extra. Let's force some turnovers via fumble." And now you got to worry about that with them, and so hopefully by season's end, it's a combination of both. That the punches are happening. That bell punch at the end was awesome. The punches are happening, and then in addition to that, they're like, "Man, we can't just hand the ball off. They're forcing them out of the ball. Let's throw it." And then Bland's like, "I got you. Let me go get 6 points real quick." It's a great combination of those. Now, if we can just fix the special teams.
Get the what? We just talking about Brandon
I don't know
Aubrey.
if y'all saw last night, Kevin.
Okay.
They gave up a trick play, and guess who it was? Jalen Tolbert.
Let's talk. That's fair. Let's talk about that real quick. It was really weird. This is why I got to be locked in with Brad Shamman, babe. It was really weird on the TV broadcast when they were like, "It's tough for a wide receiver. They don't know how to play coverage." Okay, maybe so. And I'm not disputing that. But they definitely know that coverage doesn't mean immediately run off your guy and inside. Like, it wasn't a lack of understanding about coverage. It's that he didn't believe there was any chance of a fake there. Broke off of his man by 8 yards?
Uh-huh.
And then the pass was complete. So I thought those 2 points were put together as if they were directly related on that. Hey, it's not easy for a wide receiver to do coverage. Maybe so. That's why they converted no. There's a giant disconnect there. It's like, so you didn't know what to do. No, he ran the opposite direction.
He ran the opposite way. All he had to do, though, was just stay right there for a second. And then maybe that play wouldn't happen. Or he could have caught it and he could have had a pick six.
I mean, look, think about this. Okay. That would have been amazing.
That would have been awesome. They try a trick play and he drops back and catches it and takes off with it.
So Jalen Tolbert scores his touchdown on a pick six. That would be amazing.
And then, Kevin, am I saying all three phases of the game are perfect? Probably.
So the Cowboys had a surefire touchdown drop by CeeDee Lamb, had a fumble recovery by Dak returned for a touchdown, and gave up a fake punt to the team that had the best record in the NFL, and the Cowboys won by 20 points.
Yep, still won.
Those are all things that happen in that game.
And a game that never really even looked competitive, honestly.
I agree. After the first quarter?
You got 10 points in is when I was like, man, Cowboys got a pretty good handle on this one.
To your point about that, that is now 7 straight games where the Cowboys have scored 17 or more points in the first half.
That's good.
That is an incredible streak.
That's good. Yeah, it's pretty
okay,
good.
So that's not.
Let's make it 18.
Tied for the longest
make it 19.
season streak. Okay.
Let's make it 20.
Oh my gosh.
22.
Okay, well, not this season because we're too far gone for that to happen.
All right.
You can double it, but that's about it. All right, you want to talk about the Eagles or do you want to go Giants or Commanders? Both are fun.
Giants.
All right, the Giants. I dare you try to watch this game against the Packers tonight.
I will.
Why?
Because I watch football. I watch more football than everybody at the station.
And RJ?
I've said it. Does that make it true?
Man. But will you watch the whole game or at some point?
I'll give up so soon.
Okay.
Once Jordan Love's put 20 on him, I'll be like, okay. But I do have Saquon Barkley in fantasy against, I think I'm up against Chiafalo this week. So I kind of need Barkley to add some points here.
The Packers are 6-point favorites, so neat. We'll see how that game goes. Now, more interesting. Tommy DeVito now has a beer named after him. Tommy Cutlets. Italian-style Pilsner.
Pilsner?
Pilsner. Thank you.
What's a cutlet?
It's like sometimes you stuff it in the top of your dress to get a little bit more
No,
boost going.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay.
What's a cutlet?
It's like a specific style of meat, right?
Then why are you don't want meat beer?
Oh.
Who wants meat beer?
Because it described like this: crisp, clean, forget about it. I'm not kidding.
No,
It is. Yes, it is.
No.
You don't believe me, but listen to this.
Chris, do you believe forget about it's one of the explanations?
This sounds AI generated. Like
Okay.
you're like, I need an
Hold
Italian,
on.
you know.
You haven't gotten all the information yet before you make your decision. The Jersey City-based 902 Brewing Company has introduced this. Does that change your opinion now?
Absolutely not.
No. Forget about it.
Chris,
No.
clean, forget about it. Fact. Look it up, kids.
917, they should have called it Danny Beer Vito.
I think we
Tommy?
I think we can do better. Yeah, at least call it Tommy Beer Vito.
Yeah.
Then we're
Chris,
working on something.
clean, forget about it. No.
Yes. Facts.
I bet it's not any good.
All right. Well, I'm not disputing that. Let's go to the Commanders. Here's an interesting time for all this to play out. The Commanders have been outscored in their last 2 games, 90-25. They also announced a 9% increase in season ticket prices for 2024.
What? Really?
It is a bold time in franchise history to announce that you're raising season ticket prices. It's been like, I don't know, 70 years since they gave up 45 plus points in back-to-back games. They did it now. Now, let's announce it.
That's a good business model.
Is it?
Yeah. How else are you going to make money if you've been losing money all this time?
Win. Don't alienate your fan base through a variety of poor decisions. Says me.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what? If they can't make money, they should just forget about it.
Oh, my
I'm telling you,
gosh.
that is what it says on the beer.
Would you pay to watch the Commanders play football?
No.
What if they were playing the Cowboys?
I guess so. Just the thing
In D.C.
No, but
That's not a destination
you have
wanna
to be leery about it because you've heard about the latest crime stories, right? Because people are going in, smashing people's windows in D.C. and putting Commanders tickets in their car.
Stop that.
So
Stop that.
Really, you want to really avoid.
Don't do that joke.
crime.
877-881-1053. If you ever want Kevin to do that joke again.
Y'all better say yes. That's a good joke.
Somebody said classic.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go to the Eagles, where the 24-6 deficit they had against the Cowboys, largest halftime deficit since they had 4 years ago, also against the Cowboys. Philly has now lost 6 straight road games to Dallas, dating back to 2017. But in the most Philly story of all, let's go back to Dom DeSandro. He is the head of security for the Eagles.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. He was allowed to continue all of his regular job duties, except he was not allowed to be on the team sideline last night.
What?
And he's going to meet with the commissioner, and they're going over to determine if more discipline is needed. But he was not allowed on the sideline last night. I don't think that
He shouldn't be allowed back on the sidelines at all.
Ever?
I mean, in my opinion, yeah, dude, you violated the privilege of being on the sideline, doing something that is not your job and you're not supposed to do. He shouldn't be out there anymore, man.
Now, for the 817, it's unanimous. That's almost unanimous. But for the 817, don't forget about it. Yes, we do want to hear that again. These are 2 things that have happened in that segment.
I want to hear that joke anytime that it is appropriate against our enemies. Okay, all
From
right.
The 2 and 4. That's up there with the DJ joke. But again, it depends. There are some who thought it was good. Then Mike took away his will to live just about. So I need
so
more.
much so that he's not here today.
Yeah. So we'll have
Nobody
more.
knows where he is right now.
I know where he is. So do you. He
Oh.
offered to get you a kolache at a specific time in the day. I will come back potentially with more jokes to try to break Mike's spirit tomorrow.
Forget about it.
Don't forget about it.
See, this is why I love the fan texts from time to time. Y'all do some funny stuff, and I appreciate it.
Tommy Cutlets, in case you miss it, is an Italian Pilsner, is a light beer made with a dry hopping process, but it can be described best as, and I quote, crisp, clean, forget about it, end quote. Trust the press release, not me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here. This holiday season, bring joy to your world.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
4th down and 9. Snap back, pressured up the middle, throws it out, caught by Smith at the 30, and Gilmore there with a huge tackle. A good 7 yards short of the first down, and the Eagles will turn it over on downs, and that is a really good defensive stand.
KC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Keep going. Who's got the next joke?
Broadus and Dawson, what are you going to do to keep your show in line today? Because this type of behavior off air is unacceptable.
Very acceptable. I'll just pray. That's all I got.
Maybe for you. Chief follow for you.
I probably crossed the line.
Unacceptable.
Dreidel. I made it out of play.
What night of Hanukkah are we on?
5, I think. 5.
You think?
After yesterday, I didn't participate because of the Cowboy game. Now I'm totally screwed. I don't know what night.
He got so drunk on Friday night Hanukkah and Saturday night Hanukkah that he can't remember what day it is on Monday night Hanukkah.
I don't even know where I am right now.
Yeah. I'll tell you where you are. You're basking in a Cowboy victory Monday.
Let's go!
That was very nice.
Thank you very much to D&M Leasing for getting this going. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I imagine all Cowboys fans are doing pretty fantastic. You know what I do love is people have lots of minutia-based questions about the tiebreak, even though both teams still have 4 games to go. So Broadus was helping me out with that because I was like, look, here's how it'll go if they're 14-3, and multiple people are like, no. I need to know if they're both 13-4, and the Eagles lose to the Seahawks.
I got that built-in loss somewhere for the Cowboys.
And they have us losing to the Dolphins. It's got to be an AFC team. And then we went back to it. And so right now the Eagles are still in control.
Yeah, I think it has something to do if it gets all the way down. I think the win against Kansas City, if Kansas City could find a way to kind of get themselves back, but the Chargers aren't playing very well right now. So that's really
and Herbert's out.
Yeah, that's the one opponent that I feel like that if it comes down to, the Kansas City win is going to have more of a positive strength of schedule or the strength of win than your win against the Chargers.
Now, with the victory, at least for now, regardless of what the playoff standings will look like, is there any question in your mind that the Cowboys are the second best team in the NFC?
No.
Zero question at all, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking.
Yeah, it was pretty pathetic from Philadelphia. You know, I guess they'll try to get it figured out. They were 2 scores up in the fourth quarter in that game that was just a month ago. So we'll see what it looks like in a month. But right now, there is absolutely no doubt.
Yeah, Detroit's falling apart. The Eagles clearly not the same team that maybe they were earlier in the season. Definitely not the same team they were last season. We know who the cream of the crop is, but the Rams, I got my eye on you.
Rams are looking solid. If Jordan Love keeps playing well, maybe the Packers can surprise some people in the postseason. But yeah, I mean, it's the Niners. I think it's the Cowboys, and then the Eagles are 3. You've played 8 quarters of football. I think you've been the better team 7 of the 8 quarters. And if you didn't have self-inflicted wounds in the first game, you probably would have won that in Philadelphia.
Been nice to have beaten Philadelphia in Philadelphia, but I think they have just to the Cardinals, you know. Well, beat them. They had a 6-game stretch that they just got done with, and they went 4-2. With the Eagles.
Yeah.
And I know everything the last 2 weeks is kind of fresh in everybody's mind about that. But, I think if you are the Cowboys and you went through the run that they just went through, and by the way, they did beat the Dolphins.
Yep.
You know, and they did beat Buffalo. And you need to see how that's going to play out for you because you need to do the very same if you can.
Because in terms of the point spread, I think both of those are going to end up being about pick'em games.
Yeah, you said that earlier. I heard that.
Yeah. And so that would be my estimation right now. I know Buffalo was installed as the early favorite. I think both of those are going to gravitate closer to pick'em games. But make no mistake about it. This is the beginning of you won the first one, which is awesome.
Right.
Your next 3 games are all against very good teams.
Yes.
Yeah, and to me, I think that what I've seen to this point, I don't really have any questions about the Cowboys hanging with anybody not named San Francisco.
Can I ask you just one follow-up question? I'm not disputing what you're saying.
Sounds like you are.
Fair enough. But if there is a hole in their resume, it is teams you can beat on the road. Do you think there is a difference? Because these two games, obviously both on the road against good teams, that is something the Cowboys have not done this year.
For sure. I mean, that cranks up the level of difficulty there, and that is some things you still want to see. I mean, I'm not necessarily confident if we get, which I think the early forecasts aren't terrible in Buffalo for Sunday, but super inclement weather is not something I would trust this team to perform well in. And they still need to level up by showing the road victories against quality opponents, and they're going to have that opportunity over the next 2 weeks. But in terms of hanging with them, I have no doubt that you're going into both of these games and you're not going to look like you don't belong. And if they were home games, I'd be picking you to win.
I would think that I would like to see this team now play San Francisco at home. Just to see, just to see, because I think there's things that they do defensively, turning people over, that we see with the way the offense seems to operate with Dak and these receivers and the line. I mean, all those things came together for you yesterday in a nice way. But I think if you could, I know you can't do it, but I'd love to see San Francisco play here and see with the way the team currently is right now.
With that in mind, I know we said in the NFC, are you arguing that the Cowboys are the second best team in the NFL? Because I think you can make a case for that.
I think you could too. I mean, Baltimore right now, the 1 seed in the AFC, and the Rams gave them everything they could handle yesterday. They really did. So, I mean, I don't know. I might still just slot Baltimore in there because I do think if
Baltimore
the Cowboys
plays San Francisco, right?
They do, and that's going to be a fantastic game.
And the Dolphins too, I believe.
But you could definitely argue that the Cowboys are number 2 with the way they're playing right now.
Corey,
I've been arguing that for a minute.
But you've also been arguing that something bad's going to happen to Brandon Aubrey next week.
Well, and I did look at
what's wrong with
the
you? What are
weather
you doing?
Between 39 and 48 degrees on Sunday. And they're late in the evening. There will be some showers on the way, but it's a 325 kick.
How is the wind? That's the problem at that place.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. And that's where, was it Nick Folk that had a couple couple big kicks there, but also had a miss
it twice.
To
win that game.
But he had 6 turnovers that game.
Yeah.
Those interceptions
Wild
at that one
They
time.
got that onside kick.
Yeah.
It was craziness.
But I think maybe I'm just betting the odds here that I feel like Buffalo's the place. He's had these great indoor opportunities to get some long field goals. McCarthy's going to trust him, and he's going to say, go out there and kick that 58-yarder, and it's going to be a little too windy this time. But if he doesn't, if he makes them, I mean, just go ahead and crown that dude MVP.
Crown him.
Yeah, just say
crown
you're
his
the MVP,
ass,
bro. I mean, he is
who we thought he was.
I think
Mark Mosley won an MVP.
Brian told me that last night. I had no idea.
Washington Redskins kicker, I believe, is 1980.
Brian, we can't say
radio
that.
voice. He went to Highlands High School.
That's what he
went
played
on to
for, right?
ESPN Radio.
Yeah, he was good. He was really good.
Huh. Mark Mosley?
That was Matt Mosley.
I'm sorry.
We're just having some fun.
I saw him. He had an impressive plate in the press box last night. I wouldn't say it went toe-to-toe with mine, but it was solid.
What was constructed on your press box plate yesterday?
The first 3 plates were just carnivorous.
He had
3
plates?
He had a prime rib.
He had a piece of prime rib that needed an IV.
Prime rib. Prime rib. I did send a picture to my wife, and she goes, "What is that thing on your plate?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "That's."
You said steak?
I was like, "It's not raw, I promise.
It was
cooked, okay?"
Somebody whispered cooked
delicious.
over it, is what they said.
But they had that magic fairy dust come out of their mouth.
They rubbed their hands on it.
We did have a conversation is prime rib steak?
We're going to get into that. I heard you guys kick that around with Sean and RJ this morning. I guess I don't know. I mean,
it's in the family, but it's a cousin.
Yeah, and it's probably not a first one either.
No.
Oh, wow. It's disappointing. I called it a steak because Bobby's got this weird thing, like hypochondriac. He's got a lot of those.
Fair.
He's like scared to show up to the carving station with his plate and have them cut him a piece of meat and put it on his plate.
That's what they're there for.
I know. Like he's got there's this weird dynamic there
like
that he's
I am
scared
with the
of.
waffle maker.
Like Walchuk is with the waffle maker. But that's because Walchuk recognizes his own skill set doesn't provide the opportunity to be successful at the waffle maker. He
limited
has to
in
do
life.
something. If it was just, hey, here's a waffle, like here's my plate and somebody hand me a waffle, Walchuk would be consuming all the waffles.
Oh, I crushed it at the omelet station.
Yes.
How do you do with the toast? Do you put the waffle in the toaster? Are you okay with that?
I can toast it.
Okay. Do you burn it? You feel like you're?
It's just
no, but at the Continental, at the hotel,
you got to flip. There's people waiting. There's a lot of pressure.
A toaster.
Somebody probably walked off with the syrup.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I spill the syrup everywhere. Now it's sticky.
I told Bobby, hey, I can't believe you pass up on this steak every time. And then he goes, this isn't steak. And then we fought.
My thing is I just don't want to wait for the 3 or 4 people. That's like 8 minutes for my waffle.
And I start to get anxious.
Yeah.
My anxiety really kicks in.
Yeah.
See, you get all the stuff, like the dry cereals, whatever it is, you sit down at your table, and then you eyeball the waffle maker, and then as soon as you see a moment, you beeline, now I'm first. I'm just eating, watching the line. Oh, there's no line. Yeah. I'm the line.
Is there nobody with you for any of these?
Watching.
No, I'm eyeballing that thing, baby.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
I'll tell you what. One of the greatest things is just getting away from the family and doing a solo hotel night.
Okay.
Now, I wouldn't know from experience, but I hear, Hagee, it's incredible.
Yeah, clearly. Well,
what are you doing Friday night?
What do you guys?
No wonder I couldn't get a hold of you.
Coming up on the program today.
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. We will have the Mike McCarthy press conference at 3:30, and Brian's got a look at the film Krusty's Corners coming up at 2:40.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mike will be back right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Always a welcome sign for this. on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you are having an outstanding little day. We have 5 hours of sports content coming up to you. Here to my right is Brian Broaddus with his eye on the film. He has a full report coming up in Krusty's Corner at 2:40. He just keeps watching the plays again and again. It's amazing how this man gets the film before anybody else in the media, but he's connected. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You have Wolchuk and Giafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. And Broaddus is coming in high and tight. What do you think of the Broaddus haircut over here?
Yeah, I screamed at him by way of hello, fresh cut. And then he said, I had it yesterday, bleep hole. And I was like, well, you were wearing a hat. I didn't know.
Yeah, it was.
Looks great.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That Doubtfire wig's going to fit perfectly on that scalp.
Perfect.
Man, I was really hoping we get the Rams win so we could do the double bet.
Oh, we were just inches away. Football gods on your side yesterday.
Dang it. I felt like there was kind of a block in the back on the return. That could
probably two of them.
That counts then. Double bet payoff it is.
That could have been a disaster for me. A drunk Mrs. Doubtfire. That would have been fun.
Be dream come true for Wolchuk.
Yeah. Yep.
Big guilt guy.
Impressive. Yeah, how was the post game last night, guys? That must have been quite a party. I read about it on Todd Archer's Twitter. They're chanting MVP, and here we go as Dak gets up there to the podium.
I thought that was when Aubrey walked up to the podium.
Dude, that guy is dialed.
Butter.
Yeah, it was a good post game. The people. I think there was a lot of relief in Cowboys Nation. This is the one fan base you go up against that you don't want to lose to because of how vicious they could be coming back at you.
Oof, we got a taste of that all pregame, man. It was just Eagles infiltrating
they were
Miller Lite West Plaza.
There's quite a bit of Eagle fans, but I'll tell you, the Cowboy fans certainly were loud. I thought it was one of the best home environments. The atmosphere was fantastic last night. Kudos to Cowboys Nation at AT&T Stadium.
No, but they do. This fan base gives them a lot of crap. And, the fan base that loses this one, the other ones let you know.
I couldn't imagine. If they had lost that game last night, it would be season's over.
I'll tell you
Let's look at the draft.
I'll tell you what's interesting is if you go by and you talk about, you look at, because our buddy Elliot Shore Parks tweets out stuff after the game, and I was just sitting there looking at it, and the comments that the Eagles fans make about their coaching staff and their players and stuff like that, it's like, wow.
Man, I was listening to Sean and RJ spying on Filthy Radio.
Me too.
I mean, it's hilarious.
It is crazy.
3 weeks
I don't know
ago,
about this Sirianni, man.
Yeah, now they're
fire
him.
They're going after Sirianni. They're going after the coordinators. They're going after Howie. They're going after the whole group. I mean, he must have had he made a point. It's like, well, it's this team is built in a way, he's kind of trying to be positive about it. The fan base for them wanted nothing to do with it.
I mean, we killed the Cowboys pretty good after the Niners loss, I think.
Yep.
But it gets super toxic in Philadelphia. I think maybe, and the extremes of it is pretty crazy. 817, are you crying out? Gavin Dawson, Hurts is an MVP candidate. Dak made him look silly, shedding tears because you're wrong about Dak. I mean, it was a great game. We'll see how the rest of the season plays out. I think right now Dak's at the top of his game. This offense is flying high. But what Brian just said is after 2 losses for Philadelphia, the fan base is convinced the sky has fallen. Everybody sucks. Everybody needs to get fired. You've won 5 in a row. We got Buffalo, Miami, Detroit coming up. How much can we keep this going, guys? How much? It's hard to say what Buffalo's defense is going to bring. I feel like we know Miami's defense is going to be pretty dang good. And Buffalo's can play well still, so they got some tests coming up here before. I mean, it's not like they've done anything that they haven't done before. So pardon me if I trust the last, 25 years of what this franchise does instead of the last 5 games, Brian.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that you're right about the tests going forward. You need to find a way. And Buffalo is one of those teams that's they're now classified as in the hunt at 7-6. So here we go, desperate team theory.
Absolutely.
And on a home game and all that. The Cowboys, the Cowboys do need to find. They got to keep winning. That's your hope. Last night's win continued to give you hope that you can still win the division. But you are, to be honest, you're also looking at the 5th seed right square in the face. But if you keep winning, you could take care of that, and hopefully you get some help along the way. We'll see what happens in Seattle this weekend and all that. Philadelphia's got some issues. There's no question about that. They got some issues. They don't rush the passer particularly well, and if you do block them then their secondary has problems.
Cowboys' offensive line deserves a lot of credit. I mean, you had Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter didn't have a single pressure last night. Now, certainly Carter did have the fumble recovery for a touchdown, and his ability to get the ball and rumble.
I know.
I mean, how in the world did he slide down? That was crazy. But a really good job by Tyler Smith and Zach Martin to handle those guys inside.
Yeah. And Biotish, the one time when Biotish gave up, Biotish had about 25 yards of penalties that one time. But
that clipping call, though,
there's no way that's
I haven't heard clipping. I haven't heard clipping be called by a ref in years. I'm like, are we in
on the tape
05 right now?
His head is clearly across the defender's body. I mean, it's across his knee. That's the thing. You have to have your head in front, and his head was clearly in front of the defender. There's no way that's clipping. I think Terry McCauley afterwards, who does the refereeing stuff for NBC, said that's not clipping.
There you go.
That's a call, but
take that, John Hussey.
The one that he got called for holding, he tripped on Martin's foot. I mean, he's getting driven back, and Martin's trying to set, and he trips on Martin's foot, and that's what causes him. And when you're going backwards, the first thing you do is grab the guy and try and pull him on top of you, and that's what happened. That's how you get the holding call. But the offensive line. I mean, Dak admitted they had a chance. The sack fumble that turned into a touchdown. They had a chance for a huge play. It's going to be a touchdown for the Cowboys to Cooks with the way the routes that they ran it and how they did it. But Dak, he just drifted right into, Martin and the sack, and that's unfortunate there.
Yeah, more film coming up at 2:40, right?
A lot of film coming up, yeah.
All the film.
A lot of film, yeah.
I had it 38-25. They do it by an even bigger margin. I think it's interesting to talk about, like, where is Philly right now? How likely is it that more losses are in their future? Is this rock bottom for them? How has their defense deteriorated so much? Now they're not even stopping the run that well, although they held Tony Pollard to a decent night. The Cowboys got free for some big runs.
They did.
They did.
Got
some call back.
That combo block with Martin and Steele. We're seeing it again.
Nice.
And some creative ways of running their scheme, though. They went old school trap a couple of times. They've tried to, they were able to. You're right about Martin and Steele and their ability to work. And they also, the tight ends did a pretty good job, and the wide receivers blocked again. That's the thing about give Michael Gallup some credit for his ability to not be disengaged about what's going on. He's willing to go out there and block him, Tolbert, those guys. They definitely help you in that part. If they're not catching balls, you got to find a way to get your body in front of somebody.
You brought this up on Friday, though, Gavin, when it comes to Philadelphia. Now you start to have some doubt. And that secondary is so bad, and defensively they're playing so poorly right now. You look at Seattle. If they get Geno back, and if Geno can play like he did against the Cowboys on Thursday night a week ago, they've got a chance to beat Philly on Monday Night Football and help the Cowboys out.
I think that becomes the biggest storyline of the week.
For sure. It's huge. And I think that, you started to see those signs coming into this one, and you really believed in those signs, and kudos to you for it. I thought the Eagle offense would find a way to play up in a big game after getting trashed all week. And seeing the Cowboys defense the way they played versus Seattle, I'm like, there's some holes here, but that was not the case. And I do think the Eagles are a little bit exhausted right now, especially defensively. They've been on the field a ridiculous amount. I mean, we talked about it in the pregame, the amount of snaps they've played defensively more so than any other team. And last night was no different. You keep turning the ball over. I mean, the time of possession, which doesn't really matter, but it mattered last night because the Eagles they came into that game exhausted. And so I think you're talking about a real opportunity for the Eagles to be a team that is continuing to slide. Now they get easier opponents, which is going to help them. I mean, they certainly know how to eke by and win by a point and not look good doing it. And so just because they win a few of these next games, I think they sort of are what they are in terms of when you get to the playoffs and going up against quality opponents like a Dallas, like a San Francisco. I don't think they have much of a chance. I mean, when you talk about their pass rush and slowing it down, their offensive line, and the Cowboy pass rush getting after him quite a bit. Like, this is the Eagles team that's whole philosophy is to win in the trenches. They built their team to have a pass rush that no one can contain, to have an offensive line that's bullying everybody. When that starts to lose its production, all of a sudden, your secondary that you didn't invest a ton in is going to look even worse. And so I think they're in a lot of trouble. And I like the way Shel Kapadia put it. Their philosophy is building, especially defensively, overinvest in the pass rush. We are going to have a freaking pass rush on third downs this season. The Eagles are sacking opposing quarterbacks 5.1% of the time, which is good for dead balls last in the NFL.
No way.
They've got one guy, and it's Hassan Reddick. They don't have anybody else that consistently can get to the quarterback.
Wow. That kind of felt like a house of cards over the course of like a month.
Life comes at you so fast in this league, dude. And it is weird to think about it. After last year, 70 sacks. And you knew they were going to regress to the mean a little bit. But they have just gone full bottom out.
2-4, Gavin, the league's caught up to Philly's gimmicky offense. I think that part of that is true, but also the other part of it is Jalen Hurts isn't running to punish anymore. He's trying to get down. And that backfires on him. He almost got hurt. He's putting the ball in the turf. He's kind of diving forward. He doesn't want to slide and totally give up the yards, but he's being so safe at the moment of contact instead of trucking people. And his yards per attempt has gone down by 1 full yard over the course of the last 3 years, and it's huge.
And the Cowboys knew it last night. I mean, if you were just woke up and started watching the game knowing nothing about the season or anything, you'd be going, why wouldn't they just do that quarterback draw every time? I mean, they can go get 20 yards. Dan Quinn's like, I know they're not going to live and die by that. Jalen Hurts doesn't want to. They don't want to risk it. So every once in a while, you can go steal 15, 20 yards. And for a couple times, I'm going, gosh, dang it, that ticks me off. But they knew, you're not going to sustain that for 4 quarters.
They ran him way more than I thought that they would coming into the game.
Yeah. But as you said, you can see how he's looking to go down.
The Cowboys got some good shots on him. You know, I mean, if he's going to run, you got to make him pay, and the Cowboys certainly did.
Well, to the point, you ripped the ball out of his hand and created a turnover.
Yeah,
But you see that on the sideline as a coach. You're like, crap, I can't let my quarterback keep taking hits like that.
Yeah.
So I think that is true, and then the defense is falling apart even bigger than them and can rest before the playoffs get them back to life, or are we watching the dying embers of this Eagles run? And that would be something to celebrate. It's a very brutal schedule that they've been in. We've seen how playing San Francisco has a cumulative effect on the team the next season, although the consistency of that's worn off this year. There was a huge run of it. You play physical teams over the course of a month. Week 5 and 6, there's a chance I think you can look rough. And now, they'll have a chance here in the month of December to get back and get right like the Cowboys have done over the last month. We'll see how they handle it. We'll see how the Cowboys handle a more difficult turn in their schedule. This is a big win for the analytics community, though, Brian, who was looking at this Eagles team and saying, this isn't real. They're coming up with it, but you can't trust that it's not sustainable. And, I think that's another part of it, just figuring out a way to get it done. Once that collapses, and if you were relying on that to get wins, it's funny how things can start running the other way on you.
Okay, how about this? Since 2000, there have been 106 teams with 10-plus wins through Week 14 of the NFL season, like the Eagles. Among that group, this Eagles team ranks 103rd with a point differential of plus 21. So out of 106 teams that have been 10 or more wins at this point in the season, dating back to 2000, the Eagles are, there's only 3 teams with a worse point differential in that time. They're and the Cowboys, it's like a plus 190, 188. They're smoking teams. And over the course of the season, the point differential, it does matter. You start to see, okay, there's a different level here. And the Eagles
with the Vikings last year, right? One and done in the playoffs.
Right.
I do want to say one more thing in this opening segment, Brian. I guess I got my most plays ever on YouTube this weekend.
Oh, congratulations!
I've done some YouTube streams over the years, and I've never gotten many plays. But man, I got a lot this weekend on somebody else's channel. It was great.
The content creators were going after you a little bit this weekend.
I just want to admit defeat. I think what we've learned here is that Dax Mahomes, Dax Brady, he's like Montana but built like Elway. That's what we found out. No, that's what we found out. He's about to put this team on his back, despite the fact they can't run the ball and they don't have linebackers. He's going to be so good, I think, that everything that the Cowboys fans want is coming true now. I can't believe that we finally made it, dude. Over the next, how many weeks are left in the NFL season? 4?
4.
We have 4 games left. You're going to win all those, and then they're going to win every game in the playoffs and the Super Bowl?
Gosh, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Man,
exciting, isn't it?
I thought the Cowboys had screwed up. MVP. I really thought the Cowboys had screwed up and were wasting Dak's career by never really going for it, and never giving yourself a chance to have a full team like the Niners. The Niners have a way worse quarterback, but they keep getting to the Super Bowl or very close. Like Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, not as good as Dak. And I was like, man, when are the Cowboys going to do that, right? So when I talk about the Cowboys offense, it's not to be critical of Dak because I think there's a lot to celebrate. And he made some amazing throws yesterday. It's the Joneses that we need, guys, to realize maybe Dak could use what other quarterbacks get when they win the Super Bowl. Okay? You take that because you're triggered as I'm clowning, I'm disrespecting Dak. I'm not. I'm just saying he's like an 8.5 out of 10, not the full damn thing. Okay? Now, apparently, the last 5 weeks convinced you that I'm super wrong and you're right. So congratulations. You know everything, okay? And thanks for the plays on YouTube. Hopefully it picks up my algorithm.
Well, I'm just glad we know you're no longer the enemy from within.
Yeah, don't be the enemy from within, Gavin.
NFL True or Fart coming up. G-Bag of the Day next on The Fan.
They poke fun out of mutual love. Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Brian just put his head in his hands. He needs a fishing trip. But it's about to get fun, isn't it? We're coming down the stretch here. And December football and January football and maybe even February football is on the cards for this Cowboys team. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. I love overreactions on a Monday, and we like to do this in a style in which we do, it's our version of true or false, but it's true or fart thanks to this mess up on air from the great Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
I do appreciate the way he barreled through that.
He did.
Like his recovery was just like, I'm not going to stop down. We're not going to address it. We're just going to,
got him that gig on Major League Baseball Network.
Not looking at the rear view.
Damn right.
That's what I like about live. If that's recorded, you say, oh, dang it.
Gosh darn it.
Take it again.
Yep.
Let's go.
That's right.
Live, you get the real deal.
All right, let's start over there with you, Eric Chiafalo. True or fart? The Philadelphia Eagles are not good enough to get back to the NFC Championship game.
That's going to be a good old-fashioned Cheruski. They got no shot. Not with a defense like that and a quarterback that seems to be scared to take some hits. I think they really are going to be sort of a one and done playoff situation. They're not getting back to the NFC Championship game because the Cowboys are.
That's true. I mean, and depending on who that 6 or 7 seed is, if they win the division, then you're probably good. But there's a good opportunity for an upset there. They don't rush the passer particularly well. We talked about that.
Yep.
And they don't cover well. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on their offense.
I'm going to say Tuski because I think there's a chance, just because the conference isn't that good, depending on how things fall for them. I would be shocked if they get back to the back to the Super Bowl from there.
Right.
But NFC title game, I'm going to be like, oh, okay, well, they made it, but they're not going past this next round.
Got it. I'm going to go. I'll go true. I do think that you're right. Depending on who they end up having to play, maybe they can get there. But right now, with how that defense is playing, I could absolutely see them getting maybe picked off one and done.
Yeah.
If it's Green Bay, if Jordan Love's playing well, if it's Seattle, they sneak in as a 7 seed. Maybe the Rams. I mean, with the Rams with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, right now with the way that secondary is, I don't know. It's going to be tough unless their offense gets back to being a juggernaut.
There's going to be potential for 2 upsets in that first round, I think.
Okay, well, then let me go back to you with this. True or fart? Brian Broaddus, your pet cat, the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
They're looking like a one-and-done playoff team right now.
Have not played very well since the bye week. Absolutely. Yeah, I think they're in a little bit of trouble right now. And matter of fact, they should have lost twice to the Bears. The Bears came back.
Yeah.
I mean, they came back against the Bears a game in Detroit. So I would say that is. Are you saying that them not make the?
No, they'll be one and done. They'll make it, but they're going to get upset in the first round.
I would say that is probably true. I would say that's probably true, and I thought they would probably be a second round team, but right now they don't look like they've put it together very well.
So they're going to get a home game though, right?
Yeah,
it's
they'll
a
probably
wild card team.
Yeah.
So the Cowboys going to play them? No.
No, it'll be whoever ends up getting.
Could be the Rams.
It would be
right
the
now, I
sixth,
think it's the Rams.
It would be the 6th team.
No, I don't. I think the Rams are still technically out of it until the Packers play tonight because the Packers are kind of. So it could be the Packers or even the Vikings right now.
The Vikings are
7 and 6.
See, they could be the Vikings.
Yeah,
I think they're banged up. Got to get healthy. Get Ragnow back. They'll be all right.
I'm gonna go true here. They're much like the Eagles. Like this Lions defense is not good.
Really struggling. Yep.
Man, I think I'll go far. I think they still win a wild card game, but then they get bounced in the second round by the Dallas Cowboys. All right, let's go to Gavin. True or fart?
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs with Mahomes. They're not making it to the conference championship game for the first time in a long time.
I'm willing to say that. Yeah, they're very beatable now, and I can't imagine that formula of scoring 19 points is going to win you multiple playoff games.
I'm still holding the faith. Faith because you have Baltimore and Miami. After that, I don't trust a single. I mean, it's patently bad teams. Now, maybe the Broncos are playing better football and they could do like a little surprise situation, but like it is It's just Baltimore, Miami. After that, I'll take Chiefs over Jags, Browns, Steelers, Colts, Texans. Come on. So I'll bank on Mahomes still.
Denver's going to win the West.
Ooh, how about that?
Denver's going to win the West. They're going to put. We'll see what happens.
So
with
one
Kansas.
game lead now for the Chiefs.
Yeah, but you look at what the Denver's got to go to Detroit. They have New England at home, the Chargers at home, and then Vegas to end out the year. I think they find a way to win this division. I think Kansas City's in some trouble right now.
Man,
I mean, the Chiefs have it pretty easy too. Patriots, Raiders, Bengals, and Chargers. And they're going to play just terrible quarterbacks over the next month, unless Browning is continuing his hot streak there with the Bengals.
I think I'm going to lean fart and think that they can still get there, even though they don't look like it. They certainly do not look like a conference championship team right now, but there's something about Andy Reid and Mahomes in the postseason, and I still am not necessarily going to I can't believe necessarily the Ravens, right? The Ravens are a regular season team. We haven't seen them do it in the postseason. While the Ravens are clearly better right now, it'll be interesting come January.
I'd like to see Kansas City have to go and play on the road now.
Yeah, playoffs on the road.
They have not had to do that ever.
Especially if
in
they're a
Mahomes
wild
era.
card.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine KC going on the road in the first round to Cleveland or whoever? I mean,
their skill guys just aren't good enough. They're just not. That's a big problem for
Jacksonville. I mean, it's going to be nuts. All right, last one here. Go back to you here, Brian. Bills, if they make it to the playoffs, will be the most dangerous team in the AFC playoffs.
I would say that's true. I think you're going to see that this week, and I'm looking forward to studying them on tape. I know they've had some up and downs, but I still feel like that quarterback, the way they play, the potential with Von Miller and stuff, they won a really tough game at Kansas City yesterday. That showed me a lot.
Yeah, I think they'll be really dangerous as far as the I was looking at them because Erica was talking about that AFC playoff picture, and I thought, man, I wouldn't want to face Buffalo again either if I'm Kansas City right now. If they get in, they could go 2-2 in their final four. They have the Cowboys, they have Miami, then they have two easy games. I think it's Patriots and Chargers. So I think they're going to go 2-2, but maybe 3-1. And if you're Buffalo right now, you're turning Josh Allen back loose, aren't you?
Yeah,
we need to win three of these four.
Yeah.
And if you need surgery, we can rest in the offseason. I think it's the approach you go like balls to the wall because that window might be starting to close in Buffalo.
Yeah, I'll go true on that as well.
I'm going to say true as well.
There you go. Thank you, guys. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Yeah. Here's Lucius.
Here we go. Shout out to the brother at Church's Chicken over there in Irving.
Salute.
I went over there for an 8-piece. He seen this 105.3 The Fan hoodie, beanie thing I had on.
Yeah.
I walked out there with like 25 pieces of chicken and all his Romo takes that he could give me. Whole lot of size and everything. Shout out to you, bro.
Broadcaster Romo takes or quarterback?
Quarterback
takes?
Romo takes.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
How Dak and Romo are different but the same. You see you want thigh, right? All right, our winner is Charles Barkley. It's a combo situation. I don't know if I'm going to play both of them because I got a whole lot of clips right here for you on a Monday.
Yep.
But here's Charles Barkley and Ernie Johnson. Charles Barkley is not a fan of the Nielsen rating system.
I want to tell my team, and man, these Nielsen people are the biggest clowns in the world.
Clown.
Name me one person you know with a Nielsen box.
Are there still Nielsen boxes?
Yes, but there's still Nielsen rating.
Yeah,
But
okay.
These Nielsen people try to say our ratings weren't great, but we want a certain demographic. Hey, man, to my team, them. Don't you worry about, quote unquote, what people tell you about your ratings. Nobody knows what people are watching. They don't. And I know the first thing you're going to say, well, he's just upset because they said King Charles didn't get ratings. First of all, you are 100% wrong. I actually said this exact same thing 20 years ago when I was on the #1 show.
I've been saying that. Let
me repeat that. I said the same thing about the Nielsen people when I was on the #1 show on TNT.
I've been said that. Where y'all been at?
Big Brain Charles breaking it down for you.
There's another clip with Charles is him saying that he's going to choke out Stephen A. Smith or give him his first beating or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Anyway. Did you guys watch the NBA in-season tournament, the championship situation?
Saw the highlights.
Okay.
Same.
I watched it. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure like 5 years they're going to name that after LeBron. That
LeBron,
whole I see it happening. Kevin
legendary
Hart.
run he had.
Oh, come on, man.
He went playoff LeBron in the middle of the season.
Come on, man.
That right there is worth the cost of admission for the tournament.
How about it? In street clothes, he got to show out a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's go to the NBA Unplugged with Kevin Hart. He had a whole lot of people on there. It was actually pretty good. I went back and watched a lot of it. Yeah, Pat Bev was on there, and he had questions.
By the way, that's what the game needs. We need more people like you. It's good defense.
D'Angelo Russell said.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate you saying that about the honesty, because I got a question too.
Okay.
And I got a daughter, and I like to call myself a girl dad. What you think about the Josh Giddey situation?
Fellas, y'all want to answer that?
Yeah. I mean, there's rumors going around that, Josh Giddey was dating an underage girl, and they said the family is not cooperating or participating with the police investigation, so therefore I think it's
I read that too. I say, what y'all think about it? That was my question.
I heard the question, but I'm gonna tell you what I do real well. Deflect. I'm a brand, Pat, and being a brand, I'll text you and I'll give you my real thoughts. But right now, on NBA Unplugged, I'm gonna keep it as commercial as I
possibly can. Yeah, he
good
went
time to be a pro comedian.
Yeah, it was hilarious. It's actually pretty good. I did hate on it when it was announced a little bit. I did poo-poo on the idea, but it was actually pretty good because they just brought so many people through for Kevin to talk to.
Yeah.
And he had the Plastic Cup Boys there. This is a little group of comedians, best friends that he keeps rich.
It's entertaining.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing. Shout out to Pastor Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. He's on YouTube because he's with God now. Yes, he is. We got a praise and worship leader right here. Probably his first time leading the thing. He want to know what that mouth do.
Yeah, give yourselves a hand. Man, it is so good for us to worship Jesus together. That is so good. Man, I'm sweating. Hey, go ahead and turn to someone next to you and tell them what you're most looking forward to putting in your mouth tomorrow. Food.
What?
I didn't intend to say that.
I didn't intend to say that.
But if you do love your spouse in that very special way,
I didn't intend to say that.
Turn the other way.
In the house of the Lord.
Ladies,
you'll be ordained.
Let's see. Sports Center this morning. Did you see the Sports Center piece on the Cowboys and Eagles?
Yeah, this was fantastic.
They left that D-Law in there? Yeah, here we go.
The game plan was simple and brutally efficient.
Hit a motherfucker in the face over and over and over and over again until they quit. And when they quit, hit them again and again and again and again.
Okay, want to quickly apologize for some sound we aired a couple moments ago from that Cowboys piece. Some foul language was used, so I just want to say apologies for that on our behalf.
You might have thought it was the Pat McAfee show, but it was just Hank talking after the game.
Let's see how much time we got. I got one more here for you. This man right here, standing on business. He pulled up to the wrong house, though. He pulled up to the wrong house. Ring camera got him.
Where did just got off their phone, bro?
What?
Where did just got off their phone?
What phone? What are you talking about?
Bro, stop playing me stupid, bro. Where did just got off their phone, bro? He just told me pull up. So where the he at? I'm right here. So where he at? What you talking about? I'm right here at your mama house. Where he at?
You at the wrong door.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
All right.
White guy, yeah. You can tell by the knock in the beginning, too.
Yeah.
Good knock. Yeah.
I'm out here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Man, I don't want to fight the first guy. The second guy I might have a chance against.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the second guy. Yeah, that sounds very polite.
Wait, what?
The first guy I don't want to fight.
Where's the first guy?
The same guy.
Just a character swap in the middle
guy.
of that.
Character swap.
All of a sudden, he just
Okay, my bad.
I'm so sorry.
First one obviously didn't make it to school. He was too busy getting his ass kicked by his dad.
Yeah.
Second one, had a nice upbringing.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to another house and cause some havoc. I'll be right back.
That's terrific stuff. Is it time to vote? What do you say?
Yeah, let's do it.
Charles Barkley, not a fan of the Nielsen ratings. Is it Kevin Hart? Team needs more people. The league needs more people like Pat Beverly. Boy, Pat's going to be an amazing member of the media when he goes full-time at that. That's the kind of hard-hitting questions. Praise and worship leader. I don't know if it'll get picked up commercially, but it'll be a hell of a podcast. Praise and worship leader. Is it Tank Lawrence going to hit him over and over, or is it Guy pulls up to the wrong house? I'm voting for Tank, Chief. How about you?
Guy pulls up.
Lucius?
Yeah, he pulled up to the wrong one.
Zachary?
Yeah, I'm going to go with that guy, too.
Broadus?
Yeah, I'll go with Tank.
Okay, by a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Ring Camera, catching guy who came to the wrong house. It's a pretty good prank.
It is a good prank.
I'll do that next time I'm playing video games. I'll send them to your house, Brian.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you going with it?
Yeah, I had a chance to look at the All-22 from this one. Let's break it down next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we celebrate the filthy women.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, nation. Here he is after watching the film all day long. Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate it. Before I get started, a little LSU pride. Congratulations to Jane Daniels for winning the Heisman Trophy. He carried a team to a 9-win season with one of the worst defenses in the country. Historically, one of the best LSU offenses, but one of the worst defenses in the country. So congratulations to him after what he went through at Arizona State and all that. And there were people that were questioning him and his quarterbacking at LSU. And, man, I'll tell you what, the kid did everything asked of him and more. And so I've already studied him in the draft, too, which is kind of cool. Sit down and look at him and watch him play. Yeah, he's got some really good traits about himself. The thing that's going to freak people out is he looks very small, very slight.
Skinny.
Very slight.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. Sometimes scouts kind of freak out about that stuff. But had a chance to look at the All-22 like I teased. I'm going to tell you the ways that the Cowboys, just to start out, the ways going into this game, we all felt like that you just couldn't let Hassan Reddick wreck you in this game. You couldn't let what happened in Week 9 happen again with Terrence Steele. You had to find a way to maybe help him. And in this case, the Cowboys coaches did a good job of helping him. There were several blocks where he was one-on-one with Reddick. Did fine with that, the single blocks. The one time that was a single block, I have a question. They gave up the sack, but I think there's something happened on that play. I'm curious about it. I need to ask somebody about it. But anyway, the single blocks that Steele was able to make were fine. They helped him by doubling with Pollard. They chipped with Ferguson, and they did the spacing with Ferguson as well. So they had 4 different things that they tried to do with Reddick, and I think it was effective in this game. The question that I had that I want to ask somebody, and I'll throw it out there right now, is there was one time on the sack that Reddick had, and Steele didn't get out of his stance, and he just stabbed with his right hand. But on the play, Pollard was set to his side, and then was looking outside, then looked inside. It was almost like Steele was expecting the double team help on the outside, and he didn't get it. Because the very next play, they did it, and they got a pass that got off for 10 yards to Lamb. So it's kind of like, okay, did Pollard mess it up? Did Steele expect help? Didn't get help? Because Reddick just completely beat Steele off the line for that sack. But I was just curious by the way that Pollard was set to that side and turned and then looked inside. Was he supposed to help Steele? Did they have that really taken care of? And that was a bust.
It's like the corner who thinks he has help over the top of the safety, so he kind of bites a little bit. And he's like, oh, no.
Wait a minute. And Steele kind of played it where he played it a little soft.
Right.
Where he didn't really kick. So he's thinking like, okay, if I kick wide, then Pollard's going to have to, maybe there's that problem where you bump into each other and then, it doesn't work. And I just wonder, I need to ask somebody over there.
That one was a little scary because of how Reddick went low.
He went really low. Yeah. But I thought it overall for Steele, it was really well played for him.
And kudos to the coaching staff for helping him a little bit.
They helped him.
The alignment, no doubt.
Helped him a couple different times, and that's what you got to do. Just don't let the guy go out there by himself. All right, the Ferguson 37-yard shot up the seam. I'm going to give Dak Prescott a lot of credit for this one because this is a really good read. He knows that Nolan Smith, who normally plays as an edge, as a rusher, and Nolan Smith, they dropped Nolan Smith in coverage, and Ferguson's playing in line, so next to the tackle. He's next to Tyron Smith. Dak reads that Nolan Smith is dropping, or he has him in coverage by the way he sees the secondary playing. And as soon as Ferguson released, Dak, you could see his eyes. He knew exactly where they were. So he had an idea that Smith was going to drop. Ferguson ran right by him. The route was right into space. The touch throw over the top. 37 yards. Good read by the quarterback, knowing who was going to have coverage on his guy right there. The Cook strike, another one where Dak knew exactly where he was going with the ball pre-snap. The Eagles are going to show cover 2 and then rotate to single high. So they're going to put a single safety in the middle of the field. So right off the snap, Cooks is running by Bradbury, who has no help to the inside. So Bradbury's by himself. Lamb is running a route across the field. Here we go. Here's another design characteristic that the Cowboys have been doing. So the Lamb is, as he's running his route, Byard is the safety that's now having to make that decision about does he play the route underneath or does he play the ball behind? He hesitates for just a second. That allows Cook to get behind him. The blitz pickup by Pollard. Prescott gets the ball off. Perfect spot. Gain of 30 on the play.
Man.
So
it's a beautiful
throw.
Really,
really nice shot of a throw and a catch there.
And you mentioned that design, and it really is. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like that safety is going to be more nervous about that dig coming across with
they call that
Lamb.
Yeah.
And now you have a guy, and it's the payoff of having Brandon Cooks. Because who would have that been?
Yeah.
I mean, Michael Gallup, no thank you. Is that Tolbert? Like, you got Brandon Cooks for those moments.
For those moments right there. All right,
they're really using their weapons great right now.
They are using
the way they're using Ferguson. Is awesome.
Yeah, the thing that I love the combinations. When you watch it, you're like, God, that makes sense. That makes sense with the route and how it's married to another route.
Right.
And if they get the protection, they're going to get the ball in the right spot. Okay, now we talk about how to use Cooks. This is the one that last night. This is the sack fumble.
Okay.
That ended up in a touchdown.
That should have been a touchdown
for the Eagles. Okay, Prescott mentioned this in the post game that he said that should have been 6 going the other way, not their 6. That should have been our 6. Okay, and he was right about that. This is where I think Dak got a little sloppy with his pocket awareness here, and it cost him in this game. Cooks beats Ringo, the corner, right off the line, and he's open. I mean, open. 4 Eagle defenders are running with Lamb and Tolbert across the field. So now it's one-on-one on the outside. All the other defensive backs are going with 2 of the Cowboy receivers carrying routes. So now you basically have the opportunity. Dak saw this. But what happened is Martin's kind of struggling with Cox there a little bit, and he's trying to kind of push him to his left. But Dak keeps drifting. So Martin's pushing him into where Dak is trying. If Dak just stops and then just pivots back to his right, he's going to launch the ball. But what happens is he's trying to get to the launch point. Cox hits him. The ball's on the ground. Now you have the sack fumble, and now you have the ball going the other way. Dak admitted that should have been a touchdown because he saw what was happening with the routes. I think he didn't
expect Cox to go all the way to the left there.
He just started drifting to his left, and so here's a throw. It's going to go all the way back to the right, and if he would just stopped instead of drifted, he could have probably thrown that ball and it had been a touchdown. All right, Ferguson's miracle catch. I said this morning on Cowboys Break. This is the play that went for 32 yards. First off, if Dak wins the MVP, they're going to show this play as the one that they're like, this highlight play.
It was so beautiful.
I don't know how Prescott got the ball to Ferguson with Byard right in his face. I mean, it is a clean, nobody picked him up blitz. And so
he's being hit, right? Isn't he being hit as he's throwing it off his back foot?
He is into the point where Byard is right there, and I don't know how he got the ball over the top of him. I don't. I mean, when you watch it from the end zone copy, you're thinking that ball's going to get hit, deflected in the air.
Yeah.
All bad thoughts start happening with interceptions. We've seen that before with Prescott and the problems that they've had before with that. But somehow he gets the ball over Byard. And what happens, though, on the other side of that, though, Ferguson just kind of puts his hands up. He's running his routes. He's going to go out and then back to the inside. And then he puts his hands up because Sidney Brown is all over Ferguson on this one.
Could have flagged it.
Yeah, could have flagged it because he's really grabbing his waist.
There's a big size mismatch there.
But he puts his hands up at the absolute right time, and I don't even know how he saw the ball.
Crazy.
But he makes the catch. He's up the field, 32-yard gain right there. Great awareness. The blitz coming in his face, somehow gets it. Ferguson makes a big play right there. All right. I'm going to go in my last minute here. So the Gilmore 4th down stop.
Oh, man, I love that play.
Beautiful, man.
All right. Now, Gilmore played really well in this game. We talked about in the post game last night about all the coverages that he had to play with Brown. All right. This is an excellent job by Gilmore working through the trash and able to stay with Smith. There's been some questions about Gilmore. Can he really run when you carry him on the crossing or outs underneath? And so they're going to try and pick him from the opposite side. So what happens is Brown's coming across, and now Smith's coming the opposite direction. So they're going to try and Brown's going to try and pick him. He doesn't get, because Gilmore sees what's happening, and he runs a little bit of shallower route, and that gets him past Brown on the pick. So now he's still able to chase. Kearse and Armstrong get home on a 6-man blitz, forcing the ball to come out low. So Smith has to kind of wait on the ball, like he's coming across, but he waits, catches it low. So as he's waiting for the ball, it kind of slows him up. That allowed Gilmore to even close even quicker on the play and then make the tackle in the open field. So
you know what I felt like in that one? That's how the Niners made the Cowboys feel. Like in these huge moments where you need something to happen,
right.
You catch it barely at the line of scrimmage and get obliterated.
Just suffocating.
They tackle so well, and Freddie Gilmore with a fantastic open field tackle.
Well.
Bland.
The safeties, well. I'll tell you what, the safeties played really, really well.
I thought Donovan Wilson had his best game.
Donovan Wilson played well. Hooker had some moments in this game,
yes,
too.
He did.
They needed these safeties to play well, and all those guys did. A great job by the defense to kind of keep this Eagle offense in check. But overall, the All-22 was really a lot of fun to watch, especially against a team like that with Philadelphia. You kind of take advantage of some things with them.
Thank you, sir. You're the man.
Thank you.
Brian Wallace watches that film before any media member because he's connected, okay? He's an NFL scout that's joined us on the radio, and we talk Cowboys with him every day from 2 to 7 here on The Fan. Okay, NFL news of the day coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Do some Eagles trolling foot fetishes, and could a team that make the playoffs and also have the number 1 overall pick? That could happen. That's next.
Hey, we got the
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We got some Cowboys Twitter coming up at 3:20, and we'll give you some of the top tweets going on about America's team, some of the top topics, and then the Mike McCarthy press conference going to kick off. It's scheduled for 3:30. I imagine 3:38. If I was betting on it, it's a good time to bet on. But salute to Mike, and if you're winning like this, you can, be as late as you want. So just keep on and winning, Mike. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you very much. You guys remember David Carr's comments about Jalen Hurts last week? Yeah, I know we played those. Well, he had some fun. He took to Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. He said, "Hey, Philly, y'all want to talk about it?" Just trolling the Eagles after last night. Pretty good there from David Carr. And I still don't think they would look into ever starting Mariota over Hurts, but I like that troll job there.
First time in like 6 years they didn't score an offensive touchdown.
Crazy.
Dallas was the last time that did it to him.
Right on.
Dallas was the team that held him without a touchdown. Yeah,
that's right.
How about Micah yesterday? He said, last night I woke up with a 102 or 3 degree fever. Took as many drugs and IVs as a man can take to possibly be able to play today. Now he just needs to go home and rest. I hope he's getting some rest, but he did have a sack, and now he is, along with Reggie White, the only 2 players in NFL history to have 12 or more sacks in their first 3 seasons.
I'll tell you what, the bull rush that he got the sack off of was super impressive. That's Lane Johnson, he got underneath Lane Johnson to the point where he carried him so far back to the quarterback that Cam Jurgens couldn't help. He tried to get over and help, and he couldn't even do it. I mean, it was that impressive of the way he was able to run Johnson back into Hurts. That's what you got to do with Lane Johnson sometimes. If he's going to set real tall, just take him right back to where he wants to go.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's what Micah did. Good job of reading him on the play.
Absolutely. Now, the play everyone's talking about, of course, the Tony offsides, and what was one of the coolest plays we'll ever see.
Oh, Kadarius, huh?
I thought you were going to say the fake punt.
The fake punt was interesting. And maybe if the Cowboys had lost the game, we'd talk more about the fake punt.
I went back and watched San Francisco's, how do you say his last name? Zacchaeus, that's the only time he's ever lined up at
should have been a tell.
Wide. Yeah, that's the only time. I went back and watched the other punts that they've had, and it's usually Job is their guy that plays to that side. And so it's the only time that they put him out there for that play.
Zacchaeus is usually in that sycamore tree.
Yeah, he certainly is. And normally Bones, I feel like, is really good about that. Like, we've seen the Cowboys take advantage sometimes.
I'd like to ask Bones this question if I could, is they play their blockers facing inward. And so it's easier, like when we talk about that teams play, they try and funnel things. It's easier as Carolina as a team. Remember when we were playing Carolina and they turn their rear end out to the side and they try and funnel everything to the middle? Well, it's easy to run. The route that they ran was they went up and then out, and there was no way. They ran it too. I tell you, they did their homework because they did it to the side of where Tolbert was the cover guy. So you're running,
really well executed.
You're putting a receiver on a receiver, and he's turned inward, and as the route was run, he couldn't adjust quick enough to get back.
Yeah, clearly he was not ready for that at all.
Not at all.
So, I mean, that was one of the good calls from Sirianni, maybe the only good call according to Eagle fans. But the Chiefs were not happy with the call the officials made with Tony lining up offsides. I mean, freaking Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes lost his damn mind yesterday.
He needed that, dude. That was therapeutic for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
was
biting
just his tongue all season
so much
long.
Built up frustration. I've got receivers dropping passes left and right, and then he throws a hissy fit.
What a great teammate, though. You don't go off on your coaches or your players. You wait until the ref screws up and you unload.
MF the ref. Well, here is Mahomes post-game talking about that call and how it's tough to just make a call like that in that moment.
It's obviously tough to swallow.
Clearly.
Not only for me, but just for football in general. I mean, just to take away greatness like that. I mean, for a guy like Travis to make a play like that, and who knows if we win, but as I know as fans, you want to see the guys on the field decide the game. And that's why last week I didn't say anything about the flag that didn't get called on the Marquez. And so, they're human, man. They make mistakes. But, it's every week we're talking about something. And all I can do is go out there and give everything I have, and I'm proud of the guys because that's what we did, and it was a great football game that ended, another great football game that just ended like that. It's just tough to swallow.
You know, if you didn't know he was talking about the refs there, you could make the case that he was just talking about his own teammates. He's just talking about his wide receivers. And it's like, man, I've been, all season long, all these games, it happens every week. There's something new. And, I'm just sick of it now.
MVS, he drops the damn ball. Refs don't call the pass interference last week. What the hell am I supposed to do?
What an amazing play, though, dude.
Oh, it was incredible. And Mahomes is ticked because he also talked about, Travis Kelce's legacy. And it's a crazy play that maybe only Travis Kelce can make with his quarterbacking background in college. And he turns around after zigzagging and breaking some tackles.
The wherewithal is amazing.
Throws a perfect pass to Tony, who catches it, and then they score. I mean, you could argue, I've seen some people that were talking about this on social media. If a play's that badass, just let it count.
Well, the flag was on the field when the ball was snapped. I mean, it's not like they let the play unfold and then go, oh, by the way, gotcha.
And it's
the flag was on the play.
Tony
or on the
is
field
offsides. I mean, it was Jalen Tolbert in Green Bay at Lambeau. They got the call right. The refs didn't bleep this up. That's on your player. That's on Tony as a wide receiver.
Well, how about the offsides call you got last night when they were trying to run the tush push? They had the guard was lined up in the neutral zone, and they called.
Yeah, they're making a big emphasis on it this year.
It's been called a lot more this year than it has the previous two.
I believe 4 times as much.
Yeah.
Like the league, whatever it is, like it's an emphasis for them. And so, like Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, you should probably be aware of that.
And
like,
Andy
hey, there's
Reid
an
today,
uptick here.
Andy Reid today did talk, and he acknowledged. He said Tony didn't end up checking with the referee on the sideline.
Gosh,
and
dude,
the
where
ref
is
said
that dude's brain at?
It was so obvious that he lined up offsides, the ref couldn't even see the football because Tony's in the way. So, of course, he's going to throw the flag. Here was the other
J.R. Smith moment.
It was. Here was the other, and he has a lot of those. That's the issue. Like, Andy Reid doesn't want to give up on Kadarius Toney. I would. I'd put that guy on the streets. He's cost you games by dropping him, and now he lines up offsides.
I mean, at least let him keep his house.
I don't think
he can afford that.
I don't think it's a deal you can coach through them either. I mean, like the focus or the ADD or whatever is going on. If you have those mistakes and you've been talked to like several times from the coaches, you got to admit as a coaching staff, this is beyond us.
Yeah,
a
super talented individual, but it seems like he is usually finding himself in these negative positions with Kansas City. Mahomes on what made him blow up on the sidelines.
It's the call, man. Just in that moment, I mean, it's not even for myself or for me. It's just I know how much everybody puts into this game, and for it to happen on a flag change the outcome of a game in that moment. I mean, I've played 7 years, never had offensive offsides called. I mean, that's elementary school. We talk about. I mean, you point to the ref, do all that different type of stuff, and it doesn't get called. And if it does, they warn you, and there was no warning throughout the entire game. And then you wait till there's a minute left in the game to make a call like that. It's just tough, man. I mean, it's lost for words, man. It's tough because regardless if we win or lose, man, just for it to end with another game and we're talking about the refs, man, it's just not what we want for the NFL and for football.
And he's right about that. That's not what we want.
In this scenario, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Kadarius Toney having a giant-sized brain fart.
Big brain fart.
And that's you don't want to point the finger at your teammate. I get it, but that's 100% on your teammate, dude.
And I get it. Like next play, Von Miller, there's cuts of him. It seems like he's offsides. There's no call. And we can do that with every game. But this
on
one.
On another note, we need more plays like this.
I hope the Chiefs run this back.
It's where you've seen the Chiefs do some semblance of this, not like touchdown.
I think he was just playing football.
He might have been,
but they practice that.
Yeah, if you watch the quarterback show,
Pat
Mahomes talked about this. Like they do this stuff in practice leading up to it to see if Andy Reid wants to actually call this. So this seems like maybe it was one of those plays.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're like looking for it. Hey, Travis, you're gonna have an opportunity here, or if they've sort of practiced these types of things plenty over the years, and that's the beauty of Andy Reid and the creativity and constantly evolving himself. And I do think that is we're going to start to see more and more of that over the next few years of the evolution of the sport. You're going to see more and more and more of that, I believe. But yeah, I just think that's something they practice, and so they're always sort of ready for that moment, and they executed it to perfection once the ball was snapped.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was an incredible play. It's a shame that happened, and I'm sure Kadarius Toney feels sick about it today. I thought Rex Ryan on Get Up this morning, and you guys know Rex Ryan's history. He's known to like himself
a
foot.
Yeah.
And clearly, Toney offsides by a foot or a toe, you could say. And here was Rex this morning on the play.
This guy right here, line the heck up. All right, and I'm sorry, he should be onside.
Hey, guys. The fact that Rex said it's a toe,
it's a toe I don't like.
Wait, so what'd you say?
I just said this is a toe I don't like.
He likes toes.
I like, I like toes. I don't like this toe. Hey, come on, line up on freaking side for crying out loud.
See, now there is no way for us to do a serious show if we're going to go there, Rex. This is not the moment for it.
I apologize.
Hey, all right. Kadarius Toney, if you turn Rex against feet, you a bad man. Okay. All right.
Ed.
All right. We have lost the ability to have a serious conversation about the play of the year.
God, Greenberg is so stuffy.
He is.
The jokes are happening. Oh,
God. We got to be a serious show right now. Please
stop
it. Stop
We
it.
don't have the ability to have a serious football conversation,
Rex,
Brian.
put your shoes back on.
Yeah.
Him actually saying the words, "You guys know I like toes," is great.
That's what I'm saying. That is terrific, if you ask me.
Well done, Lucy.
Yeah, you would think after the scandal he would watch his step. But he's standing on it.
He's watching your step.
Yeah.
Shout out to his wife. He married his soulmate. I'm running out. I'm running out.
No, keep it
I'm running out. I have no more.
That was a solid 4
you got to pick it up
right
lead,
there.
man.
That
You
was
can
good.
up this one.
Going back on the Kansas City thing real quick, was it called offsides, offensive offsides?
Mm-hmm.
That's the second call this crew's made this year on that.
Wow.
The second time this crew has made that. Carl Sheffers is the referee.
Carl.
And they're the most penalized officiating crew in the league. But this is the second time this year that they've called offensive offside.
I don't think you should call it. It's close enough. If it's within a foot, don't call it. No pun intended.
No.
A literal foot, 12 inches.
I mean, look, a lot of people were saying the same thing. The play was so badass afterwards, just pick the flag up. I mean, Hussey was picking up
no flag on the play.
You know what? Yeah, you were offsides, but that was so badass. Just let it go. The Bills are saying, what the hell? You know what? Fine.
Yeah.
They did
it for the Cowboys twice yesterday.
They did, man.
Don't worry about the flag. We thought that was awesome.
Yeah, Carl. Come on, Carl.
Take
a page out of Hussey's book.
Come on, be a Hussey. The NFL is going to review Mahomes and Andy Reid's post-game comments. I'm sure they'll end up getting a fine, but it's just frustration. They've now lost 3 in a row, and emotions boiled over there for Mahomes on the sideline. And he's human. He's a human being like all of us.
Yeah. I'm still not sure of that.
You don't think so?
Badass.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Justin Herbert is expected to miss Thursday Night Football's game. A lot of people are saying, why the hell is Brandon Staley not fired today? That's why. Adam Schefter was on with Pat McAfee. It is clearly just they play on Thursday night. You're not going to fire your head coach in a short week. They're going to play the Raiders. If they lose to the Raiders, I would expect Brandon Staley to be fired on Friday.
That could be your DC if Dan Quinn goes. I'll take him. Would you take him?
Not a bad DC.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really good with McVay and the Rams, but certainly not a good head coach.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of years ago, I'd be all in on that. Now, I mean, the Chargers defense, it's not even like where it's Bill Belichick and the Patriots, and his defense is still showing up every Sunday, but everything, like, offensively is just a nightmare. Like, Staley's defense sucks.
It's not good. It hasn't been good. I mean, that whole team, and the offense has been really bad, too. Kellen Moore hadn't helped that either. It was sad. Yesterday, Justin Jefferson comes back, finally. We're like, cool, we get to watch Jefferson and Josh Dobbs. Well, Josh Dobbs gets benched. He's now back to Josh Dobbs. And Justin Jefferson it was a big hit. He had to leave the game. He had a chest injury, was taken to the hospital in what was one of the grossest football games you'll ever see, a 3-0 Vikings win over the Raiders.
It was so funny. We were doing the pregame show, and I get an update. For the first time since 2017, we have a game 0-0 going into the fourth quarter.
There has not been a game with a 3-0 final score in 16 years. It's just the second time in 3 decades that it's ever happened. I really thought it was the first. I didn't know there was another game that ended 3-0.
And it wasn't because we're talking about a couple of just historical great defenses either.
Do you know what the other game was, Eric?
No, I'm getting maybe a Baltimore. Is it a Baltimore Ravens situation?
Miami-Pittsburgh?
It was Miami-Pittsburgh, 2007. The Steelers beat the Dolphins.
But that was like a hurricane Monday night.
There was reason for that one. That was a disgusting slop fest.
Yeah.
This one was played indoors. There was no elements factored into this one. It was just disgusting.
And you had to stay the whole damn game because you had to wait for somebody to score.
Yeah, you didn't know who's going to win.
And then you get to the very end of the game and it's just a field goal?
Gosh, we're at the edge of our seat.
Come on.
Dude. That'll make you punt on not just being a fan of your team, but maybe on the sport itself.
That was worse than an Iowa football game. And I didn't think that we would ever say that when it came to other football.
Somebody dropped some thousands on that game. Think about that.
Yeah.
Thousands of dollars.
Well, good thing I bet on the under, man. It hit.
That masterpiece of dog ass.
Woo! C.J. Stroud is in concussion protocol. Hopefully he gets better
Boy,
soon.
his head hit hard.
It did. It did not look good, but I thought maybe it was even worse than a concussion, the way he was reacting.
Geez, it's like
hopefully
Tua-like.
Yeah, hopefully
Gotta
he's
go
all
to
right.
judo class now.
Joe Flacco has been named the starting quarterback for the Browns the remainder of the season.
My guy Joe.
He did it.
He saved me in Survivor.
He sure did. He played
job.
fantastic. And
We all
yes,
win in Survivor, right?
Yes.
We all won, thank goodness. And yes, gentlemen, it's a very small chance, but there is a chance the Chicago Bears could get the number 1 overall pick and still make the playoffs. They've got to win out. They need the Vikings to lose 3 out of 4, Seattle and the Rams to lose twice, and either the Bucs, Saints, and Falcons lose twice. And the Bears can do this. History would be made.
They're still going to have a great pick, right?
They would have the number 1 overall pick and still be a wild card.
They're going to have
they have
that,
Carolina's
yeah.
pick.
You have Carolina.
And Carolina right now is
They're messing up their own pick right now, winning games.
I mean, it's
What a crappy playoff field.
It's bad. The NFC, those wild card teams aren't any good.
Right on. Well, thank you, Will Chuck. There it is, the NFL News Today, most days at 3 o'clock. We're about 13 minutes from the Mike McCarthy press conference, or probably more like 21 minutes. But the window opens for Mike at 3:30, and he'll wedge himself through that window and appear on stage for you. Now, when we come back, we'll have some Cowboys Twitter here, top tweets going viral about America's team. Before we do it, though, I want to chat with you about D&M Leasing. Hey, it's the holidays. You should be enjoying life and looking forward to the great times here. have the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up in about 5 minutes. He's scheduled to take the podium. How about some Cowboys Twitter here? Top tweets going viral about America's team. This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you're a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin. Free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Do have some good tweets about this game, including John Machota. Usually just sticks to the facts. He offered this opinion as he left a vacant AT&T Stadium last night. Tonight was one of the best games I've seen the Cowboys play in this place. It was a complete beatdown, wasn't it, for the defense to do that to their offense, and for your offense other than the field goals. What do you say about that, Brian? How does that one compare for you?
Well, I'll tell you what, it was, going into the game, I thought it was going to be a little Seattle-like, back and forth. And I think, though, the Cowboys defensively, what I think saved that game for them last night was their ability to turn over the Eagles after the Eagles made chunk plays. I mean, those were big runs. Like, when you look at Hurts, that was a big run. They had a chance. They're knocking on the door. You turn them over right there. The slant route that Gilmore's able to rip the ball out of Brown's hands. That was huge right there. They made some plays. It was like some bad things happened to you, but you didn't allow it to go forward. You
hung tough.
You hung tough, and the Smith. I mean, Smith breaks 2 tackles on the way towards the end zone there, and great job by Bell and those guys coming from behind, knocking the ball. Was it Bell or Wilson? I'm trying to think of
that one was Bell. I think.
Bell, yeah.
Wilson had the one on Hurts.
On the Hurts, yeah. Sorry, but yeah, it was, to me, that could have been a lot different game if you don't find a way to turn them over after they made those chunk plays.
Yeah, because A.J. Brown, Stephon Gilmore had obviously an awesome game. He showed up big in big moments, but A.J. Brown had his own moments too. He had some chunk plays.
A.J. Brown dropped a ball on
the curse
one that was, and very similar to what happened to CeeDee Lamb dropping a ball too.
Yeah,
in the start of the second half.
Oh yeah,
that could have changed fortunes for the Cowboys as well. But yeah, I think defensively, Dallas did what they had to do. Philadelphia ran the ball okay in that game.
It's like they were 6 points is incredible.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. But it seemed like they were just completely okay with Jalen Hurts. If you want to take off and run a few times, we'll give you those because we know you're not going to keep doing it.
They schemed a couple of runs. They sent motion across and knew Dallas was playing man, and once they busted through the second level there, that was it was good. But those turnovers were the big difference in that football game.
Yeah, it'd have been really interesting to see what would have happened if on their opening drive they finish it and at least get a field goal or going for a touchdown and stay within more striking distance. And then when they had the chance, after the fumble 6, Cowboys go back and score. At that moment, I'm thinking this thing could still get interesting.
It is. There was the time just was not going off the clock fast enough for me at that point in time. But I was just kind of going, I know what Zach and I were talking about at halftime. I didn't feel like that Philadelphia could stop you defensively,
and they didn't.
And they really did. In the second half, though, Dallas got a little.
Well, the two previous opponents,
Mike lost a little rhythm calling plays.
Yeah. I think
so.
And
yeah,
some penalties.
Dak was not. Yeah, it just wasn't.
So you're saying not a clean enough to be one of your best Cowboys games ever there?
I think the quarterback it said they asked him about if it's one of the best, and he's going to be really hard on himself and all that. I think that when you look at, I think that the plays that they had to make, they were able to make, but there were some chunk plays
they left on the field
that Philadelphia made, and there were some chunk plays they left on the field. Yeah.
Well, Philly's nearly 50% on third down last night. They had 70 less
Dallas
yards.
Was even better. What was Dallas?
Yeah, Dallas was great. They were 9 of 16.
Yep. Yeah.
They were dang near 60%. So, no, I think there's some things in there that could make you wonder, hey, if the turnovers weren't there, if they weren't on a horrible stretch, how would this game go if they rematched in the playoffs? That would be my question. And assume that it's in Philadelphia. How confident in a dub would you be?
I feel like I would be far more confident playing at Philadelphia now, knowing what I know about both teams and seeing both teams play. Even though like I say, there's things that if Philly to me just can't rush the passer. That's a problem.
Yeah.
That is a problem. That exposes everything that they do in the secondary. And Dallas's offensive line is good enough to pass protect. We saw it yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, going back and rewatching the Eagles game leading up to this one, I mean, that was a game the Cowboys should have won. They forced 3 fumbles in that game just like they did in this one. Eagles were the ball bounced their way. And then you had a bunch of self-inflicted wounds and penalties that cost you that game. So I think out of the 8 quarters, personally, outside of the first quarter in Philly in the first game, the Cowboys have won 7 of the 8 quarters.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's possible Philadelphia stumbles so hard that we're not even having that serious of a discussion. But at the same time, it would not surprise me if the Eagles sort of hit rock bottom here and rally from this point out either. Okay, standing by, Mike McCarthy press conference up there at the Ford Center. He'll be yakking at you here before too long, finishing up some important stuff here, I'm sure. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones said his biggest career disappointment. Yes, Brian?
Can I say something real quick? You're likely going to have your Hankins is going to miss a couple of games.
Okay.
So I reached out to some folks over there, and I said, hey, couple games on 95, and my guys over there said likely. So we're going to probably plan on, we'll see what Mike says here in the next few minutes, but it looks like that they're going to ask him the question about Hankins, and it's probably say, oh, we'll see day to day, but the diagnosis right now is probably going to miss a couple.
Hey, get him back for the playoffs. Same thing happened last year. He's a guy that can step back in and have an opportunity here for Mazio. As long as it's not longer than that, it's not a killer. Man, they're on a great run with the injuries. But, yeah, Jerry said, biggest disappointment not winning a Super Bowl with Tony so far in his career. He said he'd be equally disappointed if he doesn't get one with Dak. Quote, Dak is a player who's qualified in every way to have a Super Bowl in his career. And, I totally agree with that. I think Jerry's just spot on with that assessment. Now let's see if he goes ahead and eventually builds Dak a team that's capable of looking as good as right now with the 49ers look. That's what I'm asking of the front office here. Quit telling me how good Dak is. I know he's dang good. Okay. Now quit tying one arm behind his back because you want to manage the cap year to year and you want to split up the pie. Okay. Choose a year. That's the current model. That's the alpha. How do you win a Super Bowl? You choose a window and you drive hard through it.
Yeah, and I think there's some legit 100% evidence and merit to that. My biggest issue with the team has been some of that with the personnel, but for me, it's getting the right coach to put him in position to succeed. And we might be finding out, in real time that the Joneses have done enough with the roster and Dak is good enough when you couple it with an actual sort of new age, well-designed offense. This might be good enough. Maybe this whole time they've been team building, they've been doing it just fine. They draft their balls off so impressively that they really don't need the free agency. They just need an offensive coordinator who knows what the heck he's doing in 2023. And for the last 6+ weeks, it looks like he got one. So we might find out that the Joneses have been doing it exactly right. They've just been missing the boat on their offense and their coach. And finally, they got it figured out.
I'm going to bring this up a little bit later on, so I don't want to spend too much time on it right here, but I think it's worth repeating. My number one question for Stephen Jones on Friday. We've been talking about this for 5 years, maybe 6. You had 4 offensive coordinators here that couldn't get it figured out. How important is whoever figured that out? Do you consider them, we cannot lose this guy? Because tons, not just a few, there's hundreds of bloggers, content creators, streamers that have been talking about this for a long time, and your supposed smart people paying attention didn't know, Steven. How did this happen, and how are you making sure it doesn't happen again? Here's Mike McCarthy.
What's happening in the press box? David Moore, Dallas Morning News. I'm sure you want to move on from your missing appendix, but just how is your stamina and your health? Did you notice a difference during the game at any point? Were you a little more
No, I felt great. No, I really did. I felt normal, so just a little sore. I think it'll be, hopefully a couple more days.
And just kind of back on the game, you talked before going into this stretch about one thing you really value about it is its playoff experiences without the consequences of if you lose. Can you talk about that a little bit more, how you take that approach and what it means to have that going into the postseason?
I mean, every season I've been a part of, obviously there's a path, and the path is always under construction. It's not who you play, it's when you play them. We all know that because of, the challenges every season, lays out for you. But these type of games, especially, in this current season, we've had a number of games where, we've won by a decisive margin. So to play in these kind of games, I think, is a great preparation for playoff football because, I mean, these are going to be juggernauts. I mean, we've been talking about Buffalo, all morning. I mean, this is going to be a great environment to play in, outdoors, northern climate, all those things. So I think this is what you need as part of that, opportunity to win and grow. And that's where I think if, things go right and you're able to, get the momentum, grab those chunks of confidence that come with a good division win, as we had last night. This is an opportunity to go win and grow as a football team, and that's going to be very important. It's always important in December. So there's confidence that comes in these games, and I'm looking forward to the competition of it.
Piggybacking on that, just winning on the road in the playoffs, that's what you're talking about.
No, I'm just talking about winning. I don't care where it is. You have to have that mindset. We want to play at home. I mean, why wouldn't we? I mean, the crowd last night, I don't know if I've ever heard AT&T Stadium that loud. That's an unbelievable, we feel, an advantage for us. The only way to get to that point is to take care of what's in front of you, and we all know what the score is. So, but yeah, you have to be, your team has to be able to be built to go win anywhere, and that's the reality of this league.
Michael Gallup, his snaps production has dropped. You're talking about how you stayed engaged. This certainly came out and had a big game last night.
Yeah, I think Michael's getting better. I think that some of the things that we've adjusted is Michael being a veteran player here. Just as far as the route running, I think you see our younger players have adjusted to it pretty seamlessly because they haven't done it a different way. So I love the way Michael's playing. So I think it's just like anything. Frankly, he's going to get one of the game balls, for his performance against Philadelphia. But same man every day. Great work ethic. Excellent teammate, and obviously I think he runs the red line as well as anybody I've coached.
Did they forget to give you a game ball?
Yeah, they did. It's all right. We're good.
Todd Archer for ESPN. Hankins, you know what he's dealing with, how long he could miss it?
He has an ankle sprain. I haven't received the wrap up yet, but I know when I went through there earlier, he was down there getting treatment.
And where is Mozzie in his development? And you have Carl Davis on the practice squad as well. Is it kind of why you kind of brought Davis in just in case something were to happen to have another big body?
Oh, definitely. I think it's just like anything. The roster development and how many individuals you need in each area. Yeah, that's definitely part of it, and we understand that run defense is something that people will always challenge because I feel we're exceptional in the area of pass rush. So yeah, we that's all part of the outlook that's in front of us.
How about with Mozzie, and where do you think he is?
Yeah, I think Mozzie's getting better. I think I was talking about him and Luke. I think they're at that point now. You can see they're not thinking, they're playing. Their urgency, and I think those are all normal processes that rookies go through.
John Machota, The Athletic. With Brandon Aubrey, if you can take yourself back to the start of training camp till now, what do you think is the biggest reason he's been able to be successful?
Well, a number of things. There's so much there. I think like a lot of things in life, especially in the game of football, you think of first impressions, and I know my first impression of Brandon was, the first time I had a chance to stand behind him, and just, the foot speed, but, the way the ball, comes off his foot. So, you can see right away, his ability to strike the football was, top notch. And now working with him, and I think that's, we saw that early in camp, and it was part of the reason why we made that decision early. It's, hey, let's give him all the reps. He has a chance to, to be an outstanding kicker, because you never really know until you get in there and go through it with him. But so his approach, I think his emotional maturity. He's the same person every day as far as the way he approaches it. And to be honest with you, it's an outstanding battery. The battery of your punter, your snapper, your holder. All that plays into this. So, and John Fossil does a tremendous job. If you see the connection and how these guys work, that's a very, very close-knit group, and the compliment for John, it's been like it every year, regardless of who the kicker's been. So I think John is top-notch, in that subculture that he creates around special teams. So, and the reason I'm making a big point of that, you see the consistency, because the consistency in everything you do, I think, is a part of his efficiency. And he, you go out there and as you watch him in his prep, his swing and the tempo into the kick is super consistent. So, and I think just like anything, I purposely early in the season gave him kicks that he may have thought that he wasn't going to get, because you have to do that. I learned that with Mason Crosby back in my early tenure as a head coach. I think it was the opening day. He had hit the game winner as a rookie, and it's important to take those opportunities. We did that early in the season. So, now in a big game like last night, I think that's another huge step for him to go out there and swing. And, he's an unprecedented groove, but there's just so much there, and just been so impressed with everything he's done.
Saudi, like Mike, in Green Bay, it was your 5th year that you won the Super Bowl, and it's your fourth year here now. I'm curious, what are the progressions to building a program? I think in both situations you inherited a quarterback. And a lot of times coaches like to go get their own or whatever, but you inherited one. And what's the steps been to building a program that you've seen, and from what you did in Green Bay to now?
I think, like anything, when you walk in the door, you got to clearly understand and recognize the landscape and the resources that you have. And I think both Green Bay and Dallas, I can remember standing, up in my initial press conference, and I was so damn impressive as a first-time head coach. I mean, I'm sure, but the one question they asked me about a rebuilding job, and I said, you don't rebuild at places like this, and it's the same thing in Dallas. Now we had a unique season in 2020 with the pandemic and everything that went on there. So, my point is, I think you have to get in there and get going, and get the football culture the way you want it. You clearly get your program in place. The way you train your team is probably one of the most important components of being a head coach. The structure for your assistants and all those things that play into it. So, and I think clearly coming out of 21 is when I feel like, okay, here we go. This is what it's starting to look like, and I think we definitely had a lot of moments in 22 that way too. So I programs are either getting better or they're taking a step back, and I think we've done just a very consistent job of staying focused on what wins, and try to cut out the waste, because it's and another thing that's totally different here than my last opportunity was the travel, the night games, the national games. No, we play a lot of night national games there, but you have different stressors here. So how does the stressors of this unique opportunity affect the training of the football team, which can affect the efficiency and the consistency? So I just think we've done better each year as a coaching staff, as a support staff, making sure that we're protecting the most important component of this operation, as the locker room.
And you just talked about Fossil, you've talked about Quinn, Schottenheimer, guys like that. You've had great coordinators, assistants in Green Bay. Is it a process to learn how to delegate and make sure that everyone, like I'm sure as a head coach, you're over everything, but delegate and let everyone kind of do their jobs?
Definitely. I think, when just like anything, there's generational approaches to this. And I think, in the 90s, when, the coordinator did everything, and everybody kind of, had to coach off of that. And I think, when you talk about the word development and growth, what's your plan? I mean, what is it, a PowerPoint presentation? How do you develop young coaches? How do you develop your coach? How do you create opportunities for your coaching staff to be better? I mean, how are you going to develop these younger players? What's it look like? How's that defined? Now put that in a schedule. Oh yeah, by the way, you have less time today than you did with your players 10 years ago. So it's just all those little things, the details of that, and that's why every organization's a little different. The landscape's a little different. The climate of around it, the wonderful media operation we have here is a tremendous resource that we have. And so, I mean, you got all those things factor, and because anything that touches the football team, anything that touches the locker room, you got to be in tune with that, because. What these men do for a living is not normal, and I'm just talking about the football component of it. So, how do you protect their energy, their space, so that they're the best that they can be? Because let's be honest, if it's not good at home, it's not going to be great at work. So, you just got to be in tune with all those things.
Mike, won 3 straight years, 10+ games here. You spoke about your culture, what you wanted, but can you take me back to when you got here? What was the climate, and how do you get to these consistency that you have 10 straight wins?
Yeah, definitely. I think really the climate when I first got here was unknown. I think just let's think about the first 2 months on the job. I mean, you were getting ready to go on spring break. I mean, I was on spring break. I was in Los Angeles, and when also things really flipped. So we went into a pandemic. So I really didn't get the full understanding of what it is to be a Dallas Cowboy and all the things that work internally. And then really 21 was, it was abbreviated some. It wasn't. So I think just the understanding of how it all fits together. I mean, and it's not always the same. The profiles of how you want your team to look. Those things, those conversations with the personnel department. Who are you schematically? What's your approach? I mean, you're going to be a jack of all trades, master of none. I mean, all those conversations. That's what a good plan looks like. Having those things laid out. I've done it this way. This worked. This hasn't worked. This is the mistake I've made in 2011. This is why I don't think there's usually 2 ways to do it in this league. And that's the beauty of the game of football. Sometimes 3. So which way are you going to do it? And oh yeah, by the way, everybody that's involved, they got to believe in it too. So you got to give them. You got to build the belief. The belief turns into action. Then comes from that is confidence. And at the end of the day, it's about winning.
Yeah. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. The confidence was certainly high in the locker room last night. I know you guys put an emphasis on not getting too high, not getting too low, but where would you say the confidence is today walking around the facility and after a big win like that last night?
Oh, I think it. I mean, we're where we need to be. It's definitely high, and it should be. Is it the highest of the year? Probably so. But I think the reality of it was a fun ride home. I think we all had great moments with our family and friends, and but it's midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. So the reality is you wake up in Buffalo. Buffalo's an uncommon opponent. There's a lot of new faces on tape for even me personally. So players that I've never competed against, and that's just the reality of our league. So you get to turn the page. We played the way we needed to play last night. There's a lot of good out of it, and there's some things that weren't so great either. So, as we met with the players today, there's clear understanding. I mean, offensively, the passing game wasn't, where it needed to be. So we need to be better in spots. So that was emphasized today. The details of it, that'll be part of our game plan. Self-Scott, that when we integrate with the players on Wednesday. So I mean, it's all about staying focused on winning and how do we improve.
I know there's an emphasis on running your own race, but knowing that you might need a little bit of help getting a division or a conference, how do you kind of juggle both of those things while also keeping
nothing to juggle? I mean, because it's you can't control it with the other the other aspects of it. We need to beat Buffalo, and then we're standing here with 11 wins. Then we'll look around, and I think it'll be a little more clear what needs to be done.
Michael Gelfman, Dallas Morning News. You guys had some early tough moments on the road this season, but you guys have come a long way since then as a team, as an offense. Where do you feel like, as a road team, you guys are today, and what comes with playing on the road as you enter the stretch?
Well, I think like anything, you got to play to your productivity. I was thrilled with this stretch, three games at home. I think we did an excellent job of taking advantage of that, and from that comes, we're relatively healthy, so we're ready to go back out on the road. I think that's been a positive, last 3 weeks. But yeah, I mean, winning on the road is different. Just cadence. I think our cadence improvement at home took another step last night. So okay, now let's talk about our road cadence. So we need to be better than we've been. So I think just all those little things. But this team is built to travel. And then complimentary football is how you win. Complimentary football, you win anywhere. You win in the parking lot, on the road, at home, and that's the vision. That's why I talk about it. That's why it's so important. First thing I look at when I look at the statistics is I look at time of possession and I look at the turnover ratio, because those are two main factors that was a major emphasis coming out of how can we improve from 21 and 22 as far as how we want our team to look. So, and I think if we just keep playing to that productivity outlook and stay our play style, discipline, all the other things we all need to do to win. We play our game, we will win. We all have great confidence in that.
And improving road cadence, what goes into that?
Including what?
Improving on road cadence.
Well, it's a different cadence. So, hey, you have way too much information on a 2.3. I'm done. Okay, I am tapped out. So we got big games in front of us. So.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Talk about the passing game last night. How would you assess where you are on the run game right now?
Oh, I thought we were better. I thought that just the inside zone was something that we needed to get going. You guys watched the tape already. That was evident. The tight inside zone was good. The variations that come off of that. Had a couple of run solutions throws that were productive. So I thought the run blocking unit graded out well. They had a winning grade. So I thought we took a step there.
How much some of that is we got to run more in this?
Oh yeah, I think attempts is probably if you want to get into statistical, what's more important. I mean, it's just like anything. Because hey, if you're running the ball over 30 times, there's a lot of good things going on. So and I think obviously, their defensive line we have a tremendous amount of respect for. So that was definitely part of the outlook of how we wanted to play.
Jeff.
That's Navarro's Coach, can you talk about Tyler Smith and just the confidence that you built from last year to this year? It seems like a totally different guy when you talked in the locker room compared to last year. Oh yeah, no doubt. I think Tyler, man, what a joy he is, to coach and just his approach. There's 2 or 3 plays in the coaching sessions every week that he just does something. You just go, you shake your head, and the matchups, that he had last night, So yes, he's got so much, great football in front of him, because he's still learning, he's still getting comfortable with the footwork, and it's just great to see him and Tyron playing next to each other now, week in and week out, because it obviously wasn't like it at the start of the season. So very, very, very pleased with the way he's playing.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. Is it easy to keep Brandon's field goal streak out of your mind when you send him out there for those super long ones?
Well, I'm not thinking about statistics when I'm making those decisions. Yeah. So no, we were a little deeper than we wanted to be there, but I just think it shows the confidence we all have in them. So.
Mike, how did you guys come up with the Tyron plan of practice? How did that all come about?
I think you just got to trust your bartenders. No one knows Tyron better than Britt and his strength staff and so forth. I've had a chance to, the easiest guys to coach are the rookies and the young guys, because they're integrated. All they know is how we do things here. But you're talking about veteran players that have done it for a long time. You have to. You got to take all that into account. So, and I think when you get to, a certain point in your career, these men know what they need to be ready for a game, and that's really defining what that is. And I think we just have a much better, clearer picture of what that is, and it's worked out very well.
It's not like he's not practicing, but he's still doing a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah. It's a shame you guys don't have more access, but if you could see, yeah, we're good. But no, yeah, he's working. No, I walked through the weight room Saturday morning. Just to watch the way he was working Saturday morning in the weight room I think you'd be impressed. So.
Again, on the decision to have the 60-yard try for Aubrey in the first quarter, that's a big hallmark of confidence there. If he misses, falls at the 50-yard line early in the game, it's still not in the balance.
Yeah.
Is that how early in the season would you have made that decision in terms of the confidence level to be at the point it is now?
I probably would have made it easier earlier in the decision. You know, I think that's like anything. You got to understand the game you're in. You know, you got to have an outlook on when you're in the gray. You know, when you talk about those kind of decisions, you know, which way you're going to lean each week. That could adjust as the game's going on. That's, to me, is all part of the ebb and flow. Every game has an ebb and flow to it. I mean, there's always moments in a game that you've been there before, you've done it, something very similar, but the order in which they come is never the same. I mean, that's why every game is different. So, so those momentum opportunities, you know, you got to have confidence to taking those swings, and that's what that was. You know, so I was very focused on, you know, doing everything we can from a decision-making perspective to get the lead in that game. You know, I just felt confident that if we can get out in front, which is captain obvious, you always want to be out in front, but I just think it, you know, potentially makes the opponent play a little differently, and I thought it served us well.
And there have been a lot of big plays offensively this season where you look and a blitz pickup by a running back is a common thread. For you, you've talked a lot about what you asked of your running backs this year in protection. How much of this is a fabric of your offense where you're going to need that out of your backfield?
Oh, I mean, it's a huge part of it. I mean, if you look at just from a terminology and technique and fundamental change, the protection, you know, system's the biggest change. You know, the ability to have proactive and reactive solutions to defensive pressures and things. Just, you know, we've asked our guys to do a lot more, and I think if Dak was standing here, he would tell you about the pocket and the platform that he has to throw off of and the difference. And it's a philosophy. You know, like I said, there's usually two ways of doing it. Not that ours is right and the last one was wrong, but this is what we believe in, and I think our guys, you know, the volume of it at first is, you know, okay, especially when you can't put pads on until August or July. So, but, you know, I think that's part of, you know, sometimes it takes a little longer to get those things going with blitz pickups. That's why I think 9-on-7 drills and blitz pickup drills, you know, you can't do enough of them in training camp because that's the stuff that you don't get. And then, you know, but I just think you're seeing our guys more and more comfortable. I mean, their instincts and awareness and the identification. I've been super impressed with the running backs from day one. I mean, they picked the scheme part of it up very well. But you got to practice it at full speed.
Last one, Cal. At this time of year, are you more with your group playoff scenarios, or hey, we get 10, 11 wins, we're good? Let's just find out later.
I don't think like that. I mean, I don't even know how to talk that way. Just want to beat Buffalo. You know, beat Buffalo, get to 11 wins, and I think, you know, and let's be honest. I mean, there's so much that's written about it. Our guys are in tune with what's going on, you know, around the football team. So I don't spend a whole lot of time. And I've worked at places where they do the scenarios and the team meetings and everything. I just don't know I don't know how that helps us win the next game. You know, so I mean I don't spend a whole lot of time on it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike McCarthy. There he goes. Says the crowd was the loudest he'd ever heard at AT&T Stadium last night. So congrats to you for helping the atmosphere. Said he does not have a timeline on Jonathan Hankins' return from ankle. Jonathan Hankel, he's got an ankle sprain, so he likes Mozzie's development so far. They also have Carl Davis, a veteran DT there on the practice squad, and Stephen Jones did not have a timeline on Hankins earlier, although he did say he didn't think it was a severe one. Brian, what are you hearing?
I just feel like it's from talking to some folks over there, a couple different people that would probably know what's going on, that they're looking at a couple of games right now.
Okay,
for Hankins. We'll see. Things could change, but right now, that's, you know, when you ask that question, that's where they're at.
The Mike McCarthy presser brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. I believe a little college football coming up next. Which one of you nosebleeders is going to lead us out?
We got the AP All-America team. TCU's got a new defensive coordinator, and could this stud draft prospect return to school? That's next.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on. We're here for you all day on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
I'm a big believer in investing into what the wealthiest people in the world.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A huge day. A lot going on in the world of sports. Shohei's a Dodger, and the Cowboys win big. And, you know, everything going on here with the Mavs and Stars we'll be digging into before too long. Of course, the college football world is churning now and starting to spin up to its dramatic conclusion. Here's Wolchuk and Chiafalo with your college football stuff.
Thank you very much. We've got fresh off his Heisman Trophy. Shout out to the Tigers and you, Brian Broaddus.
Yes.
Jaden Daniels has been selected first team AP All-American as he continues to add more accolades. You've got former Euless Trinity Trojan Ollie Gordon II in his second year at Oklahoma State. He is first team running back. Joe Alt, who is expected to be the first tackle off the board, along with Olu Fashanu of Penn State. Those are your tackles.
Two good tackles right there.
Very good. Cooper Beebe.
By the way, if you need an offensive tackle in this draft, it's a really good offensive
line class.
So far, so good.
Yeah, it's outstanding. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors, along with Odunze from Washington.
Did you see? Have you looked at either one of those two guys?
Harrison Jr. Yes. Neighbors not yet.
I'm interested to see which one you think is a better player.
Really? The fact that you think it's a conversation is fascinating.
I'm interested to see. I'm a
Okay.
big fan of Harrison.
I'm
really
excited.
am. But I'm interested in what you think of Neighbors
All right.
from LSU.
Yeah, I definitely have. Maybe I'll watch Neighbors tonight. I think
Please
I'll watch
do.
him and Dallas Turner.
Please do.
Those might be my two guys that I watch tonight. Texas A&M does have a first-teamer. Linebacker Edgerrin Cooper in his fourth year made it. We were just talking about Dallas Turner from Alabama.
Yeah.
He made it as well as a linebacker. So did Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama.
Corner, right?
Yes, they've got several. And Tavondre Sweat from Texas made it as a defensive tackle. So there's some of your notable All-Americans that made it. Now, TCU has a new defensive coordinator as they have turned to ex-Boise State coach Andy Avalos, who will end up coming to Fort Worth. And, that Horned Frog D. So we'll see if he ends up being a better defensive coordinator. He certainly has that in his background, but that did not work out well for him at Boise State as a head coach.
Manning Horned Frog D's in his background?
He's manning the Horned Frog D.
It's his future, I believe.
Yeah.
Well,
he was alum. He was alum at Boise.
At Boise. It was sad. And now maybe
I wonder if they've named their coach right already. Boise has. I'm sorry, I'm asking a question.
That would be a Carter Freeman question, but I can find out for you. I don't know if Boise. I haven't seen that Boise State did name a head coach. I thought maybe Kellen Moore would have a chance.
I did too.
Yeah, man, he's got that Charger offense just clicking
Really
on all
does.
cylinders.
Spencer Danielson.
Okay.
Looks like he's gonna. Oh, he's been elevated to the permanent role there. So
Okay.
good for him.
Thank you.
With Boise State. Now we were talking Marvin Harrison Jr. This is pretty fascinating. He's still not officially declared for the draft, and we anticipate that he'll be the number one wide receiver taken. Could be the number one player taken if somebody doesn't want to take a quarterback. I don't think that they will, but you never know. The Bears, maybe they decide, hey, we like what we're seeing from Justin Fields. We want to go ahead and get Marvin Harrison Jr. He's undecided because apparently reports are that Ohio State could offer him an NIL package that is equivalent to first-round money to get him to return to the school.
There you go. Yes.
So
Now it's on,
This
dude.
is getting spicy.
Yeah.
I mean, what is first? What do they mean by that? 1 year's worth of first round money, or the 20 to 30 million that he's guaranteed as soon as he's a top 5
I
pick?
saw a report of
Like,
20
come
to
on.
$25 million.
For a year.
There you go,
dude. I can't believe that. I don't believe that.
We might be getting butt cracked. $20 million for a
That'd
college
be
football player
ins-
seems like a lot,
it'd be
but
insane.
How much is Ohio State making? You know, are they a $200 million program a year? What are they making?
If they don't get a quarterback, it won't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know if Cam Ward, who's supposed to be transferring from Wazoo's like the number one transfer portal quarterback, it didn't seem like he had Ohio State in his final like 4 or 5 teams.
I mean, maybe Devin Brown
As he
ends up
narrowed
being
it
their
down,
guy, but he couldn't beat out McCord. He
Marvin
didn't look
Harrison.
very good.
I saw Des Bryant get on Twitter and sort of encourage Marvin Harrison Jr. like, yeah, this is awesome. And then Shannon Sharp was like, don't do that to him, like calling out Des Bryant, like, don't encourage these kids. Like, are you kidding me, dude? He's got a guaranteed like 30+ million as soon as he's drafted top 5 overall.
Yes.
So don't encourage these kids to go back and make a fraction of that. Now, if it's actually 20+ million for a single year's work, I don't think anybody's going to scoff at that. But I just think that's as far-fetched as it gets.
I think we're seeing a little bit different with some of these players. I mean, he mentioned wanting to go back and try and win a Big Ten title.
You're right.
Beat Michigan, those kinds of things. But it's a little bit different for him because he has a father that was a player in the NFL. His family situation isn't bad. They have money. So now all of a sudden he doesn't have to have some of these kids. Absolutely, their family situations aren't good enough, and they have to go out. They have to get into the They have to get into the NFL to try and help their family. He can make a decision based on how he just really wants to feel, because the money's not a factor.
Yeah, what do you want to do? Do you want to stay at Ohio State with your buddies there and try to win a college football championship, or do you want to go to the NFL? That's what's great now that you're actually getting value from the market for services provided.
That's where
you
he's
have
at.
the option.
That's where he's at.
Yeah.
And he could get paid, and he could try and win that championship with Ohio State.
It'd be fascinating
if he decides to do that.
And the fact that he just hasn't come out and already committed, and we've seen other receivers in this class, like Johnny Wilson from Florida State, who's massive, 6'5". Yeah. He's skipping the Orange Bowl against Georgia. He's declared for the draft. That's why, people want to talk about, if Florida State beats Georgia. Problem is these teams aren't going to be at full strength.
No.
The fact that these teams didn't make the playoff, you're going to get a lot of these high draft picks that end up saying we're going to not play in the bowl game. Like Caleb Williams isn't going to play in this bowl game for USC.
Right. Unless you're involved with the playoff, you're a player that has NFL, is a high draft pick. You're probably not going to play. I mean, we saw last year though, Alabama.
Bryce Young played against K-State.
Sure did. Played in the Sugar Bowl.
Yep.
Some of these guys. I think when you look at Neighbors from LSU, now I could be totally wrong about this. Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU, led the country in receiving. He wants to break the LSU record, the receiving record. And so there's a thought about him playing in the game. Now, we'll see. He's projected to be a top 10 pick, maybe the second wide receiver off the board, maybe the first wide receiver, depending on how things shake out.
I mean, I don't know how well we've got the science on this, on the NIL money, but like Bronny James and all of college athletics.
$2.5
million? NIL perspective at $5.9 million.
Okay.
That's the highest.
Yeah, this would be like an unprecedented.
Harrison Jr. right now checks in at number 13 with a projected value of $1.3 million. So I don't know. The idea that he would be actually like equaling his.
What did the USC quarterback? Does he have a check-in number there for you?
Yeah, I could probably dig it. He's probably in the top 10 or so.
Caitlin Clark's doing really well for himself.
And I don't even think Caleb Williams has declared. Has he?
Well, that's
for the draft?
That's what I was asking about.
Caleb officially hasn't yet.
Yeah. I was asking about
the fact that he's sitting out of the bowl game makes me think he's going to the draft.
Right. He's top 5. He's listed at $2.7 million. I don't know. I don't know if this is how accurate these are, but
there's some commercials. Seen him for Dr. Pepper and stuff like that. Get involved. Yeah.
Well, what's like the first pick make these days? And
with the money slots now
is it the first 4 years?
Pretty sure it's a guaranteed 30-something million.
They're over 4 years.
The 4 years they're guaranteed.
So
all their contracts
if you got
are guaranteed.
as Ohio State, you got to get around 10 to be even for 1 year.
First pick gets $27 million guaranteed with their signing bonus, and they're
over 4 years, and then the fifth year option.
Yeah, the $41.2 million.
So that's $6 million a year.
Yeah,
Ohio State can do that. Now the kid is trading security, right? Because there's a risk injury there. Even if you do have the worst injury, they can probably put you back together, and you're still going to be a solid first-round pick because you're an amazing wide receiver.
They're insured as well. A lot of those guys,
now they do that.
They carry insurance on their abilities.
I don't think you could do that with all your star players and still turn a profit, but maybe at Ohio State you could have a budget of $50-60 million or something and still be well within reason. Now you start to look at it like, hey, with all this money we have, how much do we really need to be keeping for profit, and how much do we want to spend on improving the product for the football? Because we're actually a football brand that has a university here. We're not a university with a football team. And it hasn't been that way in a long time. But now we're acknowledging it, and there's realities of business that I think are very interesting and exciting for these players.
Well, and they're starting to get desperate enough. They've lost to Michigan 3 straight years. Yeah. So they're like, we need a win. And Ryan Day, if he doesn't, he might be getting fired.
Oh, yeah, he's got to go.
That's amazing. Ryan Day has won almost like over 80% of his games.
Yeah, but they lost 1 game this year.
I think he's lost 7 games, and 3 of them have been to Michigan.
Crazy, man.
I just don't think you want anything to do with Harbaugh. If he sets up shop in your conference and your division, it's probably not going to go well for you. Took him some time at Michigan. But he figured out exactly what it's going to take because he's tough and he's smart and he's no nonsense.
They're on a roll now. And Dylan Gabriel, by the way, transferring to Oregon. He's going to follow in Bo Nix's footsteps there.
Right on. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Wolchuk's top 10 is coming up next here as 420 approaches. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Yeah, I got some Cowboy thoughts on the win over the Eagles, but I found this list, thought it would be interesting. It's the top 10 movies that became bigger based on their runs on television. Is there a movie that you've seen rerun on TV that all of a sudden became a favorite movie of yours? We'll talk about that next.
brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Best of the weekend's coming up at 4:40. I have what I think is the most important question for Stephen Jones coming up at 5 o'clock. Maybe you have something else in mind that you'd like for us to ask him. He'll be on with us Friday at 3 o'clock. Jerry Jones on with Sean and RJ tomorrow at 8:30. That should be a great segment. It's time now for the Woolly Bully. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And here he is, the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. We'll get to the top 10 list. 10 movies that became way bigger because of TV reruns. Thought that was interesting, a little out of the box there. So let me know if there's a movie for you that became way more popular because of reruns on TV. Some Cowboy takeaways from their win over the Eagles. I did see this courtesy of @Dallas Texas TV. Apparently there was an AT&T Stadium employee that got arrested for letting in a ticketless fan in exchange for cash at the game yesterday.
Oh, you get arrested for that?
The old payola.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the fan snitched.
Something must have happened.
The fan must have snitched. How'd you get
Absolutely.
here? Oh, that guy over there
Yeah, he let
with
me
the
in.
green shirt on?
Security guard let me in.
Yeah.
Maybe he was one of the fans that got in a fight. You know, you let a bad apple in the doors.
It was one of the memorabilia fight
Let me
guys.
see your ticket.
Yeah.
I don't
You
have
shouldn't have
one.
snitched, though, bro. You shouldn't have snitched. You got to take your L.
I'd like to get the numbers on that. How much did he
I wonder,
pocket?
like how much would it take for you if you're a security guard at AT&T Stadium? What's the number?
What's the get-in price, sir? Because it was apparently like the hottest ticket that the Cowboys can really even remember here.
Man, and even Mike McCarthy in his presser said he hasn't heard AT&T Stadium that loud. I think it was the loudest that I've heard it since a playoff game, like 2014 Lions playoffs.
I think the Eagles fans brought the best out of Cowboys fans.
It was funny because I
100%.
saw one schmuck. It was the fourth down play for the Eagles, and a guy's in a Brian Westbrook jersey. And typically when your team's on offense, you don't want to be making noise. He just leaned into it. He turned around and told all the Cowboy fans, "Get up!" He's waving his arms. "Get up! I want it. We want it as loud as possible. We're converting this fourth down. Go after yourself!" Like, you idiot! Now you're riling up everybody even more. And it was loud, man.
Oh, dude, the Eagles fans are as rabid as it gets. It was interesting being in the center of it in the Miller Lite Plaza for the pregame. I mean, especially the later that the fans got through the gates, and they just been hanging in that parking lot consuming all of the booze, and they were coming in there, and they chose violence the moment they got through those gates.
Eric stood up and took off his headset and turned off the mic. I think I was talking about the referees.
Yeah, you were giving us a hussy report.
I was giving a hussy report. And it literally, like the Eagle fans, they felt like that they could walk right up to the front of the
Basically
radio.
getting on our stage, like 7 of them, men and women.
I'm very glad that was you and not me, because I might have taken a swing at one.
And Eric did. Eric took off his headset. And he's like getting in their face a little bit.
There we go.
I let him have it. I let him have it.
The one guy, and he's kind of like gave you the okay, like dapped you up.
Something about Hurts. Something about Hurts sucking.
You did. You just did something, and it's like the guy just kind of backed down.
Yeah.
They'll back down instantly.
They will.
A lot of those guys are malnourished.
They're not used to getting it back thrown at them a little bit, but it was fun. It was all in good fun. After they were throwing the middle fingers my way, we had a couple of high fives.
Yeah, you did.
Like, hey, all in good fun here, but go bleep yourself.
I was surprised that you just kind of took the headset off and hit the button. And
Well, because man, it was 4 hours of us sitting there,
That's
and
insane.
Eagles fans talk. They're just yelling, "Go Birds!"
Yeah.
Dak
But walking
sucks.
right
They don't
up,
care. Yeah, right up.
They walked right up to the
the
stage.
vulgarity.
Yeah.
I feel you. Minnesota Super Bowl, that's where they were. That's when they won theirs.
Oh, that's right.
We were at that food court, and they surrounded us for like 5 straight days, 5 hours, singing "Fly Eagles Fly," and it was miserable. I'm pretty sure that was our lowest rated week ever, just because of those Eagles idiots, crowding our table. So I feel you on that. I wish I could have been there with you.
I mean, this Eagles lady, like middle-aged lady, walks through the gates, and they let her right in, no problem.
Yeah.
With the T-shirt that says "Cowboys fans, shut the F up," all spelled out.
All spelled out.
It's right there.
Could you imagine if George Kittle did that? I mean, my gosh, she'd have been suspended.
Yeah.
I wouldn't let him in on the grounds.
I
Personally.
wouldn't either.
I think
This
it's dangerous.
is vulgar. We've got children around. You can change your shirt, man.
There was the one lady who was like,
I wouldn't let her in. No, that's what I meant. I wouldn't let her in.
She was talking back and forth, was kind of making fun, but then she said, "Listen, I got to be honest. You guys got some great fans."
She did say, the hospitality.
She says
yeah,
it's like been a great trip for us. She goes, if you don't tell anybody.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah,
we're telling everybody.
Yeah, but
it's the Texas hospitality for you.
She was happy to be on the trip.
One moment, and shout out to Mike McCarthy because he was hustling. Like, it did not look like this guy just had his appendix removed.
Hey, Toradol's a hell of a drug.
But right before the Cowboys' final drive, when they end up hitting the Cooks play for 30 yards, and then they get the touchdown to Michael Gallup, Philly was facing a second down, and Mike runs down the sideline, hustling, calls the timeout, gets the timeout in, because this is the middle eight.
Yeah.
And you've got the double dip opportunity for the
Right.
Eagles to maybe go ahead and score there. Then they get the ball out of half. Instead, McCarthy's all over it. I mean, we get on him sometimes for the clock management. This time he knew.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm trying to get my team the ball back.
Oh, he lost the middle eight against Seattle. He wasn't
did.
about to lose it
He
again.
made up for it.
Yeah.
He gets that timeout. I thought that was an underrated moment as well. And shout out to Blogging the Boys for pointing that out too. Cowboys do get the ball back, and then they end up going down the field. They get that touchdown to go up 24-6. That was awesome. And then game balls, of course, to Gilly, Stephon Gilmore, and Brandon Aubrey, who is the 30 for 30 man. Made history. First kicker in
He was
NFL
our
history.
player of the game last
Hit a
night.
59 and 60-yarder. Rightly so. Well deserved. All right, let's slide into the top 10, shall we? Top 10 movies that became way bigger because of reruns on television. My man, Lucius Alexander.
I don't know. I've been thinking about this one. I just don't know.
Okay.
Maybe The Color Purple or something like that.
Oh, and we're going to get the remake that comes out soon.
Yeah.
We're making another one.
We'll see about that one.
So here's some that are honorable mentions.
You skeptical over there?
Yeah, a little bit. It ain't got the same grit as the old Color Purple.
We got like Wet Hot American Summer is an honorable mention. Flash Gordon is an honorable mention. We've got a movie, Three Amigos, which I have not seen. But
you ever seen Three Amigos?
Looks funny. It looks funny.
Steve Martin?
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah,
Martin
Steve
Short?
Martin.
Yep.
And I mean, the cast look like this seems like a movie I should have seen. This is my wheelhouse right here. I don't know why I haven't seen this movie.
Classic Western, man.
And
I'm
then
gonna say The Godfather for me.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah.
The Godfather is one that gets
it gets played on
rerun
a lot
all the time.
Oh, gosh,
Yeah.
yes.
I hadn't seen it up till then.
Can burn a lot of real estate with that one.
Ooh.
Guys, we need about 5 hours covered here.
An entire
What you got?
vacation day.
Yeah.
Like because I watched the trilogy.
The vacation movies, I think, are another good honorable mention to put in here. They didn't make the top 10, but like Christmas
Yeah.
Vacation played
Yeah,
all the time now.
I think the first Vacation is still the best. Christmas Vacation is amazing. First Vacation
First
is the
Vacation.
best. Vegas Vacation is good too.
Not bad. Yeah.
Not bad.
It's got
That
some good
first one
moments.
is awesome though.
Vegas Vacation is where they changed the sister, right?
Yeah.
It's not Christina Applegate.
Mr. Papadopoulos.
That kind of freaked me out a little bit. I was like, this isn't the same. Hocus Pocus is just on the outside looking in. And that movie, definitely. The reruns for that. Now it's become a Halloween cult classic.
I feel like I need a scotch with this music.
This is pretty sexy. It's like a cigar.
Three-finger lid.
Yeah.
Michael
Bublé.
Friday,
That Fred
getting
Flintstone?
texted in.
Yeah.
The Flintstones.
Okay, yeah.
They gotten texted in. South Park, the South Park movie. Die Hard
I love
is
this.
one. 21
The
Jump
South
Street.
Park movie made it on TV. What,
Oh,
on
yeah.
HBO?
Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
Late night.
Yeah, late night for sure. Ace Ventura, that's actually a really good one. Grandma's Boy. Grandma's Boy had a hell of a career with reruns. That's also Comedy Central. Pick that up.
Shout out to Betty White.
Yeah, still got it. Ace Ventura.
Yeah, from the grave, of course.
Yeah.
From the grave.
Breathing
From the
dust
grave.
right now.
Ace
me ask
Ventura
you a
got
question.
texted
Man, we used to get in trouble, man. My cousin got in trouble for doing that, bro.
Yeah.
With his real cheeks. Yeah, my uncle stepped out. I was like, what are you doing? Pull your pants up, man.
No, I don't smoke. It's a disgusting habit.
It's a disgusting habit. Number 10, movie that really blew up because of reruns on TV is Clue.
Oh, the board game?
The board game. And I did end up
Colonel
seeing it on
Mustard.
TV. I was like, okay, it's actually not too bad.
Miss White?
Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah.
Fast and Furious. Idiocracy. Big Lebowski. The Goonies.
There's got to
all
be
good
some Mel
text
Brooks
flying in.
movies in there. Mel Brooks movies always get replayed.
Blazing
Oh,
Saddles.
yeah,
Blazing
Yeah.
Saddles is number one, I think.
Blazing Saddles that's a good one. Number 9, Roadhouse.
Oh, man.
Patrick
That
Swayze.
is awesome.
Yep. And it
Blind
is.
piano player. I love that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 8, and definitely fits this time of year, and I only have seen it because of the rerun. It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh.
Really good. Have you seen Bill Murray's version, Scrooged?
No.
Oh, my God.
That's greatness.
It's so good,
Okay,
bro.
maybe I'll watch that.
Yeah, you got to watch it.
This holiday season.
It's close to our business, too.
What would hurt worse, a Swayze Roadhouse roundhouse kick to the face, or a Rex Kwon Do roundhouse kick to the face while he's wearing those bad boys?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Probably the Rex Kwon Do.
I think so.
I think that would hurt.
Oh my gosh.
Number 7 is Caddyshack.
Oh.
It's in the hole.
Right.
Fantastic.
Don't worry about me.
And kids, if you haven't seen Caddyshack, you're listening. You got to.
Kids won't want to see it. You know, they turn on anything that's made like after 2005 at this point. They say it looks old fashioned.
Yeah. How do you look at that?
Like Animal
Look
House?
at that screen. It's not even clear.
Yeah, they're hating on it, dude.
Gosh,
All
there's
your
no
favorites.
CGI.
Your kid is not going to want to watch whatever you like.
Oh, my mom getting into the conversation. Rocky and Dirty Dancing.
Rocky. That's about a slow adult, right?
Yeah,
We're being
pretty
serious,
much.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Wasn't the highest IQ.
I was just making sure.
But hey, they do have
and
the
he became
Rocky.
champion.
Yeah.
Became champion. It's a good
The
story.
Italian stallion,
So
Rocky
lifting.
Balboa. Certainly, they get rerun all the time.
He was like a mob tough guy.
He was.
Yeah.
Rough you up a little bit. Go collect your money.
Wasn't
But
the
you're
guy-
right, Lucius,
you
not
see
the brightest
movie,
crown.
The Mask is
The Mask with Jim
The
Carrey.
Mask is
no.
phenomenal.
What's the one with?
Rocky Dennis?
Yeah, Rocky Dennis is what I was
Oh,
thinking.
I have not
Cher.
seen that.
I'm
Cher,
still being
what's
fool.
that called? Oh, come on.
The
Lucius.
Elephant Man syndrome.
Yeah, but what was the
I don't
movie
know what it's
called?
really called. It's called The Mask.
Is
You
it
said
called
it
The
right.
Mask?
Yeah,
I did
it's
say it
called The
right.
Mask.
Okay.
No,
Not
there
the
is-
Jim Carrey one. The one with Cher.
I know what
Yeah,
you're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah.
I have not seen that.
Sam Elliott was in it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 6,
God,
and
I
this
thought
was a
it was my
rerun that I
damn
saw
mind.
growing up, Office Space. And I love Office Space.
Oh, yeah. Shot Las
Hilarious.
Colinas.
Go to the VHS, watched it 100 times.
Freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Number 5 is
Hell,
The Wizard of
Lumberg
Oz.
bleeped her.
Hell, I have to be a millionaire to get that out. Yeah.
When that dude's sitting in his car just rapping his balls off.
Dude, Office Space.
Yeah, rapping Scarface Diary. Locks his door when somebody walks by.
Dude, it's so freaking funny. Number 5 is The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, yeah, it's a really good movie.
Yeah.
4, and this is played for 24 hours on Christmas Eve to Christmas Day, A Christmas Story. I mean, that's definitely
The overrated chance.
very overrated.
Or erupting.
I've only seen that on TV.
But how about that lamp?
I like.
though, huh?
I like
pretty
the-
overrated.
Leg
It hit hard in like 82.
It's like
Yeah.
I liked it when I saw it the first time. Now it's come on,
Is that when
guys.
we go
What
to
do
the
we?
Chinese place to eat?
Yeah, they go to the Chinese place to eat.
I can identify.
The dog
that.
eats
Yeah.
the bird.
He's obsessed with the turkey. He's like trying to get the turkey. Yeah, I mean, it's shoot your
all
out,
right.
kid.
It's
It's okay, but it's a little overrated.
You guys seem to have a pretty good time talking about that movie. You guys might like
Seen
it.
it 4
Yeah,
times.
they do.
It's reruns on TV all the damn time.
You love it.
Number 3 is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Ooh.
The old
Good
one.
day, sir.
The old one. Yeah.
Good
with
day,
Gene-
sir.
Yeah, the
Gene
original.
Wilder.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks.
Yeah.
That's a
Number
bad movie.
2 is The Princess Bride.
Oh, really good. Really good
Very
flick.
good.
Never seen it.
What?
Yeah, I've
Ooh,
never
you'd like
seen
it. That'd be a good laugh for
As you wish.
As you wish.
Sister was obsessed with it.
Yes,
Probably
as
seen
you
it 50
wish.
times.
Number 1, though, and yes,
Number
this
one.
has been texted
Inconceivable.
in. Inconceivable.
There you go.
Number 1, the movie that blew up thanks to all the reruns on TV is indeed The Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, nice. Great movie.
Man, Hitch is not on there?
No Hitch.
Yeah.
I think Hitch is, it might be my one seed for most watched on television.
Best rerun. I mean, Hitch is, it's always on.
Speaking of the best, what you want to do next, Chief?
All right, let's hit that best of the weekend action featuring debates from the press box next year in the nation.
Okay, if a vehicle hits you here this holiday season.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Right on. Thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 5 o'clock, I'll give you some of my favorite Cowboys plays and the most important question I think the Joneses need to answer going forward. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Well, the most important question between now and then is prime rib considered a steak? Because we were in the press box last night, enjoying the deliciousness that Legends Hospitality rolls out for us media members, and I was having my way with the spread. And
do you not have your way with it, man?
The roast beef, or the prime rib was on point. I've always considered it steak. I mean, not that just in my own mind, I don't know. And Bobby is like afraid of the carving station, so he never gets it. And I just made the comment at one point while eating, like, "Gosh, Bobby, I can't believe you pass up this steak every week." And he's like, "Steak? This isn't steak." And then we got into the whole deal on it. I don't know for sure. Our guy, DJ Pridemore, who is a culinary expert, I would say, was like, yeah, this is more of a roast. But I don't know. I think we're splitting hairs here. I think the prime rib is in the steak family, and it might be at least a first cousin.
Yes, it absolutely could count, I believe. Now, I've been going back and forth on this.
Mm-hmm.
When I heard about it first, I said, not a steak.
Yep.
Because steak is the cut off of a big piece of meat, and you can have like a tuna steak, right? A pork steak, pork chop, that's basically. But then I thought, no, because when you're taking the chunk of meat, you're cutting it into steaks. It's just after you cooked it. So I've decided on, yes, it is a steak that you cut after it's cooked.
After much internal deliberation, you've come to the conclusion that I was right?
Final answer. Yeah,
Yes.
I was wrong. You were right.
Now, how about you over there, Broadus? Because you're a culinary man. Like, what do you think here? Am I missing the boat? It's delicious either way.
It is. When you're shopping for a prime rib, you ask for a standing rib roast. That's the name you'll see on the butcher's counter. The standing rib roast, unsurprisingly, comes from the rib section of the cow.
Yeah, it's a roast.
Cows have 13 ribs on each side.
Right up until the moment you cut it.
The first 5 are called the chuck. The middle 7 are the standing rib, and the very last rib is the loin. A standing rib roast can weigh, at 25
Yeah, you could have that loin as a roast, or you could slice it. It becomes filet mignon, right?
I agree with DJ. I call it a roast.
It seems as though it's a roast. Because my initial, when you asked me yesterday in the press box, I was like, man, I mean, it's...
Yeah, you guys are Googling it.
Well,
Think for yourself.
I didn't Google it yesterday. My answer was no. It's not. I mean, you can get it at steakhouses, but it's different than a steak.
I wanted to know where it was the prime rib. It's actually from the rib section, so that's the name.
Yeah.
So to me, that's why.
My question is, why do we call it all prime rib when some is choice and select cut?
It has to do
not
with
all prime.
It has to do with the grade.
Yeah.
It has to do with the grade with where.
So we can't be saying prime rib if it's not prime.
No.
Is it all prime then? What if it's not prime grade? Do they repurpose it, or only the prime cows good enough for prime rib?
This is a fascinating question, Dawson. Okay. Prime rib name misnomer because it contains the word prime.
Yeah.
All prime ribs are not prime grade steak.
Okay.
The highest grade assigned to each steak based on heavy, even marbling is what they're talking about there.
Yeah.
So you can buy a prime grade prime rib at a premium from high-end butchers. You can also buy choice grade, the second best with less marbling. Has to do with the marbling.
Okay.
They're trading on prime's good name.
They are, and it's not prime. But I'm going cousin of the steak, the prime rib.
Lucius, do you have any input here?
I will not argue with DJ about food.
Yeah.
He's got me beat on anything about food.
That's a pretty good, just hard.
A lot of experience he walks around with.
Yeah, and him talking to us.
That's good
about
rule.
everything.
Last night he was giving us
gave us the breakdown of the Philly cheesesteaks.
Yeah.
Talking about the bread. It's all about the bread. I mean, he's really into it.
714 says
If you got elbow fat, I'm with you, bro. Everything you say about food, I believe.
Yeah, you've earned that right.
That was before he told me not to get diabetes.
Putting that work in.
Yeah, quick. Yeah, he said, "Hey, you shouldn't have diabetes. It's bad for you." How much prime rib should you buy? If you're buying prime rib for
never bought it, I don't know.
How much should you buy?
A pound per person.
Final answer?
Yeah.
How about you over there, Chieftain?
Let's go 1.5 pounds, man.
2 pounds
per.
Lucius?
0.5.
About a pound per person.
Nailed it.
Half pound per
You
kid.
Googling over there?
I ate for
Gosh,
3 last
dang
night.
it.
Per kid.
No, I just
Half pound per kid and a pound per adult.
Yeah. About a 16-ounce steak is going to fill
I'm
up
doing a
most
lot
people.
of Googling right now.
You know, if you got Chief, you're going to have to triple his allocation.
That's
okay?
right. Yeah.
A pound for
6
everybody
pounds.
else. 3-4 pounds per Chia follow.
Hope a couple of
I
vegans
don't
show
know
up.
who-
I'll eat on
honestly,
that.
I don't know who eats more at the game. You or Blake now?
No, it's still Eric.
Blake doesn't stand a chance, dude. All respect to the young buck. And
I'm just saying, you do not dine. You do not have like dessert like he does.
Okay, you know what?
He does skip the desserts.
No, yeah, Eric,
I don't do a full-on skip. I'll tinker, but he's nosediving into that thing. He is.
He eats the
No, that's fair.
whole game. I looked over there, and it's like it's the first drive of the game. But I'm through half.
By
And it's
halftime,
still-
he's all dessert. I mean, he
is.
runs that thing for 2.5 quarters.
Yeah,
I
my
feel
guy
like.
over here goes and makes a plate of bleeping nachos.
Yeah, halftime is for the nachos and for whatever specialty item. Like they dialed up the
Specialty item.
Cowboy cheesesteak last night.
Yeah.
At the half.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, of course I'm
So
gonna
you had 2 cheesesteaks yesterday in the game.
cheesesteak and a half because
Yeah.
at halftime they only give you the half portion,
Oh, they only
but the
give the half.
pregame they gave us the full.
That was nice. The people at Legends are super nice to us, bring us food.
When
Shout
they
out to
just-
Heather. Heather's fantastic.
They lather that beautiful white queso all over
Yeah.
it, and it sets it over the top.
Blanco.
So you don't think Blake could handle going to a grocery store and coming out with big packs of steak like you?
Oh no, he doesn't stand a chance. He'll mess around. I could see him messing around with like a hot and ready rotisserie chicken. He'll go half-ass his way through
Wait a
one
minute,
of
wait a
those.
minute,
I bet he
wait,
could
wait,
mess
right
around.
to the butcher's eyes.
Wait, I've seen you eat one of those things.
Yeah,
right.
right.
Out of the bag.
But you've also seen my wider repertoire. Anybody can go just
Yeah.
hammer a rotisserie chicken hot and ready.
You've seen though Blake still is like super slender
Yeah.
like in his teenage years.
Yeah.
He is still I think effectively eating like a teenager.
Oh, for sure.
I think
yeah.
so, too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
he's
yeah.
that
But
college
he's not
kid
filling-
budget
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, free? I'll eat for 3 days right
100%.
now.
No, seriously, he does not stop.
But these aren't
Yeah.
full
Yeah.
plates that he's getting either. Like I'm seeing there, he's got like
no.
2 things on the plate.
No, he's not doing any tasting over there. Like the tasting
It's
menu.
just-
No, he's eating real food. He was like the carving station involved with that.
I did see
all
that.
the vegetables.
Yeah, but is he returning?
Sandwiches,
Does the
going
carving
back for-
station lady know his name? Like, oh, I see him. She doesn't even ask. She knows I want 2 at a time. Every time you're cutting 2 off of those.
And he's
bad
doing
boys.
3 of those plates.
I'm hitting 3 plates of that.
I don't think this is even
Before I even
close.
get to the grilled chicken buffalo breast. Okay,
But you do that like
Which was good.
Which
Do
is
you
a
ever
new
feel
addition.
full?
Honestly, not in the press box. There's something about game day where you just perform at a higher level. You know what I mean? You build up all week. You put the work in. The hay's in the barn.
Yeah, I love
now
it.
you just go have some fun, man, under the lights.
It's fun to watch you work.
But see, that's why
Talk about
I always
diabetes.
notice Blake eating. But you're in that area where there's the TVs are. then.
I'm within striking distance. Like Blake has no problem distancing himself from the press box. I am all eyes. When the fresh mac and cheese rolls out, I know it. I'm first.
So you're helping him like load it
Freaking
up.
legend.
Like you're getting.
I'm
it
not
on
helping anybody. I'm here for me.
Yeah, there will be a time
Are
where
you
we're kicked
standing
out.
there waiting on him, like tapping your foot?
Nah, just same way I'm
He's-
looking at the
he's
waffle
waving, he's
maker
saying,
at the
"Hey, fill that
continental
up,
breakfast.
please. Mashed potatoes are out.
We're a little bit low. A little bit low.
Brad Sham has his own suite. They're going to name that buffet after you before you're done over there, bro.
That's my goal, man.
Oh, that's amazing.
Most important question I have for the Jones family, plus my favorite plays from the trip to hell the Cowboys took the Eagles on last night. It's next here in the G-Bag Nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bang Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We've been celebrating the Cowboys' victory, talking a lot in the world of sports. There's a Shohei Ohtani story that I think is massive as he goes to the Dodgers, and hopefully we'll get to that here before the show is out. General at your service, Eddiees. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner. And you can catch his Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Today he looked at that tape. We're going to talk more about this game. And to me, like, what we've seen over the last month is historic, and we need to make sure everybody involved up there knows what's going on. I'm hoping Jerry or Steven are on their way home right now. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. You gentlemen both have the back line if you would like to address this topic now. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And college football, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Most important thing going is, these are offensive adjustments that we've been asking for from a long time. If you hear Mike McCarthy say it, it wasn't until the bye week where they were doing the self-scouting where you go across the hall and somebody on the defense fixed it, right? Said, you guys are too easy to defend. This is what the best offenses do. Why aren't you guys doing that? And I don't know if Mike was like, oh, geez, I hadn't thought about this, or what his reaction was. But now the Cowboys are leading the league in motion. The horizontal spread, the stacks, the motions, the jet sweep action, the route combinations going downfield instead of running into a space and turning and facing the quarterback that was so prevalent under Garrett Linehan and Kellen Moore. All memories of that have been exhausted. We're throwing to the running back a lot. Tony Pollard in his last 4 games, 20 of 23.
Yeah.
We're throwing to the running back and doing it well. We're getting the ball into Kevontae Turpin and CeeDee Lamb's hands for big plays that, make the defense acknowledge when these guys come in motion, they might just end up with the ball and run for 10, 12, 20 yards. All this stuff serves to make the defense protect the entire field. Now, if you've been listening to this show for a while, we've been talking about this essentially since the Rams hit the ground running with it, with Todd Gurley and Sean McVay and, obviously Jared Goff at quarterback. And, that year, Jerry Jones came on the show. And Mike Bassick actually asked him, what makes you think your offensive scheme can hold a candle to what the Rams are doing right now? And Jerry guffawed and said, well, I don't know, maybe you were interning that year, Wolchuk. I'm not sure. Maybe you remember that quite well. But
I do remember that.
Jerry said, well, that's why you're on the radio and we're in the NFL. That was your response 6 years ago. Now, that would have been acceptable because it was so new, right? And here we are now years later. The Cowboys have stumbled upon it, I guess you could say. Mike McCarthy desperately, I'm about to get fired. I had this big plan for what we were going to do in the offseason, and it's blowing up in my face. I'm a terrible offensive mind when it comes to figuring out what the Cowboys. So I'm going to go across the hall and ask the defensive coordinators to do it. So I don't know. Maybe it actually was Mike, being, thinking about this first. But that's the public explanation we've gotten, Maybe it's Brian Schottenheimer, but we have got no explanation there. If you don't want to say publicly who did it, at least know privately the person responsible for this cannot leave the building. We cannot hope that the Jones family throws another wild dart at a board and hit a drinking buddy that came over to spend the night, and that guy happens to know what time it is in the NFL. Not a lot of teams know what time it is. And it's crazy because the front offices aren't getting enough pressure from the owners because they're busy having a great time. So they're not working hard enough to figure out what's dominating in the NFL. It's pretty much guys that kind of flowed accidentally off the Shanahan or McVay coaching tree. They're doing some interesting things in Buffalo. And then Schottenheimer, I guess, deserves some of the credit for this. I'm not exactly sure who, though. But once you have it in-house, you can't let that go.
I think where Schottenheimer helped you is last year he had remember the Ben McAdoo role where all of a sudden you're the coach that's they're trying to keep you busy and you're a coordinator.
You're scouting the other team's offense.
But Dan Quinn's got you scouting the opponent every week. And I know there are defensive players there that were just super excited that when Schottenheimer was going to get the chance to be the offensive coordinator, they were like, oh man, because what Schottenheimer had done was he was always going to the defensive players and telling them every day, hey, be ready for this. When you get in this formation, they're going to do this. So he was watching a lot of opponents' tape getting ready. And so he kind of had his farmhouse moment as, Mike McCarthy had, last year, watching opponents and breaking them down every week. And then maybe he came into the other, but I am totally bought in on the cross hall coaching thing. I guarantee there's somebody on defensive staff, and it might have been Dan Quinn. It's like, you guys are so easy to cover right now.
Yeah.
You got all these weapons and you're doing this.
Yeah, I don't know what offensive coaches are coming up with. I think they're probably like just resistant to it because they've done things a certain way and they don't want to believe it. And there's not enough teams leaning in the analytics. Because if you were, you'd be like, guys, if we're not doing this, we're leaving a huge opportunity. Look at what Warren Sharp has come up with. And he's every year this huge report on, hey, if you have stacks and bunches, if you have guys at motion, here's how much you're increasing in efficiency. And, they're just not looking at it. They're not looking at the information. The NFL is supposed to be a copycat league. I think for the most part, that's dead. I don't think they're working that hard. The teams that are doing copycat have a huge advantage.
Yeah, like we've seen that with the Lions and the 49ers this year.
I just know the guys I've with, and it was a long time ago, the Andy Reid's, the John Gruden's, the Sean Payton's, those guys, they stole every day. Yeah. They stole ideas from watching other teams
and that's how
play.
he can stay at the top of his game.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's nothing wrong with saying, man, these guys are doing it the right way.
Yeah.
Hey, we can't run a screen to save our life. Yesterday they run a double screen where, I've never seen the Cowboys do this. It ended up not going for any yards. The play got incomplete, but both, offensive linemen, the right side went right, the left side went left. They tried to just affect the Eagles defense by making it a distraction. Like, oh, wait, they're going to read this key. Now we're going to send them this way, but then they throw the screen back to the other side.
Yes.
I've never seen the Cowboys do that in the screen
awesome.
package, where all of a sudden you try deception. They ran an old school trap where they pulled guys and then trapped a guy, pulled another guy. There were some creative runs in that game where you're going, okay, they're trying.
Yeah.
It might not it's a 4-yard gain, but you know what? They're trying. They're trying to do things that like the good teams are doing.
No, and it's amazing. And they're pulling it off. And it's making things so much easier on everybody. Just a couple of plays. The run from Turpin was awesome. And what that does, every time he's running through now, the defense wants to stretch and go with him. That starts to open up the middle. Then you come back into the middle, and then you go wide. It's like, how could you decide that in a 50-yard wide field, we want to restrict our runs and do this 10-yard space here right in the dang middle? It's counterintuitive, but that's how dangerous groupthink is. Some horrible ideas that will go on for decades can be agreed to without any challenge. MLB teams were effing up for over a century, not shifting more. The data came and they were like, wow, we got to shift. They force a rule change. That's essentially the massive opportunity that I do believe NFL teams are leaving out there. The Lamb red zone touchdown. No, that was Gallup. No, Lamb had one where he was wide open, nobody within 20 yards, and then he was the pick player on the Gallup touchdown.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Where it's like Gallup was so open, he got to stop at the end of the line and hold his hands up like, are you going to throw it?
Another thing we've been talking about. Can we get some rub routes? Can we get some pick plays, right? The motion, the bunches. We're running multiple plays out of different personnel groupings. And you know what? Depending on who gets the credit, I still think Mike McCarthy does.
Yeah.
Because regardless on who it was.
He's listening to somebody.
Whether it was Dak, whether it was CD, whether it was Zach Martin, whether it was Schottenheimer, Dan Quinn, he is the one that ultimately is going to make the decision. Yeah. And he has allowed people to come up to him and he's listened. And instead of being stubborn and saying, no, I'm stuck in my ways, go bleep yourself, which Jason Garrett did for a decade, he evolved and he's adapted.
I think guys think, well, we can't change this. We can't teach this. It would be too dangerous. And I think the boldness to make the move, the lack of ego to make the move is huge. And that's why I do think Mike McCarthy is perfect in that CEO role. And for him, I do believe he is the most likely guy in a high leadership position to recognize who's done this and not let that person out of the building, or hopefully keep running with it next year. But I'm a little bit nervous that it came from the defensive side, and this might be the end of the run for Dan Quinn.
That is my thought. That because Mike makes a big deal about that cross the hall stuff, and they obviously they were not very good. And I know people out there, they'll probably text me, tweet me, say, "Oh no, they were all right on offense. You're just overselling it. You're overdoing it."
They were not all right on offense.
I didn't think so.
No, not at all. They know they weren't.
Not to what they are right
I think
now.
there was frustration with those offensive players, and during the bye week, they went to Coach McCarthy and said, "This ain't working."
Yeah,
and they've made corrections.
They absolutely have, and they've become more of a dynamic offense. You could watch the tape, and you could see the combination of routes and how they get guys open. They will. The sack fumble, I said this earlier, the sack fumble, if Dak is able to throw that ball, it's a touchdown. And how do they do it? 2 routes run to the middle, and then they take 4 Eagle defenders with them. Think about that. And that's all we've been asking for.
Yeah.
Hey, create ways to create space.
Mm-hmm.
Create routes. What do? They run routes that create space. That's what they've been doing since the bye week.
Yeah.
Give them credit for that.
No, give him credit for that. I thought, while maybe Dak didn't have the high completion percentage yesterday, some of the balls he did complete were absolutely exceptional, including that last big play of the night to Michael Gallup.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Wow. Where has that been? 39
And the
yards.
catch.
Hopefully that unlocks something here. He needs a strong finish, doesn't he?
Man, if Michael Gallup really returned to form and can look like he did last night, then you really start to scare some people, because what Lamb, Cooks, and Ferguson right now, that trio, it seems to be enough. But when you get what you got from Michael Gallup last night, and so much of it plays off each other, when everybody's got to worry about Lamb, okay, now we got to worry about Cooks too. Oh my gosh, this Ferguson guy. Well, here's a little opportunity for Michael Gallup. There you go.
Yeah, this offense is loaded right now.
I will say this about Michael Gallup. He has stayed engaged throughout. He could probably pout and be pissed off and all that. But every time they've asked him to block or be a point of attack player in the running game thing, he's come up great.
Yeah, and it speaks to the guy that he is, and we've known that about him. That's why it's been a bummer when his play has sort of gotten away from him there, and we know it all goes back to that injury out of his control. But he is one of the nicest, sweetest dudes in that locker room. So you pull for him for sure. And when he has a night like last night, you're like, okay, awesome, happy for you and happy for this offense, because the more layers you have as you get into the playoffs, the better.
Right on, guys. The Expressway coming up next right here. The G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
More G-Bag.